Chapter 58 Mountain Splitting Battle Axe. All the private rooms had a secret channel. After the guests in the private rooms successfully won an item, someone would come to send that item to them. There was no need to be like the people in the crowd who had to personally go behind the stage or to handle the transaction after the auction ended. The person who had come in was precisely the one who had pulled Long Chen into participating in the auction, Fu Gui. He was holding a foot-long case with 10 stalks of star-fusing grass that shined brightly like the stars. "Young Master Long Chen, here are your goods." Fu Gui respectfully handed the case to Long Chen. To tell the truth, today was the most exciting day of his life. According to the Huayan Pavilion's rules, after subtracting a few business costs, he would obtain 1% of what Long Chen had spent. Just the money which Long Chen had spent just now had given him enough to spend the rest of his life without having to worry about money ever again. Long Chen carefully examined the case. Each stalk of starfusing grass had over 10 starry spots. Starfusing grass would gain an extra starry spot for every 100 years it was preserved. Thus, its age was something that was obvious at a glance. Although some mishaps had occurred today and he had a stomach full of anger, he had at least managed to obtain his goal, so it had all been worth it. Only after putting away the case inside his spatial ring did he relax. All the starfusing pills ingredients had finally been collected. He could now start refining it. "Young Master Long Chen, please wait a moment." Seeing that once Long Chen had stood up after collecting the starfusing grass, the astute Fu Gui immediately knew that he was planning on returning to his home. "What, you want me to stay? But I'm penniless right now," laughed Long Chen. He was itching to go refine pills. It was better to resolve Chu Yao's matter as soon as possible. "You're our guest, and when I was coming over just now, my boss said your credit limit could be raised by another 30 million. So if you see anything you like, feel free to bid," smiled Fu Gui. He handed a crystal card to Long Chen. Now Long Chen had 2 special crystal cards. But the 20 million on the other card had already been completely used up. The Huayan Pavilion had a special rule. Everyone participating in the auction would have to transfer their gold coins to the Huayan Pavilion in exchange for a credit limit. But they could only do that once. Once the auction started, you could not exchange for a higher credit limit. That was why most people would exchange as much money as they possibly could at the beginning in order to increase their spending limit. If you didn't buy anything or your credit had yet to reach the limit, the Huayan Pavilion would return your money to you without taking the slightest percentage. So every single person here had their own crystal card with all their money on it. Once the auction was over, the Huayan Pavilion would immediately take those cards back and deduct what they had spent. It was a very efficient process. For those like Long Chen who had used up all their money, the rule was that they could no longer add to their funds. But obviously, the higher-ups of the Huayan Pavilion had opened a special backdoor for him. Long Chen hesitated for a moment as he looked at the crystal card in his hand. Originally, he had been planning on going back to refine since he had no more money. Watching others spend while you had no money was also a kind of torment. But now that he had more funds, he truly was interested in the items that had yet to be auctioned. "Fu Gui, we already have an agreement that you won't immediately demand money from me if the things I gave you don't sell. I can't immediately return the money that you loaned to me in that case. Don't worry, my boss has said that if those pills don't get auctioned off, the loan will just be written off as a gift to you," smiled Fu Gui. Long Chen was startled. "Who is your boss?" "Hee, sorry, but this little one cannot reveal that." "Please don't make it hard on me," apologized Fu Gui. Although he was a bit puzzled, Long Chen still decided to stay. He really was interested in the later items of the auction. After Fu Gui left, the auction paused for a moment and began to serve tea. Whether it was to the auctioneers or the guests, this kind of tense atmosphere truly did use up a lot of energy. Such a huge auction naturally had to give its guests some breaks. Only then would they have the energy for the even more intense bidding later. Otherwise, if everyone was exhausted, the auction would have a weak finish. Obviously, the Huayan Pavilion had already made preparations to avoid that. After a 2-hour break, the auction once more began. Calculating the time, the auction had already gone on for 2 whole days. Due to the competition being too intense, no one had really felt the time passing. Every item brought out was even more precious than the ones before it, and the bidding became increasingly hostile. The prices naturally shot up wildly as well. This was especially the case with Yao Nikion's encouragements. It was as if everyone had taken some kind of drug that made them go wild. Looking at the impassioned crowd, Long Chen couldn't help but feel some admiration. After 2 days of auctioning, this xianxia had figured out the majority of the people's temperaments, and now the atmosphere was completely under her control. Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, and the others had all been exposed to the grandness of the world. Even after these 2 days of auctioning, none of them were the slightest bit tired. Although none of them had the money to enter the competition, just watching those impassioned sky-high bids was stimulating on its own. The next item is the mountain-splitting battle axe. As she said this, a battle axe was carried on top of the stage. But everyone was shocked when they saw it. Naturally, they all knew what battle axes looked like, but they had never seen such a battle axe before. It was absolutely enormous. That double-edged axe head was at least 5 feet long. It was as thick as an arm and possessed an imposingness that was absolutely terrifying. Mountain-splitting battle axe. It was made from golden sand, and its hardness is unmatched. It weighs 2 tons and is a symbol of power and martial might. It is said that it was the weapon of divinity, and placing it within your estate will scare off any spirits or ghosts. The starting price is 2 million. Dozens of nobles immediately began to bid. 2,010,000, 2,050,000, 2,080,000. In truth, the battle axe might be considered more of an ornament than anything else. Weighing 2 tons, it would be a miracle if you could even hold it, let alone wield it in battle. But Yao Niqian was not wrong. Such a domineering battle axe would definitely be a symbol of your status and power. The nobilities especially were interested in such an item. Shi Feng, help me shout my bid, said Long Chen quietly. Shi Feng was startled. That's just a household item. What are you buying it for? Don't worry about it, I have my own use for it. Help me bid. If I do it myself, then that idiot woman will come to look for trouble, said Long Chen. At the very first moment he saw that mountain-splitting battle axe, he had thought of a certain huge figure, Wild. With Wild's physical strength, he should be able to use the battle axe properly. That axe's weight was something extremely hard to find in other weapons, and it was also incomparably sturdy. It was practically perfect for Wild to use. 2,910,000. 3,050,000. The last bid was Shi Feng's. When others heard Shi Feng make such a high bid, they all shook their heads. Although it might possess a domineering might, it was simply an ornamental piece. 3 million was already too high of a price. 3,050,000 was already something others were unwilling to bid against. Sha Baichi had been waiting to shout her own bid against Long Chen when she heard the voice coming from Long Chen's private room. But hearing that the voice wasn't Long Chen's, she hesitated and didn't bid against it. It was already the later stages of the auction. The wares being auctioned were becoming increasingly better, and if she ended up using all her credit limit, she would only be able to watch as those good things were taken away by others. Although she was suspicious that it was actually Long Chen, she wasn't completely certain, and after debating it for a moment, she still decided not to interfere. Long Chen celebrated when he saw the mountain-splitting battle axe be obtained so smoothly. Unfortunately, this item was something they were unable to bring into their private room, so Long Chen had to personally go get it. Long Chen followed the secret channel to below the stage. There were a dozen men guarding that place. His pupils contracted slightly when he saw them. Those people were actually all blood condensation experts. Just an auction already had so many experts. Then what was the true strength of the Huayan Pavilion? Long Chen arrived in front of the mountain-splitting battle axe. Looking at the huge battle axe that was even larger than he was truly stunned. Reaching out a hand, he slowly rubbed the handle. He noticed that he was almost unable to wrap his hand around that handle, which was as thick as an arm. Long Chen used his full force in an effort to raise that battle axe. It shook slightly and slowly rose into the air, but after just rising it for 3 inches, it fell back down to the ground with a crash. The shelf that was originally holding it was immediately smashed into pieces. A huge explosion followed as it fell to the ground. Who would have thought that young master Long Chen possessed such divine strength? It really is admirable. Those guards had all been watching Long Chen. Originally, they had been looking at him with some disdain as he had spent so much on something that was only ornamental. But seeing him actually able to raise the axe with just one hand caused all their disdain to disappear. And even though he had dropped it in the end, it was still completely shocking. They were all clear on just how heavy it was. It required at least 2 people using their full strength to raise it like that. but Long Chen had succeeded in lifting it slightly with just a single hand. Plus, he had been holding it from the handle. The kind of force required to lift it from there was difficult to even imagine. That was why they had all opened their mouths to exclaim their admiration. Long Chen shook his head and bitterly smiled. This thing really is just an imposing ornament. Who said it wasn't? It's so heavy, just who could manage to use it? One of them nodded. After confirming the huge axe's heaviness, Long Chen no longer showed off anything. He directly stored it within his spatial ring. Returning to his private room, Long Chen's indifferent expression became one of delight. That axe was definitely something Wild could use. If he had used his full force, then even he would have been able to use it. But it would exhaust too much of his strength. Fortunately, Wild wasn't the same. His physical body was the most abnormal one Long Chen had ever seen, and physical strength was his main forte. With this battle axe, even without using spiritual qi, his battle strength would be absolutely terrifying. As time passed, the later items became even rarer and more precious. Natural treasures of heaven and earth, cultivation techniques, and medicinal pills, they were all available. The prices became even more frightening. There was practically not a single item that was sold for less than 5 million gold coins anymore. Everyone should look carefully at our next item. An exceptionally confident smile appeared on Yao Nikion's face. She raised her hand, showing off what she was holding. Chapter 59 Earth Class Battle Skill. In her hand was a thin book. When it appeared, the whole crowd went silent for a moment before exploding into startled cries. Most of the people present all knew that every 3 years, the Xian Pavilion would always have a battle skill as their final auction item. Counting the time, this was precisely the 3rd year. If it was just an ordinary battle skill, it wouldn't have attracted so many startled cries. However, it was no ordinary battle skill. It was an Earth-class battle skill. Earth-class battle skills only existed in legends. They could only be found within the hands of sects that were isolated from the secular world. 1. It was rumored that the Phoenix Cry Empire's most precious treasure was just a portion of an Earth-class battle skill. And only the Imperial disciples could learn it. Thus, for most people, Earth-class battle skills were things they had only ever heard of in legends. Now that they could personally see it, although they knew such a thing would not be obtained by them, it still was something that caused their hearts to jump wildly. Earth-class battle skill, 3-style parting wind. Starting bid of 20 million. An Earth-class battle skill did not require much introduction. Just the Earth-class introduction was enough. 30 million. Sha Changfeng's bid came from his private room. That was the first time Sha Changfeng had participated in the competition since the golden armor. Furthermore, he immediately increased the price by 10 million. That kind of money-spending style was quite shocking. Although Long Chen was attracted to that battle skill, he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain it. Sha Changfeng's 30 million bid was nothing. It was just the beginning. 50 million. An aged voice came from inside another private room. The guest in that room had never revealed himself to the crowd, so no one knew who was inside. Long Chen realized that the old man had probably come here expressly for that battle skill. Perhaps, now was the time for all the hidden tigers participating in the auction to reveal themselves and compete. 60 million. This time, the voice was extremely sharp and uncomfortable to listen to, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. It came from a bearded, middle-aged man in the corner of the crowd. 80 million. This time, it was the soft feminine voice of Marquis Ying. Now the crowd was extremely quiet. Other than Sha Changfeng, the mysterious elder, the bearded man, and Marquis Ying, no one else had enough money to compete against such a high price. 100 million. Sha Changfeng took a deep breath and shouted out this price. Long Chen sighed in admiration. The Xian Pavilion truly had a shocking amount of wealth. Just a copied, handwritten Earth-class battle skill could be sold for over 100 million. What was even more shocking to think about was that they could copy it countless times and auction it over and over at different places. As for the people who managed to obtain it in the end, they would all hide it away deeply so no one else could take it from them. Maybe they would even kill anyone who knew about it. This caused Long Chen to become more and more interested in the identity of the secret support of the Xian Pavilion. Whatever the origin of that support was, it even allowed them to take out such a precious item without being afraid of others attacking in greed. Sha Changfeng's 100 million bid might be shocking, but it was immediately followed up. 110 million. This time, it was the mysterious elder in the private room. Considering that he had refused to show himself up until this point, it seemed he would not easily give up on obtaining this battle skill. 130 million. That bearded man was also unwilling to appear weak. Considering the current point in the auction, only bids by increments of 10 million were worth anything. The rest of the crowd was completely silent. Only the astronomical bids continued to ring throughout the room. 150 million, 160 million, 180 million. Such high numbers actually tested a person's mental fortitude. Although it wasn't their money, when Fatty Yu and the others heard them, it made it hard for them to breathe. Sweat was dripping of Sha Changfeng's forehead. He had managed to learn from a secret backchannel that the auction this time would have an Earth-class battle skill. Thus, he had brought all the money he had to increase his credit limit. But in total, he only had 200 million. Since the price was already at 180 million, it seemed that his 200 million wouldn't be enough. Baichi, how much more credit do you have? He asked of Sha Baichi. Looking at her crystal card, she replied, I still have 360 million. Sha Changfeng was overjoyed. Good sister, your brother's money won't be enough soon. Lend me some money and I'll return it when we get back to the Grand Sha. Sha Baichi hesitated for a moment before saying, I can lend it to you, but you must hand over Long Chen's head to me within a short time. Sha Changfeng immediately felt awkward. Chu Yong was right there. To talk about murder in front of the crown prince was definitely excessive. Baichi, we'll talk about this when we get back. No, if you don't promise me, then I won't lend you any money. Sha Baichi coldly snorted. She didn't give her older brother any face. Chu Yong smiled slightly. This Long Chen is dislikable, and in this case, you'll be my younger sister's husband soon, so I won't hear anything you're saying now. Hearing Chu Yong say such a thing, Sha Changfeng became much more at ease and he cupped his fists at Chu Yong. Many thanks, future brother-in-law. Okay, Baichi, I promise you. Give me your crystal card. Only then did she hand him her crystal card. Drawing a line over his crystal card, Sha Baichi's credit limit was transferred over to his card. Now he had a credit of over 500 million. 300 million. Seeing that the price was continuing to climb, Sha Changfeng directly raised the price greatly in order to display that it was a must-have item for him and hopefully, intimidating his competitors away. The others became somewhat taciturn after that high price. Although an Earth-class battle skill was extremely rare, it still was something buyable with money. Furthermore, the price for one was much lower than 300 million. After all, most Earth-class battle skills that were sold were all second-hand copies. This Earth-class battle skill auctioned by the Wayan Pavilion was one that didn't exist in this region. That was why its price was so high. But the price of 300 million truly was intimidating. After all, if you had enough gold, you could travel to somewhere far away and then, you would be able to buy Earth-class battle skills for a much lower price. Now, the mysterious, elder, the bearded man, and Marquis Ying were all hesitating. Prince Sha Changfeng bids 300 million. Are there any higher bids? 300 million going once, 300 million going twice. Yao Niqian's voice was a bit excited as she started to count time. The profit from this auction had already surpassed her expectations. That was especially the case for this Earth-class battle skill. The 300 million bid was extremely exciting for her. 300 million should be the ceiling price for this battle skill, thus, she decided to start counting down. 400 million. What no one expected was for a lazy voice to suddenly ring out. That voice was extremely young. It was Long Chen's voice. The entire crowd was stupefied, and even Yao Niqian was shocked. She had yet to even react when a small earring on her ear shook slightly. She immediately recovered and smiled. That bastard! Sha Changfeng flew into rage. Just as he had been about to obtain the Earth-class battle skill, Long Chen suddenly interfered. Long Chen, I don't believe a bastard like you has that much money. You're just looking for trouble, shouted Sha Changfeng angrily. Idiot, if I didn't have enough money, would I bid? Don't forget, this master is a pill apprentice, replied Long Chen. In reality, Long Chen had constantly been using his divine sense to keep track of his surroundings. Their two private rooms were only a few dozen meters away from each other. Although there was no way to hear what they were saying, by examining their lips, he was able to figure out the approximate details of what they were discussing. Seeing Sha Changfeng treat this Earth-class battle skill as a must-have item, he had decided to shout out a higher bid. Although he appeared at ease on the outside, inside, he was still extremely nervous. If he scared Sha Changfeng off, then it would be him who had to pay the final bill. 400 million was something that an ordinary pill apprentice wouldn't be able to pay back even if they spent their entire life refining. But recalling how Sha Baichi had interfered with him and made him pay 20 million to obtain the star-fusing grass, it would be depressing for him to let that go without revenge. 500 million, if you have the guts, then try to bid again, roared Sha Changfeng angrily. He was about to go mad with rage. He had no idea how Long Chen had obtained so much money. But according to the Huayan Pavilion's rules, if someone shouted out a bid higher than their crystal card's limit, they would be viewed as a troublemaker and be expelled from the auction. Seeing that nothing happened after Long Chen had made his bid, his only conclusion was that Long Chen really did have that much money. Sha Changfeng's angry roar echoed throughout the room like a beast's howl, shaking people's eardrums. Don't be so excited, I only had a little left on my card. If you had just added 10,000 then you would have won. I rarely admire someone, but I definitely admire Prince Sha Changfeng. To use 100 million is just 10,000, you really are amazing. Long Chen's voice was filled with admiration, but in Sha Changfeng's ears, it turned into the most malicious taunt. Sha Changfeng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood due to this intense anger. Startled cries came from his private room. The crowd's expression was somewhat strange now. For a moment, no one knew whether Long Chen had been speaking the truth or whether he had been deliberately provoking Sha Changfeng. Since no one else is bidding, congratulations Prince Sha Changfeng, the Earth-class battle skill is yours. Yao Niqian skipped right past counting down because she was certain no one would be as foolish as Sha Changfeng. Seeing that the Earth-class battle skill had already been auctioned off, everyone started to get up and prepare to leave. But just at this moment, Yao Niqian's charming laughter rang out. In the past, the auction would end with the Earth-class battle skill, but this year we have an even more unusual item for the end. Everyone was shocked. What could be more precious than an Earth-class battle skill? They all hastily sat back down and stared closely at the stage. Long Chen smiled. Hee, a good show was about to start. Chapter 60 Shocking Methods. Yao Niqian banged her gavel. The red curtain behind her slowly opened, revealing a jade platform. That jade platform shined brightly. It was actually entirely made from the extremely rare Lantian jade. Lantian jade was exceptionally rare in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Only people with extremely high status could wear Lantian jade as accessories to display their grandeur. But now they saw an entire platform made of it. Just that platform alone had to be worth millions. Atop that perfect white jade table was a golden embroidered case which immediately drew everyone's gaze. Long Chen couldn't help but feel admiration at how grand their methods were. The Huayan Pavilion actually used a table worth millions to show off a single item. If he hadn't known about this before, he would also be extremely curious. No wonder Fu Gui had been so confident back then when he had told Long Chen that the pavilion would take a 50% commission on the final price. It appeared they really did have the confidence to demand such an amount. They immediately grabbed hold of everyone's attention. Everyone was completely focused on that golden case. Yao Niqian smiled and slowly opened the case in front of their eyes, taking out something small from within. But people almost coughed up blood when they saw that it was just another small case inside the first case. Was there a point to this anticipation? She carefully took out that small case. A maid hastily came forward and gave her a snow-white glove. Putting on the glove, Yao Niqian carefully opened the smaller case. Her cautiousness caused everyone to hold their breath, and it was so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. A soft sigh of air escaped from the small case as it was opened. Following the opening of the case, projections appeared on the walls throughout the hall. All the walls became real-time projections of Yao Niqian's hand. Through those projections, people could clearly see that what was inside that small case was a round medicinal pill. A faint, ancient aura circulated around that pill. When Long Chen first saw that, he actually thought it was a mistake. But sweeping over with his divine sense, he immediately understood what was going on and practically prostrated himself to the Huayan Pavilion in admiration. This medicinal pill is something that a small group of adventurers found within an ancient cave after fending off great danger. But that cave had many traps, and just for this medicinal pill, their 10-man group was almost exterminated. Only 2 of them managed to survive. As for the 2 survivors, one of them died shortly. Such a tragic story is truly sorrowful, and every adventurer is worthy of respect. They risked their own lives to scout out that extremely unknown area. They are true warriors. Yao Nikion's voice was somewhat subdued. Her eyes were red with tears bubbling up. Long Chen had been drinking tea when he saw that. He almost spat out that tea in shock. Wasn't this act of hers a little too much? That was the medicinal pill that he had given them. Of course, Long Chen had repeatedly warned them that they were not to leak the real origin of this pill. If they did, then he wouldn't sell it. And now it seemed that the Huayan Pavilion truly did keep their word. They had actually made up such a story and had done something to the outer layer of the medicinal pill. Now, the medicinal pill appeared extremely ancient, and their technique was so perfect that even Long Chen was unable to tell it was fake. The Huayan Pavilion truly had many experts. What is this medicinal pill? The people present were all powerful figures in their own rights. They naturally wouldn't care about the deaths of some adventurers. What they wanted to know about were this thing's price and effect. Yao Nikion wiped her eyes. Who knew whether or not she had been actually crying, but she quickly recovered to normal and said, "This medicinal pill is a pill from ancient times." An ancient pill. Everyone present was extremely startled. Those ancient pills weren't necessarily medicinal pills refined in the ancient era, but more accurately, they were from pill formulas that were passed around from the ancient times. Most such ancient pills had already disappeared. However, they were extremely attractive to alchemists. If an alchemist could use the medicinal pill to extrapolate the pill formula, that would be equivalent to a new start for a lost inheritance, and that alchemist's name would ring throughout the land. Although this is an ancient pill, its age definitely does not surpass 100 years. Everyone should be aware that a medicinal pill's effect and strength will not fade as long as it is less than 200 years old. Therefore, this medicinal pill will still have 100% of its effect, continued Yao Nikion. Miss Yao, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us the name of the medicinal pill. And tell us the effect as well. Seeing that Yao Nikion still refused to tell them the important part, someone finally ran out of patience. Seeing that everyone was sufficiently enticed, Yao Nikion smiled and said, "This medicinal pill has gone through our appraising master. Its name is the Flesh Bone Restoration Pill. Now that you've heard its name, I'm sure everyone should know what its effect is." Sighs of displeasure immediately followed. What? Just that little effect? A healing pill? Isn't that too ordinary? Yao Nikion seemed to not notice their confusion, continuing, "I'm sure everyone knows my Huayan Pavilion's reputation. We naturally wouldn't make a joke of ourselves. If this flesh bone restoration pill really wasn't valuable, then we wouldn't have brought it out as the final and most precious item." Hearing that, the crowd quieted down. She wasn't wrong. The Huayan Pavilion definitely wouldn't disrespect their own brand. Then, did that mean the medicinal pill had some sort of special use? If I could be so bold, I'd like to invite a blood condensation expert onto the stage to bear witness to the medicinal pill's effect. Yao Nikion smiled at the crowd. All go. Yao Nikion's charm went without saying. A man in his 30s immediately volunteered. Everyone felt this was rather strange. In all the previous auctions of the Huayan Pavilion, it seemed this was the first time anyone had been invited onto the auction stage. That man walked up to the stage. Due to the proximity with Yao Nikion and with how revealing her chest was, he couldn't help but stare fixedly. Yao Nikion smiled slightly and didn't bother about that. She playfully asked, "Is master afraid of pain?" "Hey, don't joke. I, Zhao Yong, have roamed the lands for so many years. It's offensive to ask me that." That man was a bit depressed now. Long Chen, in his private room, laughed at that. One Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong. His name really was appropriate, as a tragedy was about to befall him. In that case, Nikion will apologize in advance. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. A sword had appeared in Yao Nikion's hand, and she slashed it down too quickly to react. Blood splattered in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Zhao Yang's arm had been cut off at the elbow by Yao Nikion. That man hadn't even had the time to defend himself. With one of his arms cut off, he was about to angrily say something when a sword was pressed up against his throat, cutting him off. Everyone was completely shocked. Yao Nikion had always been acting so weak and delicate, and yet her attack just now had been exceptionally smooth. She was definitely an expert. Sir has already said that he isn't afraid of pain. Here, take this. Yao Nikion handed him the flesh bone restoration pill. Zhao Yong was scared witless. He swallowed the pill without even thinking about it. Startled cries rang out as soon as he swallowed it. Almost everyone stood up to get a better look. Only then did Zhao Yong realize something was happening. Looking at his arm, he was shocked to see it miraculously growing back. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his arm had completely grown back. Flexing his fingers, he was shocked to find that it was completely fine without the slightest feeling of unfamiliarity. He was absolutely shocked. If it wasn't for the bloodstained stage and his severed arm on the ground, he would have thought he was hallucinating. Damn, how could you waste such a precious medicinal pill like that? An old man had stood up, panting with rage. His eyes were practically spitting flames as he cursed at xianxia. Other people also agreed with him. That medicinal pill was practically a divine pill. For it to just disappear like that enraged everyone. Miss Yao, are you trying to play us? Give us a clear explanation. Some people were unable to hold back their anger. As for Zhao Yong, he listlessly returned back to his own seat. Even now he couldn't believe what had just happened. Occasionally, he would rub his hand over and over. Yao Niqian looked at the angered crowd and smiled. This result was even better than what she had hoped. Everyone, please calm down. Let me say it again, my wine pavilion will not make jokes with our reputation. Banging the gavel, she caused everyone in the crowd to quickly quiet down. Actually, it wasn't because of her banging the gavel, but because a maid had come up behind Yao Niqian with an embroidered case. Everyone, altogether we had 2 such flesh-bone restoration pills. But everyone should know that such a shocking effect is something that no one would believe even if I told you. So I could only show you. Please forgive me. The crowd calmed down quite a bit after hearing that explanation. It was true, if they hadn't personally witnessed it, no one would believe that this world had a miraculous medicinal pill like that. Even having personally witnessed its effect, there were still many who still didn't dare believe their own eyes. Several people even went up to Zhao Yong to examine his arm. But that arm was clearly a new arm that had regenerated. There was no way it was fake. Plus, with the Wine Pavilion's reputation, there was no way they would do something like selling fakes. But that pill was just too shocking. People had to be cautious about it. Long Chen nodded. These crafty unscrupulous business dealers had truly perfected their art. Yao Niqian opened the case, revealing a flesh-bone restoration pill exactly the same as the last. Flesh-bone restoration pill, a second-tier medicinal pill. I won't say any more about its effect, but I want to remind everyone that this medicinal pill is only effective in the blood condensation realm and below. We originally had 2 pills, but now after showing off its effect to everyone, this last one is completely unique. Starting bid, 100 million. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge uproar exploded. Chapter 61 Striking Back. 200 million. A blood condensation expert was the first to shout out a bid. He hadn't gained anything today as a result of the bidding being so fierce. Due to the prices steadily climbing, the final prices had already exceeded their market value. Thus, he hadn't spent anything, which was currently his greatest advantage now. 300 million. An aged voice came from a white-haired old man in the corner. That old man had never made a bid the whole time, but as soon as he spoke, everyone immediately recognized him. Isn't that the Tuoji Empire's Grandmaster Alchemist, Wang Luyang? Although the Tuoji Empire wasn't as large as the Phoenix Cry Empire and didn't have an alchemist guild, it had its own alchemy hall. If a nation didn't have the support of medicinal pills or martial weapons, it would eventually be destroyed. And martial weapons came second. After all, iron was never in short supply. However, medicinal pills definitely could not be lacking. That alchemist Wang Luyang was essentially the master of the Tuoji Empire. His status was even greater than their emperor. There was no way around that. Without the support of an alchemist, the Tuoji Empire would sooner or later be swallowed by one of the large neighbors. That was why as soon as Wang Luyang bid, it immediately scared off many people. That was because he was equivalent to an emperor. His financial resources were incredible. The reason he had never bid before was because he hadn't seen anything that interested him. A person like him wouldn't easily take action, but once he did, it would be a sure win. An ordinary second-tier middle-grade medicinal pill normally sold for 300,000 to 400,000. But now the price had multiplied by 1,000, meaning that only a few could participate. Such a treasure was one that could only be found by luck. If someone lost an arm during a battle, then their combat ability would definitely sharply drop and they would eventually be killed. But the flesh-bone restoration pill was equivalent to a life-saving treasure. Sha Changfeng and Sha Baiqi were incredibly regretful that they hadn't prepared more money and could only watch as this treasure was purchased by someone else. 400 million. Marquis Ying's distinctive voice rang out. No one had expected that he would also participate. 500 million. Wang Luyong didn't hesitate at all and immediately bid higher. That was his confidence. Although Marquis Ying was a noble, his financial resources were not as profound as Wang Luyong, who controlled an empire. The entire crowd was stunned to find that an insignificant middle-grade second-tier medicinal pill was actually being sold at the same price as an Earth-class battle skill. Even Long Chen felt his heart jumping wildly. It appeared this world had lost many pill formulas. Those ancient pill formulas in his pill god memories were equivalent to an endless treasure trove. But he also felt a bit of worry. Just a flesh-bone restoration pill could cause this much of an uproar. If others were to learn that this medicinal pill had come from him, that would definitely be dangerous. Perhaps he had been too reckless this time. But since it was already like this, regret was useless. Now he could only hope that the Wyan Pavilion's reputation would protect this secret. The entire crowd had turned silent after Wang Luyong's bid of 500 million. Even Marquis Ying had become silent. 500 million was a price even he couldn't bear to waste. Now that the auction had reached this point, there was no need for Yao Niqian to fan the flames of people's passions. That would only cause people to feel disgusted. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Yao Niqian started to count down. In the end, Wang Luyong's high bid won the middle-grade second-tier flesh-bone restoration pill. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to leave. The show has yet to end. Seeing that everyone was already preparing to get up, Yao Niqian smiled and received a jade case from another maid. Everyone's expressions became a bit strange. The auction this year truly was full of interesting surprises. What was this next treasure that was even more precious than that pill? Opening the jade case, Yao Niqian revealed a medicinal pill that stunned everyone. That was clearly the exact same pill as the flesh-bone restoration pill from before. Didn't they say that it was one of a kind? Were they purposely playing with them? When Wang Luyong saw that pill, he immediately stood up. Everyone was expecting him to fly into a rage. But what no one expected was that he only foolishly looked at it for a moment before laughing. Haha, good, this time I didn't come for nothing. Yao Niqian smiled and admiringly said, truly worthy of being an alchemist grandmaster. You can tell from that far away. Yes, this is also a flesh-bone restoration pill. However, this one is not middle grade. Instead, it is high grade. Yes, this is a high-grade ancient pill. The middle-grade pill was only useful in the blood condensation realm and below. But this precious high-grade pill is effective even for tendon transformation experts, Yao Niqian explained solemnly. A storm erupted in the crowd. Tendon transformation experts. That was the peak of the Phoenix Cry Empire. High-grade flesh-bone restoration pill. Starting bid, 200 million. The first person to shout was actually Wang Luyong. Moreover, he immediately raised the bidding price, clearly not wishing to take it slowly and displaying that his determination to obtain it. Everyone sighed at how rich alchemists were. Marquis Ying bid shortly after Wang Luyong. Everyone anticipated seeing the competition between the two of them. Brother Chu Yong, do you think Marquis Ying can beat Wang Luyong? Asked Sha Changfeng. This time, the medicinal pill is a must-have for Marquis Ying. Even if he has to spend his entire fortune, he would still bid, sighed the crown prince. Why's that? Sha Changfeng was a bit puzzled. It didn't seem that just a medicinal pill could be so coveted. Brother Sha must not know about this. A dozen years ago, Marquis Ying fought with an opponent, and in an effort to defeat him, he ended up losing a finger. Back then, he refused to seek treatment due to his pride. He wanted to use that event to motivate him to cultivate harder. So from that point onwards, he started to train crazily, eventually breaking through and entering the tendon transformation realm. But after entering the tendon transformation realm, he realized that training in the tendon transformation realm required you to temper your tendons to connect them to your marrow. Having lost a finger, he was missing a tendon. Thus, it had an enormous impact on his cultivation. But due to how long his finger had been severed, there was no way to fix it. He has spent several years roaming throughout empires without finding a way to heal it. The reason he let Wang Luyong win last time was because that was just been a middle-grade flesh-bone restoration pill. It was only useful to blood condensation cultivators. If he had used it, the chances of it helping him recover were extremely remote. Spending 500 million on just a small chance really was a bit too much, thus he let it go. But now this high-grade flesh-bone restoration pill is practically godsend. So I can practically guarantee that he will obtain it. If that Wang Luyong refuses to give way, Chu Yong coldly laughed and didn't continue. But it was extremely obvious that if Wang Luyang refused to be tactful, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be able to leave the Phoenix Cry Empire. Even if he was the ruler of an empire, that empire wasn't comparable to the Phoenix Cry Empire. Marquis Ying wouldn't mind killing someone for his treasures. Sha Changfeng and Sha Baichi nodded. Alchemists were all exceedingly arrogant. Perhaps the competition between the two of them would extend past this auction. Wang Luyang's expression changed when he saw Marquis Ying bid against him so fiercely. He knew that Marquis Ying probably viewed this pill as a must-have. But getting him to give up instead was impossible. With a high-grade flesh-bone restoration pill, his chances of figuring out the corresponding pill formula would skyrocket. And once he figured out the pill formula, his name would shake the heavens. Furthermore, alchemists did not lack money. Of course, that was excluding beginners who failed their refinements so much that they often bankrupted themselves. Just as Wang Luyang was about to bid again, Marquis Ying's soft voice rang out, "Grandmaster Wang, this medicinal pill is of exceedingly great importance to me. Please yield to me. I can even give Grandmaster several days to study it after I obtain it. Harming the relationship of our two empires for just a small medicinal pill really isn't wise." This truly dazed the crowd. Marquis Ying was using both the carrot and the stick to force Wang Luyang to give up. It seemed this medicinal pill truly was exceptionally important to him. Yao Niqian's expression became a bit ugly though. This move was clearly disrupting the auction, but both Marquis Ying and Wang Luyang had high statuses and were their customers. If she were to reprimand these two, not only would it not change anything, but the chances of them continuing to compete were no longer great. Furthermore, punishing the two of them would definitely have a negative effect on the Huayan Pavilion's reputation. Yao Niqian began to hate that feminine voice of Marquis Ying's. Marquis Ying must be joking. This old man wants to compete, but unfortunately, I have no more money. Wang Luyang laughed lightly. The conclusion was a boring disappointment. Just what kind of person was Wang Luyang? No more money. This was clearly his way of giving the face to Marquis Ying and getting out of an awkward situation. Although Yao Niqian was extremely angered, her face still maintained that perfect smile of hers. Now that the auction was nearing its end, she didn't want to cause a huge fuss. Master Marquis Ying bids 500 million. Are there any higher bids? 500 million going once. 500 million going twice. 500 million going. Marquis Ying had already relaxed inside his private room. Hearing the helplessness in Yao Niqian's voice, he coldly smiled. Indulging in this kind of feeling was his favorite. But a lazy voice caused his expression to immediately change. Even the tea in his hand spilled out. 600 million. Chapter 62. End of the auction. That voice was extremely young and lazy. Everyone turned their heads to look at the private room it had come from. When they saw it was Long Chen's private room, a strange expression appeared on several people. Back when Long Chen had been about to obtain the starfusing grass, Marquis Ying had purposely said some things that had incited Sha Baichi to fight with him over it. Now from Long Chen's words, it appeared he was looking for some revenge. Several people were praising Long Chen inside. There were few people in the entire Phoenix Cry Empire who would dare compete with Marquis Ying. Marquis Ying's face darkened. He hadn't expected that Long Chen, who had been silent for so long, would suddenly take this chance to look for trouble with him. 700 million. But at this point, he couldn't cower. That medicinal pill was something he absolutely had to obtain no matter the price. Otherwise, with his status, there was no way that he would have thickened his face to plead with Wang Luyang. This medicinal pill was just that important to him. A pleased smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Now he could take revenge on Marquis Ying for what he had done to him just before. He couldn't help but feel fresh and brighter inside. He had always been using divine sense to pay attention to Sha Changfeng's private room. Having learned from them that Marquis Ying treated this flesh-bone restoration pill as a must-have, if he didn't go get some vengeance, then he wouldn't be Long Chen. Although he knew offending Marquis Ying was unwise, he didn't worry too much about that. First, he'd relieve some of his anger. He didn't believe that Marquis Ying would actually go overboard against him for such a thing. With the Alchemist Guild behind him as a support, he had the confidence to provoke Marquis Ying. 800 million. The Huayan Pavilion didn't send any warnings to him despite his high bids. Yao Niqian was actually excited inside, however, she hid her emotions extremely well. Master Long Chen bids 800 million. Are there any higher bids? If not, then this high-grade flesh-bone restoration pill will be handed to him, announced Yao Niqian. Wait a moment, I doubt that Long Chen actually has that much money. He's just making empty bids. Marquis Ying's feminine voice now held a trace of anger. Although he had suppressed it, people could still hear the fury in his voice. Is Marquis Ying questioning our integrity? Yao Niqian's smile immediately receded and she angrily said, Young Master Long Chen is Grandmaster Yun Qi's student. Everyone in the Phoenix Cry Empire knows this. Before the auction, Grandmaster Yun Qi transferred all his credit to young Master Long Chen. Does Marquis Ying still think that young Master Long Chen is making empty bids? Yao Niqian's words were rather blunt and impolite. Obviously, Marquis Ying had truly angered her by breaking the rules. Now that she had the opportunity, she would naturally relieve some of her anger. She was a woman, and a woman knew how to hold grudges. Once you angered a woman, they would no longer be soft and gentle anymore. Everyone gasped when they learned that Grandmaster Yun Qi had transferred his credit to Long Chen. That meant Long Chen had the true support of the entire alchemist guild. That kind of guarantee meant Long Chen could buy anything he wanted. Who dared to say he had no money? But even Long Chen was dazed. How come he hadn't known about this? But he quickly realized that Marquis Ying's actions had angered the Huayan Pavilion. They were supporting him in order to give Marquis Ying a slap in the face. Marquis Ying's expression was extremely ugly now. If what Yao Niqian had said was true, then he really wouldn't be able to compete against Long Chen in terms of financial resources. 1 billion. Marquis Ying pushed down his anger and raised the bid by a whole 200 million. 1 billion gold coins, just to buy a second-tier medicinal pill. That was definitely unprecedented. With Marquis Ying's financial ability, 1 billion gold coins were already several years' worth of savings. Brother Long, how about you don't bid again? It's already quite frightening. Shouhu was quietly shivering. Back when Long Chen had bid, they had all been completely shocked. A simple opening of his mouth was equivalent to 100 million gold. Even if it wasn't their money, it was still breathtaking. But Long Chen only smiled slightly. He was highly suspicious that Marquis Ying was the one who had stolen his cultivation ability. Now it was just him getting back some interest. 1,500 million. Immediately after Shouhu finished, Long Chen raised the bid, almost scaring Shouhu to the point of fainting. Marquis Ying had just raised the price by 200 million all at once. But now Long Chen was even more vicious, directly raising the price by 500 million. He was clearly using Yun Qi's money to suppress Marquis Ying. The crowd was completely silent. Even Wang Luyong was flabbergasted. That price had long since exceeded his expectations. Although he only had a middle-grade flesh-bone recovery pill and it was inferior to the high-grade pill, there was still a large chance of him being able to figure out the pill formula from studying it. Therefore, he had also given up at this time. Crack! The teacup in Marquis Ying's hand was crushed, and even the tea that splashed onto his body was completely unnoticed by him. Blue veins were pulsing on his forehead. If he didn't know that the Huayan Pavilion had a powerful backer, he would have already charged out to go kill Long Chen. Long Chen, you want to obtain this pill that badly? Marquis Ying asked coldly. Long Chen laughed. He could tell that Marquis Ying had spat these words out through clenched teeth. In other words, he was exceptionally enraged, probably even more enraged than Long Chen had been when trying to obtain the starfusing grass. Well, actually this thing is pretty much useless to me, said Long Chen indifferently. Then, you're purposely making an enemy of me. Marquis Ying raged. You can't put it that way. I have several reasons for wanting to obtain this thing. Reason number 1 is that it's an ancient pill. Even if I have to pay a high price for it, it's still worth it. If I bring it back to my teacher, he also wouldn't scold me. In fact, he might even praise me. Reason number 2 is that you pissed me off just now. My temperament is a bit strange. I can take anything, but I can't take a loss like that. Reason number 3 is that just like you, my father is also one of the 3 great pillars of this Phoenix Cry Empire. He spends his days guarding the barbarian border, fighting against enemies constantly, completing heroic contributions. But my family became penniless, unable to even keep a dozen servants. But you, Marquis Ying, who is on the same level as my father, who lazes his days in the imperial palace, actually has this much money. So I was curious just how big the difference between us was. Just how rich is Senior Marquis Ying, just how many times more money does he have than my Long family? Said Long Chen with a smile. The majority of the people present were members of the Phoenix Cry Empire. Although Long Chen had been laughing as he said those things, everyone could hear his resentment. So you want to fight with me till the end? Marquis Ying asked lightly as he looked down at his broken teacup, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. Not really. Maybe if you increase the price again you'll win, or maybe if some people are able to tactfully display their own apologies, then my Long family will consider it and withdraw from this competition, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, fine, a tiger father truly has a tiger son. The younger generation truly does surpass the old one. I admit defeat today. Allow me to shamelessly make one last bid, 1,501,000,000, laughed Marquis Ying. Everyone was stupefied, never expecting that Long Chen would actually be able to force Marquis Ying to bow his head. Marquis Ying's admittance of defeat already said everything. Long Chen smiled slightly. It appeared he had already reached Marquis Ying's bottom line. His adding of a paltry 1 million obviously meant that if Long Chen were to make another bid, he would give up. But if he did give up, he would not hold back from taking extreme measures. Long Chen knew when to quit while he was ahead, and so he didn't increase the bid again. Today already counted as his victory. An expert on the same level as his father was pushed into defeat by him. Moreover, he had also managed to release some of his anger in this grand setting. But his actual strength still wasn't enough. He couldn't force Marquis Ying too far, otherwise, if Marquis Ying was truly angered, he would make him disappear without leaving behind a single trace. Even the Alchemist Guild wouldn't be able to investigate it, and even if they did investigate at that time, he would already be dead, so there was no point. Revenge had to be taken one step at a time. Yao Niqian had returned to her smiling self. Seeing that no one else was competing, she began to count down. Finally, Marquis Ying had his wish fulfilled and obtained the flesh bone restoration pill. Confetti suddenly started to rain down and music began to play. A dozen colorful young maidens danced gracefully. Yao Niqian gave a gracious thanks to everyone for participating. This time's Wine Pavilion's auction had finally ended. The guests slowly started to leave. Long Chen wasn't in a rush. He waited until most of the crowd had left before exiting his private room. But as soon as he walked out, he ended up running into several people. Those people were precisely Sha Changfeng, Chu Yong, and Sha Baiqi. Long Chen, don't think you can be arrogant just because of Yun Qi's support. The Empress Dowager has already decided to give the third princess to my brother. In the future, she will be brother's woman, so a lowly peasant like you should stop having any intentions about her, sneered Sha Baiqi. Oh, aren't you that woman who was sharing a bed with your master? Now that your master has left, don't you need to go attend to him? Before Long Chen even had a chance to say anything, Shouhu had already retorted. Having muddled along with Long Chen for so long, he had become much more confident. He wouldn't be able to feel at peace without causing a bit of trouble. Sha Baiqi's expression changed. Shouhu's words were a vicious slap in the face for her. Back on that day, Sha Baiqi had gone crazy and admitted to some scandalous affairs in front of many people. However, no one dared comment on it to her face. In the end, she had actually ended up fooling herself into thinking that they hadn't heard her due to how far the crowd had been. You're asking for it. Sha Baiqi had just been about to charge over when Sha Changfeng pulled her back. After all, this was the Wine Pavilion's territory, and fighting was prohibited. Long Chen, it is already set in stone that Chu Yao will be my woman. Don't have any fanciful thoughts. I am the Grand Sha's prince, while you are just a noble heir. Our statuses are far too different, said Sha Changfeng indifferently. Long Chen seemed to not even hear what he said. He knew that the reason they had come over was to provoke him. He had long since heard this news, so that provocation was unable to hurt him. Long Chen suddenly saw one of the guards behind the crown prince and said, I seem to have seen you before. That guard smiled slightly. I am the crown prince's guard, so it's normal for you to have seen me. No, I think I've seen you in a very particular place. For example, near the martial arena. Long Chen looked closely at him. That guard didn't reply, merely looking back at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly and said to Sha Changfeng, your face is turning black, a great calamity is about to befall you. Try to be careful. After saying that, he brought his friends out of the Wine Pavilion. But as soon as he left, Fu Gui ran up to him. The boss wants to see you. Chapter 63 Wine Sect. Within a luxurious guest room inside the Wine Pavilion, Long Chen was sitting with the charming Yao Niqian. He asked, you're the big boss? She laughed cutely and replied, am I not a big enough boss for you? Along with her laugh, her chest jiggled. Long Chen had no choice but to admit she was definitely big enough. But he wasn't a man who only wanted a chest. He preferred Meng Qi's tasteful aesthetic, or perhaps Chu Yao's grand well-bred poise. Why did you want me to stay behind? Long Chen asked lightly. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't affected by her charm, Yao Niqian became a bit irritated. That was truly a blow. She was exceptionally confident in her seductiveness. But just as she was about to say something, another voice rang out. Niqian, don't make trouble. Another woman walked over. She was around 20 years old. She looked to be exceptionally plain, yet she gave off a very posh feeling. HMPH, what an insensitive guy. Big sis, I'm leaving. I'll leave him to you. Yao Niqian didn't forget to give a glare to Long Chen before leaving the room. First of all, I'd like to apologize for so boldly inviting you here. This little one is Bai Ling. Greetings young master Long Chen. That woman curtsied slightly. Miss is too polite. Long Chen also chose to bow slightly. I know that young master Long Chen's time is precious, so I'll keep this short. The first reason we invited you over was to discuss the splitting of the profits. The 2 medicinal pills sold for a total of 2,001,000,000 gold coins. This is a sky-high number. Bai Long couldn't help sighing emotionally. Although they had already had a high estimation of those 2 medicinal pills' prices, they had never expected for it to draw such turmoil. And Long Chen himself had also caused several of the auction prices to rise greatly. It could be said that he had been a huge contributor to their success this time. This is your portion. Bai Ling handed him a crystal card. There were 1,000,000,000 gold coins on the card, causing Long Chen to become ecstatic. He would never have to worry about money again. Although he didn't know how the Wine Pavilion had calculated it, he didn't really care about what was now chump change to him. Thank you. The one who should be thanking the other is us. With your addition to the auction this time had the absolute greatest profit in all of history, laughed Bai Ling. Long Chen smiled, understanding that the main reason was because of him forcing Marquis Ying to pay more. No, without the pavilion's support, I also wouldn't have been able to relieve that resentment. Bai Ling was a bit startled. She laughed. I think young Master Long Chen has misunderstood a bit. We didn't support you. Grandmaster Yun Qi had told us to take care of you. Whatever you wanted to buy, no matter the price, he said he would pay for it. Grandmaster Yun Qi. Long Chen was extremely moved, never imagining that Grandmaster Yun Qi had secretly helped him. He had obviously been closely paying attention to him. This time we both benefited from helping each other. With young Master Long Chen's help, our Wine Pavilion has truly reaped an immense harvest this time. That is why to display our thanks, I will give you a gift. A book appeared in her hand. This is a list of all the treasures in our storehouse. You can take one item. Long Chen was surprised, but he naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Having helped the Wine Pavilion earn so much money, it was simply right for him to be able to get a reward. Opening the book, he saw there really were quite a few good things. Although they had just completed their yearly auction, there were still countless treasures. Long Chen didn't even bother looking through the battle skills. There were no longer any Earth Class 1s left. They only had Mortal Class 1s, and he no longer needed any on that level. Armor and weapons also didn't suit him. But suddenly, his eyes brightened. Oh, hard rot grass. That was a poisonous grass. If refined into a poison, it would possess extremely acute toxicity. The poisonous extract that could be refined from the hard rot grass could be applied to arrowheads. Such an arrow would be able to kill even second-rank magical beasts. I'll pick that. Long Chen pointed to the hard rot grass. When Bai Ling saw his selection, she couldn't help being a bit baffled. This hard rot grass does have high toxicity, but it isn't very valuable. Does young master want to think it over some more? A stalk of hard rot grass was only worth a few 100,000 gold coins. Bai Ling had been wanting him to select an extremely precious treasure. After all, Long Chen had helped their Wine Pavilion make a great deal of profit. This was their way of winning favor with him. But he only picked a medicinal grass that was worth a few 100,000 gold coins. Naturally, that was awkward for her. I'm not that interested in the other things. This hard rot grass is perfect for me to study a bit, smiled Long Chen. How about you also pick something else? Probed Bai Ling. That wouldn't be too appropriate, would it? Laughed Long Chen. It's not a problem. In the Wine Pavilion, whatever I say counts, said Bai Ling confidently. That was perfect for Long Chen. as he had actually been wondering what other bizarre things they possessed. When he had almost completely flipped through the book's contents, his heart suddenly jumped. Night Devil Skull. Although his expression didn't change, his heart was already starting to pound. This was a true treasure. Can I pick this Night Devil Skull? Asked Long Chen. Of course. Bai Ling smiled. Although the Night Devil Skull was worth over 1,000,000 gold coins, it was not worth making a fuss over. In just a short time, people brought over the hard rot grass and the Night Devil Skull. The hard rot grass was packed into a sealed foot-long bottle. Although it had been tightly sealed, an extremely acrid smell still came from it. The acrid smell seemed to want to bore through their noses and set their lungs on fire. A bright smile appeared on Long Chen's face when he saw that strand of hard rot grass. It had definitely matured properly and its toxicity was extremely high. As for the Night Devil Skull, it was as tall as a human. It looked like an extremely frightening bat's head. He reached out his hand and placed the hard rot grass and Night Devil Skull into his spatial ring before then thanking Bai Ling. Many thanks. Bai Ling smiled slightly. Young Master Long Chen is too polite. As I said, the first reason we invited you here was to thank you. The other reason was to ask young Master Long Chen if he wished to enter my Huayan sect. Huayan sect? Long Chen was startled. Correct. The Huayan Pavilion is just one of my Huayan sect's branch industries, laughed Bai Ling. Does that mean young Lady Bai is one of the sect's branch disciples? Asked Long Chen. Bai Ling nodded. Bai Ling isn't talented and is just an outer disciple of the Huayan sect in charge of the Phoenix Cry Empire's Huayan Pavilion. Long Chen was startled. So this Bai Ling was actually the branch pavilion master and an outer disciple of the Huayan sect. Actually, with young master's talent and his attainments with medicinal pills, young master will quickly be able to walk out of these uncivilized, backward lands. This is my 3rd year in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Now with young Master Long Chen's assistance, I've finally reached my target. Now when I return to the sect, I will be promoted to become an inner disciple. Anticipation appeared in her eyes. So to repay this favor, I will shamelessly give you this invitation. If you enter my Huayan sect, you will definitely have the best conditions to grow. Long Chen couldn't help being moved and asking, what do you mean, these uncivilized lands? Haha. Young Master must not know, but this world is so large it is out of your imagination. The Phoenix Cry Empire is just a drop of water in the ocean. This region is called uncivilized because it is far from the cultivation world. That was why I said that with your talent, you should go to a more expansive land to grow. Only then will you not be stifled, smiled Bai Ling. But when it came to explaining those more expansive lands, she didn't further say anything at all. This was the first time Long Chen had heard of the outer world. Grandmaster Yunqi had barely raised that subject with him, and even Bai Ling didn't reveal too much. Although Long Chen was curious, he didn't keep questioning her. He laughed, many thanks for your appreciation. If I ever do leave Phoenix Cry and want to see the outer world, then I will go looking for you. His words were extremely tactful, he didn't agree nor decline. Bai Ling sighed, it looks like you don't want to leave Phoenix Cry for now. But I will be returning to the sect immediately. How about this? If you do leave Phoenix Cry and don't find a suitable sect, keep my Huayan sect in mind. Here, this is my symbol. With it, you can come to the Huayan sect to find me. Receiving a jade tablet from Bai Ling, Long Chen said, then, I'll thank young miss for her help. To tell the truth, I really am interested in that vast and expansive sky that you were talking about. Unfortunately, he had too many troubles that he had to resolve. And there was no way Bai Ling could wait for him, as this was a crucial moment for her to promote from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. Although he didn't know exactly how different the two were, he could tell that it was extremely important to her since she couldn't conceal her excitement. As soon as Long Chen left, a side door opened and Yao Niqian walked in. She was confused and said, this Long Chen actually refused sister's invitation. A refusal is normal. This Long Chen is definitely not as simple as you. He is extremely shrewd, he's definitely contemplating matters that he hasn't revealed, sighed Bai Ling. What a shame. If you could have lured him, a pill cultivator with endless prospects, into our Huayan sect, then you might even be promoted to become a core disciple. How about I go try to charm him again? No harm, right? Said Yao Niqian. Just give it up. Long Chen isn't like those perverts you usually charm. You'd just be disgracing yourself. We still have to finish some preparations. Once we're all set, we'll have to return to the sect. The Wyan Pavilion will be left to another disciple sent here to gain experience, said Bai Ling. Although it was hard for her to accept this, Yao Niqian always trusted what Bai Ling said. She only quietly cursed inside. Was this Long Chen even a man? Achoo! Long Chen had just entered his room when he sneezed. HMPH, I don't know whether it is Marquis Ying or Sha Changfeng who is cursing me. Or is it that idiot woman? 1. Although he didn't know who was talking about him, that person definitely wasn't saying anything good about him. He called over Bao and repeatedly warned her not to let anyone interrupt him before tightly closing the door. It should be time to refine the starfusing pill. Chapter 64 Visiting Chu Yao. His pull furnace violently shook and terrifying energy surged within. It was as if his pill furnace was trying to seal a struggling magical beast. Seal. Long Chen shouted and tightly pushed down the furnace lid. But a medicinal pill's essence couldn't be sealed just relying on physical strength. At the same time as his hand pushed down on the lid, his powerful spiritual strength surged out and completely locked down the pill furnace. This intense struggle continued for a full 2 hours before his pill furnace gradually returned to calm. Slowly opening the lid, the originally dark room immediately lit up. A pearl-like medicinal pill was emitting a gentle light. Hee, I finally succeeded. Long Chen relaxed and wiped away his sweat. He was incredibly exhausted and almost fainted. This was the third furnace of pills he had refined. The first furnace of pills had been to refine the starfusing pill Chu Yao needed. Of his 3 refinements, the starfusing pill had been the easiest to refine. Then, he had refined the soul-devouring heart-rotting pill, a poison pill refined from the heart-rot grass. It would be one of his protective measures in the future. The last thing he had refined just now was the hardest to refine, a soul-nourishing pill. He had refined it by using the Night Devil skull he had obtained from the Wyan Pavilion. The Night Devil had a similar shape to a bat. An adult was 12 meters long and fiercely bloodthirsty. Its most terrifying aspect was its ability to use spiritual attacks. To directly attack the spirit, that was a terrifying kind of method that was practically impossible to defend against. Long Chen had used the second-rank magical beast Night Devil Skull's crystal core as the main ingredient to refine a single soul-nourishing pill. Soul-nourishing pills were exceptionally special medicinal pills. They had practically vanished from this era. Even in his Long Chen's pill god memories, there were only 3 formulas that could nourish the soul. Consuming it would benefit the spirit greatly, and at the initial stages of soul cultivation, consuming 1 soul-nourishing pill was equivalent to having a huge head start over your competition. This was a rare medicinal pill that had absolutely no side effects. This pill was extremely precious to Long Chen in particular. As an alchemist, he definitely required a powerful spiritual strength. But the first thing that popped into his head when he looked at that pearl-like soul-nourishing pill was a vision of Meng Qi's flawless face. Meng Qi was a beast tamer. That was true soul cultivator. It would be a waste for anyone else to take it. But Meng Qi was now in the Wind Spirit Pavilion. He didn't know where that was at the moment, so it would be impossible for him to send it to her. Sighing, he put away the soul-nourishing pill. If he still didn't see Meng Qi again within half a year, then he would simply consume it himself. That was because this soul-nourishing pill was not like other medicinal pills. If it wasn't consumed within half a year, the spiritual energy inside the pill would begin to fade. After putting away the medicinal pills, Long Chen could no longer support himself. Exhaustion caused him to collapse onto his bed. The next time he opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day. After washing up, he chatted with his mother, ate lunch, and left, ready to meet up with Chu Feng. He had already set up a meeting with Chu Feng for today at a tea house. By the time Long Chen arrived, Chu Feng had already been waiting for a long time. Chu Feng had a middle-aged guard beside him. When he saw Long Chen approaching, that guard was just about to say something when his vision suddenly darkened and he fainted. After knocking him unconscious, Long Chen took out some face-changing liquid and applied it to his face. In just a couple of minutes, he had changed into the guard's clothes and left with Chu Feng to the Imperial Palace. Everything was going according to plan. Chu Feng had followed Long Chen's instructions to keep a guard beside him at almost all times. This was all in order to fool people for today. Now Long Chen would no longer appear as conspicuous in other people's eyes. The two of them managed to easily enter into the inner section of the Imperial Palace. This was Long Chen's first time in the Imperial Palace. The winding palace maze completely confused him. Without his powerful spiritual strength, he would have lost his direction. "Brother Long, My big sis is under house arrest in her Jade Yao Palace. There are guards outside. They've never blocked me from entering, but whether or not I can bring you in is still unknown. Chu Feng was hesitant. Don't worry, let's try our luck. Just follow the contingencies in our plan. If it really isn't going to work, then I won't force it, nodded Long Chen. Long Chen had come to deliver Chu Yao the medicinal pill, but he also wanted to help her resolve those foreign spiritual seeds. There was only one starfusing pill, and refining its medicinal pill's energy required skill. With Long Chen by her side, even if something unexpected happened, he might still be able to remedy the situation. But another reason he had come was because he missed her. Ever since he had revealed his feelings for her at the Lantern Festival, her beautiful image had always been held within his heart. He wanted her to have more faith in him. He wanted her to know that no matter how hard her days were, she would always have Long Chen with her. He wanted her to share a part of her pain with him. He wanted her to never have to suffer helplessly again. That was why he had come. Finally, they arrived at Chu Yao's Jade Yao Palace. There were 8 guards wearing imperial robes guarding the gate. There were also dozens of other soldiers surrounding the perimeter. That truly angered Long Chen. This was the imperial palace, which was equivalent to Chu Yao's home. But it was completely surrounded by guards. How was this any different to being imprisoned? Long Chen was becoming increasingly disgusted with the royal family. The Empress Dowager has ordered that outsiders cannot enter the Jade Yao Palace. As expected, Chu Feng and Long Chen were blocked from entering. Outrageous. I'm here to see my sister, why can't I enter? Chu Feng shouted angrily. 7th Prince, I'm sorry. You can enter, but your guard cannot. That guard was not overly servile or overbearing. He is my personal guard. He's my most trusted guard, and if you won't believe me, then I'll make your head tumble to the floor. Chu Feng shouted sternly. That guard shook his head. His voice was as indifferent as ever as he replied, I'm sorry, these are the Empress Dowager's orders. No one can change them. While Chu Feng and that guard were arguing, Long Chen had already spread out his divine sense. Sensing a figure sitting and leaning against a window, he couldn't help but feel pity. Chu Yao was as beautiful as ever, however, she had become much thinner and wan. It was obvious that this constant imprisonment over these days had made her suffer. Long Chen truly wished to punch that guard who was blocking them, but he didn't dare to. This was the imperial palace, and he didn't dare to be reckless here. What matter is causing this much ruckus? Suddenly, a displeased voice came from behind. Greetings, 4th Prince. That was the 4th Prince Chu Sha. It seemed he had just happened to be passing by when he heard the commotion. Long Chen frowned slightly when he saw that it was the 4th Prince. That was because he could see Chu Sha, looking at him with a bit of surprise. Although he didn't know where he had messed up, he was now certain that Chu Sha had recognized him. What's going on? After glancing at Long Chen for a moment, Chu Sha turned to the guards. Reporting to 4th Prince, 7th Prince wanted to bring this guard into the Jade Yao Palace, but... Impudent, you audacious slave, are you doubting my little brother? You actually think he'd harm his own sister? The 4th Prince interrupted angrily all of a sudden. This little one doesn't dare. That guard jumped in fear. He hastily kneeled down. Obviously, the 4th Prince instilled much more fear in him than the 7th Prince. Let them in, ordered the 4th Prince coldly. But, that guard was still hesitant. If the Empress Dowager wants to assign blame, naturally it will fall on me. Could it be that you don't even trust me? The 4th Prince asked coldly. This little one doesn't dare. That guard fell back and no longer said anything. Enter then. The 4th Prince patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, but he was clearly looking at Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. Although he didn't know why the 4th Prince would help him, now wasn't the time to think about that. After the 7th Prince and Long Chen entered the Jade Yao Palace, the 4th Prince smiled and also left. Entering the Jade Yao Palace, the two of them went into the central courtyard. Chu Yao had been leaning against the window and looking down at the fish swimming in the pond when she turned slightly and suddenly saw them. When she saw Long Chen, first she was dazed for a moment before wild joy filled her. Her jade hand lightly covered her cherry lips, and her tears began to wildly fall. She had somehow managed to recognize Long Chen. Long Chen slowly walked up to her and apologized, sorry for being so late. Chu Yao couldn't hold back any longer. With her head in Long Chen's chest, she began to truly weep, seeming to want to cry out all her grief. During this time, she had been under constant house arrest. When she heard that the Empress Dowager had already decided to marry her off to Sha Changfeng, she had almost collapsed. If Chu Feng hadn't secretly brought Long Chen's promise to her, she might have already become hopeless and left this colorless world. Every day she would watch the sun rise and bitterly wait for Long Chen. Each day had felt longer than a year to her. That kind of suffering was something only she knew about. Long Chen enjoyed her fragrance as he gently stroked her long hair, letting her give vent to her grief. At the same time, he also swore to himself that no matter the price, he would definitely protect Chu Yao. Even if that price was his life. Sometimes, he would feel that Chu Yao was even more pitiful than himself. After all, Long Chen at least had a mother and father who loved him. But Chu Yao had lived her whole life in the loveless imperial palace. The imperial palace was a place where there was no trust or love. For a weak woman like her, it really was too painful. After feeling enough time had passed, Long Chen noticed that Chu Feng was just awkwardly standing in his original location, not knowing whether he should stay or leave. Cough. Long Chen lightly coughed, and Chu Yao broke out of her daze and hastily escaped from Long Chen's embrace. Her entire face was red, and she couldn't even bring herself to look at either of them. How about I go for now? Chu Feng asked probingly. No need, just help to keep watch for me. I have some secret matters I have to do with your sister. Long Chen waved his hand. But as soon as he saw Chu Feng's shocked expression, he knew that the kid had misunderstood and hastily added, "It's not what you think." He didn't explain further. Not explaining was better, as the explanation was even more explicit. Chu Yao's pretty face was completely red, and she was too embarrassed to even show her face. Long Chen straightforwardly pulled Chu Yao upstairs, leaving behind a stupefied Chu Feng who just stood there alone and in a daze. Chapter 65 Starfusing Pills Qi. The Jade Yao Palace was Chu Yao's personal princess palace. It was large with 3 floors, the 3rd floor being her personal chambers. Long Chen had never once gone into a woman's chambers before. What surprised Long Chen was that Chu Yao's room didn't have any majestic or grand decorations. Instead, everything was very simple and plain. Isn't it strange? Chu Yao pulled Long Chen in and quietly said, "I've always imagined that if only I had been born into a normal family, I would be free. I might not be able to have the luxury or a high status, but at least I would have my freedom." Long Chen smiled. That's just because of your viewpoint. To be born into poverty is to have to struggle every day. In this world, if you want to be free, then you have to have a matching power. Chu Yao nodded and led Long Chen into her room. Long Chen was startled to see that her bed was covered with drawings of himself. Those drawings weren't made by a master painter. Instead, they were remarkably lifelike, without the embellishment of the drawings of him on the market. "You drew these?" Long Chen asked in surprise. Her face reddened a bit and she nodded. "Ever since the Lantern Festival, drawing images of you is the only way I can pass the time. Otherwise, the days are even more unbearable." Long Chen felt a sudden burst of emotion for her. Looking at how much thinner and wan she was, he felt his heart ache. Chu Yao, wrapping his arms around her tender waist, he pulled her into a tight kiss. Chu Yao immediately felt the sky and earth spinning around her. Long Chen's masculine scent filled her nose, and it was like sparks were running throughout her body. Tightly hugging onto Long Chen's back, the two of them lost themselves in that intoxicating feeling. "Long Chen, Yao wants to be your woman." Her breathing was shallow and her beautiful eyes were blurry as she looked at Long Chen. The intense feelings she had for him were enough to melt the steel. With a beauty in his arms, Long Chen felt as if his whole body was about to ignite. Even his breathing was becoming hurried. With her encouraging him, Long Chen's most primal desires ignited and his hands slowly started roving up from her waist. "Long Chen, I want to be your woman. Even if I die, Yao will be content." Her entire body turned soft as she quietly whispered. Chu Yao's voice was soft, but to Long Chen, the words were like thunder. His originally aroused desire was immediately extinguished like icy water had been thrown over him. When Chu Yao sensed Long Chen's body suddenly stiffen, she slowly opened her eyes and saw that his expression was a bit unnatural. "What's wrong?" He took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. After gently planting a kiss on her forehead, he said, "Yao do you not have faith in me?" From her tone and what she said, Long Chen had understood her inner thoughts. She was planning on ending her life after giving herself to him. And also for some unknown reason, Long Chen had a sudden premonition that if he did go through with that, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although such a premonition was extremely abstruse, Long Chen had always had a keen intuition ever since merging with a pill god's soul. His gut had never misled him. Chu Yao looked at Long Chen and suddenly started sobbing into his chest. I love you, Long Chen. I would rather die than marry someone else. Long Chen gently stroked her back. As expected, his intuition had been correct. After patting her, he said, Yao did you forget the promise we made to each other at the Lantern Festival? The dragon swims across the 4 oceans, the phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands, she softly recited. But as soon as she finished, her tears truly began to fall. Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and phoenix will both live to old age. Long Chen also heavily recited what he had said in return. That was his first promise to Chu Yao. Chu Yao's jade hands tenderly stroked Long Chen's cheeks. She was choked with emotion as she sobbed. But, can we really live to old age? We definitely will. Believe in me. Okay, I'll trust in my future husband. Chu Yao smiled, appearing like a dew-dropped flower with her tears on her beautiful face. Yao you really are beautiful, blurted out Long Chen. As long as you like how I look, then I'll let you see me every day. This time Chu Yao wasn't shy anymore. Haha, good, we'll have many more days for that. But today I came mostly to bring you this. Long Chen took out the starfusing pill, immediately causing the light in the room to turn gentle. Although it was the middle of the day, that was not able to conceal the light coming from the pill. Here, consume it, I'll protect you. Although she didn't know what it was, due to her trust in Long Chen, Chu Yao obediently swallowed that starfusing pill. With Chu Yao sitting lotus style on the bed, Long Chen placed his hand on the middle of her back, using his spiritual strength to keep a close eye on the state of her body. That starfusing pill was something Long Chen had used his full effort to refine. It was the best pill he had refined up to this point, and it could already count as a peak existence amongst second-tier medicinal pills in Phoenix Cry. In just several breaths' time, the medicinal pill dissolved and spread quickly throughout her body. Don't bother with it, let the energy flow as it wishes. The starfusing pill spread throughout and filled every single path of Chu Yao's meridians. Some of her meridians, which hadn't been opened up yet, were slowly forced open by its energy. But such a feeling was not a pleasant one. It felt as if millions of ants were crawling throughout her meridians, causing her to feel an irritating itch. Chu Yao knew that this was something Long Chen had refined for her, so she did her absolute best to hold back any pain sounds, not wanting to worry him. This kind of suffering was something Long Chen was extremely familiar with. Back when he had first absorbed heaven and earth's spiritual energy into his body to open his meridians, he had felt such an intense pain that he would never be able to forget it in this lifetime. Although Chu Yao was much better off than he had been at that time, one was pain while the other was itchiness. The degree of difficulty in bearing with it was essentially equal. It took a full 2 hours for the starfusing pill's medicinal energy to completely merge into Chu Yao's meridians. Now draw the medicinal energy into your dantian. You have to pull that energy from the farthest parts first, just like how rivers flow into the ocean. Chu Yao nodded and slowly began to circulate her spiritual qi. She began to collect the medicinal energy from her meridians into her dantian. What surprised Long Chen was Chu Yao's control of her spiritual qi, which was extremely precise, to the point where she could control the slightest detail. Chu Yao was definitely a martial genius. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Just by using her familiarity with her spiritual qi, she was already able to reach such a high level of control. If those 9 foreign spiritual qis weren't blocking her dantian and causing her spiritual qi to be too chaotic and weak, the result from their fight on Sunset Mountain would probably have been reversed. Good, now increase the speed. The faster, the better. Channel your energy, directed Long Chen quietly. With the pulling of the medicinal energy in her body, Chu Yao gradually caused the small streams of energy to become large rivers, the energy becoming greater and greater. Following Long Chen's directions, she increased her speed and now her meridians were pushed to their max, sending the energy to her dantian wildly like surging waves. Chu Yao's dantian shook and the 9 foreign spiritual energy seeds locking it were immediately pushed to the breaking point by those huge waves. No, you're still lacking some energy. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. His spiritual strength rushed out, aiding Chu Yao in pulling the starfusing pill's energy to her dantian. Those waves now became a flood. If it had been just the medicinal energy, then it would count as a flood, but then adding in Long Chen's spiritual strength, that flood became a huge torrent. Those 9 foreign spiritual qis that had been nourished by Chu Yao for so many years were immediately crushed into pieces and merged into her dantian. Following the breaking of those 9 spiritual seeds, Chu Yao's dantian immediately became filled with endless energy. It caused Chu Yao, who was originally at the 9th heaven stage of qi condensation, to immediately break through to the blood condensation realm. 1st heaven stage of blood condensation. 2nd heaven stage. 3rd heaven stage. Her cultivation base rapidly advanced at a shocking pace. Those 9 spiritual seeds had been nourished for so many years. Now that they were crushed, the amount of energy they released was absolutely astonishing. It could also be seen just how terrifying Chu Yao's talent was. Despite not spending much time on cultivating, just the accumulated energy she had gained passively was enough to even scare Long Chen. 5th heaven stage, 6th heaven stage. Now Long Chen was truly stupefied. Chu Yao's talent was so great that Huang Chong would have been nothing in front of her. 8th heaven stage. Long Chen's expression changed. He realized that under Chu Yao's rapid advances in her cultivation base, it seemed she was going to break out of the blood condensation realm to reach a higher level. As he predicted, Chu Yao's cultivation base advanced to the 9th heaven stage, and there was still an enormous amount of energy remaining. Long Chen shouted and immediately activated his Feng Fu star. He poured extremely pure spiritual qi into Chu Yao's body and tightly sealed her dantian. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In order to avoid hurting Chu Yao, that spiritual qi he had poured into her body was not capable of defending itself from that wild, out-of-control spiritual qi in her body, causing him to suffer a loss. Long Chen. Chu Yao let out an alarmed cry. At this point, she had already lost control of her own cultivation base. Not a problem, just calm yourself. I'll help you control your dantian's energy. You absolutely can't break through again, otherwise, your foundation will be practically ruined. Long Chen explained while suppressing her dantian. Chu Yao hastily stabilized her state of mind. Working with Long Chen, they tried to control the energy in her dantian that seemed almost endless. Luckily, Chu Yao's control of that energy was extremely great. Knowing that this was a crucial moment, she focused completely on controlling her dantian. 2 hours later, her dantian finally stabilized. Chu Yao collapsed onto her bed. The amount of mental energy she had used up just now had been too great. Long Chen wasn't much better off than her. Without his powerful spiritual strength, he would have already fainted. The feeling of having to take hits without hitting back truly was a bit irritating. He covered Chu Yao with her blanket and left a piece of paper behind that told her to properly rest and to let him handle everything else. Chu Feng had been waiting for 6 hours. Only now did he see an exhausted Long Chen walk down, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Long Chen didn't even have the strength to explain. Let's go, I'm tired. But after the two of them exited Jade Yao Palace, they hadn't walked far before they were stopped by someone. The fourth prince wishes to see you. Chapter 66 Treacherous Intentions. The fourth prince poured a cup of tea for Long Chen. He smiled lightly. Brother Long truly is a dragon amongst men. No matter what, such boldness truly is worth admiring. Fourth prince flatters me, but this little brother still doesn't know just how you recognized me, replied Long Chen. He really did want to know just what he had forgotten about. He was confident that his appearance-changing technique did not have the slightest flaw. Even a wise man who thinks it over 1,000 times will forget at least one thing. To be honest, I didn't actually recognize you at first, and it was only when I saw that ring on your hand that I managed to figure out something was strange. Then, adding on your gaze, I realized it was you. The fourth prince pointed to Long Chen's hand. Only then did Long Chen suddenly realize that he was wearing his spatial ring on his finger. That ring had a design that was specific to the Alchemist Guild. He had actually forgotten such a large detail. The fourth prince truly is someone observant to the smallest detail. It really is worthy of admiration. But what I really want to know is, why did you help me? Asked Long Chen. Haha, you might not believe me even if I tell you. The truth is, I dislike Sha Changfeng intensely. No matter what, Chu Yao is still my sister. Although familial affection is a luxury that can't be afforded in the Imperial Palace, I still have some in my heart. I do not have the heart to force Chu Yao to marry someone she doesn't like. But you also know that the Imperial Palace is simply like that. All that matters is if it will benefit the Empire. No one cares about your emotions. That is simply the helpless truth of living in the Imperial Palace. I've tried to persuade the Empress Dowager many times in hopes of changing her mind, but none of it had any effect. In the end, I actually ended up infuriating her and being kicked out of her Empress Dowager Hall. From the fact that Brother Long come to visit Chu Yao today, I can tell that you have truly sincere feelings for Chu Yao. But my ability is limited, and I can only help you this much, sighed the fourth prince. Fourth prince is too polite. Long Chen will remember this matter. It seemed he would have to owe a favor to the fourth prince for today. As for the matter of your Long family losing its stipend, I once tried investigating. But I was shut down before I could get to the bottom of it. So, I'm also powerless when it comes to your Long family. Long Chen frowned and asked, can fourth prince tell me what he discovered? Ah well, it was something that happened in the imperial palace, so it's extremely muddied. My brothers and I also fight and scheme against each other. I really am powerless when it comes to it. The fourth prince shook his head. Long Chen's eyes brightened ever so slightly. Although the fourth prince didn't give him a direct response, the fact that he had purposely mentioned his brothers was definitely somewhat interesting. There were a total of 7 princes. Other than the fourth prince, there were 6 left. Of those remaining 6, the 7th prince could also be excluded. Then, that left the crown, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th princes. Long Chen had observed each of them carefully at the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. Other than the crown prince, none of the others seemed to be shrewd enough. Then, the most suspicious one would have to be the crown prince. Moreover, Long Chen had recognized the assassin who had killed Li Hao as one of his henchmen. All the evidence pointed to him. Many thanks. Long Chen cupped his hands. Haha, I didn't say anything. I can't accept your thanks, laughed the fourth prince. He then sighed, sometimes I truly envy you noble heirs. You can be free and unconstrained, not like us who do not have freedom. I even have to suck up to people I plainly dislike. Speaking of which, Sha Changfeng is returning to the Grand Sha in 10 days to prepare for his wedding with Chu Yao. Although I truly wish to punch him in the face, I can only give him a smile. That's the sorrow of living in the imperial palace. He's leaving in just 10 days. Long Chen didn't bat an eye, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. The fourth prince seemed to not notice any change in Long Chen's expression. Sipping some tea, he replied, yes, he's taking the southern pass, a shortcut to the Grand Sha. A prince's wedding naturally requires many preparations. Long Chen nodded and kept that information in mind. At the same time, an outrageous idea popped into his head. If he could pull off that plan, this matter with Chu Yao would be easily resolved. The fourth prince chatted for a bit longer with Long Chen before politely seeing him off. When he once more returned to his room, a woman appeared. That woman seemed to be in her 30s. She was tall and veiled in extravagance, giving off a cold sensation that she could not be offended. What you're doing right now is extremely dangerous, she said. The fourth prince smiled slightly and sipped some tea. Danger means risk, and risk means there's a chance of a high payout. I feel that it's worth it. If Long Chen loses, then he will just be another corpse, meaningless to us. But if he succeeds, then the plan will advance a couple of steps. Mom, don't worry about it. That woman was precisely Phoenix Cry's queen mother of the Western Palace. She shook her head and said, I hope you know what you're doing. I had a mission in being married off to here. You and I have to remember that. HMPH, you were originally a princess from the Grand Sha, but you came here to Phoenix Cry for your own goals. As for me, was I born to be just a chess piece? They plan on seizing Phoenix Cry's lands, making Sha Changfeng the ruler of this empire. Then, he'll monopolize all the rich lands. When the time comes for credit, it'll all be theirs. As for us mother and son, are we destined to become their tools? Why? The fourth prince suddenly let out all his anger into a loud bellow. The current him was just like a beast that had been provoked, capable of devouring anyone at any moment. Sha I know you're mad inside. With your talent, you wouldn't lose out to anyone. But this is fate. Fate is dictated by man. I will control my own fate. I will not be a puppet. I will become the emperor. That's impossible. Don't worry about it, I've already made all my plans. Right, how is the Empress Dowager? Asked the fourth prince. She's under my soul assimilation art. I can basically completely control her. But as a precaution, I always add a bit more control, she replied indifferently. Okay, good, now we just have to wait for good news from Long Chen. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. The fourth prince smiled. Raising his cup, he drained it in a single gulp. When Long Chen returned home, he saw there were a couple of carriages by the gate. As soon as he walked past the gates, the housekeeper immediately informed him that there were guests present. Long Chen was startled, as it had been many years since someone had paid a visit to their Long family. Why were there guests now? He went straight to his mother. He could already see that she was talking with a couple of smiling guests. Seeing Long Chen come over, she hastily said, "Chen, come. Greet your two aunts." Amongst the group, two of them were old wives who were similar in age to his mother. Long Chen had no alternative but to greet them as maternal aunts. "Haha, what a good child. He's grown up in an instant. Quick, you guys, come greet your cousin." One of them hastily called out to the few people behind her. There were 3 men and 2 women, all around the same age as Long Chen. One of the men awkwardly said, "Cousin, it's been many years." Long Chen nodded. He still vaguely remembered this person. Back when they were little, this person had forcefully snatched his toys, causing him to cry. Although he felt that it was a bit abrupt to suddenly meet his mother's family, seeing how happy she was, Long Chen also felt it would be bad to say anything about it, so he merely forced out a few courteous sentences. As soon as that was done, Long Chen stood up and said his goodbyes. Only then did Long Chen learn from his mother that they had come to apologize to her. "Chen, I also have a bit of grudge against them for not helping us back when we first entered a crisis. However, now they came and told me the whole story. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that they didn't dare to," sighed Mrs. Long. "That crisis has already passed and you've also become a high-status alchemist. Our Long family has also risen from that. Mom has also thought about it and accepted it. Let the past stay in the past. I hope you also won't hold it against them. After all, they are your mom's family." Long Chen coldly sneered inside. They hadn't dared to help. What had they been doing when the Long family had almost gotten to the point where they hadn't been able to afford food? Even if they didn't dare help, obviously, secretly sending a bit of money to help was still something incredibly easy. The current Long Chen was now a towering figure that no one in the capital didn't know of. He had a close relationship with Grandmaster Yunqi and even dared to compete with Marquis Ying at the auction. That was enough to display how domineering he was. Long Chen had used that kind of method to tell everyone that his Long family was no longer the same Long family as before. He was not someone that could be bullied by just anyone. The fact that they had only come now to apologize was clearly just them trying to curry favor. Long Chen truly held them in contempt, but since his mother had already forgiven them, he could not argue too much about it. If his mother wanted to, then she could do whatever she wanted. Living in the secular world meant you had to endure living as how society expected you to. Seeing that Long Chen didn't have that much of a bad reaction to her family, Mrs. Long also became more at ease. After all, no matter how much of a grudge she had, they were her family. And having been alone for so many years, she also thirsted for familial love. Long Chen accompanied his mother for a while. She asked him a couple of simple questions about his current situation, and he replied with a few vague sentences. Even if he was just doing the same thing as he always did, telling her the good news but not the bad, it still let her feel a bit relieved. After that, Long Chen went into seclusion. Having been busy all this time dealing with Chu Yao's matter, he hadn't truly had time to focus on cultivation. Right now, he had an idea to make sure Sha Changfeng remained forever in the Phoenix Cry Empire, but Sha Changfeng always had many guards around him. He had to be absolutely sure to completely eliminate that bastard in just one attempt. But ever since condensing the 11th cyclone, he had become completely bewildered about how he was supposed to cultivate further. He had no idea just how to use the 9-star hegemon body art to break through to the blood condensation realm. But there was no other way for him to get stronger. He had no real Dantian without the 9-star hegemon body art, so only by further training in it could he advance. Chapter 67 Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Within the guest room was a woman in a long white skirt who was currently laughing at the stupefied Long Chen. "What, do you not recognize me after just this little time?" Long Chen had never imagined that the guest looking for him was actually this woman. He felt as if he were dreaming. That woman was precisely the maiden who had protected him from Crap Brother Shi when he had attacked him on Sunset Mountain. No, I still haven't thanked Elder Sister for your help back then," said Long Chen hastily. "Don't call me Elder Sister, it sounds weird. I'm Sister Meng Qi's junior apprentice sister. My name is Lu Fang, so you can call me Sister Fang," she laughed. "Haha, then little brother Long Chen greets Sister Fang," laughed Long Chen. He had a kind of friendly feeling towards this Lu Fang'er. Seeing her made him feel that the distance between and Mengqi was no longer as distant as before. He also had a way to pass on the soul-nourishing pill. Haha, your mouth really is skillful. No wonder you've become the idol in the hearts of all the Phoenix Cry Empire's maidens. Lu Fang'er held out a drawing of him and laughed. Looking at that drawing, Long Chen immediately felt embarrassed. That was the cover of the comic depiction of his battle with Huang Chong, the Phoenix Cry Divine Battle. Cough, that was just a joke some merchants made. You confessed your emotions to a princess and then used your strength to defeat a powerful opponent. That was a joke. Lu Fang'er teased. Long Chen immediately felt his heart drop. If that matter was heard by Mengqi then. Long Chen, this isn't acceptable. My big sis is a fairy in human form. For her to have a favorable impression of you, do you not know how to treasure that? Lu Fang'er was dissatisfied. Since we know each other a bit, I'll give you some advice. Immediately break things off with that princess and I won't have to tell my big sis about it. His expression immediately changed when he heard this. Thinking about the warmth and tenderness Chu Yao currently felt for him, he shook his head and sighed, sorry, I can't do that. As he said that he felt as if needles were stabbing into his heart. That decision was extremely difficult to make. Mengqi's beauty and kindness had been deeply imprinted into his heart. She had given him his first taste of love. As for Chu Yao, she would sacrifice her everything for him. Asking him to leave Chu Yao at this time was absolutely impossible for him. How can you be so stubborn? You aren't even satisfied with just my big sis, you actually have to play around with the women here too. If you choose her, then don't ever think about seeing my sister again, warned Lu Fang'er angrily. Long Chen took a deep breath. In the face of his complicated feelings, he was completely helpless. He refused to give on either of them. But now he had to choose which one. Seeing that Long Chen remained silent, Lu Fang'er continued, are you really going to give on my sister for some princess? I'm not giving up. I cannot give up on either one. Long Chen shook his head. Ha, your face really is thick. You actually want to monopolize two beauties for yourself. The angry Lu Fang'er actually laughed when she saw Long Chen act so confidently and shameless. Long Chen was startled at that. He didn't quite understand just what Lu Fang'er was saying. Ah, whatever. This is how a true man should act. If you really did give up that pitiful princess just to appease me, then you really would have had to say goodbye forever to my sister, laughed Lu Fang'er. How could a man who is fickle in love possibly enter my sister's eyes? That was just a small test just now. I suppose you've just managed to pass. A bead of sweat silently rolled off Long Chen's forehead. A feeling of exhaustion rolled over him. He would rather have a huge battle with someone than endure such a test again. However, you're also celebrating too early. That test was just one I did from a personal point of view. As for my big sister, whether she will let you have another beauty along with her is something only she knows, Lu Fang'er laughingly warned him when she saw him relax. His nerves, which had only just relaxed, immediately tightened again. Lu Fang'er continued, but from what I understand about my sister, you should have the greatest chance out of all men. And with me helping you, your chances should increase even more. Then, I'll thank Sister Fang'er for the help, said Long Chen hastily. Haha, I won't disturb you anymore. I had business to do in coming here. After flying for 7 days and nights, I'm already completely exhausted. Plus, you don't even pour me a cup of tea, sighed Lu Fang'er discontentedly. Oh, I'll immediately pour some tea for Sister Fang'er. Long Chen quickly and carefully poured a cup of tea for her. There was no way around it. He definitely had to give her a good impression for the sake of Mengqi. Lu Fang'er took the teacup with a somewhat strange expression. Does your Long family normally like to use cold water for tea? Only then did Long Chen realize that the pot was already completely cold. But he thickened his face and said, this is cold tea that's supposed to be drunk cold. Sister Fang'er can try it. It'd be strange if anyone believed you, scolded Fang'er. If Sister Fang'er doesn't want to drink cold tea, then I'll immediately steep some hot tea for you. Ah, forget about it. As long as you have the right heart, then it's fine. Coming and going like this is actually quite annoying, but if I didn't, then I'd feel too sorry for you. For a moment, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Fang'er truly was mischievous. But she still gave off a very innocent and lively feeling. She said whatever she wanted to. It really was easy for people to feel friendly to her. The Wind Spirit Pavilion was many thousands of miles away from this place. Even if she was riding a magical beast, traveling for 7 full days and nights was still extremely exhausting. So he could understand her teasing of him. Next, I'll tell you some good news. My sister gave me a gift for you. Lu Fang'er pointed to a small trunk to the side. Only then did Long Chen realize there was a 2 feet tall rectangular trunk. When the trunk was gently opened, Long Chen was astonished to see that there was a small furred creature inside. It was a small wolf cub only the size of a palm. Its body was completely snow white. Only a small section of fur at the middle of its forehead was a fiery red color. It was extremely adorable. This small cub had yet to even open its eyes after being born. It was blindly searching around, appearing to look for food. Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Long Chen was extremely startled. This was the cub of a magical beast that he had read about before. The Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Its body was completely snow white with only a small lock of fur that was a blazing red color. It was extremely easy to recognize. But most Scarlet Flame Snow Wolves weren't of a completely pure bloodline. Their fur would be of a duller color and would even have some spots sometimes. But this Snow Wolf cub didn't have a single spot. That meant it was an extremely pure-blooded Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Such a Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf that was completely pure would grow to become an Overlord 3rd-rank magical beast when matured, and it could even contend against 4th-rank magical beasts. That was an existence that surpassed the Tendon transformation realm. Correct, this is a pure-blooded Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf that has just been born. It was given to my sister as a gift from her master, but she instead wanted me to fly through the night to give it to you. Lu Fang'er looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. His heart shook. Not only had Meng Qi not forgotten about him, but she actually worried about him. Such pure feelings from a beauty caused Long Chen to feel an urge to tear up. Originally, sister wanted it to be a weak housepet for you, but she definitely never thought that you'd have already become a pill adept. Your spiritual strength isn't low, so I can impart a couple of techniques to control beasts to you. Then, this Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf can become a battling housepet, said Lu Fang'er. Ordinary martial artists would always have beast tamers use their martial force or other techniques to gradually tame the magical beast, letting it become a housepet. But such a housepet wasn't perfect. After all, magical beasts had a violent and brutal aura that could not be removed. A housepet devouring their master was a common occurrence. But even so, magical beast housepets were still extremely precious. Although it was a bit dangerous, once it was properly trained and if it was used properly, a magical beast was definitely an extremely terrifying addition to your combat strength. What was special about a battle housepet was that it could be controlled much better. However, to have such control over a magical beast required an extremely strong spiritual strength. Ordinary people were absolutely incapable of that. Using spiritual strength to connect and communicate with the magical beast, both beast and human could work together. Not only was the power of a battle housepet much greater, but the chance of it betraying its master was also much lower. However, it also required having your spiritual strength connected to the magical beast for a long time, which was also exhausting. Meng Qi didn't know about Long Chen's current strength. She had sent the cub in hopes that the Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf would follow Long Chen as it grew up and be an extra life-preserving measure in the future. But the current Long Chen was already a pill adept. Lu Fang'er directly imparted a few techniques for controlling magical beasts to him. What surprised Lu Fang'er was that Long Chen was able to comprehend the techniques with just a quick explanation. He would then ask a couple of questions that went right to the core of how the technique functioned. But there was a limit to how much Lu Fang'er could pass on to Long Chen. She could only teach him the common beast controlling techniques that circulated in the public. As for the core techniques of her sect, she didn't dare pass them on without permission. Long Chen's intelligence had completely won over Lu Fang'er. She realized Long Chen was definitely a monster. He remembered every word and comprehended everything almost immediately. He even asked her questions about ideas that she hadn't ever thought of. She stayed for half a day at the Long estate. After Lu Fang'er saw that Long Chen had completely comprehended all the techniques she passed on to him, she directly left. But before she left, Long Chen gave her the precious soul-nourishing pill to give to Meng Qi. Once she left, Long Chen looked down at the little cub he was holding to his chest and couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth. The existence of this Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was proof that he was present within Meng Qi's heart. Long Chen couldn't help but feel extremely grand knowing that Meng Qi cared about him. He hoped to resolve everything in the capital as soon as possible so that he could step out of these uncivilized lands and enter that vaster sky. That was because he knew there was an unmatched beauty waiting for him. Thinking of Meng Qi, Long Chen felt his blood burn hotter. He had to quickly rise. Wah! Suddenly, the small cub in his arms let out a loud cry and started waddling all over his body. Looking at that little fellow, Long Chen smiled. But at that moment, he suddenly felt an extremely indistinct killing intent. Chapter 68 News of his father. There was someone spying on him, that was his first reaction. However, even after spreading out his divine sense throughout the entire Long estate, he was unable to find anyone suspicious. But that feeling had definitely not been a mistake. With his perceptive spirit, he had definitely sensed that extremely indistinct killing intent. Long Chen was fully confident in his intuition. If there was no one suspicious in the Long household, then that meant the enemy was watching from further away. Seeing that the sky was already darkening, Long Chen muttered to himself and placed the puppy-like scarlet flame snow wolf back into its trunk. That trunk was something Lu Fang'er had brought over. Inside was a nourishing fluid that was enough for the cub to consume so that it wouldn't die. Setting up a proper place for the little cub, he then changed and left his estate. As expected, his intuition had been correct. As soon as he went past the gates, he sensed that he was being watched by people. A cold smile appeared on his face as he continued walking. He knew those people were preparing to kill him. If he had guessed correctly, they should have been waiting for nightfall to sneak into the Long estate and assassinate him. He preferred not to fight in his home, so he left. And as he had expected, after he walked a dozen miles away and entered a remote region with no one else present, a sharp whistling arrow was shot straight for his back. By the time he reacted and went on guard, it was already too late. He was shot through, groaning as he tumbled to the ground. Over 10 figures surrounded Long Chen. Those people were all wearing veiled masks. Raising their swords, they completely cut off any retreat paths. HMPH, what Phoenix Cry number 1 junior generation, he's just an idiot. He was handled so easily, sneered one of the masked men coldly. As soon as he finished his sentence, an arrow firmly shot him right through the stomach. His eyes widened and he didn't even dare look down at his stomach as he felt his life quickly fading. He tumbled to the ground. Even as he died, he had no idea just who it was that had killed him. Careful, the others all immediately retreated, looking in shock at Long Chen. They noticed that the arrow on his back had disappeared. More importantly, Long Chen seemed absolutely fine. He got up from the ground and indifferently patted the dust off his clothes. Long Chen had long since been on guard, so how could it possibly have been so easy to ambush him? The very instant that arrow had been about to hit him, it had already been caught by him in midair. But he had faked being hit and tumbled to the ground powerlessly. Everything had been an act he had put on extremely convincingly. The reason he did this was to find out what this group had come for. The arrowhead didn't have any poison on it, and the twang of the bowstring had been too loud. Professional assassins definitely wouldn't randomly walk up to an enemy who wasn't confirmed to be dead. Together, following one of their shouts, the masked men suddenly released their auras. Blood chi soared to the sky, every single one of them was a blood condensation expert. With a metallic ring, a sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. That was the weapon of the one he had killed. He used it now to block one of their attacks. The person whose attack he blocked felt his hand turn numb. The power behind Long Chen's sword was shockingly great. The sword in his hand was blown away, and he was knocked onto his back. A cold light flashed over that person's body, and he was split into two. A rain of blood descended for a moment. Now that Long Chen had condensed 11 cyclones that had reached a terrifying size, even a random blow from him was practically unstoppable. After easily killing a blood condensation expert with a wave of his sword, the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The cyclones in his body almost seemed to have been provoked, and without any urging from Long Chen, they started to circulate faster and faster. In just the blink of an eye, 2 members of their group had died. Both shock and rage filled them. They bellowed angrily and charged all at the same time, each of them stabbing towards one of Long Chen's vital points. Long Chen coldly snorted. Spiritual chi surged rapidly into his arms. Using just that one sword, Long Chen fended off the attacks of over 10 people. With a crisp bang, chi waves surged out with shockingly terrifying fluctuations. With the combined force of over 10 people, they forced Long Chen back several steps. He wasn't injured at all, however, his sword was unable to take such terrifying strength and shattered, leaving only the hilt. They were all greatly shocked that Long Chen was able to fend off their combined attack alone. 3 of them were even at the mid-blood condensation realm. Good, again, one of them ordered. Although his voice was suppressed to be quiet, there was something indescribably strange about that voice. They didn't need this reminder since they all knew that this was the best moment. They all charged at the unarmed Long Chen. Looking at those masked black-robed attackers, a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. He lightly rubbed his ring. Golden light suddenly lit the sky up. A huge battle axe cut through the air. It was just like the full moon as it swung through a mournful arc. Blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. The terrifying strength of the battle axe dug a huge hole in the ground. 9 of them died under it. Now there were only 3 remaining. And that was because those 3 were somewhat slower. When they had seen a huge battle axe suddenly appear in his hands, they instinctively had slowed down slightly, allowing them to escape death. But while they had managed to survive, the others were not so lucky. In front of that huge battle axe, the swords in their hands were no different from toys. All of them had been crushed into pieces. That huge power had even managed to impress Long Chen. This was the domineering style of heavy weapons. Your power would multiply, allowing you to completely crush your enemies head-on. But one of the drawbacks was that Long Chen needed 2 hands to hold the battle axe. That was because the handle was too thick. At the same time, just one hand's strength was unable to draw out all of the potential power of the battle axe. Although that battle axe was extremely powerful, due to having used too much force, his arms ended up feeling extremely sore. Now it's time to send you guys to hell. He slowly raised the huge battle axe. Only then did the remaining 3 react. They immediately fled, disappearing in just a couple of blinks. Looking in the direction where those 3 were fleeing, Long Chen helplessly sighed. He sat himself down on the huge axe, seeming to not have the slightest intention of chasing after them. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase, but that he wouldn't be able to do anything to them even if he caught up. Due to underestimating the mountain-splitting battle axe's weight and power, he had misjudged how much strength to use and ended up dislocating his own shoulder. His raising of the battle axe was just to scare them off. Otherwise, if they didn't flee, then he would be the one running. Twisting his shoulder, he popped it back into its socket. Suddenly, he turned to some bushes to the side and said, having hidden for so long, "Don't you think it's time to come out and say a few things?" Those bushes remained silent. Long Chen smiled slightly, and suddenly, a red medicinal pill appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the red pill fell into the bushes. That medicinal pill burst apart when it landed in the bushes. Countless strands of red smoke immediately filled the air. The smoke spread extremely quickly, reaching hundreds of meters away. That was a poison pill. The pills refined from alchemists didn't just save lives, they also could take lives. Long Chen had kept that poison pill for a long time. Back in the heroic assembly house when he had fought against Huang Chong, he had just been about to use it when the crown prince had walked in. That was a life-preserving measure. But now that he had even better medicinal pills, that pill had lost its use. A figure quickly fled from the bushes, rushing towards the distance. "I'd advise you not to run. Otherwise, in just a few minutes, the poison will reach your heart and you'll die," said Long Chen indifferently. That figure stopped and paused for a moment. Perhaps he was considering whether Long Chen was telling the truth or not, but in the end, he decided to stay. Young master's techniques truly are worthy of praise. That person slowly walked over and bowed. He appeared to be about in his 20s. He was slightly thin and appeared weak. His face was exceptionally plain, one that would be hard to pick out amongst a crowd. "Who are you?" Reporting to young master, "This little one is Chen Fei. I was sent by your father to secretly protect his wife and son," said Chen Fei. "My father? Do you have any proof of that?" Long Chen was pleasantly surprised, but he still needed proof. That person took out something from his robes and handed it to Long Chen. "This is a keepsake. I really am ashamed. I believe that young master should definitely recognize it." Long Chen immediately turned a bit sour when he saw that thing. It was a bamboo sword, the first gift his father had ever given to him as a child. At that time, he had only been 2 years old. He had been so excited back then that he had wildly brandished it as if he were a great expert. Back then, his father had accompanied him like that every day. He would occasionally give him encouragement as he wildly swung his bamboo sword, and his mother would laugh secretly to the side. Those were the soft and warm days of their 3-person family. Those days felt like they were just yesterday. He seemed to be able to see his father's strict but pampering expression. But a child was a child. A toy was something that didn't remain novel for long. He later became enraptured by real swords and blades. That bamboo sword was lost somewhere he had never bothered with. Looking at the bamboo sword now, he saw there was a bright shine to it. That was obviously something that could only be left behind by stroking it thousands of times. Master really did wish to see his son and wife over these years, but he was absolutely unable to reunite with his family. However, if he learned that his son had reached such a level, he would definitely feel extremely gratified, said Chen Fei. Long Chen carefully put away the bamboo sword. This news of his father caused him to be even more excited than if he broke through his current realm. It had been so many years, but his father had never even once sent a letter back. Sometimes, he actually wondered if his father no longer wanted his wife and child. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have a bit of a grudge inside him. Hearing Chen Fei's words today, that sore point in his heart was finally released. At the same time, he was also a bit ashamed. In terms of trusting his father, he was far from equal to his mother. Come back to the estate. I have some things I want to talk about with you, said Long Chen. He had now understood many things. Although he didn't know the whole picture, he felt that he was now capable of changing his own fate. Young master, you believe me just like this? Chen Fei was surprised. Of course, I believe you. That's because if you had lied just now, the current you would already be a corpse. Chapter 69 The Secret Troubles of Long Tianxiao. Of course, I believe you. That's because if you have lied just now, the current you would already become a corpse. Long Chen's light words were filled with self-confidence. Chen Fei was greatly alarmed. But examining his body, he didn't notice any changes. That pill that I threw out is called the soul-burning pill. Even if you completely stopped your breath just now, it would be pointless. That poisonous gas directly erodes your pores and enters your bloodstream. If you use too much strength or fight intensely, your blood will begin to flow quicker and the poison will immediately invade your soul. At that time, your death would be doubtless, explained Long Chen. Chen Fei's expression changed. He had never imagined that Long Chen's poison pill would be so terrifying. But since Long Chen already trusted him, he definitely wouldn't deceive him now. The reason why I believe you is because I am confident in my pills. If you had lied when I questioned you just now, your blood would have begun circulating faster. By then, blood would flow out of your 7 apertures. Here, eat this. Long Chen handed Chen Fei a medicinal pill. Chen Fei directly swallowed it. After taking this pill, the poison in your body will be detoxified. However, the effect is a bit slow, so you cannot undergo any intense fights for the next 3 days. Okay, let's go. Long Chen directly started walking back home. Chen Fei hastily went to keep up with him. They left behind a miserable area of blood and severed limbs. Bastard, you actually dare try to kill Long Chen behind my back. Do you think that I won't dare to kill you? Within a secret room, a white-robed man was angrily cursing at Sha Changfeng. A murderous aura came from him. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent seemed to take a solid form and locked Sha Changfeng in place. Sha Changfeng felt as if a cold blade was pressed against his neck. As long as the white-robed man wished it, his life would be over in an instant. Brother Luo, listen to me. This wasn't done by me. My sister ordered my subordinates. I knew nothing about it. Sha Changfeng was completely terrified as he tried to explain the situation. Sweat had completely drenched his robes, as that killing intent was just too terrifying. Even he, a blood condensation expert, was unable to block it. He felt as if he were a tiny ant that was completely unable to resist. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you really think your guards would follow the orders of your sister? Without your go-ahead, you obviously wanted to remove that thorn Long Chen before you left. It's lucky that Long Chen didn't die, otherwise, this matter would have truly blown up. Even if you had 10 lives, you wouldn't be able to block the anger from those higher-ups, shouted the white-robed man coldly. Sha Changfeng lowered his head and didn't dare say anything. It was true that the assassination attempt of Long Chen had been arranged by Sha Baiqi, but the white-robed man was entirely correct. He had lent his personal guards to her. He had hoped that once Long Chen was dead, he could push the blame onto Sha Baiqi. With her pill adept status, she should be fine. Having already borrowed so much money from Sha Baiqi at the auction, he had been forced by her to provide help. However, He hadn't expected that a group of blood condensation experts would fail and only have 3 of their members return. But before he could even clearly ask about what had happened, that white-robed man had already arrived. Sha Changfeng, this is your last warning. Your job is minor. If the bigger plots go wrong, even your entire Grand Sha is unable to handle the punishment, let alone you. Go back and tell your stupid sister that if she dares to take such a rash course once more, I will personally twist off her head. That old pervert Wei Kang never once truly placed her in his eyes, snorted the white-robed man coldly. Yes, Changfeng will definitely properly instruct his sister. I definitely won't cause any more trouble. Sha Changfeng nodded his head over and over. Long Tianxiao has already stated that if anything unexpected happens to his wife or son, he will give up his border post and kill his way into the capital. That is the situation we want to avoid the most, do you understand? The white-robed man coldly continued, we've been constantly testing his bottom line, but Long Tianxiao refuses to give us any reaction. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't care about his wife and son. He is someone who either doesn't take action or strikes like lightning. That is him warning you guys, but you idiots weren't even able to understand that. Brother Luo, I still don't understand. With Brother Luo's skill, why don't you go and directly kill Long Tianxiao? Asked Sha Changfeng. Idiot, if I really could just take action in the open, do you think I'd still need you guys? Furthermore, Long Tianxiao is also a tendon transformation expert. How is he so easy to kill? If I don't succeed in one blow and news of it spreads, who is going to take responsibility for that? Cursed the white-robed man. Sha Changfeng immediately felt awkward, but he didn't dare retort. He just endured it obediently. But his hatred towards Long Chen only continued to grow. Sha Baiqi's actions were actually something he had also wanted. But since Long Chen hadn't died, the anger inside him could only continue to be stifled. He really had never imagined that over 10 blood condensation experts working together would still be unable to kill him. Moreover, his losses were actually so great. When Sha Changfeng returned to his room, that white-robed man sighed. It had been troublesome for him to get such an easy mission, but perhaps it wouldn't be as easy as he had thought. He had been so enraged just now that he had almost slaughtered Sha Changfeng. But he couldn't actually do that. The plan had been in motion for many years. In fact, he had originally come here to reap the final profits that someone else had worked for. However, the result was that he felt as if everyone around him was completely stupid, infuriating him. He had a stomach full of anger that he had nowhere to let out. He didn't dare show himself publicly, so he needed to work together with the Grand Shah. A cold smile appeared on his face. If you really ruin my plans, then all of you can just die here. It was already late into the night by the time Long Chen returned home. Once he was in his room, he carefully looked over Chen Fei. He was surprised to find that his aura was extremely veiled. Even with Chen Fei right in front of him, it was still difficult to sense his existence. I train in a special cultivation technique that increases my ability to hide my aura. Young master doesn't need to think it's strange. Although he was modest, inside he was still a bit conceited. He had absolute confidence in his aura concealing techniques. Long Chen nodded. Chen Fei was truly quite good at that, as he hadn't noticed the slightest trace of him until that time. Today, when his sword had been shattered, and it seemed as if he might be in danger, Chen Fei had ended up giving off some of his aura. Otherwise, he still wouldn't have noticed him. At that time, he had clearly been about to intervene. Also, Long Chen hadn't sensed any hostility at that time, so he knew Chen Fei was trying to save him. That was why Long Chen had originally guessed that Chen Fei didn't have any evil intentions against him. But to be safe, he had still decided to use the poison pill. The current Long family was in an extremely unstable position. At any moment, it might capsize. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and he refused to gamble the lives of his Long household's people. How are things where my father is? Taking a deep breath, Long Chen go to the point. He was extremely curious about what was going on with his father. So much time had passed that even his memories of his father had become indistinct. But his father's love from his childhood still remained deeply buried in his heart. Your father is safe and sound. However, in the most recent years, the battles with the barbarian tribes have become increasingly intense. Not to mention the lack of reinforcements from the capital, his original army of 50,000 troops has shrunk to only 20,000. Luckily, the surrounding commoners care about your father's benevolence, sending him women and sons to supplement his army as well as army provisions. If it weren't for them, we'd have long since been unable to persevere. Anger could be heard within his voice. The capital's attitude towards Long Tianxiao truly was a bitter disappointment. If it weren't for them seeing the many commoners' ardent gazes, they would have already left. The barbarian tribes were actually many separate tribes. They were simply grouped together as barbarian tribes as a generic group term. Born in the savage wilderness, they had to use cruel methods just to survive in their harsh environment. They hunted and gathered their food, just barely managing to survive. But that harsh environment actually ended up tempering them, and most of their population was much stronger than an ordinary commoner. As they grew stronger, they naturally began to develop and spread out, claiming more and more lands. In the end, they had found the border of the Phoenix Cry Empire with its rich lands and produces. Plundering this place was much easier than hunting. The reason they were called barbarian tribes was also because they lived their lives very differently from ordinary people. Whole families would sleep together on the same bed. They also copulated without any regard to generation or sex. It definitely seemed chaotic to others. Other than their own tribe, the other tribes were just prey. Tribes would attack other tribes indiscriminately. And if they ended up capturing Phoenix Cry's commoners, the men would just be killed and stored as food, while the women would be used for sex and then killed for food. Phoenix Cry's commoners both hated and were afraid of them. The barbarian tribes ended up plundering more and more as time went on, and only once that had reached a shocking point had the empire finally reacted. Unfortunately, the barbarian tribes actually had a surprisingly large population. They traveled like the wind, disappearing one night and appearing at a whole new place. They weren't like Phoenix Cry's commoners who had set residences. It was basically impossible to find their nest, and so Phoenix Cry's troops could only stay on the defense. But once Long Tianxiao was sent to the border, he repeatedly launched sneak attacks against the barbarian tribes, causing the rivers to run red with their blood. This ended up intimidating the barbarian tribes, while the commoners near the border could all take a breath of relief and live in peace. That was how Long Tianxiao ended up becoming a military god in the eyes of the commoners. As Long Tianxiao's army fought with the barbarian tribes, the frequent raids ended up costing a great deal. Without reinforcements, the army's troops quickly dwindled. Seeing this happen, the surrounding commoners all helped and supported him to the best of their abilities. If they had extra manpower, then they sent their sons to join the army. If they had extra money, then they sent food over. Everything they could afford was sent to border suppression army. However, that kind of supply was far from enough. When the army wasn't fighting, they would always go help the commoners farm, which was also a way to increase their own supplies. So, the commoners and army men along the border were basically all one family now. Recalling their eyes that were filled with hope and expectation, Chen Fei's eyes reddened slightly. Even if they had to die, they definitely wouldn't allow those commoners to suffer any harm. Chen Fei told all this to Long Chen, allowing him to finally understand his father's secret troubles. On one side were his wife and son, while on the other were the lives of millions of innocent commoners. If it was Long Chen instead, he would also be hard-pressed to choose. That grievance he had had against his father melted into nothing, and pride filled his heart. A brave expert who fights for an empire's people, that was a true hero. Chen Fei, return to where my father is. Long Chen thought about it but still ended up wanting him to return. Chen Fei's expression changed. I absolutely cannot. Chapter 70 Little Snow. I absolutely cannot. Chen Fei explained, just before I left to come here, your father ordered me that I absolutely, no matter what, had to stay here to protect his wife and son. Even in death. Long Chen shook his head, although you are a late blood condensation expert, you are no longer able to protect me. The fact that you didn't help me back when I was injured on the martial arena means that you are extremely apprehensive and will only act to help once I am facing death. But at that time, even if you did help, you wouldn't be able to fix anything. Am I right? Chen Fei was silent for a long while. That was because Long Chen's words were absolutely true and he couldn't refute them. Within the capital, the only person who could make you feel so apprehensive should be Marquis Ying, correct? Asked Long Chen. Chen Fei sighed and nodded. Correct. Your father warned me over and over again not to let Marquis Ying notice me, otherwise, my life would be over. I'm not afraid of death, but I am afraid of betraying your father's expectations. That's why despite you being bullied so much, I could only continue to stay my hand. I truly am sorry. Does my father have enmity with Marquis Ying? Marquis Ying's finger was severed by your father, laughed Chen Fei. No wonder Marquis Ying would target me. Father really is ferocious, but I won't fall behind. My father severed a finger, while I made him lose all his money. When did you first come to the capital? Asked Long Chen. 3 years ago. And how many experts on your level does my father have beside him? There were originally 7, but one of them died after many years of fighting, so there are only 6 now. What heaven stage have you reached? The 9th heaven stage of blood condensation. But unfortunately, I've never been able to break through the next barrier, sighed Chen Fei. He was already 37 years old. If he still wasn't able to break through by the age of 40, it would essentially be impossible for him to do so for the rest of his life. Long Chen wasn't that surprised. Although Chen Fei was extremely good at hiding his aura, blood qi had emerged from the space between his eyebrows. That was a clear sign of blood being condensed to its densest state. In other words, Chen Fei had to be at the peak of blood condensation. Unfortunately, he was unable to break through the next barrier. To break through the blood condensation realm to reach the tendon transformation realm was extremely difficult. There were thousands of blood condensation experts in Phoenix Cry, but only 3 tendon transformation experts. The 2 were separated by a huge chasm that caused everyone who stood in front of it to despair. Chen Fei, I'll refine some pills tonight. Bring them to my father. Long Chen was almost talking to himself. Young master, this. Long Chen waved his hand, cutting him off. Although your aura concealing techniques are exquisite, allowing you to hide from even Marquis Ying's senses, the entire Phoenix Cry capital is undergoing intense undercurrents. That means that the entire empire will soon be flipped. Whether you stay or not has no meaning. If my Long family truly did reach that end point where you would finally take action, do you really think you could manage to fight against that tide with just your strength? I can bring you out alive, said Chen Fei. Long Chen's face darkened. And what about my mother? Chen Fei was immediately speechless. His aura concealing techniques were powerful, but he was actually even stronger when it came to his fleeing techniques. He was confident that even if Marquis Ying was the opponent, he would still have an 80% chance of saving Long Chen. But he really was unable to reply when it came to Long Chen's mother. He could at most bring along 1 extra person. In other words, his mother would have to be a sacrifice. Sorry young master, but these are my master's orders. I must follow them. Chen Fei shook his head. Long Chen couldn't help being both startled and furious. His father had actually decided to sacrifice his mother to save him in that situation. Perhaps that was because of his pampering of him, but he was completely unable to accept that. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen suppressed his fury and coldly said, Chen Fei, I'm not arguing with you. I am ordering you. Don't end up hurting me and my mother just for some silly order. I'm going to the Alchemist Guild right now to get some medicinal ingredients. I'll spend all night refining, and you will bring them to my father. Don't even speak about saving me and my mother. If I wanted your life right now, it would be as effortless as blowing off dust. Right now, I have the strength to temporarily protect the Long household. But events are rapidly turning, and I need my father's help quickly. So now I'm giving you 2 options. Listen to me and return to my father's side. Or die here. Without more of the antidote, the poison will still inevitably kill you. Chen Fei's expression became a mix of green and white. He could easily hear the fury within Long Chen's words. He could almost see the image of Long Xianxia within him. He was certain that if he dared to disobey, Long Chen really would take his life. He wasn't afraid of death, but such a meaningless death truly would not be worth it. Anyways, this was a matter for the Long family. He could only bitterly smile and agree. Of course, inside he was extremely agonized. Just how was he supposed to face Long Xianxia once he returned? Long Chen went straight to the Alchemist Guild. Now that he had so much money from the auction, he no longer needed to worry about buying medicinal ingredients on credit. Coming to the guild now had definitely been a smart decision, as they had all the medicinal ingredients he required. Using Chen Fei as a guard, Long Chen directly started using his flame to warm the furnace. The pill he was refining this time was called the Breaking Barrier Pill. It was an extremely ordinary second-tier medicinal pill that could increase the chance of breaking through bottlenecks. But the medicinal formula Long Chen was using had come from the pill god's memories. It used the same medicinal ingredients, but through merging them in different proportions, it created an entirely different effect. In addition, Long Chen had added dragon bone grass as well. That kind of intense medicinal ingredient would increase the pill's medicinal energy. This was no longer an ordinary breaking barrier pill. This breaking barrier pill was used to attack the tendon transformation realm. The lower grade breaking barrier pill could give people an extra 10% chance of breaking through. But the one Long Chen was planning on refining was a higher quality pill and could give cultivators an extra 30% chance of breaking through. If that was learned by others, it would definitely shake the current world. Such a medicinal pill was even more shocking than the flesh-bone restoration pill from the auction. In reality, that flesh-bone restoration pill had a large flaw. However, Long Chen hadn't told them about it. If an ordinary person would to have their limbs severed, then they really could grow a new limb without any problems. But if a cultivator took it, they would use their spirit root's true spiritual core energy to heal it. That would end up shortening their peak potential. Back then, Long Chen had cut off Fu Gui's arm, and he had healed it without causing any problems. But later when Yao Niqian called up Zhao Yong, well, in any case, adventurers were in constant danger of being cut like that. And it wasn't as if Zhao Yong could have resisted Yao Niqian's charm anyway. The medicinal furnace shook. Opening it, 3 round medicinal pills appeared. A faint glimmer shined off them, causing a weary Long Chen to smile. This was his 3rd furnace of pills. The first time he had succeeded in refining 3 pills. But the second time he had just been slightly distracted for a moment, causing an explosion. The pill furnace only narrowly managed to avoid being destroyed. However, the ingredients had turned to ashes. Refining pills was simply like that. Just the slightest inattentiveness could easily cause failure. Even with all the techniques of a pill god, it would be impossible to avoid some failures. His goal had been to refine 2 furnaces worth of pills. Now that he had failed once, he had no choice but to attempt a 3rd one despite his exhaustion. The breaking barrier pill, which had the dragon bone grass added to it, was extremely hard to refine. Even with Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, he was still completely exhausted. But looking at the 6 medicinal pills, he felt that all that exhaustion was worth it. He handed them to a shocked Chen Fei in addition to a letter. Chen Fei left before the break of dawn. Long Chen took a quick nap to re-energize himself. Waking up, he realized he felt much freer and less worried. The matter of his father had always been pressing on him like a huge boulder. Now that he had finally learned of his father's situation, he was filled with anticipation. The only thing that kept worrying him was that Chen Fei hadn't known just who was targeting his father. Long Tianxiao had never told anyone about that, but that wasn't too important anymore. Now that he had news of his father, he was filled with fighting spirit. Getting out of bed, he placed Little Snow in front of him. Little Snow was what Long Chen had decided to name the Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. Little Snow's eyes were still permanently closed as he cried and fussed. Long Chen smiled slightly and bit down on his finger, drawing a drop of blood. He dripped the blood into Little Snow's mouth. When Little Snow swallowed that drop of blood, his closed eyes finally opened slowly. He curiously looked up at Long Chen. His large eyes plus the small tuft of red hair on his forehead were indescribably cute. For most magical beasts, the flavor of the first blood they tasted would be forever remembered. The owner of that blood would then become their family. Of course, cold-blooded magical beasts were accepted from this. There were different techniques for them. As soon as Little Snow opened his eyes, he slowly started to crawl over to Long Chen. His walking was extremely unstable and he might trip and fall at any moment, but he still continued crawling towards him. 1. Long Chen felt a burst of warmth when he looked at the little fellow. With his powerful spiritual strength, he could clearly sense the yearning within Little Snow's soul. As soon as Little Snow approved of Long Chen was supposed to use his spiritual strength to use the secret techniques Lu Fang'er had taught him. That would place a kind of slave imprint on Little Snow's soul so that he could never betray him. But Long Chen continued to hesitate about using the slave imprint. He couldn't bear to make this little guy a slave. Pondering over this, he suddenly felt his face become wet. That little guy had crawled onto his lap and was enthusiastically washing his face. Long Chen laughed and hugged the little guy. He brought Little Snow out of the Long estate to the outskirts of the city. Now that the little guy had opened his eyes, it was time for him to temper himself. Magical beasts had an extremely tenacious vitality. As soon as they opened their eyes, they were essentially capable of finding and eating their own food. They would no longer require that nutrient fluid they had needed as a cub. Bringing him out of the city was precisely the fastest way for Little Snow to mature. But before he left the city, he still had to find a certain someone. In just an hour, Long Chen arrived at a large pasture. Suddenly, a huge roar rang out, and the entire earth trembled along with it. A smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Chapter 71 12th Level of Qi Condensation. The southern pass was almost 1,000 miles to the southwest of the capital. It was a narrow pass between sharp mountains and cliffs that represented the border with the Grand Sha. Within the mountain range were huge trees that reached for the sky and countless wild beasts. Magical beasts even occasionally roamed there. It was a wild land with no signs of human habitation. The southern pass had a mountain valley that was sided by tall, precipitous cliffs. The mountain valley had to be traversed in order to get to the Grand Sha. Within the depths of the mountain range was a secluded pool. Long Chen was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. With another muffled bang from within his body, a 12th cyclone was born. The originally 3-meter wide cyclones immediately grew to become a terrifying 30 meters. It really did make him feel numb. For most Qi condensation cultivators, their cyclones were only the size of a fist. Some of them might have their cyclones be a foot wide. If a person's cyclone was 2 feet long, then that would qualify them as a legendary genius. But Long Chen's cyclones had already reached an incomparable size. 1. The size of the cyclones dictated how quickly you could absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth. Even once you advanced to blood condensation, your cyclones would still remain. In other words, your cyclones were your ultimate way of absorbing spiritual qi. Normally, you would be extremely happy to have your cyclones grow larger. But once they grew so large that it was inconceivable, that would naturally be startling and frightening. Long Chen looked inside his dantian. The 12 cyclones were like a group of huge mouths that were voraciously devouring heaven and earth's spiritual qi. The spiritual qi in this place was much denser than in the capital. Long Chen had managed to break through in just a couple of days. He was becoming more and more worried and uncertain about the 9-star hegemon body art. Just when was the end of this? The size of the cyclones was now completely shocking. Just as Long Chen was thinking things over, a snow-white little fellow jumped onto the huge rock he was on and wiggled into his embrace. Looking at that adorable fellow, Long Chen immediately put aside those worries and picked him up. Lu Fang'er had taught Long Chen how to raise magical beasts. Over the past 2 days, Long Chen had caught several wild pheasants and used their blood to nourish Little Snow. What had caused Long Chen to click his tongue in wonder was that magical beasts truly were magical beasts. As soon as Little Snow had drunk their blood, he had immediately started to grow stronger, no longer stumbling and staggering when he walked. What was most inconceivable to him was that despite Little Snow not having any teeth, he actually had tightly bit down on the pheasant, tearing away a piece of flesh and swallowing it in one gulp. But Little Snow's throat wasn't wide enough and the food got stuck. The little guy ended up rolling around in panic. Long Chen was given a fright and hastily picked the food out of his throat. But the little guy actually seemed to act on instinct and immediately started to tear at more flesh. Long Chen was helpless to that and could only tear the pheasant into small enough pieces for him. However, the result was that Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of his head. Little Snow was originally only a bit larger than a hand, but he actually managed to finish half the pheasant, which was almost twice his size. Even after half that pheasant, Little Snow's belly only enlarged slightly. He then crawled beside Long Chen and took a long nap. After the nap, he actually began to eat again. In just a couple of days, he had already grown to become a foot long. He had even grown 4 new teeth. Although they were still extremely immature, Little Snow still had enough power behind them to tear his food on his own now. The little fellow actually appeared very fierce, but he was extremely affectionate with Long Chen. After he was tired, he would crawl into Long Chen's embrace and doze off. Sometimes, he would even lick Long Chen's face. Unfortunately, now Long Chen really couldn't use him to wash his face. Now that Little Snow had started to eat flesh, the smell was a bit too strong. Long Chen gently stroked Little Snow. Whenever he looked at the little fellow, he would think of Meng Qi's perfectly beautiful image. A fire would burn within his heart. Long Chen saw that a couple of miles away in a forest, a huge tree toppled down. At the same time, an earth-shaking roar rang out. Long Chen shook his head and rushed over there while holding Little Snow. Arriving at the jungle, he saw that the forest now had an area hundreds of meters wide that was a complete mess. The trees in this area had all been snapped and crushed. Within the center of that disorderly zone was a huge figure holding a 3-meter-long huge savage bull. Wild, how many times have I told you to use a bit of skill when hunting? Use the smallest amount of energy to achieve your goal. Long Chen looked helplessly at Wild. Hee, Brother Long, I remembered what you said right up till the point I saw my prey. Wild scratched his head in embarrassment. Looking at the huge bull whose neck had been snapped, he didn't know just what to say. Wild's strength seemed endless. He was just like a terrifying magical beast in human form. But it seemed that when it came to using skillful techniques, he didn't have any talent at all. Along their path, in order to keep himself full, Wild had already killed 4 magical beasts. Although this savage bull was just a first-rank magical beast, its strength was still shocking. An ordinary blood condensation cultivator wasn't necessarily a match for it, but it was nothing more than a chicken in front of Wild. Its neck had been broken without it having the slightest ability to resist. Wild's favorite method of fighting was to directly use his full force to completely overwhelm his opponent. This caused quite a headache for Long Chen. It was just like he was magical beast. He favored attacking instinctively. He could remember things while not fighting, but as soon as he was in battle, everything would be thrown out of his head. Okay, well, let's handle this bull for now. I'll skin off the fur and bury the viscera. Long Chen took out a sharp knife and began to skin the bull. That kind of meticulous work was something he didn't even bother trying to get Wild to do. Maybe if it was crushing the bull into a pulp he could ask Wild to do it. The scent of a magical beast's blood could spread extremely far. Even if it was 100 miles away, other magical beasts could smell it. After gutting and skinning it, Wild brought the meat back to the camp. The camp location Long Chen had chosen was behind a waterfall. There was a natural cave there, a ready-made shelter. In addition, the flowing waterfall could block their scent, making it more difficult for other magical beasts to notice them. Although they weren't afraid of ordinary magical beasts, being sneak attacked was also extremely troublesome. If it was a venomous magical beast, then that would be a fatal danger. The cave was very wide. Long Chen started a fire and cooked the bull on a frame over the flame, roasting it. In less than 2 hours, a fragrant smell filled the cave. When Little Snow smelled it and saw the huge bull, he struggled free of Long Chen's embrace and charged right at it. Long Chen was startled and hastily grabbed him. If he was a bit slower, then Little Snow would have already jumped into the fire. Although that wouldn't burn him to death, his snow-white fur would all be scorched. Don't make trouble. Long Chen put on an angry expression for Little Snow. The little fellow seemed to be able to sense Long Chen's anger and immediately became more obedient. His large eyes stared into the ground, and he didn't dare look Long Chen in the eyes, seeming to acknowledge his error. Although Long Chen hadn't placed a slave imprint on him, with a couple of the techniques Lu Fanger had left him that were used to communicate and connect with him, he was still able to clearly express his state of mind. But if a slave imprint had been placed on him, he could make him die with just a thought. He would never be able to betray him or even having any thoughts of betraying him. Long Chen didn't treat the little fellow as a slave, but more as a partner and companion. After all, the current Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was just like a child, so he still needed Long Chen's help to figure out what he shouldn't do. Little Snow peeked up and saw that Long Chen's expression was still gloomy. He slowly raised his head and started rubbing back and forth against Long Chen's chin, almost as if he was petting him. Long Chen wanted to laugh inside, but he still endured. If he let it end just like this, then Little Snow would be even bolder next time. He had to teach him a lesson. The little fellow rubbed him for a long time. Seeing that Long Chen's face still remained dark, he actually lowered his head and started to cry. Long Chen practically couldn't believe his own eyes. Carefully examining him, he confirmed that they really were tears. His nose even sneezed a few times as if he were choked with sobs. Okay, well, next time don't act like that. It's dangerous and will hurt you. Understood. Long Chen bitterly smiled and gently rubbed Little Snow's head. The little fellow seemed to have understood Long Chen's meaning and once more started using his small head to rub Long Chen's chin. Long Chen sighed. It seemed he also had to worry about this fellow as well. Looking to the side where Wild was currently salivating, he felt a huge headache oncoming. When it was essentially cooked, Long Chen cut off a large piece and gave it to Little Snow. The little fellow didn't like eating ground meat and preferred torn-off pieces. Long Chen merely cut off several kilograms of meat. The rest was all given to Wild because Wild's stomach seemed to be like a bottomless pit that would never be full. Even though he already was well aware of Wild's appetite, seeing him practically sucked up the wild bull that was several tons in an instant still caused him to feel some shock. Looking from the bones on the ground to Wild, who still seemed to want to keep eating, Long Chen didn't know just what to say. According to Wild, magical beast's meat tasted exceptionally good to him, and after eating he would feel as if his full body was filled with power. It was much more efficient than eating beef. Long Chen once more examined Wild's body and found that those sleeping cells were all gradually recovering, a very good sign. At the same time, he also realized that magical beast meat was extremely important to Wild. It seemed that the stronger the meat, the more it would help Wild grow. After eating, Little Snow's belly was as round as ball. He crawled up next to Wild and started snoring. Long Chen also started to cultivate. Since there was no way for him to advance to blood condensation, he might as well just condense another cyclone. As for Wild, he hesitated for a moment. With the mountain-splitting battle axe on his back, he continued to go hunting. It seemed he really would never be full. The next day at noon, a burst of wind blew by, bringing with it a couple of voices. The cultivating Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. The person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 72 Wild shows his might. A luxurious carriage pulled by a savage bull magical beast was slowly traveling through the southern passes valley. There were a dozen guards around the carriage. Suddenly, the carriage paused. Inside the carriage, Sha Changfeng frowned and irritably asked, "Why have we stopped?" The reason Sha Changfeng was returning back to the Grand Sha was due to two reasons. Not only did he want to prepare for his wedding with Phoenix Cry's third princess, but the white-robed man had also ordered him to prepare for more important matters. That was why Sha Changfeng had ordered his subordinates to travel throughout the day and night as quickly as possible. They had only used 1 day and 1 night's time to arrive at the southern passes valley. With another half a day of travel, they would exit the valley and arrive in the Grand Sha. Traveling on a flying magical beast would be much faster, but due to how many people he had, that was not an option. Furthermore, flying magical beasts were large targets. If they ended up running into a stronger group of flying magical beasts, they would definitely die without the slightest chance of fleeing. "Prince, there are people blocking the path," reported one of the guards outside the carriage. "Who?" Sha Changfeng was startled. "People you're familiar with." Sha Changfeng frowned and exited his carriage. The valley was extremely narrow here. If they wanted to get through this pass, they had to go through that junction. But at that narrow opening were two figures standing there calmly. When he saw who they were, Sha Changfeng laughed, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. "Long Chen, are you waiting here to say goodbye?" Sha Changfeng waved his hand and his guards all spread out, quickly forming a half-ring around Long Chen and Wild. Long Chen looked at Sha Changfeng and nodded. "You're right. Seeing how arduous your travels are, I decided to get here a step earlier and help send you on your way. Don't tell me you two are here because you think you can assassinate me." Sha Changfeng sneered. "Well, I don't think assassinate is the right word. We're slaughtering today." His face turned icy cold as he pointed at Sha Changfeng. "I won't play any more meaningless word games with you. You bastard, was the hidden energy within Chu Yao's body you're doing?" Being reminded of Chu Yao's experiences, Long Chen's killing intent soared. Currently, Chu Yao could essentially count as his woman, so he was completely unable to accept such a thing. At the same time, Chu Yao's experiences reminded him of his own. If what had happened to his body was related to Sha Changfeng, then Sha Changfeng was his greatest chance of finding the true person behind this. Sha Changfeng's expression changed slightly. Obviously, Long Chen's words startled him, but he coldly replied, "It seems you actually know quite a bit. But that's not a problem. A dead man can know as much as he wants without any harm." This reply was extremely vague and wasn't what Long Chen had been hoping to hear. However, he could now confirm for sure that Sha Changfeng knew many things. Long Chen laughed. Perhaps he would be able to learn many of those secrets from Sha Changfeng today. "Long Chen, I originally thought that you were a smart guy. But today I find that I was wrong. Nonetheless, I'm actually pretty happy that I was wrong. You actually dared to come here to assassinate me with just the two of you. I don't know whether to praise you for your boldness or to laugh at your stupidity. Looks like after killing Huang Chong, your appetite has really grown without limit. Do you think you are unmatched under the heavens? Wang Mang, weren't you always complaining I didn't give you a chance to display your feelings? Here, the chance has come. Go cut off that arrogant kid's head," said Sha Changfeng disdainfully. Sha Changfeng's last sentence was towards one of his guards. That Wang Mang was extremely tall and strong, and his face was as black as coal. Hearing Sha Changfeng's command, he sneered, revealing a set of sinister white teeth, appearing just like a bloodthirsty animal. Wang Mang was also one of his guards that was just like Huang Chong. He was one of Sha Changfeng's secret weapons. However, Huang Chong was in the sun while he was in the dark. Anyone who knew Sha Changfeng had known about Huang Chong, but no one had known about this black-faced guard. Don't worry, master, I can crush him in less than 10 exchanges. Wang Mang laughed and rushed forward. A long broadsword was pulled out of its sheath in Wang Mang's hands, causing Long Chen's eyes to narrow slightly. Most broadswords were only slightly wider than regular swords, a width of around 4 fingers. That was because as the width increased, the thickness also had to increase. In the end, a broadsword was many times heavier than a regular sword. Most cultivators that could use broadswords were those specialized in power. And as for Wang Mang, his broadsword had reached a shocking width of 7 inches. 7 inches wide and 3 inches thick. Its weight was definitely shocking. Before the sword even reached, a terrifying whistling gale had already blown over. The air revolved around it as it chopped down at Long Chen. "You're mine." Long Chen didn't move. Behind him, Wild shouted and the mountain-splitting battle axe in his hand cut through the air. It turned into a whistling golden light that clashed with Wang Mang's broadsword. Sparks shot everywhere and an ear-ringing explosion rang out. Some of the guards had their eardrums split from the explosive ringing. Blood slowly flowed out of their ears, and they were unable to hear anything after. Both sides were blown back. Wild thudded back 3 steps before stabilizing. But Wang Mang was blown 10 meters back despite doing his best to stabilize himself. His legs left behind 2 deep scars on the ground. After just that one earth-shattering exchange, all of Sha Changfeng's men looked at the giant Wild with horror. When Sha Changfeng saw Wild's mountain-splitting battle axe, his pupils shrunk as he recognized it from the auction. That was something that weighed over 2 tons. Looking at Wild's stature and huge hands, it was as if that battle axe had been custom-made for him. It wasn't heavy at all to him. While Sha Changfeng was shocked, Wang Mang was even more shocked. Ever since he had been a child, he had always possessed an extremely great innate strength. That broadsword in his hand weighed over a ton, and by using it in combat, there were extremely few people in the same realm as him who could manage to endure even 3 exchanges. Although Huang Chong was also one of Sha Changfeng's secret weapons, Wang Mang would still be able to defeat him in 10 exchanges even if he used his beast transformation. However, now he was forced back by a blockhead who didn't have the slightest fluctuations of a cultivation base. Not only was he shocked, but he was also infuriated. Wang Mang roared and blood chi soared from his body. He had originally been planning on fighting Long Chen, so he hadn't wanted to display his full strength. Reserving his strength was simply his habit from being raised with Huang Chong as one of Sha Changfeng's secret weapons. But now there was someone who might actually surpass him in terms of brute strength. His anger soared. He definitely would not allow such a person to emerge. The sword in his hand shivered and space began to rumble. This time the gale winds released from his broadsword sounded even more mournful, almost as if Yama King of Hell was demanding lives. This kind of harsh and cold attack was extremely terrifying. But while Long Chen was shocked, he was also relieved. Wang Mang was someone who focused on pure power and didn't like skillful techniques. Although his style was simple, his killing power was also great. Luckily, this kind of attack was the easiest for the simple Wild to handle. That was because Wild also didn't understand any skilled techniques. They once more collided fiercely, intensely shaking the earth and releasing terrifying chi waves that spread out, withering the vegetation and causing destruction everywhere. If it had just been the withering of the grass and the earth being crushed, then it would have been fine. However, there were also many boulders and smaller stones that were split and sent flying out. Due to the earlier collision being so intense that many of the guards could no longer hear, one of them was actually directly shot through the head with one of those flying rock fragments. The terrifying force behind it made the rock shoot straight through his head, causing his corpse to fall silently to the ground. The others all hastily retreated when they saw that. Such a battle was too intimidating. To die like that without even knowing what happened was truly too meaningless. Explosive collisions continued to ring out as one huge broadsword and one huge battle axe continuously crashed. Sparks shot wildly every time they collided, and even the earth would shake as well. Looking at Wild, who seemed to be possessed by a god of war, a bit of excitement rose in Long Chen's heart. Wild had finally started to show off his might. Although this currently still wasn't his full strength, in any case, at least his sweat and tears in training him weren't completely wasted. But that was also because they had been lucky enough to run into Wang Mang. If it had been Huang Chong, Wild probably would not have been able to hold on. Wild had no fighting experience. Any experiences he had were only from going hunting with Long Chen these few days. Furthermore, Wild had no idea how to properly attack. Even up until this point, Wild would only react defensively after seeing his opponent's attack. If Wild really did strike, that would completely reveal his fatal weak point. But Wang Mang's Wild series of attacks had actually masked Wild's weak points. If it had been Huang Chong, he would definitely have first probed out his opponent's weak spots before delivering a killing blow. But Wang Mang didn't have any information on Wild. Otherwise, no matter how much strength Wild had, he would probably have been defeated in just a couple of exchanges. Wang Mang was actually provoked to see that Wild only defended without attacking. In fact, he even became angry, thinking Wild was playing around with him. His attacks became more and more aggressive. In just the blink of an eye, a dozen exchanges passed. But what surprised Long Chen was that Wild's skill with the battle axe was actually increasing. He no longer seemed like a beginner. When it came to battle axe techniques or skills, Long Chen had never taught a single one to Wild. That was because even if he had, it would have been useless. And furthermore, it wasn't as if Long Chen knew any of them anyways. Wild seemed to have a kind of innate instinct for battle. As the battle progressed, he could actually automatically comprehend things. It was just like how his body didn't need to cultivate and would just automatically absorb spiritual chi from the world. Seeing that Wild was capable of holding his own under Wang Mang's torrential blows, Long Chen thanked his luck. Wang Mang's luck truly was terrible. He was actually suppressed by Wild, who didn't have any fighting experience. His broadsword's focus was not on skillful techniques, but on using brute force to smash the opponent. Unfortunately, the result was that under Wild's might, he was unable to display that kind of power. If it had been a different expert skilled in softer techniques, Wild would have been quickly defeated. The world truly was marvelous. He had made the right choice to bring Wild along. Seeing Wild was temporarily not in any danger, Long Chen didn't wait any longer. It was time for him to take advantage of the shock Wild had caused everyone. Looking at the stunned Sha Changfeng, Long Chen shot forward, smashing his fist down. Chapter 73 Beheading Sha Changfeng. Sha Changfeng had never imagined that the powerful weapon he had hidden by his side for so long would be held up by some random blockhead. After all, Wang Mang's combat ability was such that even Huang Chong would be unable to endure 10 exchanges from him. But that big blockhead had already blocked over 30 blows and even seemed as if he had the energy to spare. How could that possibly not shock him? Back in the heroic assembly house, Wild had used his full strength to just barely block a single blow from Huang Chong. That was actually something Sha Changfeng had questioned Huang Chong about after. Huang Chong had replied that that blockhead's power was a bit strange, but it wasn't anything worth worrying about. He could easily kill him. But that person who Huang Chong had said he could easily kill was actually able to hold back someone who could easily kill Huang Chong. In the midst of his shock, his instinct suddenly gave off a powerful warning, and he punched out without even thinking about it. Long Chen's silent fist was blocked. Sha Changfeng borrowed its power to float back. His guards also now reacted and came to his help, drawing their weapons and charging at Long Chen. Long Chen coldly snorted and formed a hand seal. A sphere of light quickly condensed between his hands. A terrifying temperature came from it that caused space to twist and warp. Quick, retreat. Seeing that light, Sha Changfeng's expression changed completely and he hastily shouted out. But due to their broken eardrums from before, those guards were extremely slow to react. By the time they realized what Sha Changfeng was saying, Long Chen had already completed his preparations. The egg-sized ball of light in his hand shot out, leaving behind a streak of light. Even the air that it shot through became hot enough to cause space to twist. That ball of light shot straight into the middle of the group of guards and exploded, enveloping them in a terrifying scarlet blaze. Mournful screams rang out as the terrifying blaze spread to 30 meters, enveloping every single of the guards in its midst. That blaze was precisely Long Chen's pill flame. He had collected all the pill flame within his body and sent it out, compressing it to such an extent that it formed a small ball of flame. That flame ball was called a pill blaze. Normally, only alchemists who had cultivated to pill master were capable of condensing such a pill blaze. That was because condensing such a pill blaze not only required an extremely powerful pill flame, but it also required an extremely powerful spiritual strength. That was because condensing it to such a point was extremely dangerous. The slightest slip could cause the flame to explode in your body. Long Chen not only had a powerful beast flame, but the power of his spiritual strength went without saying. Most importantly, with the pill god's memories in his soul, such usage of his pill flame was practically child's play. Although this was a basic technique for pill cultivators, its power was truly frightful. Once the temperature of the condensed pill flame was released, even blood condensation experts would be unable to block it. A dozen guards were immediately burned to a crisp. Pill flame was not the same as ordinary fire. It was basically inextinguishable, and there were also no pools of water around anyways. Those guards were only able to hold on for at most a couple of breaths' time before dying. An unpleasant scorched smell filled the air. A dozen of Sha Changfeng's competent subordinates were lost just like that. His face was ashen and his eyes seemed to spit flames. Long Chen's face was a bit pale now. That was the full force of his pill flame, and the aftermath of such a great consumption was definitely not small, even to him. Those guards were all Sha Changfeng's elite troops. The majority had all been at the mid-blood condensation realm or above. Long Chen could only use such a method to quickly defeat them. Although the sacrifice was large and he would no longer be able to use his pill flame for a while, it had all been worth it. Now there only remained Sha Changfeng for him to deal with. He didn't have to worry about other people launching sneak attacks on him. Long Chen, Sha Changfeng ground his teeth as he looked at Long Chen. What's up? Long Chen brushed the ashes off his clothes indifferently. I'll kill you. Sha Changfeng's voice was trembling slightly. The anger inside him had already reached a critical level. That's just what I was going to say, said Long Chen. But before that, I want to know who placed those spiritual seeds in Chu Yao's body. You want to know? Haha, you're dreaming, Sha Changfeng sinisterly said. Did you really think you could kill me? I'll let you see just how ridiculous such a thought is. Boom. Blood qi exploded from Sha Changfeng's body. Powerful fluctuations surged from his body. Qi waves rumbled hundreds of meters away, with Sha Changfeng as the epicenter. Did you really think I was raised as a spoiled prince without learning any skills? Did you really think you are the only genius under the heavens? Today, I'll let an idiot like you learn just how stupid you are. The price of this lesson will be your life. At this time, Sha Changfeng's whole aura had exploded out. Shocking qi waves were rolling off his body and his blood qi had been condensed to the pinnacle. His pressure made it difficult to breathe. You're at the peak of blood condensation. Long Chen nodded. As he had expected, Sha Changfeng still had hidden cards. No wonder Long Chen had had a somewhat restless feeling throughout the day. He almost felt as if a great catastrophe was about to befall him. A peak blood condensation expert was the strongest opponent Long Chen had met up until this date. But no matter what, Long Chen was still willing to pay any price to kill Sha Changfeng. It wasn't just because Sha Changfeng was extremely likely to be a participant in the schemes against him. The main thing was that he had touched upon the most important thing in Long Chen's heart. Thinking of Chu Yao who was imprisoned alone within the imperial palace, Long Chen's killing intent soared. Die! Sha Changfeng angrily roared. Stamping on the ground, he charged towards Long Chen. The ground he had stamped upon actually ended up caving into a huge hole. At the same time, a ruthless qi completely locked Long Chen in place. That meant Sha Changfeng was an expert who had tempered himself through life and death battles. Looking at the charging Sha Changfeng, Long Chen tightly clenched his fists. His black hair slowly fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like two sharp blades. The cyclones in his body quickly revolved and he sent a punch out. Bang! A huge explosion rang out. Sha Changfeng stumbled back. He had never thought that the current Long Chen would be even more powerful than when he had killed Huang Chong. His punch just now hadn't had the slightest effect at all. Long Chen's leg was already viciously kicking towards his stomach. Sha Changfeng coldly snorted. Pushing down his shock, his right hand became like a blade that ruthlessly slashed down at Long Chen's leg. With another bang, both of them retreated 2 steps. Sha Changfeng was greatly shocked. Long Chen was truly a freak. Back in the heroic assembly house, he would have been able to slaughter him with just a single hand. But with every time he saw him, Long Chen's cultivation base would spring up at a shocking Pace. Now he could actually fight on par with a peak blood condensation expert. This caused him intense fury, but it was also terrifying. If it continued like that, then sooner or later the freak would be someone he could no longer suppress. With an angry howl, Sha Changfeng's blood qi actually completely disappeared as he punched forward. His fist immediately coated with a bloody color. That one punch had actually collected his entire body's blood qi. A bloody smell came from it. Blood-gathering fist. When Long Chen saw Sha Changfeng's punch, he felt his scalp turn numb. That was a fear that came from his innermost being. That terrifying fist definitely possessed a fatal danger to him. He hadn't expected Sha Changfeng to actually use such a terrifying move so soon. His Feng Fu star quickly activated. A stream of spiritual qi flowed from his Feng Fu star to his dantian. The 12 huge cyclones in his dantian immediately grew sharply and began to revolve even faster. The spiritual qi within 300 meters of him was immediately absorbed by him. This was the first time he had used his full strength since entering the 12th level of qi condensation. With a low shout, he also sent a palm out. His flame-covered palm was sent crashing against Sha Changfeng's fist. The ground split apart and rocks shot everywhere. A dozens of meters wide huge crater formed where they collided. Long Chen felt his stomach flip over and over. Vomiting out blood, he was sent flying back. A painful scorching feeling came from his fist. A bloody color had appeared on his hand and was spreading up to his arm. His expression changed and he hastily swallowed an antitoxin pill. Sha Changfeng's fist had contained blood poison on it. From that one exchange, the poison had invaded Long Chen's hand. Just now Long Chen had instinctively used the Flamecloud palm, not the Breaking Wind fist. Now he couldn't help but rejoice his gut. Luckily, his instincts truly were formidable. Due to having used the pill blaze just now, his flame energy was essentially all used up. The Flamecloud palm just now had used up the last trace of that flame energy he had managed to recover. But it was precisely because of that trace of flame energy that the majority of the blood poison had been blocked outside his body. If he had instead used the Breaking Wind fist, his power would have increased a bit, but he would be unable to move at this point. Despite having countered most of the blood poison and also having taken an antitoxin pill, his entire arm was still corroded by the blood poison. A numb and sour feeling came from it. While Long Chen was endlessly shaken, Sha Changfeng was completely angered. Long Chen's full-strength blow had been extremely terrifying. It had actually completely broken his arm. What caused the most fury in him just now would have been the flame energy that had been on Long Chen's fist. It had actually dispersed most of the blood poison which he had used his entire blood qi to condense. A cold light flashed. A long blade appeared in Long Chen's left hand. A whistling sound rang out as he slashed at Sha Changfeng's head. Sha Changfeng was surprised, not expecting Long Chen would be unaffected by the blood poison and attack so quickly. Even if he wanted to take a weapon out from his ring, it was already too late. He hastily rolled to the side. The sharp edge of the blade slashed right past Sha Changfeng's cheek, so close that he could even feel the coldness from it. He had only just managed to dodge one fatal attack when he saw Long Chen slash again at his throat. At this point, there was no retreat. No longer dodging, he sent a kick right towards Long Chen's dantian. The dantian was the location of the cultivation base. If it was damaged, a person would be permanently crippled. This was a strategy of relieving an attack by attacking the core. The attacker would have to give up attacking and switch to defending. It was very simple and effective. But what astounded him was that Long Chen actually seemed to not care about that kick and still kept slashing down. Long Chen's craziness had definitely surpassed his expectations. Long Chen would rather become a cripple and kill him than to let go of this opportunity. It was already too late for him to switch tactics. Endless dread filled him. Long Chen's eyes were icy cold without the slightest emotion. He was just like a cold-blooded god of slaughter. He didn't have the slightest misgivings. His blade ruthlessly slashed down. A slicing and banging sound rang out at the same time. Blood flew. A head rolled on the ground while a figure was sent flying away. Chapter 74 Caught in a Crisis. Sha Changfeng's kick had contained his full power. Long Chen was sent flying dozens of meters away and then continued rolling on the ground for another dozen meters before stopping. Looking from the fresh blood on his blade to the distant headless corpse that was Sha Changfeng, Long Chen took a deep breath. Sha Changfeng had truly had many hidden trump cards. That last blood-gathering fist of his had definitely not been his strongest move. But by taking advantage of his shock, Long Chen had managed to find an opening. He naturally wouldn't give it up. Long Chen's cultivation base was not in his dantian but in his concealed Feng Fu star. So that kick hadn't caused any misgivings for Long Chen. Even if he had to risk his life in exchange, he would still have cut him down. He had always been feeling extremely restless today, as if something catastrophic was always about to happen. Now he had an extremely strange feeling in his heart. It was a very vague feeling of danger that seemed to be there and not there. That feeling had been there from the beginning, a kind of indescribable feeling. Just like that, Sha Changfeng had ended up dying. But that kick of his when facing death had still contained his entire cultivation base's power. When it had landed on Long Chen's stomach, the terrifying energy within it had caused Long Chen's blood to wildly surge. His internal organs were greatly shaken and almost burst apart. He hastily swallowed an organ-nourishing pill and suppressed his wounds. He thanked his luck for this win. Sha Changfeng had been extremely powerful. If Sha Changfeng had truly used his full strength, it really would have been difficult to say just who would have died. And even if he was defeated, the price would definitely not have been small. It definitely wouldn't have been as simple as the present. His luck had truly played an important factor. Taking a deep breath, the blood poison on his hand was already being suppressed by medicinal energy and was slowly recovering. All the medicinal pills Long Chen kept on his body were all life-saving pills. They were all higher grade, which allowed for extremely fast recovery. That was the capital a pill cultivator possessed. He walked over to Sha Changfeng's corpse and took away his spatial ring. However, now still wasn't the time to examine his harvest. Not even glancing at that glassy-eyed severed head, Long Chen immediately rushed to Wild's battlefield. The current Wild was shouting to his heart's content. The battle axe in his hand whistled through the air, and he was becoming more and more valiant as he fought. The battle axe weaved deftly throughout the air. Although there was no technique, its power was shockingly great. Wang Meng was now using both hands to wield his broadsword as he fought all out against Wild. It appeared fate had destined Sha Changfeng to die. He had a powerful subordinate like Wang Meng, but because his head had become a bit heated, he was fighting with Wild using only his brute strength. If he actually used his full repertoire of techniques and skills, he would have easily defeated Wild. But warriors who had relied purely on strength to fight might simply have incomprehensible minds. With another intense collision, Wang Meng was sent flying back. From the very start, he was unable to withstand the seemingly infinite power of Wild. Wang Meng was no longer as furious as he was at the beginning. Instead, he was absolutely shocked. He had used his powerful strength to defeat countless powerful enemies. But today his strength had completely failed him, and he was pushed back over and over. As he was staring at Wild with a complicated expression, he was unaware that another person had appeared behind him. Silently drawing his blade, Long Chen cut it right across his neck. Wang Meng suddenly felt as if he was flying through the air. His first reaction was that he didn't remember jumping, but when he looked down, he saw that his body was still on the ground just like before. That was his last thought before his mind sunk into darkness. When Wild saw that Long Chen could behead Wang Meng in a single blow, fear appeared in his eyes. The mountain-splitting battle axe in his hand fell to the ground. Looking at Wild's terrified expression as he looked at Wang Meng's corpse, Long Chen knew that this reaction was normal, as this was the first time Wild had seen a person being killed. Wild, this is cruelty of reality. If we want to continue living, they had to definitely die, sighed Long Chen. Brother Long, I'm fine. Wild shook his head. As long as Brother Long believes they must die, they must die. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Talking sense to Wild was essentially useless. But Wild's trust in him truly did touch him greatly. We should leave quickly, but just as Long Chen was about to bring Wild away. He had always been feeling that something was wrong throughout the entire day. His body suddenly tightened. It was as if he was being stared at by a giant, ancient beast. A powerful aura of death immediately enveloped him, causing him to feel as if he were encased in ice. Slowly turning his head, he saw a person indifferently looking back at him on top of a distant mountain cliff. His pupils immediately shrunk. He finally understood the reason for his fear. It hadn't been because of Sha Changfeng, but because of that person. That person lightly clapped a couple of times and exclaimed in admiration, "With just a cultivation base of qi condensation, you were able to continuously kill blood condensation experts, and one of them was actually at the peak of blood condensation. Haha, I have no choice but to admit that you, Long Chen, are truly a genius. You are worthy of being Long Tianxiao's son." That voice was soft and feminine, the voice of Marquis Ying. He was standing high on a cliff, looking down on Long Chen arrogantly. He was just like a leopard stalking his prey. Long Chen's heart tightened. No wonder he had been continuously feeling as if the catastrophe was just one step away. He had actually caught the attention of Marquis Ying. Obviously, Marquis Ying had long since arrived. He had merely been concealing himself until he had killed Sha Changfeng. A trap. Long Chen immediately realized that Marquis Ying had come to kill him. Did the fourth prince send you here? Long Chen kicked the broadsword on the ground into his hand. That was Wang Meng's weapon. Such a heavy weapon gave him a slight sense of security. Marquis Ying was surprised, but immediately indifferently laughed. What do you think? Long Chen shook his head and sighed. I really was stupid to think I was clever. I actually didn't realize just how well calculated the fourth prince's words were. Why are you certain it was the fourth prince who sent me here and not just me coming of my own volition? You wouldn't come here just because of that small matter from last time to take your anger out on me. If you did, then you wouldn't be Marquis Ying. Waiting patiently is your strongest suit. Otherwise, you would have long since been slaughtered by my father. Long Chen's voice was completely steady. Many scenes began to run through his head. From Marquis Ying's words, he was now certain that the fourth prince wanted him dead. If he assumed that it was the fourth prince who had been abusing the Long family from the start, then he had truly schemed deeply to get him to assassinate Sha Changfeng. First, back at the auction, he had intentionally allowed him to recognize the man who had assassinated Li Hao. That man might be one of the crown prince's guards on the surface, but he must definitely be one of the fourth prince's men. He had done this in order to draw Long Chen's hatred onto the crown prince. And then when he went to visit Chu Yao, he ended up helping him. By telling him that he had investigated the Long family's matter and acting like he didn't dare say anything, he had stealthily and vaguely pointed to the hidden enemy being the crown prince. Originally, Long Chen had only half believed him, but then when the fourth prince had brought up the departure of Sha Changfeng and what path he would be taking, he had immediately brought Long Chen's line of thinking to bear. Back then, Long Chen had considered the possibility that he had been planning on borrowing Sha Changfeng to kill him, but for Chu Yao, he was willing to jump in even if it was a trap. If his plan had been for Sha Changfeng to kill him, then the worst-case scenario would be for him to flee to the Alchemist Guild and seek shelter under Grandmaster Yun Qi. Then no one would dare attack him. But obviously, the fourth prince wasn't so stupid, as that would have just made himself his enemy. Now that Marquis Ying had appeared, Long Chen realized he had been thinking too simply back then. He had clearly underestimated the fourth prince's methods. Long Chen had no choice but to admit that he had been duped. The fourth prince truly was skilled to be able to muddy his thoughts and be able to trick him like this. Long Chen, looking at the current you, it's just like I'm looking at a younger Long Tianxiao. You have the same kind of spirit and smarts. Back when I lost to your father, I considered it the greatest disgrace of my life. And even after all these years, I've never had a chance to get revenge. But now I'm ready to openly challenge him again. However, before that, I should prepare a gift. What do you think his expression will be like when I give him his son's head? Haha, I trust that it will definitely be marvelous. Marquis Ying laughed, but his expression was so sinister it sent shivers down his body. I think the greatest disgrace of all is that you are considered on the same level of fame as my father. You aren't sure of beating him, so you actually want to use such an atrocious method. In my father's eyes, you will forever be a loser. The current you doesn't even have the qualifications to challenge him. Long Chen shook his head with pity. Marquis Ying's indifferent expression finally changed to become incomparably malevolent and sinister. Long Chen's words had pierced the soul-sore point in his heart. Back when he was young, he had been an extremely talented genius with many accomplishments. But unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. Long Tianxiao was in the same generation as him. He had challenged Long Tianxiao several times, all ending in defeat. In the last fight, he had actually lost a finger to Long Tianxiao. Ever since then, Marquis Ying had begun to bitterly cultivate. He also became more and more dark and feminine. Although he later also advanced to the tendon transformation realm to become one of Phoenix Cry's top 3 experts, he could never forget the crushing defeats he had suffered to Long Tianxiao. Once he had reached the peak of the mid-tendon transformation realm, he had suddenly found out that his severed finger had badly damaged him, and he was unable of stepping into the late tendon transformation realm. His hatred of Long Tianxiao grew even greater. Now he had coincidentally obtained the flesh-bone restoration pill and had regenerated his finger. That had allowed him to finally break through to the 7th heaven stage of tendon transformation, entering its late stage. That was why the current Marquis Ying was filled with high spirits. He decided that this time he would definitely kill Long Tianxiao, wiping away his shame. But although he had advanced to the late tendon transformation realm, Long Tianxiao was his heart devil, and he was unsure of victory. Luckily, he now had a chance to kill Long Chen. If he used Long Chen's head to infuriate Long Tianxiao, his chances of victory would definitely rise. Now Long Chen had used just a single sentence to point out his goal, causing him to be enraged out of humiliation. He was just like a hypocrite whose camouflage was torn off by others. Killing intent overflowed from his eyes. Did I touch on a sore spot? Are you too ashamed to show your face? Then, just crush your head into the cliff and everything will be resolved, advised Long Chen. Although his words were light, his grip on the broadsword tightened. At the same time, his cyclone slowly revolved and all his nerves were stretched tight. You fucking brat, go die. Marquis Ying angrily roared, and a cold lightning-like light appeared over half the sky. By the time Long Chen sensed anything, he was appalled to find that Marquis Ying had already arrived right in front of him with a sword pressed against his throat. Chapter 75 Fighting against Marquis Ying. Although Long Chen had long since been on guard against him, he had still never thought that Marquis Ying's speed was so terrifying. As soon as he just barely moved, he had already arrived in front of him. But he had already prepared himself for this. If Marquis Ying wasn't strong, how could he possibly be listed alongside his father as one of the Empire's top 3 experts? Long Chen's heart was completely calm as he watched the sword slash towards his neck. Any fear was put away. He entered a special kind of state. Not paying the slightest attention to Marquis Ying's sword, his power exploded as he slashed the broadsword in his hands at Marquis Ying's waist. The broadsword was exceptionally heavy, but now that he had 12 cyclones, his physical strength had reached an inconceivable level. It was not any problem to Long Chen. Wind whistled. The current Long Chen no longer dared to hold anything back. Slashing with that broadsword with his full strength, even space seemed to be cut apart. Marquis Ying clearly had not expected that Long Chen would be so unafraid of death. This was clearly an attack that would cause both sides to suffer. But despite it being such a basic method, it caused his attack to completely collapse. The sword in his hand was only 3 feet long, a standard sword length. But Long Chen's broadsword was 7 feet long. If their attacks continued like this, then the result would be that while his sword would manage to slash through Long Chen's throat, Long Chen's broadsword would also cut his body apart. No matter how conceited he was, he would never dare use his body to block Long Chen's broadsword. Even a tendon transformation expert like him was unable to do that. He had no choice but to give up his attack. Turning his body, he floated back, dodging the sword by just a fraction of an inch. Although Long Chen seemed as if he was planning on bringing Marquis Ying down even at the cost of his own life, the truth was that he was sure that if he had dodged instead, Marquis Ying would have continued to press his advantage. If he let Marquis Ying attack him consecutively, he would just be quickening his defeat. Seeing Marquis Ying retreat, Long Chen roared, his voice like thunder. His broadsword slash suddenly stopped and became a stab straight towards Marquis Ying's stomach. Marquis Ying had only just dodged when he saw Long Chen suddenly change attacks. His expression couldn't help but change slightly. After all, that broadsword was heavy to an astonishing level. Marquis Ying had already noticed that, and that was why he didn't dare take it head-on. But such a shockingly heavy broadsword was controlled so easily by Long Chen. He was even capable of switching attacks in the middle of his movements. That meant Long Chen's physical strength had already reached a terrifying level. HMPH, it's just brute force. Marquis Ying coldly snorted. His sword streaked through the air and heavily stabbed against Long Chen's broadsword. Sparks shot everywhere. Long Chen was shocked that his full-strength attack was pushed to the side by Marquis Ying's sword, causing his sword to only hit air as it went past Marquis Ying's body. More importantly, he had used so much force that with the addition of Marquis Ying's sword stab, Long Chen's body was also forced forward along with his broadsword. Long Chen had only just realized what a terrible situation he was in when Marquis Ying's sword shot out as fast as lightning, aiming right for a vital point on his stomach. Relying on his spirit's battle experience, he instinctively twisted. Marquis Ying's speed was too quick for him to dodge. His sword stabbed a bloody hole in his stomach. Luckily, Long Chen's twisting had caused him to miss a vital point. But before Long Chen could even take a breath, Marquis Ying's second slash was already coming, this time for his throat. Long Chen's heart was wildly thumping. This was what a tendon transformation expert was. There was no way to fight on par with him. In front of Marquis Ying, Long Chen was like a child without the slightest ability to retaliate. The speed of Marquis Ying's sword was inconceivable. It was already too late for him to dodge. He could only watch with his eyes opened as it approached his throat. Other than the icy cold sword that was approaching, the only other thing in his eyes was Marquis Ying, whose expression was filled with ridicule and resentment. This was the first time Long Chen felt death being so close. Fuck off. A golden light flew by. Due to the wind revolving around it, a sharp whistling sound rang out as it cut the air apart. Just as Marquis Ying's sword had been about to pierce Long Chen's throat, a huge golden axe viciously chopped down at Marquis Ying. Wild's reactions had been a bit slow. Seeing the two of them talking and then suddenly start fighting, he hadn't even reacted until he saw that Long Chen's life was about to be lost. In a great hurry, he had charged forward, swinging down his axe with his full strength. Marquis Ying had been just about to kill Long Chen, suddenly feeling his back turn cold and an intense mortal danger. Although he was a bit unwilling, he had no choice but to give up his killing attack on Long Chen and swing his sword up to meet Wild's battle axe. Wild was forced back dozens of meters and looked in shock at Marquis Ying. Marquis Ying also didn't have an easy time as he was shaken back several meters. His sword blow just now had used a technique to shift the majority of the power away. However, he was still forced back. Even his arm was somewhat numb. He was actually greatly shaken by this. Wild was practically a magical beast in human form. Having his life saved, Long Chen quickly whispered a few things to Wild, ending with, "Wild, he's very difficult to deal with. We'll have to stake our lives." "Stake your lives?" Marquis Ying rubbed his somewhat numb arm and sneered, "with just your superficial tricks and that brute force. You two might be very powerful compared to others, but in front of a tendon transformation expert like me, neither of you have the slightest chance." Long Chen pointed his sword at Marquis Ying. "Whether or not we have a chance is something we'll only know after trying." Marquis Ying didn't seem to be in a rush to kill them. He stabbed his sword into the ground like a crutch. He began to indifferently speak. "Although I can't see through your cultivation bases, there's not the slightest trace of blood qi coming from your bodies. That means you are both in qi condensation. As a present I'll be sending to your father, I'll do you a favor and tell you just how great the difference is between us. At qi condensation, you absorb heaven and earth's spiritual qi into your own body, allowing you to use heaven and earth's power for your own. What you cultivate is qi. At blood condensation, you use heaven and earth's spiritual qi to purify your blood. It allows you to strengthen your body. What you cultivate is physical power. Qi and physical strength add together to release a great strength. However, it is only additive. Once you reach tendon transformation, your body's physical strength explodes and qi nourishes your soul. Your qi and physical body merge together perfectly. However, at tendon transformation, the might produced by qi and body is no longer additive, but multiplicative. If blood condensation's combat level is 10 plus 10, then tendon transformation's combat level is 10 times 10. Long Chen's core was shaken greatly. He knew Marquis Ying wasn't telling them this information to be nice. He was telling them just how great the difference between them was in order to make them give up in despair. Although he knew that, Long Chen's heart was still horrified. If what he said was really true, then they really wouldn't stand a chance. And even ignoring his power, just Marquis Ying's strange movements and his speed, which was fast as lightning, were enough to shock him. This was an absolutely hopeless situation. No wonder the fourth prince had dared to scheme against him. Long Chen was to kill Sha Changfeng, and then Marquis Ying would then kill him. It was a truly profound scheme. Wild obviously wasn't thinking as much as Long Chen. He only glared straight at Marquis Ying. "Brother Long, what is he saying? Additive and multiplicative. What's qi condensation and blood condensation? Don't bother with what he says. Remember what I told you just now," replied Long Chen quietly. Marquis Ying indifferently looked at Long Chen. "What, you really still want to struggle at this point? Do you doubt what I just said?" Long Chen raised his sword at him and sneered, "Did you think I wouldn't notice that you're wearing a photographic jade on your chest? You just want to take a picture of my despair before death for my father, right?" He had been too nervous before, but now he noticed there was a strange jade on his chest. That jade had many curving lines on it. Although Long Chen had never studied inscription arts, he had heard of photographic jades. The inscriptions on them allowed them to record pictures or even short videos. Haha, I really never expected to be seen through by you. How boring. Marquis Ying lightly stroked the jade. I really did want to send the full image as the gift. First, I'll send your head to him. Then, I'll show him the image of your deathbed struggle. Only then can I relieve the hatred I've repressed for so many years. Long Chen laughed. What a shady move. You really are a contemptible little man. A half-man half-woman sissy. You only use these disdainful moves. My father could sever your finger, today I'll show you that I can sever your head. He suddenly stamped his foot. Even the land trembled with him as his shot forward like a wild gale, slashing his sword at Marquis Ying. HMPH, ignorant kid, today I'll let you see just how terrifying it is when she merges with your body. Marquis Ying coldly snorted and his robes began to float without any wind. Green veins began to bulge on his skin like many swimming snakes. That was a specific attribute of the tendon transformation realm. When his entire body was covered in green veins, his aura suddenly exploded and terrifying energy shot out everywhere. The space around him was even twisted and warped. Seeing this, Long Chen gritted his teeth. No matter how powerful Marquis Ying was, he had to do his utmost to fight. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have a good death. He was afraid of death. If he really did die, what would happen to his mother? What would happen to Chu Yao? What about his arrangement with Meng Qi? He couldn't die. Only by going all out and risking his life would there even be the slightest chance of him surviving. His entire energy gathered into the broadsword. Long Chen placed aside his fear and bravely charged into the face of death. Without realizing it, his Feng Fu star began to slowly circulate. But after it had only half circulated, it seemed as if some sort of energy was lacking and it returned to calm. He courageously charged forward. His sword shook the heavens as he used his full force to bring it slashing down. Chapter 76 The Terrifying Marquis Ying. Marquis Ying coldly smiled both mockingly and disdainfully. His hand, which was now covered with bulging veins, brandished his sword, causing it to slice through space. Boom! Terrifying waves of qi surged out violently, causing the entire mountain valley to tremble. Long Chen felt as if he had been smashed by a huge mountain. He was sent tumbling through the air, vomiting out blood. He rolled dozens of meters and spat out another mouthful of blood. His insides felt as if they were on fire. Long Chen's face was covered with shock and terror. Marquis Ying's words from before had not just been to frighten him. They had been the truth. When qi and physical power superimposed, the strength that could be unleashed was truly enough to cause a person to despair. Bastard! Wild let out an angry roar. His axe smashed down right after Long Chen was sent flying. But Marquis Ying's sword was as quick as lightning, quickly striking against Wild's battle axe. Wild was sent flying back like a skipping stone, tumbling through the air several times before heavily landing on the ground. But while Wild was sent back flying further than Long Chen, he didn't spit out any blood. That surprised Marquis Ying. Now you too should be convinced. In front of true strength, all your struggles are futile. Give up. Marquis Ying didn't chase after them to attack. He stood in his original position like an emperor, coldly looking down on them. Supporting himself with the broadsword to struggle back up, Long Chen shook his head, blood staining his mouth. Giving up midway isn't my style. I still haven't chopped off your head yet either. Marquis Ying coldly looked back at Long Chen. His anger suddenly turned into laughter. Haha, you truly are Long Tianxiao's son. I admire that toughness. I hope once I crush every single bone in your body you can still stay as tough. Kid, go repent in the underworld. After speaking, his body suddenly moved. Long Chen was shocked to realize that he was looking at an afterimage. Marquis Ying's speed was inconceivable, and he arrived in front of Long Chen in an instant, slashing with his sword. Seeing Marquis Ying's attack, Long Chen once again didn't bother with defending, instead also sending a slash out at Marquis Ying. This method of giving up defense to take one's enemy down as well wasn't really a method. It was a technique that could only be used when all else was useless. In terms of speed, Long Chen was unable to compare to Marquis Ying. And in terms of power, he was also not his match. All he could rely on was the length of his broadsword. He could only use his courage and boldness to fight against him. Although such a technique was extremely dangerous, it would at least allow him to buy some time. As expected, Marquis Ying was incapable of accepting such an exchange where he would also be heavily injured just to kill him. He recalled his sword to defend, looking for another opportunity to attack. At this time, Wild also charged over, hacking down with his axe. It seemed that the previous blow hadn't harmed him at all. His physical body truly was so frighteningly sturdy. Long Chen was gratified to see that Wild seemed to suddenly become smart. He had learned from Long Chen to ignore Marquis Ying's sword and attack with his life on the line. Consecutive blows echoed throughout the valley. The very land trembled with each exchange. With Long Chen and Wild working together and gambling their lives, Marquis Ying was actually unable to display his abilities and was forcibly blocked by the two of them. He had a definite superiority over them in terms of both power and speed. But Long Chen and Wild's attacks were absolutely insane, risking their lives over and over again. They didn't care about any of his blows striking them, only using their bodies to receive his attacks. However, they risked their lives to strike fatal blows on him. Marquis Ying's face turned green from anger. There were several times when he felt an urge to continue his attack while disregarding their blows in order to kill them, but he still continued to patiently endure. Firstly, Long Chen and Wild's strength were too great. If he were to take a direct hit from them, that could be a fatal blow. A slight miscalculation or accident and it wouldn't be just exchanging blows but exchanging lives. Secondly, he possessed the absolute advantage. Handling Long Chen and Wild was just a matter of time. There was no need for him to take any reckless risks. And it was precisely because Long Chen had seen through Marquis Ying's thinking that he dared to do as he did. After all, this kind of exchange was an absolute last resort. If he didn't risk his life fighting back, he would just die immediately. Weapons clashed and flew. An hour passed in just the blink of an eye. Long Chen was alarmed to realize that his physical strength was starting to fade. The broadsword in his hands began to feel heavier and heavier. And Wild wasn't much better off. His axe was no longer as quick and violent as before. He had obviously also reached his limit. Seeing an icy smile appeared on Marquis Ying's face, Long Chen's heart grew cold. Marquis Ying was doing this to capture them alive. He would continue to completely exhaust them so that he could torture them as much as he liked later. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. If you want my life, then we'll have to see if you have the qualifications or not. Marquis Ying smiled inside when he saw that Long Chen and Wild's power were weakening and their attacks becoming slower. Suddenly, Long Chen swung his broadsword too hard. Due to a lack of energy, he stumbled forward a step along with the sword. That one step immediately revealed a huge opening. Almost by reflex, Marquis Ying didn't even think. Dodging Wild's axe, his sword directly slashed towards Long Chen's waist. Obviously, Long Chen's guess was right. Marquis Ying was planning on keeping them barely alive. Otherwise, that sword would be going straight for his heart. A cold glimmer shined in Long Chen's eyes. Suddenly, his Feng Fu star was activated to its full power. All his power flowed straight into his dantian. The 12 cyclones that were already 300 meters wide immediately grew to 10 times the size. They quickly revolved, and the spiritual chi within 50 kilometers was immediately sucked dry. Whether I can succeed or not, I have to try. Long Chen prayed inside. His 12 cyclones all revolved, causing all that spiritual chi to condense into a cord that flowed through the Liyao point, merged into the Weiming point, and at the end rushed through the Ku Kai point to enter the Laogong point. When his spiritual chi flowed into the first point, that acupuncture point acted like a floodgate that was forced open. After his spiritual chi went through that gate, it somehow began to flow faster, rushing into the next point with an even greater force. Once the spiritual chi had finished through all the layers of superposition and entered the final Laogong point in his hand, Long Chen suddenly felt intense pain coming from that acupuncture point. Crap, my meridians can't handle this. As soon as he felt that pain around his Laogong point, he realized the surrounding meridians were also starting to shudder, unable to handle the rushing of the spiritual chi. Hold for me, Long Chen angrily roared. He could no longer care too much about that. He controlled it so only a strand of that energy flowed out of the Laogong point. Without even thinking about it, he injected that strand of energy into his broadsword. The broadsword immediately began to shake and rumble. Just as Marquis Ying's sword was about to pierce into Long Chen's waist, he suddenly felt his heart jump and all his hair stood on end. Relying on his many years of battle experience, he instinctively gave up on his attack and hastily retreated. But even as he began to retreat, the broadsword in Long Chen's hand was already raised. The 7-foot-long broadsword emitted a strange light and seemed to possess an aura of endless death as it descended upon Marquis Ying. Split the heavens. Marquis Ying was completely terrified as he looked up at that sword. That sword had somehow managed to lock him in place. A small chi condensation beginner was actually able to use his chi to lock a tendon transformation expert 2 realms above him in place. That was absolutely crazy. Normally, such a lock could only occur when the stronger expert attacked the weaker one. If 2 opponents were on the same level, it was extremely difficult for one to lock the other in place. For an insignificant chi condensation newbie to lock down a tendon transformation expert was a joke. However, such a thing actually now happened to Marquis Ying. But Marquis Ying quickly recovered from his shock, sensing the scent of death drawing near him. The sword in Long Chen's hand held a strange shine. It was just like a divinity's blade, mercilessly slashing down. Wave-breaking slash. Seeing that sword slash down, Marquis Ying shouted. Now was not the time to be shocked by Long Chen's lock. All the green veins on his body sharply grew until it was like vines which were wriggling right under his skin. His aura once more grew to a new level as he also slashed out. Chi waves surged out dozens of meters. This wave-breaking slash was one of Marquis Ying's ultimate techniques, and it was an Earth-class battle skill. The moment Long Chen's broadsword met Marquis Ying's sword, heaven and earth both turned still for a moment. Only then did an enormous explosion ring out. 3 figures were sent flying at the same time. The terrifying energy completely destroyed their original battlefield. A huge crater almost 30 meters wide appeared where they had collided. Long Chen felt as if his entire body were about to fall apart from exhaustion. His right hand was hurting in particular. According to common sense, with his current meridian widths, he was still unable to display split the heavens. But despite that, he had forcibly used it just now. This had completely broken down his meridians surrounding the Laogong point. But he had also finally learned just how terrifying split the heavens was. He had actually been lucky at that final moment, as he had only used a strand of split the heavens energy. He hadn't dared to use the rest of that energy. If he had used the full force of that battle skill, perhaps all his meridians would have completely been blown apart and he would truly become a cripple. But despite using just a strand of that energy, his hand's meridians were completely ravaged. Other than a lingering fear, Long Chen also felt a burst of excitement. It was already so powerful despite that he had only used just a strand of its power. Just what class of battle skill had split the heavens reached? You really are worthy of being Long Tianxiao's son. Good, very good, ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter rang out. The dust slowly scattered and Marquis Ying appeared from within. But the current Marquis Ying appeared extremely miserable. His clean and tidy clothes had become unbearably tattered. There was a large wound in the middle of his stomach from which blood slowly flowed out. Of the sword in his hand, only the hilt remained now. That exchange just now had completely destroyed the blade. Long Chen's pupils shrunk. Although Marquis Ying was extremely destitute now, his aura hadn't dropped much at all. That meant Marquis Ying's combat ability hadn't dropped either. Using one hand, he tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his wound and also a soft armor. That armor was golden in color. It appeared extremely flexible and strong, however, a large hole had been split open on it due to Long Chen's broadsword. What a powerful battle skill. If I hadn't had this golden silk armor, I really would have died. Looking down at his wound, Marquis Ying icily said, I'll give you a chance. If you hand over that battle skill, I'll give you too a quick death. Long Chen switched the broadsword into his left hand. His right hand was already half crippled and was unable to hold it anymore. He forced himself up and coldly laughed, and what if I say no? Long Chen, you better think this through. Death isn't scary. Living a life worse than death is the most painful. And I just happen to have some skill in that area. I'd advise you not to regret anything, said Marquis Ying icily. I, Long Chen, have never done anything I've regretted. Long Chen glanced at him and then stealthily cast a meaningful glance at Wild. Long Chen didn't dare be too obvious. After glancing at Wild, Long Chen slowly raised his sword and sneered, Ying Zhao, that move just now was just a testing blow. Now that I've tested it, I'll take your dog sheet life. After saying that, he stabbed the sword into the ground. At the same time, waves of chi exploded out and raised up all the dust into the air. HMPH, just let me see how capable you are, Marquis Ying grimly laughed. Rubbing his ring, another sword appeared in his hand, and he raised it in front of him. But when the dust settled, the guarded Marquis Ying realized that Long Chen had already disappeared, only leaving behind the foolish Wild standing there. Marquis Ying's expression changed. He hastily looked up to see that Long Chen had already fled several hundred meters into the mountains. Chapter 77 Pursuit Deep in the Forest. Marquis Ying's expression changed and he hastily looked up, only to see that Long Chen had already fled hundreds of meters deeper into the mountains. Fuck. For the reserved and elegant Marquis Ying, that was the first time he had shouted out such a vulgar word. His eyes were spitting flames. He had been fooled. So the truth was that Long Chen had noticed that his full-strength attack was actually not enough to incapacitate him and that he was simply not a match for a tendon transformation expert. After saying a couple of ruthless words, he had stabbed his sword into the ground to fill the air with dust and then immediately fled. Perhaps fleeing was actually the most valuable combat skill to have. However, when Long Chen noticed that Wild hadn't fled with him and was instead just foolishly standing in his original spot, he almost coughed up blood in anger. He had purposely given him a glance just now to tell him that there would be a chance to flee. He hadn't expected him to not react and just stand there. But since he had already fled now, he absolutely could not return. Marquis Ying's target was him. As long as he fled, Wild should be safe. As he expected, he had only gone several hundred meters before Marquis Ying angrily roared and started charging after him. Stop. Suddenly, Wild angrily roared and a red light started to come from his skin. Violent energy soared from his body. He was just like a wild ancient beast that had been awakened. Just as Marquis Ying was about to chase after Long Chen, a huge battle axe whistled over at him, causing his heart to tremble. What surprised him was that Wild's attack was suddenly much stronger than before. Even before the axe landed, just the wind from it alone was enough to make it hard for him to breathe. The power behind his attack had at least doubled. Marquis Ying didn't take it head-on. The new sword in his hand wasn't an equal to his old sword, so he didn't dare meet that blow. The result was that Wild's axe ruthlessly smashed into the ground. His terrifying energy caused the whole valley to shake. Broken rocks shot out everywhere and a shockingly huge crater appeared. Brother Long, quickly run. I'll block him. Seeing his attack missed, he once more sent his axe smashing at Marquis Ying. The fleeing Long Chen was both shocked, angered, and moved. He was shocked that Wild would be able to explode with such terrifying strength. He was furious because there was no point in blocking him. Long Chen wanted Marquis Ying to chase after him. He was also moved that Wild would actually use his own life to try to protect him. Although Wild was a bit naive, maybe even flat-out dumb, he had complete and total trust in Long Chen. He was even willing to give up his own life for him. Long Chen had an urge to both cry and curse. He was extremely worried, but he also didn't dare to stop running. That would simply be telling Marquis Ying that he wouldn't abandon Wild, thus, revealing his weak spot. Then, both of them would die. Originally, he had been planning on drawing away Marquis Ying and having Wild flee in a different direction. But the result was that Wild hadn't understood the slightest bit of Long Chen's intentions. Marquis Ying dodged Wild 3 more times. At this time, Wild's strength was growing stupendously. That last attack had been so powerful that he hadn't been able to dodge. Blocking with his sword, he was forced back 5 steps. Marquis Ying raged. Today, he had been repeatedly thwarted from killing Long Chen. A grand tendon transformation expert like him had actually been this helpless in front of 2 insignificant chi condensation rookies. More importantly, Long Chen's final attack just now had given him a somewhat heavy internal injury. Although he made himself appear fine, the truth was that he was merely suppressing the injury. That was why he didn't want to use any of his power to get past Wild, who was blocking him. That would end up making his internal injury worse. But he was becoming increasingly anxious as he saw Long Chen flee further and further away. If he couldn't throw off this giant fellow, then Long Chen really would escape. That was something completely unacceptable. His veins bulged again as he also sent a slash out at Wild's attack. Wild suddenly felt an unstoppable force push him back. He only managed to stabilize himself after almost 10 meters. Although Marquis Ying didn't specialize in power, the sharp increase in strength after entering the tendon transformation realm was simply too great. He managed to force Wild back, but Marquis Ying also wasn't well off. His stomach was aching dully. That was the result of provoking his internal injury. Long Chen's last attack had not only shaken his internal organs, but even his dantian had been somewhat jolted. That led to his spiritual chi being much more sluggish. In the process of forcing Wild back, he had almost been unable to continue suppressing his injury. Immediately after forcing Wild back, he went to go chase after Long Chen. Long Chen was his main target. "You're not going anywhere." Marquis Ying almost went mad with rage. Wild actually hadn't even received an injury despite being blown back and was now charging at him again. Wild truly was a magical beast in human form. His physical body had reached an absolutely frightening level. Just by relying on his physical strength, he had actually managed to forcefully take a tendon transformation expert's attack. Being unable to throw off Wild, Marquis Ying's eyes turned icy cold and he once more used his sword to block Wild's battle axe. He then snaked his sword through an opening to stab at Wild's stomach. Marquis Ying had obviously been infuriated and was willing to kill to get away from this hindrance. But when his sword struck Wild's skin, it was as if he had struck a hard surface. His sword slipped and his full strength blow immediately lost over half its power. The sword still managed to pierce through Wild's skin. However, it only managed to get 2 inches in before being unable to go any further. It was unable to pierce through Wild's bones. Marquis Ying was greatly shocked, as that was the first time such a thing had happened. Even a magical beast's body would be easily pierced through with his cultivation base. But he was apparently unable to do the same to Wild. Roar! Wild didn't even seem to notice the wound, viciously smashing down his battle axe on Marquis Ying. He had attacked Wild twice now without being able to give Wild a true injury. And now that Wild was attacking him, he was held back from chasing after Long Chen again. At this time, he glanced into the distance and couldn't help being worried. Long Chen had already fled over 5 miles. He was just about to enter a thick forest. If he really did enter that forest, then by relying on the coverage, he would have an unacceptably high chance of getting away. But Wild continued to firmly block his way. Grinding his teeth, he raised his sword with both hands and a scarlet flame color appeared over it. Cliff-breaking slash. Wild's battle axe went flying away while he himself was sent tumbling back dozens of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, the strange red light from his body faded. His aura sharply fell. Marquis Ying had actually been so pressed for time that he had used an Earth-class battle skill. He had managed to send Wild flying, but Wild only spat out a single mouthful of blood. On the other hand, that one attack caused his internal injury to almost flare out of control. He hastily took out a healing pill from his ring. That was a precious high-grade healing pill that he had collected many years ago. For his cultivation base, middle-grade or lower medicinal pills were basically without any effect, while high-grade medicinal pills were extremely rare. So swallowing that medicinal pill now truly caused him a heartache. Marquis Ying glanced at Wild who was lying on the ground and hesitated for a moment. He really wanted to kill Wild, as he was practically a monster. He would definitely be terrifying once he matured. But then looking at Long Chen who was on the eve of hiding in the forest, Marquis Ying gritted his teeth. Weighing his options, he still decided to ignore Wild and chased directly after Long Chen. Wild was extremely worried when he saw Marquis Ying go straight after Long Chen. He crawled back up to give chase as well. But he only managed to take 2 steps before he felt the world spinning around him. Wild fell on his butt. His face was completely pale, and he couldn't stop his hands from shivering. That was a sign that he had overdrafted his strength. Hatefully punching the ground, he could only watch as Marquis Ying's figure faded deep into the valley. Long Chen had kept a watch over their battle as he had fled. Seeing Wild unwaveringly blocked Marquis Ying had caused him to panic. If Wild really did enrage Marquis Ying, then he might not take Long Chen into consideration and just kill Wild. If that happened, Long Chen would regret it for a lifetime. But according to his understanding of Marquis Ying, he wasn't the type of person to lose his cool because of anger. When he was just about to enter the forest, he saw Marquis Ying ignore Wild to chase after him, causing him to finally feel some reliefs. He then focused his full strength on running. Entering the forest, everything suddenly became quiet. Countless huge trees reached for the sky, making it so that it was extremely difficult for any sunlight to get through. Long Chen quickly adapted to the lighting and charged forward, doing his best not to step on any vegetation. Doing so would leave behind obvious tracks. Long Chen instead did his best to land on rocks or perhaps overturn trees. That way Marquis Ying would not find his trail and would require a great deal of time to search for him. Then his advantage would become much more obvious. The most important part of this chase would be this beginning part. He was rushing forward as quickly as possible. Once Marquis Ying entered the forest though, he would have to become completely silent and not move at all in the beginning. Otherwise, Marquis Ying would manage to find his position through sound. Long Chen's only advantage over him was that he was a pill cultivator. His soul was exceptionally strong and able to sense his opponent from a large distance. He wouldn't be able to get a perfect view of him from this distance, but he would still be able to sense Marquis Ying's relative position. Once Long Chen had fled over 5 miles, he suddenly stopped and even suppressed his own breathing, not moving at all. That was because he had sensed that Marquis Ying had just entered the forest. Long Chen also closed his eyes and let himself enter an empty spirit state, making it so that he seemed like just another rock in the forest, completely isolating his aura. Having entered this state, he could see Marquis Ying, who had just entered the forest. As he had expected, he immediately paused and listened closely for Long Chen. Marquis Ying waited for over the time it took for an incense stick to burn, but was unable to hear any breathing. Having just entered the forest, everything was completely silent to a frightening degree. But after a quarter hour had passed, the birds and insects began to play their own music, causing the forest to become bustling with noise. Those bird calls caused Marquis Ying's expression to become increasingly ugly. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so crafty. He actually knew to use such a method to hide his trail. Long Chen smiled. It seemed his chances of fleeing successfully had increased again. Although the two of them were only separated by around 5 miles, while hidden deep in this forest, such a distance was already extremely safe. And with the passing of time, he would only become even more at ease. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours later, Marquis Ying finally gave up and began to search for his trail by eye. Following Marquis Ying's search, the entire forest began to once more turn quiet. Long Chen also finally opened his closed eyes. Hehe, Marquis Ying, even if I can't beat you, I still have to properly play with you. Chapter 78 Long Chen's Gift. Seeing Marquis Ying begin to move, Long Chen didn't wait around stupidly. He began to slowly sneak deeper into the forest. Long Chen didn't flee at a fast speed, as he needed to be extremely careful. He did his best not to leave any signs of his trail. He also couldn't make any noise. Otherwise, Marquis Ying would definitely notice, and all his efforts would have been wasted. So, Long Chen's fleeing speed was not that much different from Marquis Ying's searching speed. Furthermore, Long Chen couldn't flee in just one direction. If Marquis Ying decided to just rush straight forward upon seeing such a trail, he would be screwed. After all, this wasn't an ordinary game of hide and seek. Losing meant death. This was the first time Long Chen had ever felt so nervous. It was as if the Grim Reaper's sickle was constantly pressed right against his throat. Just the slightest carelessness could lead to his head tumbling into the ground. I've found you, Long Chen. Prepare to die, Marquis Ying suddenly shouted out and rushed forward. Long Chen was extremely startled, but he then coldly smiled. His current position was around 2 miles away from Marquis Ying. That wasn't because Marquis Ying was moving faster than Long Chen, but because Long Chen needed to travel in a zigzag. So in a sense, the distance between them was still over 5 miles. Marquis Ying was obviously lying. Suddenly jumping like that, an ordinary youth might be scared and start fleeing as fast as he could. That was the real trap. But Long Chen just quietly hid under a huge tree, appreciating the play that this peak Phoenix Cry expert was putting on for him. Although, he didn't dare watch with his eyes. Ever since the Huayan Pavilion's auction, when Marquis Ying had sensed him looking at him even through a wall, Long Chen had learned just how frighteningly perceptive the senses of experts were. Marquis Ying tried his bluff several more times without the slightest bit of success. In the end, he had no choice but to return to his original location and continue searching for traces of Long Chen's trail. After all, no matter how careful Long Chen was, he was unable to fly. The ground, the grass, the rocks, and the trees would all leave behind some sort of trail. But due to how smart Long Chen had acted, his tracks were difficult to find and required him to search for a long time. That greatly reduced Marquis Ying's speed and was also mentally taxing. Long Chen was actually conserving much more energy than Marquis Ying, causing Marquis Ying to become increasingly infuriated. Long Chen, just wait for when I catch you. I'll skin you and pull out each and every single strand of your muscles while you still live before turning your bones to ashes. Marquis Ying ground his teeth. He knew Long Chen was somewhere in the area and could hear him. He could even sense that Long Chen was hiding in a corner and laughing secretly at him. That made him even more infuriated. A Grand Tendon transformation expert like him, one of the 3 apex experts of Phoenix Cry, was actually unable to kill a small chi condensation brat. If that information got out, then he would immediately become the entire empire's laughingstock. He had a stomach full of anger without anywhere to release it. But he had to maintain his calm, otherwise, with the slightest negligence, Long Chen might really be able to flee from him. He could only continue to search and follow his trail, while also keeping an ear on the surrounding silence. Long Chen sneered, "You want to skin me? Such a dream isn't as easy to achieve as you think." Seeing Marquis Ying begin slowly searching, Long Chen continued going deeper into the forest. That was the best option. It was true that it might be possible for him to detour around Marquis Ying and stealthily return to the valley and then the capital. And such an option was definitely tempting to him. But Long Chen had decided to give up on that thought for now. From his understanding of Marquis Ying, he knew that he would have set up many traps before coming here. If he rashly went out the forest, that might just be walking right into his trap. Moreover, his internal injuries were extremely severe. His right hand's meridians had been completely destroyed. He had perhaps just a tenth of his regular fighting ability. Just a few random blood condensation subordinates possessed a fatal danger to him. So he had no choice but to suppress his desire to return to the capital. He continued deeper into the forest, carefully traveling in a zigzag manner so that he could easily misguide Marquis Ying, forcing him to travel even slower. After another 4 hours, the sky darkened. The entire forest became much gloomier and frightening. Occasionally, the howls of ferocious beasts rang out. Long Chen's expression sunk. If his luck was bad and he ended up being noticed by one of those beasts, although he wouldn't be killed by the beast, he would likely end up attracting Marquis Ying over. Now that night had already arrived, many beasts had begun to come out of their lairs. Those beasts didn't know how difficult Long Chen would be to deal with. If they happened to consider him as food to prey on, that would be troublesome. Long Chen was hiding behind a stone rampart. Suddenly, he heard some light sounds coming over, and sweeping his divine sense over, he felt a huge headache. At this time, it was so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers even if he held his hand right over his eyes. However, his spiritual strength could substitute for his eyes to see everything within dozens of meters of him extremely clearly. In front of him was a wolf around a meter tall. That 1-meter wolf was essentially a cub. Long Chen cursed his bad luck. Although this was just a wild beast and not a magical beast, if that cub ended up attacking him, even if he did manage to kill it in one blow, it would still cause a bit of noise. In this silent forest, such a noise was something that Marquis Ying, with his tendon transformation cultivation base, could not possibly miss. Especially not while he was quietly searching for his trail. Long Chen slowly took out a dagger from his ring. If that hungry wolf did end up coming at him, he had to kill it in one shot. But he had absolutely no confidence in being able to kill it without making the slightest noise. If it ended up letting out a miserable howl as it died, then it would be over for him. Man and wolf looked right at each other. Long Chen felt his sweat begin to drip. This face-to-face examination continued for several breaths when the wolf's nose suddenly sniffed slightly. It actually withdrew and disappeared into the night. Long Chen was extremely puzzled when he suddenly remembered Little Snow. Having been in contact with that little fellow for so long, had some of his magical beast smell rubbed off on him and scared away the wolf. Wait, crap, Little Snow is still in the valley. He clapped himself in the forehead. He had actually forgotten about Little Snow in his panic. Before going to kill Sha Changfeng, he had hidden Little Snow inside a cave. But the situation had changed greatly from what he had imagined. Marquis Ying's appearance had forced Long Chen and Wild to fight against him with all they had, yet in the end, they were unable to defeat him. Long Chen had fled into the forest to draw Marquis Ying away. Now that he suddenly thought of Little Snow, Long Chen prayed that Wild would for once be smart and remember to bring Little Snow away. The current Little Snow had eaten quite a bit of meat after being with Long Chen. He had already grown from being the size of a palm to being over a foot long. But that was still too small for him to survive on his own. Thinking of that adorable fellow, Long Chen actually had an urge to go back to the valley. But that was not a viable option. He was almost certain that Marquis Ying had set up other killers waiting for him around there. Long Chen's hatred of Marquis Ying grew even greater now, however, he was also helpless. Seeing that wolf retreat, Long Chen hastily moved a couple of rocks over to completely hide himself. He would conceal his body and aura, which would allow him to avoid most of the beasts. Suddenly, he heard distant roars. Long Chen smiled. Hee, it seemed Marquis Ying truly was popular. Long Chen didn't dare kill that wolf because he was afraid of drawing over Marquis Ying. Moreover, the death of such a beast would release a strong scent of blood that would attract countless predators. Those predators were the masters of this area. They were all able to easily smell blood within 5 miles. Not long after the first roar, other beasts had also come. Long Chen could even hear the sound of a blade slashing through the air. Hee, excellent, you just stay busy for now. I'll recover for a bit. Having hidden himself behind a stone rampart, he was extremely difficult to find. Now with Marquis Ying having to fend off all the vicious beasts that were gathering around him, he felt even safer. He consumed 2 medicinal pills. One was to heal his inner wounds, while the other was to heal his meridians. As a pill cultivator, Long Chen naturally had prepared countless medicinal pills for himself. Now they finally had some use. Moreover, the medicinal pills, which he had reserved for his own use, were extremely extravagant. They were all high-grade medicinal pills. Ever since obtaining the beast flame at the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, his flame's strength had increased so much that Long Chen had completely replaced all of his middle-grade medicinal pills. Now that he had consumed those 2 medicinal pills, he no longer had to be as worried about his inner wounds. As long as he had enough time, they would slowly recover. But the injury to his hand's meridians was somewhat troublesome. Meridians spread throughout the entire body, reaching every inch of his body. It was precisely because of those canal-like meridians that spiritual qi could be sent anywhere in the body to release powerful strength. If an ordinary person's meridians were destroyed, that person would, essentially become a cripple, but Long Chen had his pill god's memories, so although this matter was a bit troublesome, it wasn't a huge obstacle. It just required some time to fix. Long Chen focused his medicinal pills, energy onto the endpoint of his wrist where the meridians had been damaged. Using spiritual strength and medicinal energy, he let the meridians regenerate. Letting meridians regenerate was an incredibly difficult process. In principle it was simple. It was just allowing broken canals to once more grow along their old roots. But the difficulty was actually incredibly great. In the entire Phoenix Cry Empire, even including Grandmaster Yunqi, there was no one other than Long Chen who could do so. Grandmaster Yunqi could perhaps recover the finger's meridians because those were main meridians that many people remembered. But as for those extremely thin meridians that were no wider than a hair, those were something he was definitely incapable of healing. And even if he did manage to mold those meridians out with his experience, they would be completely different from the old ones. Long Chen's method was not the same. He was letting the meridians once more grow out extremely naturally, letting them follow their own paths that they remembered. Such a process was exceptionally slow, but to Long Chen, each millimeter they grew was another increase in his chances of survival. Long Chen focused his entire attention on recovering from his wounds. The entire night passed as he worked, and he only opened his eyes when it was daytime once more. Quietly opening the stone shelter he had built, he looked over in the direction where all those beast roars had come from and his stomach suddenly grumbled. Long Chen's eyes brightened and he suddenly smiled mischievously. Marquis Ying, this master is going to prepare a little gift for you. Chapter 79 Sending a Lump. Deep within the dense forest, Marquis Ying was looking down at Long Chen's tracks. His expression was so dark that it was frightening. That was because he had realized Long Chen was extremely crafty. Sometimes he would purposely leave footprints to mislead him. He would follow those footprints and find that any trace of Long Chen completely disappeared after a while. With his tracks completely disappearing, it meant that Long Chen must have backtracked into a previous location and once more fled in a different direction. These footprints were purposely a bit more clear to intentionally let Marquis Ying see them. Now he would have to go back and spend even more time searching for where Long Chen had split off into a different direction. Marquis Ying was completely infuriated. Long Chen was too cunning. Sometimes, the footprints he left behind intentionally would actually be the direction he went, so Marquis Ying couldn't even rule that out. In order to tell his true direction, Marquis Ying had no choice but to patiently follow along slowly. He could sense Long Chen wasn't that far, but he was unable to find him. He was so angry that his lungs felt like they were about to explode. A whole day had already passed since they had entered the forest. Marquis Ying was starting to get impatient. However, He also had no way around this. He could only continue searching for his tracks. In this manner, the two of them continued playing hide and seek in the endless forest. Although Long Chen had a slight advantage at this time, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit overconfident. If Long Chen wanted to, he would actually able to quickly break away from Marquis Ying's pursuit. However, he refused to do that. He only continued to keep Marquis Ying at a distance of 5 miles. That was the perfect distance from which a tendon transformation expert could sense an enemy in the vicinity, but would be unable to pinpoint that enemy's location. This was done intentionally by Long Chen. After sending Long Chen to kill Sha Changfeng, the fourth prince had sent Marquis Ying to kill him. This meant the fourth prince was no longer worried about his father. In other words, the entire Long household was in danger. He had to continue this in order to stall Marquis Ying. One reason for this stalling was that as long as Wild was doing what he had told him, he would quickly return to the capital. Wild would bring his household's people to the Alchemist Guild. With his relationship to Grandmaster Yunqi, he would definitely not ignore them. At that time, even the fourth prince would have to reconsider whether he should make any moves against them. The other reason was that if Marquis Ying continued not to return to the capital, the fourth prince who hadn't received a report of his death would definitely not attack the Long household. That was why Long Chen continued to risk his life to hold Marquis Ying up. It was also why he had no other options. He had to do this. He carefully continued advancing. Long Chen suddenly saw a huge tree with a fist-sized beetle on it. Seeing that beetle, Long Chen's eyes brightened. He recognized that beetle as the horned bull beetle. That was because it had a horn on its nose that was just like a bull's horn. This was a very mildly tempered beetle. Its movements were especially slow. But it shouldn't be underestimated for being small. Its strength was actually shocking. Just such a small beetle was capable of moving 10 to 20 pounds. He smiled, "Hee hee, little guy, help me out a bit." Ignoring its outrage, Long Chen picked up the little beetle and placed it into his robes. Once more advancing another mile, he found a good location and stopped. He took out a thin thread from his spatial ring. That was black silk, and despite its thinness, it was extremely sturdy. Just one thread of it could withstand half a ton of force. Most adventurers would also keep a bit of it on hand. Whether it was to use as a rope or to make a snare, it was extremely convenient. The most popular thing about it was that it was made from black silkworms that were raised by humans, so it could be bought cheaply. Long Chen looked around and nodded in approval. The black silk's color was not easy to notice against the background. He found a short bush around the size of an egg and gently pushed on it, feeling a good elasticity. He lightly twined the black silk around the bush. By tying it back with the black silk, the bush was just like an arm ready to pitch. Once it lost the force of the black silk, it would immediately shoot forward. Long Chen did all of this extremely carefully. The slightest mistake might make a large enough noise to attract Marquis Ying. But thinking about the result of this trap, if it worked, this little danger was definitely worth it. He finished setting up his slingshot. Looking around the vicinity, he saw both sides were covered by thorny thistles and there was only one straight path through this area. While people were rushing, they would naturally choose the easiest path. So this was the ideal spot to place the trigger. Putting up several obstacles around his slingshot to protect it, he confirmed the distance. No matter how Marquis Ying arrived, he would definitely step upon a certain route. He took out the horned beetle and bound one of its legs with the black silk. Placing it on top of a large tree, the beetle began to slowly crawl, but it wasn't randomly crawling around. It was crawling up to a spot 10 meters up on the tree. That was because Long Chen had placed a petal from a butterfly orchid there. That was a kind of medicinal ingredient. That petal contained a very rich sweetness. It was also the favorite food of the horned bull beetle. Although that petal was half withered, with the beetle's amazing sense of smell, it immediately noticed it and began to crawl over to it with all its might. Its speed was extremely slow though. It only managed to reach there after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. But just as it was preparing to eat its favorite food, Long Chen picked up the pitiful fellow and pulled it away. Long Chen made some calculations and tied a knot over the beetle, keeping it in place. That knot had a small loop in it. If that loop was touched, then the knot would immediately loosen, releasing it. After carefully setting up all these preparations, he placed a small stone on the other side of the black silk. He confirmed everything was set. Once the beetle crawled up to the butterfly orchid's petal, it would activate and release the knot, causing the stone to fall to the ground. Long Chen once more looked over his trap from start to end. A strange smile appeared on his face. He found a large leaf and then sneakily hid behind a large tree. He watched for a moment as the beetle continued according to its original route, crawling towards the petal. But due to it now pulling along a stone, its speed had slowed down a bit. Long Chen nodded and quietly retreated. Now there was only one tiny crucial item remaining. As for whether the trap would succeed, that would depend on Marquis Ying. He stealthily disappeared deeper into the forest. An hour later, Marquis Ying, who was searching for any of Long Chen's tracks, suddenly heard a strange sound, the sound of a stone rolling. That sound was extremely quiet, but within the keen listening ears of Marquis Ying, it was practically a thunderclap. Marquis Ying didn't even think about it before rushing over. He was just like a wild gale, and 3 or 4 miles was instantly traversed. That sound had definitely not been natural. He knew it was the sound of someone accidentally tripping on a stone. Within this silent forest, other than him, the only one who would make such a noise was Long Chen. Thinking of Long Chen, flames of fury rose inside him. Last night, he hadn't gotten the slightest bit of sleep and hadn't even had time to rest his wounds. Those damn beasts had become enraged and continuously attacked him. Although they were unable to pose any danger to him, they had troubled his internal injury. It was impossible for a medicinal pill alone to completely heal his injury. He had to combine it with spiritual qi in order to recover. But he hadn't had any time or opportunity to do so. He was forced into being unable to maintain his peak combat ability, causing him to feel a great sense of unease. So he urgently needed to kill Long Chen and return to the capital to recover. In just a couple of breaths' time, Marquis Ying arrived at where the sound had come from, but there was no sign of Long Chen anywhere. Under a tree was the rock that had made the noise, and it seemed the rock had writings on it. Marquis Ying looked over the surroundings and his expression became ugly when he saw no sign of Long Chen. He knew that he had most likely been played. He slowly walked over to that rock, wanting to know what Long Chen had wanted to show him. He had just walked a couple of steps when he suddenly stepped on a string that activated the short bush not far from him. A ball of something wrapped in a green leaf shot towards him. Marquis Ying coldly laughed and raised his sword, slicing that ball in half. HMPH, you little insect. He hadn't expected that the moment his sword touched that ball, the ball exploded, filling the air with juice. Due to that happening so fast and being so close, Marquis Ying was unable to get away in time and was completely drenched by that juice. An incomparably disgusting smell filled the air. Some of it had also gotten into his mouth, so now his mouth was also full of that disgusting stench. Marquis Ying hastily retreated, his first thought being that it was poison. But although that thing had been incomparably disgusting, it didn't have traces of poison in it. His spiritual qi was circulating completely normally. Now that he had time, he noticed that the rock on the ground had flipped over to reveal the following words. Just a small gift which is unworthy of you. Originally, I wanted to send you a large lump, but recently my stomach hasn't been feeling well. Please forgive my helplessness. Looking at the words, Marquis Ying's face suddenly turned completely white. Looking at the sticky residue left on his clothes, his stomach began to heave and he vomited. Marquis Ying's incredibly angry roar practically blew apart the clouds above him. It caused the entire forest to shake, and countless birds and beasts were frightened into flight. Long Chen was on a distant tree watching those birds. He smiled heartily. He had finally released some of his anger at being chased like this. Ever since that day, Marquis Ying's face became even darker and Long Chen became even more careful, not daring to set up such a trap again. If he ended up making a slight mistake when setting it up, he would definitely be doomed. That small trap had been to relieve his anger and to increase his self-confidence. Since he had managed to do that, it wouldn't be smart to set something like that up again. Only by being careful could he survive. He didn't want his hard-worked advantage to be reversed. One fled while one chased. 8 days quickly passed by. Over that time, Long Chen fled during the day and recuperated during the night after using all kinds of different techniques to hide from the wild beasts. Due to the assistance of his medicinal pills, Long Chen's recovery was extremely quick. His right hand's meridians had almost completely recovered. His inner injuries had also nearly healed. Ever since the first night where he had drawn over many beasts, Marquis Ying had become smarter and also rested during the night. He would jump up into a high tree, using the time to rest and heal his wounds. His efficiency was also very fast. This continued up until the 9th day. Long Chen was crossing a small stream when he sensed a strange movement above his head. Looking up, his expression greatly changed. Crap, I'm screwed. Chapter 80 Final Showdown. On the 9th day, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. There was simply a monkey at the top of a large tree. It wasn't very large, but its throat was extremely thick. It was looking at Long Chen guardedly. Long Chen immediately didn't even dare to move a muscle. He couldn't help but feel endless regret. Having played around with Marquis Ying with that gift before, he had actually grown too careless. That monkey was just an ordinary beast. It didn't have any attacking strength, but it was precisely this monkey which caused Long Chen to enter a huge crisis. That monkey was a beast that liked to live in large groups. This part of the forest was obviously their territory, and that monkey should be a sentry. As soon as they sensed intruders or danger, they would immediately let out a loud howl to alert their comrades. Long Chen hadn't been paying enough attention to his surroundings and ended up running into their territory. He immediately realized he had made an inexcusable mistake. He began to slowly retreat, showing that he was leaving immediately. But it was already too late. That monkey let out a loud howl from atop the tree, its voice immediately spreading out dozens of miles. Long Chen's expression sunk. If he had been in range, he definitely would have immediately crushed that monkey in anger. The entire forest began to echo with more alarmed calls. Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrunk. From the distance, a figure was rushing over straight towards Long Chen. He could now see Marquis Ying, whose eyes were brimming with killing intent. Now that Marquis Ying had already found him, running would be useless. Long Chen directly gave up any thoughts of escaping. Since he was already found, other methods were now useless. Now the only option was to risk his life. Long Chen, if I don't turn your bones to ashes, then I won't be surnamed Ying. Marquis Ying arrived in just the blink of an eye. The current Marquis Ying's eyes were practically about to spit out flames. Each one of the past 8 days had felt like a year. In particular, that gift, which Long Chen had sent him, had caused the extremely immaculate Marquis Ying to almost want to kill himself. Although he hadn't eaten a thing in the last 8 days, he was still constantly vomiting. It seemed as if he wanted to even vomit out all of his stomach contents. In fact, at this time, Marquis Ying's hatred of Long Chen had already surpassed his hatred for Long Tianxiao. Seeing Long Chen standing right in front of him now, his body was incessantly quivering. As for the reason for that, perhaps only Marquis Ying knew it. Whether or not you're surnamed Ying has nothing to do with me. I'm not your dad. Long Chen shook his head. The broadsword once more reappeared in his hands. Words had no meaning anymore. Having been on edge constantly over the past few days, his heart had actually calmed down now that he was facing Marquis Ying. He sensed that his current state had already reached his previous peak, so there was nothing to fear. It even seemed as if his cultivation realm had increased a level. That was an extremely mysterious feeling. He couldn't clearly explain it. But under Marquis Ying's constant pursuit, the scent of death had never been far. He felt as if he had transformed after that experience. Ha 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 ha, are you provoking me now in hopes of me giving you a quick death? Stop dreaming. I'll make it so you live a life worse than death, a life that will make you regret ever being born in this world. Marquis Ying's face was extremely sinister. I don't need to provoke you. How was the taste of the gift I sent you last time? Long Chen asked lightly. Hearing the word, gift, Marquis Ying's face immediately whitened and his stomach once more began to heave. I'll kill you, Marquis Ying angrily shouted, and his sword sliced through the air towards Long Chen. Long Chen had long since been prepared. He also sent his sword slashing forward. Bang! Long Chen was sent back a dozen of steps before being able to stabilize himself. His blood and qi were in an upheaval inside. Looking at Marquis Ying, he saw that he had only taken 3 steps back. He sighed. Tendon transformation experts truly were a huge level above. His current strength had recovered to over 90%, but he was still not an equal match for Marquis Ying. Even in terms of his brute strength, he was completely outmatched by Marquis Ying. That was a clear difference. That was also why amongst the countless cultivators in Phoenix Cry, Marquis Ying was at the absolute apex. On the other side, Marquis Ying's eyes narrowed when he saw that Long Chen was actually able to block his blow. Alchemists truly did have ample preparations. When Long Chen had fled back then, he had already been halfway dead. But now he had mostly recovered. It was obvious Long Chen had consumed quite a few medicinal pills. But as for Marquis Ying, He wasn't an alchemist and his cultivation base was too high for most medicinal pills to work on him, so effective medicinal pills were extremely rare treasures for him. This caused intense envy inside of him. If he was also an alchemist or had such medicinal pills, how would it be possible for him to have still yet to recover to 70% even after all these days? Thinking of that, Marquis Ying felt that the heavens truly were unfair. Within the same generation as him was Long Tianxiao, who had completely suppressed him, making it difficult for him to stand out. And then Long Tianxiao had an amazing son who had become a pill adept at a young age and was also a shockingly talented genius in terms of the martial path. Compared to Long Tianxiao, he was an absolute failure. His eyes reddened and green veins exploded out on his body. Coldly shouting and raising his sword, sword chi filled the air and shook the heavens. Long Chen took a deep breath. The current Marquis Ying was acting like a madman. Now that he was using his full strength to attack, Long Chen would be unable to block him. Touching his ring, he took out 2 medicinal pills. He threw one of them into his mouth and swallowed it. The other one was rubbed along his broadsword using his spiritual strength. Marquis Ying had been able to see him swallow a medicinal pill, and he assumed that Long Chen was using it to heal injuries. But the second medicinal pill had been hidden and silently spread across the broadsword's back. It had been impossible for Marquis Ying to see. Marquis Ying's sword was already crashing down upon him. Long Chen roared and also slashed out. In terms of sword techniques, Marquis Ying could play around with Long Chen as much as he wanted to. But the broadsword in Long Chen's hands was so long that it was a perfect counter to such a thing. So, Marquis Ying's exquisite techniques were completely useless. The 2 swords collided and there was a huge explosion. A faint red gas immediately spread out and enveloped an area of 30 meters. The 2 of them were both swallowed by it. Ah! That red gas invaded Marquis Ying's body and he immediately let out a miserable scream. His exposed skin felt as if hot iron was branding it and the intense pain was simply unbearable. Not only that, but the red gas seemed to come alive and was doing its best to force its way into his body through his skin. Even though he had reacted at the very first moment and stopped breathing it in, it was absolutely useless. And that red gas also possessed an extremely terrifying corrosive nature. Blisters were quickly appearing on his skin. His flesh was rotting at a speed he could see with his naked eye. "You used poison?" asked the shocked Marquis Ying angrily. "What do you think?" Long Chen coldly laughed, but he also wasn't that well off. The poison pill refined from the hard rot grass was extremely powerful. Even he himself was unable to block it. Although he had taken an antitoxin pill, he was unable to completely defend against that poisonous gas. His body was also harmed and turned red as if he was being boiled. But he was still better off than Marquis Ying. That antitoxin pill allowed him to not have to worry about the poisonous gas corroding his heart. That was the most terrifying aspect of the poison pill refined from hard rot grass. That poison pill was his strongest life-saving measure. Marquis Ying truly was too powerful, so he had had no choice but to use it. Marquis Ying angrily roared and tried to send a full-force attack at Long Chen. But his expression greatly changed. Just as he began to circulate his spiritual qi, the poisonous gas that had just entered through his skin suddenly spread throughout his body quickly and then went straight for his heart. This completely terrified Marquis Ying. If such a powerful poison invaded his heart, even he, a tendon transformation expert, would not be able to live for more than a few moments. He hastily took out a medicinal pill from his ring and swallowed it. When Long Chen saw that pill, his expression changed. He hadn't expected Marquis Ying to possess such a medicinal pill. Just from its luster and the fragrance being emitted from it, Long Chen could identify that pill to be a snow toad Yuan 1. The snow toad was an extremely rare magical beast. It didn't have a crystal core like other magical beasts. All its essence was focused on its Niden, too. The snow toad was also a kind of poisonous beast. A matured snow toad was a second-rank magical beast. The poisonous mist it spat out could immediately cover an area of hundreds of meters. That poisonous mist was able to poison other magical beasts to death and cause all vegetation to wither away. It was extremely frightening, but it was precisely because its poisonous gas was so powerful that even it was unable to endure it. Thus, its Niden was used to help it survive even its own poison. Snow toads were an extremely rare kind of magical beast from which both poison and antitoxins could be extracted. The snow toad Yuan that could be refined from the snow toad's Niden could cure hundreds of poisons. It was an extremely precious medicinal pill, which was why it was extremely surprising that Marquis Ying possessed it. Although it was said to resolve hundreds of poisons, it was mostly just a partial cure. But just resolving part of the poison was enough to reverse a person's fate. Long Chen, you actually forced me to use a precious pill that I've hidden away for half of my life. Give me your life as the price. Marquis Ying's face was extremely twisted now. That pill was something he had obtained as a youth and had continuously hidden. But now, because of a qi condensation weakling like Long Chen, he was forced to use it. His heart was practically dripping blood. Long Chen was greatly alarmed to see that the snow-toad Yaoan was actually able to temporarily suppress the poisonous gas attack on his heart. Marquis Ying charged at him, and in response, all 12 of his cyclones began to wildly spin, releasing his full strength. His sword danced in the air, meeting Marquis Ying's blows head-on. Consecutive exchanges caused explosive qi waves that flattened the huge trees around them, the power of just the aftershocks being absolutely shocking. Long Chen felt his arm turn numb under Marquis Ying's full-force attacks. Blood stained the corner of his mouth and his internal organs were starting to be affected. But at this time, Long Chen still ground his teeth and continued to endure. He knew that the snow-toad Yaoan would not be able to suppress his poison pill forever. Long Chen was sent flying, vomiting blood. But Marquis Ying didn't have the slightest happiness on his face. Instead, he was filled with horror. Hehe, have you finally noticed? Did you really think the poison pill refined by me, Long Chen, was so easy to resolve? Long Chen wiped off the blood on his mouth and coldly laughed. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The snow-toad Yaoan could resolve hundreds of poisons and its effectiveness was definitely shockingly high. But that was mostly for beast poisons. Long Chen's poison pill had been mostly refined from the hard-rot grass. This caused the effectiveness of the snow-toad Yaoan to sharply drop. A murderous aura overflowed from Marquis Ying. Taking a deep breath, he raised his sword and a terrifying aura filled the sword. Killing intent engulfed the forest. Even so, I'll still kill you. His sword shot through the air. The terrifying power behind it cut through the space and released a sharp splitting sound. With endless killing intent, it slashed towards Long Chen. Void-breaking slash. Chapter 81. Both sides heavily wounded. Waves of qi completely constricted Long Chen. That sword seemed completely unstoppable. That was Marquis Ying's most powerful sword technique. Long Chen knew that it was definitely also an Earth-class battle skill, and it was even more powerful than the one he had used before. Its powerful aura completely locked him in place. Facing death, Long Chen's mind was completely calm. He entered a strange state at this moment. He seemed to have grasped everything within heaven and earth. 10,000 laws and Taos, every single creature and object, everything was clearly captured within his mind right now. He felt as if he had already escaped from his body and was looking on as an observer. What Long Chen didn't know was that at this time, his Feng Fu star had become completely static as if it was waiting for some kind of enlightenment. It was a shame that Long Chen hadn't noticed. Spiritual qi rushed towards his 12 cyclones. They explosively grew and cord-like energy surged through Long Chen's meridians to enter the broadsword in his hands. Strange lines appeared over the broadsword, and it seemed to come alive. It cut through a mysterious arc, imposing just like an overpowering dragon. This was Long Chen's strongest attack. Boom! Waves of qi exploded outwards. Both of them were sent flying back, blood filling the sky. Long Chen's broadsword was sent flying out of his hands for hundreds of meters, only stopping once it sunk deep into a boulder. Vomiting out blood, Long Chen felt that his whole body was about to collapse and his aura plummeted. A dozen cuts appeared on his body which were bleeding heavily. But what was worse was that all the meridians in his body had become covered in cracks, just a bit away from completely breaking apart. And this was after Long Chen had gained the experience of using Split the Heavens last time. So when he had used it this time, he had used his entire body's meridians in order to brunt the explosive force that came from it. But because he had used even greater force that last time, he was really just the slightest bit away from becoming a completely crippled person. It was possible to regrow a small portion of destroyed meridians. That was because you could follow the memories of the meridians before it. But if all the meridians in the body were destroyed, then even with a pill god's memories, Long Chen would be completely powerless to fix it. The current him was now unable to use even the slightest trace of spiritual qi. His cracked meridians were unable to bear any force at the moment. On the other side, Marquis Ying's condition was not that much better than Long Chen's. The sword in his hand had shattered explosively, its fragments cutting into both of them. If it was just outer wounds, then Marquis Ying would still be able to use his powerful cultivation base to suppress them. But having used his most powerful attack just now, he had lost control of the extremely toxic poison inside him. A trace of that corrosive poison had entered his heart just now. However, just that slight trace caused his heart to show signs of withering. That completely terrified Marquis Ying, and he hastily used his spiritual qi to defend against the poison's invasion. Long Chen took a deep breath and stood up. Going over to his broadsword, he pulled it out of the rock, and slowly began to walk over to Marquis Ying. He could see a bit of blackness on Marquis Ying's forehead. That was one of the signs that the poison had reached his heart. It also meant that Marquis Ying was like him and couldn't use his spiritual qi. Now he could use his powerful physical body to go kill Marquis Ying. Long Chen wanted to rush over and split him in two, but his body was unbearably weak. Blood was flowing from the dozen wounds caused by Marquis Ying's shattered sword. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, he would have already run out of blood. But even so, bursts of dizziness caused him to feel as if he might faint at any time. However, he couldn't fall just yet. Even though he was already out of energy, his eyes were still calm without the slightest trace of emotion as he slowly walked towards Marquis Ying. Ying Zhao, now the one who will die is you. Long Chen raised his sword and slashed down at Marquis Ying. Marquis Ying was worried to see that Long Chen still had the strength to come attack him. He hastily rolled to the side. When the broadsword slashed right past his cheeks, it was so close that he could feel the icy coldness coming from it. Damn, he actually still has so much strength. Marquis Ying's expression finally changed. That was the first time he had felt fear from an insignificant qi condensation ant. He was especially afraid of Long Chen's completely calm eyes. Long Chen was just like a deep well. He only revealed the slightest bit on the surface, but as for how deep he was, no one knew. Marquis Ying could sense the steady killing intent overflowing from him. Now he was at an absolute disadvantage. Without his spiritual qi, he was not a match for Long Chen's physical body. Just treat it as you being lucky today. Marquis Ying coldly sneered and actually turned to flee. You want to run? Leave behind your life first. Long Chen shouted and charged forward in chase. However, the broadsword in his hand was too heavy and he was actually unable to catch up. In just a few short moments, he lost Marquis Ying's tail. Seeing Marquis Ying disappear, the anger on Long Chen's face faded to be replaced by relief. He suddenly felt the world spinning around him, and his vision blackened as he lost consciousness. Marquis Ying was celebrating that Long Chen was unable to catch up to him. Long Chen's physical body might be powerful, but his attacking strength resided with that broadsword. Now that broadsword had become a burden and caused him to be unable to catch up to him, letting Marquis Ying relax. He didn't know that Long Chen was actually completely spent. He had just used up all his final energy to put on an act to scare him off. In the end, Marquis Ying really was duped. After fleeing madly for a while, Marquis Ying suddenly felt his heart begin to violently beat. He realized his own spiritual qi was starting to run out and was unable to suppress the poison. He hastily took out a couple of medicinal pills and swallowed them. The snow toad Yaoan's medicinal energy was already starting to decline, but it had only countered an incredibly small portion of Long Chen's poison. He would definitely still die if he didn't promptly neutralize it. Now Marquis Ying could no longer even bother to think about Long Chen. His own life was more important. Over 200 miles were traversed by him in just a day. He finally left the forest and arrived at a camp. Marquis Ying let out a breath of relief when he saw the camp. When the patrolling guards saw Marquis Ying covered in blood and on his last legs, they were all scared stupid. Was that really the Marquis Ying who was practically like a god to them? Marquis Ying grabbed one of those guards who appeared to be a squad leader and hastily spat out, "Split up your troops and sweep the entire forest. When you see him, you must kill him. Bring me back to the capital." After saying that, Marquis Ying was unable to continue and fainted. That squad only then reacted, quickly carrying away Marquis Ying and sending a report to the higher-ups. Returning back to the third day after Long Chen had killed Sha Changfeng, the fourth prince held a secret report and a light smile appeared on his face. "Long Chen, you really didn't disappoint me." Lightly putting down the report, he raised a cup of tea from the table and calmly drank a sip. Suddenly, his door was opened and a white-robed man walked in. Seeing that white-robed man, the fourth prince smiled slightly. "I've already prepared some tea for you." But you came a bit later than I expected, so it might not be perfect. Please, have some first and don't take offense. That white-robed man's eyes had been icy cold and filled with killing intent, but because of the fourth prince's words, he became somewhat startled. You know who I am? He icily asked. I know a bit. Then do you know why I've come here? To kill me, replied the fourth prince lightly. Those words which would cause a person's heart to jump in fear were actually said with extreme calmness. If you know I came here to kill you, why are you so calm? The white-robed man's eyes narrowed. Because I know you can't kill me. Haha, if I wanted to kill you, even all the people in the capital added together would be unable to stop me, laughed the white-robed man coldly. It's not a question of being able to block you. That's because I don't need to block you, I know you won't kill me. The fourth prince was completely certain. Oh, well, I'd like to hear a bit more about that. Apparently, the white-robed man had become a bit interested in what the fourth prince had to say. For one thing, I bet that xianxia wasn't the most cooperative partner. He was an imbecile, and so he had to die. Continue. Now you have a better partner, someone who can serve you much better, someone who can complete twice the work with half the effort. You mean yourself, correct, and your proof of that? The proof is that I have an overall comprehension of your guys' plans. I know how you can win without the slightest blood. The fourth prince was completely sure of himself. Seeing that the white-robed man didn't say anything, the fourth prince continued, you've been setting your plan in motion for over 20 years. Ever since the beginning when you sent my mother to marry the Phoenix Cry Emperor, you've done everything extremely carefully. Your goal was to not attract too much movement. You used me and my mother to succeed in controlling the entire Phoenix Cry Empire. The Emperor is already dead and the Empress Dowager is under my mother's control. The people who know this secret are all our people, with the exception of Long Tianxiao. So the only person that we need to worry about is Long Tianxiao. But Long Tianxiao has refused to surrender to us even after all these years. He seems to have also sensed some clues that raised his guard. He has always refused to return to the capital. So right now, Long Tianxiao is the greatest obstacle in your plans. Am I correct? The white-robed man frowned. Everything you said is useless. You might as well have not said anything. The fourth prince smiled slightly. What if I said that I could resolve the problem of Long Tianxiao? Would that still be useless? You can do that. I've never done anything I wasn't sure of. I was born in Phoenix Cry, destined to be a chess piece. I've already endured the lifestyle of underhanded schemes that cannot see the light of day. So, I want to cooperate with you. I'll help you handle Long Tianxiao, and you help me become the emperor. The fourth prince's breathing became a bit heavy at this point. Obviously, this was an extremely tense moment. Although he was also a prince, he had really been born into this world with a mission to be a spy. He would forever be like a ghost, never allowed to see the true light. He had been suppressed for too long. He needed to be set free. When he had seen xianxia abusing his power arrogantly like an idiot, he had decided that he would kill that bastard and make himself the white-robed man's partner. The white-robed man looked at the fourth prince. What's your bargaining chip? The fourth prince celebrated inside when he saw that the white-robed man hadn't declined. Full of confidence, he handed something over to him. Seeing that thing, the white-robed man was shocked. Chapter 82 The Fourth Prince's Lofty Ambition. That was an animal hide page. There were countless symbols drawn into the page. They didn't seem exactly like words, but they weren't exactly not. You can communicate with the barbarian tribes? The white-robed man asked with astonishment. The barbarian tribes were precisely called barbarian, because they lived just like wild beasts. But they had their own crude culture and language. These ugly symbols were precisely the barbarian tribe's script. Many people had seen that script before, but they had no idea how to read them. It was completely unexpected for the fourth prince to be able to. One's full effort must be invested into achieving one's goals for there to be a profit. Ever since I was young, I could see through my own destiny. At that time, I had already started gathering the bargaining chips that would change my destiny. I sent countless people to the barbarian tribes to try joining them, but they only treated those people as food. However, there are always exceptions in this world. One person was actually accepted into the barbarian tribes. Then, I started to gradually gain a connection to the barbarian tribe's power. While fulfilling our missions, my mother and I also raised our own power. To tell the truth, 3 years ago, I already possessed the power to help you seize the Phoenix Cry Empire without the slightest drop of blood, but that wouldn't have brought me even the slightest benefits. The white-robed man nodded. Continue. So, in order to handle Long Tianxiao, I purposely stopped supplying him reinforcements. I also secretly drew the poor people in the vicinity towards Long Tianxiao's army. I raised Long Tianxiao's prestige in secret, letting everyone think he was a god who would protect them. I know what kind of person Long Tianxiao is. He definitely wouldn't sacrifice the lives of those commoners. The fourth prince indifferently raised his teacup and took a sip. Chu Sha, you really are talented. That was the first time the white-robed man praised the fourth prince. The fourth prince's move had been exceptionally brilliant. He had used the lives of the ordinary commoners to effortlessly lock Long Tianxiao in place. Most importantly, that was a ploy without a solution. Even if Long Tianxiao understood it, he was helpless. He was unable to ignore the lives of millions of commoners. Such a simple scheme had kept Long Tianxiao permanently locked at the border. Even the white-robed man felt a bit of admiration. Unfortunately, those barbarian tribes truly did cause me extreme disappointment. I secretly sent them so much assistance in terms of food and supplies, but they are still only just able to fight on the same level as Long Tianxiao. So, they ended up in a permanent battle of attrition. Well, I suppose that is all that can be expected from those uncivilized barbarians. The fourth prince shook his head. The white-robed man pondered for a moment before asking, "Tell me, where is Long Chen? He should already be dead. If my calculations are correct, his head should be en route back to the capital. That Long Chen really is an oddity. But I'm not someone who likes the unexpected, so I sent Marquis Ying over. I trust that you know Marquis Ying's power." The white-robed man's expression changed slightly. "I know of him. His cultivation base can count as not bad, but using him to handle a small qi condensation ant is making a bit too big of a fuss for a minor nuisance." The fourth prince's expression didn't change. But hearing what he said, it seemed that even the tendon transformation realm Marquis Ying wasn't anything to him. From that, it could be seen that this young man whose age didn't seem that different from his own had to possess an extremely terrifying strength. The fourth prince's guard went up even higher. "Haha, I've already said I'm a cautious person. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. It's just like how I used Long Chen to kill that idiot Sha Changfeng this time." The white-robed man nodded. "You really are much better than Sha Changfeng. I can overlook Sha Changfeng's death and also accomplish your wish. However, if you end up being worse than Sha Changfeng, I can tell you very clearly that even your own death will become something you are unable to control." The white-robed man's gentle manner of speaking became dark, and an ominous aura filled the air. The fourth prince ignored his threat. "Don't worry, I've endured patiently for many years just for this chance. I treasure this opportunity even more than you." "Then good. With Long Chen dead now, I need to know what your plan is for later." Although he didn't underestimate Long Chen, in front of a tendon transformation expert, Long Chen would definitely not have even the slightest chance of surviving. Ying Zhao will bring his head back to the capital as well as a recording of Long Chen killing Sha Changfeng. Then, I will need you to communicate with the Grand Shah and get them to send out their elite army to surround the capital. At that time, I will call back Marquis Ying and Marquis Wu here. The Grand Shah will demand us to hand over the murderer, and in order for both empires to stay friends, I can offer up every person in the Long household in a justifiable manner. In fact, I can kill all of them at a suitable time," explained the fourth prince. "What do you mean by a suitable time? And furthermore, when you say them, it seems you aren't just talking about the Long household?" asked the white-robed man lightly. The fourth prince laughed. "Speaking with a smart person really does save energy. You're correct. Before I execute the people from the Long household, I will have the barbarian tribes attack Long Tianxiao's station at the same time. At that time, I will send news of his family being executed. In the face of the barbarian tribe's invasion and with the lives of countless commoners on the line, he definitely won't bring his whole army back to the capital. According to my understanding of him, he will leave his entire army back there to guard and come back to the capital alone to rescue his family. Hehe, at that time, Marquis Ying and Marquis Wu will join hands to kill him without a problem. Furthermore, we'll even have an honorable reason for doing so, so it won't cause any huge ripples. As for them, I naturally mean those people who aren't suitable of being near me. Long Chen has received the crown prince's support in killing Sha Changfeng. One of his close guards will testify to that. At that time, we just have to gather a bit of evidence. In order for the two great empires to remain allies, even the crown prince can be used as a sacrifice. And as for his henchmen, although they didn't directly participate, they are definitely extremely suspicious. In order to maintain the empire's friendship, it's best to just also sacrifice them as well. The white-robed man stared at the fourth prince for a great deal of time before sighing, "What profound scheming. In that way, the entire Phoenix Cry Empire will easily land in your hands. Chu Sha, you really are a genius. Many thanks for the praise. But you don't have to worry, my spirit root is completely ordinary and I'm unable to walk the cultivation path. I don't possess the slightest threat to you," said the fourth prince. The white-robed man smiled slightly. He had already secretly examined the fourth prince's body and found that his talent truly was extremely ordinary. Towards such an intelligent and deeply scheming person, he had to be a bit more careful. He definitely didn't want to unwittingly fall into someone else's trap. If the fourth prince was an extremely talented person in terms of cultivation, then he would definitely possess an extremely great threat to him. Who knew whether or not the fourth prince would end up using even him to step into even higher realms? Now all his misgivings were dispelled. The fourth prince was incapable of cultivating to a high level. All he cared about was the secular world's power. It was just like he had said, both of them needed each other. Gently raising his teacup, the white-robed man smiled. "Excellent, Sha Changfeng's death truly is a good thing. I hope we can happily cooperate." The fourth prince also raised his teacup. The two of them toasted and drained their cups in one gulp. The white-robed suddenly thought of a matter. Doesn't Sha Changfeng have a little sister? Is she still in the imperial palace? A bit of disgust appeared on the fourth prince's face. Yes, that idiot woman was left behind by Sha Changfeng in order to control us. You didn't want to kill her. Well, she is a pill adept and has a particular status. I got her two handsome, strong men to wait on her. She's busy with them and won't bring any big trouble to us. The white-robed man nodded. That Sha Baichi truly was a complete idiot. He relaxed knowing that the fourth prince had handled her. As for the death of her brother, she definitely wouldn't care about that. They had never had any family love to speak of. As long as nothing bad happened to her, she wouldn't care. Furthermore, Sha Changfeng was killed by Long Chen. Even if she did feel some hatred, that hatred would land on Long Chen. Right, Brother Luo, I have something I want to ask your help for. After the two of them had reached a common understanding, the fourth prince directly switched to calling him brother. Speak. You also know that in order for me to control Marquis Ying and Marquis Wu, they have been promised that once this matter is accomplished, they will get half of the empire. Back then when I promised them, I was fine with it since I didn't have any hope of obtaining the empire. So being generous with them also didn't cause me any pain. But now all of Phoenix Cry is about to land into my hands. How can I allow others to control my land? So, you want me to help you bring them under your control? Pretty much. I hope Brother Luo can teach me how to make them listen to me obediently and also not have them form any thoughts of rebellion, said the fourth prince carefully. The white-robed man laughed. Chu Sha, Chu Sha. You are ruthless. You really are willing to do anything to achieve your goals. Okay, I promise you that once this matter is finished, I'll teach you a technique that will let you make those two into your slaves. Hearing that, the fourth prince was overjoyed. Now everything was going according to his plans. With the final part of the plan about to be finished, Marquis Ying and Marquis Wu had become his greatest problem. Back then, he had promised to give them control of half the empire. That was equivalent to them being local emperors. That was how Marquis Ying and Marquis Wu had been coaxed by the fourth prince's carrot and stick persuasions to secretly form an agreement. But only the three of them had known about it. Now the fourth prince had obtained an opportunity to free himself from that. He naturally was unwilling to have others control his empire. The white-robed man's promise meant that he no longer needed to be worried about that. Although the fourth prince didn't have a complete understanding of the white-robed man, he knew his origin was definitely shocking and beyond his imaginations. So he needed to rely on him. As long as he had the white-robed man's support, whether it was the Phoenix Cry Empire or the Grand Sha Empire, he would be able to have whatever he wanted. Now everything was prepared. They only needed one last thing. Once Marquis Ying came back, the final phase of the plan could commence. However, what they didn't know was that in this world, there was always one thing that never went away. Those were called mishaps. Chapter 83 Mysterious Voice. When Long Chen once more opened his eyes, he had no idea how much time had passed. Perhaps it had just been an hour, perhaps it had been a whole day. He had been roused by the sound of those howling monkeys. Looking over his body, most of the blood on his wounds had already dried. That was definitely something to feel lucky about. Otherwise, he would definitely have died if he had kept bleeding out. Slowly standing up, he felt the world spinning around him and almost fell to the ground again. Leaning against a large tree, he had to wait for a while before feeling a little better. Raising his head to look around, he saw that there were dozens of monkeys on the crowns of the trees. Several of them were howling as loud as they could. Long Chen knew that most likely meant something had invaded this part of the forest. However, was that something beast or human? But no matter what, either was a threat to Long Chen. With a wave of his hand, he placed the broadsword into his spatial ring. Looking over his wounds, he ground his teeth and consumed a medicinal pill. Just that slight raise of his hand caused some of his wounds to tear open. Blood immediately flowed out. Some of these wounds actually had fragments of Marquis Ying's sword still in them. Being made from cold iron, those fragments were definitely extremely dangerous to the body. They couldn't be left inside for too long. Although this wasn't the best place to handle them, if he let them stay in his body any longer, they would greatly hinder his movements. Long Chen first consumed a few blood-clotting pills and did his best to keep the flow of blood at a minimum. If he lost too much blood, then he wouldn't even have the energy to walk. With his skillful effort, Long Chen dug out over a dozen sword fragments from his body. Both he and Marquis Ying had been hit by those pieces when his sword had shattered. After taking out those sword fragments, Long Chen still felt extremely dizzy, a sign he had lost too much blood. Looking up at the monkeys in the trees and hearing that their howls were becoming increasingly loud, Long Chen knew the targets in their eyes were quickly approaching. After consuming several medicinal pills, he dragged his exhausted body down the mountain. Now that Marquis Ying had fled, he also needed to quickly find a place to heal his wounds. In that final exchange with Marquis Ying, he had used Split the Heavens. That had caused all his meridians to crack, and he was unable to use spiritual qi anymore. This was his weakest state. He went over 10 miles down a mountain when a river dozens of meters wide appeared before him. Long Chen looked around and saw a wide fallen tree. He pushed that tree into the water. That tree had been dead for a long time and floated very well in the water. Long Chen crawled on top, allowing his body to be carried down the river without letting the water touch his wounds. Otherwise, the river water would cause his wounds to become even worse. Luckily, the river flowed very steadily and Long Chen easily managed to stay atop the tree. He flowed along the river for a full day. In a drowsy state, he was suddenly awakened by a loud, continuous booming sound. Long Chen hastily paddled to the shore. Looking ahead, he was given a big fright as he saw the waterfall before him. That waterfall was hundreds of meters high. If he had kept sleeping and fallen down, he would definitely have been done for. The river had yet to exit the forest. Long Chen knew he had to quickly find a place to heal his wounds. Previously, Long Chen had faked coming ashore along several places on the river, so anyone searching for him would definitely have to waste a great deal of time on those diversions. That should be enough time for him to recuperate. But before that, he still had to find a safe place. Going through the forest, he saw a canyon before him. The canyon wasn't large, and it was bordered by stones on either side. Such a place should have a couple of natural caves that were suitable for shelter. Just as he was about to go forward, he suddenly felt a sense of danger as well as a burst of wind coming from behind. He hastily rolled forward. A huge creature came flying from behind him, and he only narrowly dodged. Long Chen rolled along the ground. When he raised his head to look, he saw that it was a large leopard over 3 meters tall that was staring at him. Cliff leopard. Long Chen felt a huge headache. That was a first-rank magical beast. Its fur was the same color as the cliff rocks. When it was hiding itself amongst the rocks, it was extremely hard to notice. It wasn't exceptionally large, but its speed was shocking. Its claws and teeth were not inferior to steel. Having been injured so greatly, his spiritual perception had sharply fallen. He had actually not been able to sense the danger around him. It appeared he had become too dependent on his senses. That cliff leopard appeared somewhat startled that it hadn't taken him down with one blow. It charged at Long Chen again with its incredible speed. A normal leopard wasn't frightening, but the cliff leopard's body was just like a bull. Adding on its sharp claws and teeth, it was at the top of the first-rank magical beast food chain. Long Chen coldly snorted. Rubbing his ring, His broadsword appeared back in his hands and he slashed it at the cliff leopard. The broadsword landed right on the cliff leopard's head, but it was Long Chen who was forced back. His broadsword actually got knocked out of his hands and he was sent flying. Damn, I don't even have a tenth of my normal strength. Long Chen was unable to use spiritual qi at the moment. Furthermore, his physical body was gravely injured. His sword had slashed right onto the cliff leopard's head, yet the sword was knocked away and he was sent flying. Some of his wounds even opened and began to bleed again. Although Long Chen was in an extremely weak state, his power was still quite great. That cliff leopard's head had been cut by his sword all the way down to the bone. If a regular wild beast received such a heavy injury, they would definitely flee in pain. But magical beasts had an innate, tyrannical nature deep in their bones. Long Chen's attack had instead provoked its violent nature, and it didn't even care about the blood flowing down its head as it angrily charged at Long Chen again. Long Chen rolled on the ground again, dodging its wild charge. At the same time, he also sent out a kick that heavily landed on its abdomen. That cliff leopard was sent tumbling through the air, but its skin and flesh were tough. Long Chen's kick hadn't caused any wounds. As soon as it stabilized itself, it once more charged at Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely anxious inside. If he had a sword, he would definitely be able to kill it. However, that broadsword had been sent flying 30 meters away. Such a distance was essentially right beside him during ordinary times, but now he was in a tangle with the cliff leopard. Adding on the blood loss, his body was extremely weak. That 30 meters distance was simply untraversable for him. His body was exceptionally weak, and his reactions were not as sharp as normal. He once more dodged the cliff leopard, but its sharp claws managed to cut across his stomach lightly, causing more blood to flow. Long Chen once more kicked it, sending it flying. But after that kick, Long Chen's eyes darkened, and he was unable to see anything more. He sighed inside. He had already lost too much blood. He was actually on the verge of losing consciousness. Who would have thought that I, Long Chen, would die here at the hands of a wild animal? In that darkness, he could sense its bloody mouth. He was about to be swallowed into its stomach. Plop, he heard something, and then he felt his throat warm up as if some liquid was being poured into his throat. He then heard some extremely distant sounds. Those sounds seemed human, one sounding like a woman. Then, he sunk into complete and endless darkness. Within that darkness, Long Chen felt as if his body was floating. It felt like he was both rising and falling at the same time. He was completely trapped within that darkness. You must awaken. You have far too many missions that are awaiting for you to finish. You must become stronger. You have far too many enemies waiting for you to slaughter. Your destiny is to overturn heaven and earth. All gods and devils can only crawl under your foot. Long Chen, quickly awaken. Within that endless darkness, Long Chen could hear a voice repeatedly speaking. That was a call that came from the deepest depths of his soul. Long Chen heard it and wanted to reply. However, he was unable to open his mouth. He wanted to open his eyes, but he was completely powerless. That voice didn't seem to be of this world. Could it be that it was part of the past or future? He was unable to touch it. Once Long Chen memorized those 3 lines, he completely lost any sense of himself. Sinking into complete unconsciousness, he extremely faintly felt a pair of hands gently rubbing his face, a gentleness that felt like that of a mother. The 4th prince's expression was exceedingly ugly. Marquis Ying was lying on a bed, his body completely black. He couldn't believe his own eyes. A tendon transformation expert had gone out to kill a qi condensation and only to end up in such a state. Who would possibly believe such a thing? When he had heard his subordinates report that Marquis Ying had been heavily injured, he had first thought that Marquis Ying had met some sort of powerful magical beast. But looking at Marquis Ying's current half-dead state, a youthful face appeared in his mind. He didn't know why, but when he thought of that face, he immediately became panicked. The most important part of his plan had failed. Although he had never underestimated Long Chen, he had never expected that he would be able to escape from Marquis Ying and even force Marquis Ying into such a sorry state. I was overconfident. Marquis Ying was ashamed. A grand tendon transformation expert had almost lost his life in trying to kill someone at qi condensation. That was definitely a disgrace. The 4th prince shook his head. I know your character. You wouldn't carelessly be overconfident against someone and lose like this. It can only be said that we both underestimated Long Chen. I'm also at fault. It went without saying that the 4th prince was exceptionally talented at manipulating people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win over apex experts like Marquis Ying and Marquis Wu. Just that one sentence from him completely excused Marquis Ying's failure and let him feel extremely comfortable inside. Since the matter had already occurred, getting angry would be completely useless. In fact, it would further anger Marquis Ying. In any case, looking at Marquis Ying's wounds, he had definitely not been too careless. He had only called himself overconfident to find an excuse for himself. Thinking of that, the fourth prince felt a burst of panic overcome him. Thinking of Long Chen's decisive and swift nature, his expression became increasingly ugly. But then thinking of the white-robed man who was his support, he relaxed a bit. Although Long Chen had run off, it didn't change his plans that much. He rubbed the photographic jade in his hand. Inside it was a complete recording of Long Chen and Wild killing Sha Changfeng. With this, he would still be able to go forward with his plan. Long Chen's escape was definitely worrisome, but he didn't have any way to handle him at this point. He turned to Marquis Ying. You can recover at ease. I'll get Grandmaster Wei Kang to personally come to heal your wounds tomorrow. You'll be able to completely recover very quickly. Many thanks, Prince. Marquis Ying hastily thanked him. That poison might be temporarily suppressed by him, but he was unable to dispel it. Long Chen's poison pill was just too terrifying. They had asked for help from the Alchemist Guild and Grandmaster Yun Qi had also come. But after looking at Marquis Ying's wounds, Grandmaster Yun Qi had only coldly stated that he was powerless to heal him. Marquis Ying had immediately understood that Grandmaster Yun Qi had realized some clues from his body and so he had refused to save him. Hearing that Wei Kang would come relieved Marquis Ying greatly. Wei Kang would definitely be able to save him. The fourth prince went back to his room and began to pace around. After a while, he raised his brush and wrote a short missive, handing it to a guard. Looking at the darkness that was descending on the sky, the fourth prince sighed. Although Long Chen had escaped, they still had to continue with the plan. Chapter 84 You're my man. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed, but seeing the light caused him to sigh in relief. He was still alive. He realized he was lying on a simple bed. Although the bed was made from coarse wood, the bedsheets had been arranged very carefully for him and even had a faint fresh scent. He was in a wooden room. The walls had a few animal hides, bows, arrows, and spears on them. Not far from his bed was a small stove that was releasing warmth. The smell of freshly cooked rice floated out of it. With a creaking sound, the door was opened. A maiden wearing a simple dress walked in. That woman appeared around 16 years old. She was slender and tall. Her arms and legs were both bare, and her skin gave off a healthy glow. She wore her hair in a medium-length ponytail. She wasn't overly beautiful, but her bright eyes appeared very friendly. That woman first put down her backsack before hastily opening the iron cooking pot atop the stove. That young lady let out a relieved sigh when she looked at the food inside. Ah, close. I almost burnt it, she muttered to herself. But she suddenly sensed something was a bit off and slowly turned to see that Long Chen was looking at her in confusion. Ah, you've awoken. Great. She quickly ran over to Long Chen and hugged him excitedly. Cough, miss, isn't this a bit unsuitable? Being hugged by this young lady, he could feel her chest against his as well as smell a fresh and energetic scent from her. But being hugged by a stranger truly did cause him to feel uncomfortable and awkward. What's unsuitable about it? I pulled you back here, so now you're my man. That's the rule of our village, so who would dare criticize us? That maiden was still hugging onto Long Chen very intimately, acting as if everything was as it should be. You pulled me back. Long Chen was startled. His last memory was of the cliff leopard. He hadn't seen this maiden before. Seeing his confusion, the maiden released him and said, that day when you fought with the magical beast, at the last moment I shot it with my arrow. To say it directly, your life was saved by me. In the future, you'll be my man. Your tasks in the future will be to go hunting and make babies with me. Looking at her serious expression, Long Chen's expression became extremely odd. Hunting and making babies. When she saw that Long Chen was still as puzzled as ever, she began to explain what had happened that day. That maiden was a huntress of the village. These villagers all relied on hunting to survive. Other than some essential metal tools that they had to get from a distant place outside the mountains, they were completely self-sufficient here. There were over 100 villagers here, most of them expert hunters. Even some of the children frequently went outside the village to set up a couple of traps for smaller wild animals. There weren't any true experts in their village. The majority of them were only at qi condensation. According to this maiden, their ancestors had escaped to this place in order to avoid the flames of war. They gradually became accustomed to living here, and now hundreds of years had passed. The main food in the village was meat. They survived by relying on hunting and gathering. But their best targets were wild beasts. As for the larger, more powerful magical beasts, they had to treat them extremely carefully. If they wanted to hunt down a magical beast, they required the entire village to participate. A couple of weeks ago they had noticed that there was a cliff leopard in the vicinity. After a bit of investigation and after getting the approval of the village chief, they decided to hunt down that cliff leopard. Although killing magical beasts was extremely dangerous, the benefits were also accordingly great. The core of a first-rank magical beast was enough for the entire village to live off of for half a year if exchanged for goods. In order to handle this cliff leopard, they had prepared for over a month. They had refined enough poisons to apply on their weapons and also stealthily set up many traps. They had finally been prepared to act against it, but just as they were about to take action against it, they had watched dumbstruck as a youngster walked over to its territory. That maiden had been hiding in secret along with many other hunters. She hadn't dared warn Long Chen. That would have alarmed the cliff leopard and ruined all the plans their village had spent over a month preparing. If they had ended up failing, the price would have been many of their lives. That was why they had only watched stupefied as Long Chen was ambushed. Originally, they had all been feeling guilty about that. They could only hope that the cliff leopard would soon enter one of their traps so that they could take their revenge for Long Chen. But the scene that had played out after that had astonished all of them. Long Chen's sword had almost killed the incomparably vicious cliff leopard in one blow. They then realized that Long Chen had actually been wounded severely beforehand. Even when the sword left his hands, he was still able to fight barehanded, exchanging several blows that sent the cliff leopard flying. At last, they saw that Long Chen was unable to keep going. She had been unable to bear it any further and shot out an arrow at the cliff leopard, killing it. But when she said that she had killed it with one arrow and saved Long Chen, she was actually somewhat embarrassed. Her archery skill wasn't actually so great. In a moment of desperation, she had shot without even thinking that much. But in the end, her arrow which had been aiming for the cliff leopard's mouth actually went straight through its forehead. That was coincidentally the same place that Long Chen had hit it with his sword. His slash had already caused the cliff leopard's skull to crack, so her arrow had managed to coincidentally pierce through that crack, killing it. When everyone had rushed forward to check out her attack, they couldn't help but take a cold breath. If it weren't for that luck, then the villagers which had angered a magical beast would definitely lose many lives. An injured magical beast was the most frightening. They would become crazy because of their fear and begin attacking all out. Many thanks. When Long Chen finally learned what had happened, he respectfully and gratefully cupped his hands at her. You'll be my man in the future, so there's no need for that. She giggled and supported Long Chen at the shoulders. Before, I would send prayers to the forest god every day in hopes of it bestowing me a powerful man who would go hunting and make babies with me. Hee, the forest divinity has finally heard my prayers and sent you to me. She was completely infatuated with him. Looking at his heroic and handsome appearance, she was extremely satisfied. Cough, miss, call me Xiao Hua. Miss Xiao Hua, as for the matter of a man, let's discuss that later. Can you tell me just how my wounds were healed? Asked Long Chen. That was because he had noticed his wounds had all miraculously recovered. But according to Xiao Hua, this was only the third day after he had encountered the cliff leopard. Without eating a single medicinal pill, not only had he miraculously healed in just a short 3 days, but even his cracked meridians had completely recovered. That was completely inconceivable. The forest god helped heal you, replied Xiao Hua. Forest god? Did gods really exist in this world? That's too many questions for right now. Let's eat first. Xiao Hua cut off Long Chen's questioning and brought the large pot from the stove outside. Long Chen didn't want to fake being injured, so he hastily went to help. He found that the large pot was filled with merely thin porridge. After carrying the pot outside the wooden house, Long Chen saw that this village was built against the side of a mountain. Thick fences 10 meters high made of thistles and thorns surrounded the village. Those thistles and thorns were very poisonous plants. Most wild beasts would generally avoid them. Within the village were dozens of simple wooden houses. After Xiao Hua's call, all of them walked over to her house. There were a dozen children and 5 or 6 seniors. But the majority were all youths or adults in their prime. Since they survived through hunting, it would be extremely dangerous if their physical strength lagged behind. A single person's carelessness could lead to the loss of multiple lives. That was why the majority of the people in the village were all in the prime of their lives. That was life's cruel natural elimination over time. A healthy old man walked up to Long Chen and nodded. Excellent. A person capable of fighting against a magical beast on his own. Long Chen swept his senses out and found that this senior was in the blood condensation realm. However, he was only at the early stage. If Long Chen's guess wasn't wrong, this old man should have only managed to enter blood condensation very late in his years. His blood qi had already started to decline. Despite stepping into blood condensation, his combat ability probably hadn't increased by much at all. Senior flatters me. Long Chen bowed slightly. I don't dare to be called senior by you. Even in my prime, I was unable to compare to you. That old man was filled with admiration for Long Chen. Grandpa, hurry up and eat. Xiaohua had already split up the porridge for everyone. She brought 2 bowls for Long Chen and the old man. Let me introduce you two. This is my grandpa, the village chief. Oh right, I still don't know your name, asked Xiaohua suddenly. Thanks, my name is Long Chen. Long Chen laughingly received his bowl of porridge. Everyone from the village, young and old, male or female, now came over to welcome Long Chen. He had to hastily put down his bowl to greet them all. They had saved his life. That favor had to be remembered. These people were all very simple and sincere. Their etiquettes were a bit strange to him, but the friendly warmth in their eyes already said everything to him. There were over 100 people in the village. There were only 30 females in the village, and Xiaohua was the only young maiden amongst them. Big brother, I heard you're really strong. Did you really send a giant leopard flying with a single punch? A small child that didn't even reach his knee hugged Long Chen's leg. He looked at Long Chen with worship. Of course it's true. My dad told me that big brother is a true warrior. Once he's with big sis Hua, their babies will be the strongest fighters in our village. Long Chen didn't even know how to respond before another child scrambled over. That child then looked at Long Chen eagerly. Big brother, when are you going to let our village's strongest fighters be born? Long Chen's expression stiffened and the surrounding people all laughed heartily. Even Xiaohua laughed, making Long Chen feel more embarrassment. He quickly changed the topic. Didn't you guys kill the magical beast? Why aren't you eating its meat? As soon as he said, the joyous atmosphere immediately became strange. They all turned to look at the village chief. He was just about to say something when Xiaohua interjected. I should be the one to tell you about this. Chapter 85 Forest God. I should be the one to tell you about this. Xiaohua looked at Long Chen and then glanced at her grandpa. Xiaohua, the old man frowned. Grandpa, Long Chen is my man. He will also be one of our villagers' people in the future. He has the right to know about this. The old man argued no more. The others all quickly drank their thin porridge and returned to their homes, leaving only the 3 of them. That magical beast was offered as a sacrifice, explained Xiaohua to Long Chen. Offered as a sacrifice? That was the first time Long Chen had heard of such a thing. Yes, your wounds were too severe, and you were on the verge of death. We had no other method but to send you to the forest god. The forest god healed you, but the price was that we had to offer the magical beast as a sacrifice. That's also why you were able to completely recover in just a short 3 days. Did gods really exist in this world? That completely toppled his understanding. Not only that, but because your injuries were so severe, our village also had to offer all the meat we had stored away. And even so, we still owe the forest god more. We'll have to pay back our debt slowly through hunting. Only now did Long Chen understand why the entire village only had some thin porridge to eat. The young men definitely required meat in order to get stronger. But because of him, they could only go hungry. He couldn't help but feel bad about this. Long Chen, I'm explaining this to you not so that you will feel guilty. But, you're also a member of the village now, so I thought you had the right to know this. Xiaohua quietly explained this all. However, that only made him feel even more ashamed. This kind of trust and goodwill made him feel incomparably warm, especially since he was used to the cruel schemes inside the royal capital. Can you tell me about this forest god? Xiaohua looked at her grandpa, and only after he nodded did she tell him a true story that was practically mythic. Not long after this village was first established, one of their ancestors found an extremely mystical tree. At that time, That ancestor had been wounded by a magical beast and almost died. After fleeing from it, he had arrived there. The tree had dripped a drop of liquid onto him, and their ancestor's heavy wounds had completely healed in just half a day. In order to thank the large tree, they had hunted down a wild beast and placed it as a sacrifice in front of the large tree. Then, they saw the huge tree actually swallowed away that dead beast in the blink of an eye. Ever since then, whenever someone was injured, the villagers would all run over to the tree to be treated, and every time the tree would completely restore them. In order to display their reverence and respect for the tree, they had begun to call it the forest god. Not long after they began to offer sacrifices to the tree, it actually began to communicate with them and established an agreement with them. It could heal the villagers' wounds, but they would need to offer sacrifice to it in reciprocation. As for the amount of the sacrifice, it would depend on how heavy the wounds were. This was just like a doctor asking for payment. But in all these years, the forest god had never asked for that much as a reward. However, Long Chen was an exception now. The forest god had demanded a shocking price to save Long Chen. What did it want? Asked Long Chen. Xiao Hua looked at Long Chen and ground her teeth. 10 first-rank magical beast and 1 second-rank magical beast. Long Chen was shocked. A single first-rank magical beast already required Xiao Hua's entire village to prepare for a long time, and it still posed an extremely great danger. As for a second-rank magical beast, that would require several blood condensation experts to join hands in order to kill one. To the villagers, that was something completely impossible. That so-called forest god's price was far too great. Looking at Long Chen's indignant expression, Xiao Hua hastily said, "Long Chen, you definitely can't feel any resentment towards the forest god. The forest god has always been extremely fair over all these years. No matter how heavily injured we were, it never required such a high price. There's definitely a reason for it to demand so much this time. Plus, now you're healed. You can help us, and I trust that we'll be able to quickly repay our debt. Even if it was 10 second-rank magical beasts, we still would have accepted. We couldn't just silently watch you die." In the end, Xiao Hua began to sob. She fell into Long Chen's chest. Her grandpa sighed, "Long Chen, the forest god is absolutely fair. There's definitely a reason for it to demand such a price. Don't get angry. I want to go see the forest god." Long Chen wanted to figure out just what this forest god was. As for the price that it had demanded, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. Now that he had recovered, first-rank magical beasts could be killed in an instant. As for a second-rank magical beast, as long as he wasn't careless, that was also something he could bring down. A second-rank magical beast was equivalent to a human blood condensation expert. However, due to how tough a magical beast's physical body was, humans on equivalent levels were not an equal match for magical beasts. But who was Long Chen? He had no fear for anyone below the tendon transformation realm. He didn't like to have to owe anything. If he confirmed that this forest god wasn't some fake swindler, he wanted to pay it back as fast as possible. He also wanted to know just what this god was. Xiao Hua's grandpa acquiesced, and so, Long Chen followed Xiao Hua out of the village on a mountain path. Xiao Hua was very familiar with this area. With a bow and quiver on her back, she would pause to listen to the surroundings every now and then. She would also occasionally go bring Long Chen to check some of the surroundings' traps and snares that they had set up to see if they had captured some wild beasts. But there was only disappointment. They checked a dozen snares, but none of them had caught anything. "It's so sad that we have no meat. We need meat in order to strengthen our bodies. It'll get very difficult to hunt without any more," sighed Xiao Hua. They were hunters, and meat was something that strengthened them. Having gone without any meat for several days, the villagers' morale had been greatly impacted. "Don't worry about it, I'll handle that debt. Since it was because of me, just let me resolve it myself," laughed Long Chen. Xiao Hua's expression changed and she angrily retorted, "What are you talking about? Your matters are my matters, which are also the village's matters. How could we let you go face danger alone?" Long Chen smiled and shut his mouth. But he truly did like this village's ambiance. There was no selfishness, only a peaceful coexistence. Just how luxurious and rare would such an ambiance be in the world of the royal capital where fights and schemes arose every day? This was a beautiful place, but Long Chen couldn't possibly stay, let alone muddle along to make kids. But his life was saved by the villagers. He had to repay this debt before leaving. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Hua stopped. Looking at the footprints on the ground, Her expression was completely serious. A bear has just recently gone past here. Based on the depth and size of the footprint, it should be a matured burst bear. It's definitely longer than 3 meters and should have passed through just 2 hours ago based on the color of the soil. Xiaohua was definitely worthy of being a highly experienced huntress. She was able to tell so much from just a footprint. The burst bear was a first-rank magical beast that was exceptionally berserk, making it extremely hard to deal with. Even if the whole village joined hands, they still wouldn't dare to handle this burst bear. They had the ability to attack the cliff leopard because its specialty was in its speed, and its attacking and defensive prowess were not particularly great. As long as they paid attention to its movements and they had enough people, they definitely stood a good chance of killing it. But the burst bear was not the same. It specialized in defensive strength and power. No matter how many people they had, it would all be useless. It looks like we should make a detour, determined Xiaohua. Why? Long Chen didn't understand. Fool, do you really have to ask? We aren't a match for the burst bear. Even if all the fighters in the village assembled, we still wouldn't have a high chance of beating it. Says who? You really are trying to piss me off. Looking at Long Chen's foolish wooden manner, Xiaohua was both angered and anxious. But suddenly she thought of something and blinked. You aren't thinking of going to kill the burst bear, are you? Of course. She was silent for a moment. She immediately thought of when Long Chen had fought with the cliff leopard. At that time, Long Chen had been an absolutely unstoppable god in her eyes. And according to her grandpa, Long Chen had already received extremely heavy injuries before meeting the cliff leopard, otherwise, he probably would have been able to kill it on his own. Now looking at Long Chen's current expression, she finally realized that Long Chen might really possess the strength to kill a first-rank magical beast. Have you killed a first-rank magical beast before? Probed Xiaohua. Nope. Long Chen shook his head. This was the first time he had gone away from home, and although he had eaten magical beast meat several times, those had been defeated by wild. But Long Chen muttered inside, although I haven't killed a magical beast, I've slaughtered quite a few blood condensation experts. Xiaohua shook her head. Then let's just let it go. Killing a magical beast isn't done just by relying on a high cultivation base or who is stronger. You have to rely on waiting for a good opportunity. Skill and experience are extremely important. Since you haven't killed a magical beast before, we should try to avoid such a risky scenario. Hunters never take such risks, otherwise, it would be the hunter who is turned into the prey. You don't take risks, then what do you call what you did to save me? Laughed Long Chen. TCH, you're not allowed to ever bring that up. Her face reddened and she threateningly raised her fist. Haha, okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Don't worry, I won't risk our lives on a gamble, said Long Chen firmly. Long Chen no longer had any of his joking mischievous air. Now he was completely serious and gave off a feeling of great confidence and security. She didn't know why, but seeing him like that immediately caused her to calm down and relax. Even her terrifying impression of the burst bear became lighter. With Xiaohua guiding the both of them with her hunting experience, the two of them followed the tracks for 2 hours and found a large natural cave. Within that cave, the originally sleeping burst bear suddenly opened its eyes, staring at the two people who had invaded his territory. The burst bear suddenly jumped up. Its huge 3-meter-tall figure violently charged towards the two of them. Looking at the wildly charging burst bear, Xiaohua turned pale with fright. That was the first time she had ever let herself be so exposed to a magical beast. That went against everything she knew as a huntress. But Xiaohua noticed that Long Chen remained as calm as ever. His gaze was indifferent as he punched out with his right hand. Chapter 86 Killing with the Wave of a Hand. In front of Xiaohua's horrified eyes, the enormous burst bear charged at Long Chen, swatting at him with a huge bear claw. The burst bear's strongest point was its powerful claws. It could easily crush rock, so a human body would immediately turn to pulp. That was also why the villagers had never dared place any intentions on the burst bear. Even their combined forces were unable to severely injure the burst bear, while the burst bear would be able to kill several of them with a single charge. Bang! Xiaohua covered her mouth, unable to believe her own eyes. That burst bear's terrifying attack was actually stiffly blocked by Long Chen. Waves of qi scattered and the land shook, but Long Chen didn't even take a single step back. Although his figure wasn't imposing, he was able to easily block the huge burst bear which was several times his size. The current Long Chen's hair was dancing in the wind, and he appeared like a god of war. After blocking that burst bear with a single fist, Long Chen coldly smiled. If it was below tendon transformation, then even the burst bear which specialized in violence was still insufficient to even enter his gaze. Long Chen made a few calculations. The burst bear's attack had contained a force of over 5 tons. An ordinary qi condensation cultivator would be crushed to death in a single blow. And even blood condensation cultivators would have to reach the mid-stage first before just barely being able to block that attack. That was just how terrifying a magical beast which specialized in power was. But in front of Long Chen, that attack posed no danger at all. At the same time, Long Chen thought of Wild. If Wild were here, he would probably also be able to block it and then wring its neck. Long Chen didn't waste any more time. Taking advantage of the burst bear stumbling in shock, a broadsword appeared in his hands and he slashed down. Blood splattered as Long Chen broadsword slashed right through the burst bear's head. It didn't even have time to make a single sound as it tumbled to the ground. Xiaohua blankly watched it all. She felt as if she was dreaming. It wasn't that she hadn't killed a magical beast before, but it was the first time she had seen such an overbearing method. Normally, when the villagers killed magical beasts, they had to make ample preparations. They had to set snares and traps and coat all their weapons with poison. To handle a single magical beast would require around a month's preparations. And despite all those preparations, despite gathering the entire village's power, killing a magical beast still had to be done extremely carefully. A single mistake could cost many lives. Yet in front of Long Chen, that incomparably frightening burst bear had been taken down effortlessly. How do we handle this thing? Only when Long Chen asked her a question did Xiaohua awake from her stupor. Looking at that huge burst bear's corpse, she said, "How about we directly bring this magical beast up in front of the forest god? Or how about you keep it to eat, and only once you get some more prey do you offer more sacrifices?" Proposed Long Chen. The villagers were surviving only barely on porridge. That was no way to live or even survive in this wilderness. In any case, killing this kind of magical beast didn't require any real effort from him. We can't disappoint the forest god's trust in us. That's blasphemous. Fine. Long Chen was helpless. Waving his hand, he collected the burst bear's massive corpse into his spatial ring. How did you do that? Are you a god? Xiaohua looked at Long Chen in astonishment. That giant corpse had disappeared into thin air, and at the same time, she thought of how Long Chen had suddenly summoned his broadsword into his hands at the beginning. When they had brought Long Chen back to the village back then, they had also brought along that broadsword. But it was so heavy that it had required 2 people to carry. Later, they kept it permanently by Long Chen's bed. Once he had awoken, Long Chen naturally had collected it. Thinking of that, Xiaohua was completely bewildered. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. How am I a god? This is a spatial ring and can easily store objects. Long Chen rubbed his ring and the burst bear's corpse once more appeared. Xiaohua enviously looked at Long Chen's ring, continuously praising it. Obviously, Xiaohua had never heard of things like spatial rings. Most likely due to how low quality their beast hides and crystal cores were, they were unable to make much money. They were unable to come into contact with expensive items like spatial rings. Xiaohua, let me give you a present. Long Chen took out another ring. That ring had been his only harvest from killing Sha Changfeng. Long Chen had looked over what was inside while being chased by Marquis Ying. Other than some money and weapons, the rest was all useless to him. But there had been one good thing inside. There was the manual that Sha Changfeng had won from the auction, freestyle. Parting Wind. Within the surrounding empires, Earth-class battle skills were already the highest rank of battle skills available. For Sha Changfeng to be able to obtain such a battle skill for just 500 million gold coins was actually quite lucky. But now that luck wasn't his, but Long Chen's. Other than taking out the 3-style Parting Wind, he left everything else inside the ring. No, Long Chen, I can't accept your things. Seeing Long Chen suddenly hand her a ring, she hastily jumped and refused. Why not? Didn't you say I was your man? You don't want what your man gives you. Long Chen couldn't help but joke. Although he was kidding around a bit, he definitely did have a favorable opinion of how kind and lively Xiaohua was. Although it wasn't that kind of romantic feeling, he definitely did want to be friends. Xiaohua was obviously a young woman longing for love. She glanced at the ring in his hands with a contradicting expression. She was extremely curious towards this practically divine ring, but she didn't feel comfortable taking it. Just take it, treat it as my gift. Long Chen placed the ring into her hand. Xiaohua's hand was extremely beautiful, however, it had a layer of calluses, another mark of her being a huntress and often drawing a bow. She lowered her completely red head and rubbed the ring in her hand over and over. That was the first time Long Chen had seen Xiaohua actually show her shy side. Here, I'll teach you how to use it. Gather your focus to the spot between your eyebrows and from that spot, focus your mind on within the ring. At the same time, inject a bit of spiritual qi with your other hand. Ordinary people weren't able to open spatial rings, but cultivators could do it as long as they had reached the qi condensation realm. As long as they could use their qi and combine it with spiritual strength, they would be able to open it. But Xiaohua didn't understand the slightest thing about spiritual strength. She needed Long Chen to guide her step by step. What surprised Long Chen was that Xiaohua was extremely smart and quickly comprehended the method in just a few tries. This made him shake his head inside. If Wild had just half of Xiaohua's smarts, he wouldn't have to worry so much about him. Thinking of Wild, Long Chen couldn't help but become anxious. He didn't know if Wild had brought Little Snow back to the capital. But according to Long Chen's calculations, having held up Marquis Ying, there was no one who would recognize Wild. It was highly likely that he would be able to return to the capital. As long as he did and then went to ask Grandmaster Yunqi for help, that would shield the Long household from dangers. But plans could never be completely perfect. He also had to quickly return to the capital. Of course, before that, he still had to complete two things. One of which was to repay the village's debt, otherwise, with their guileless natures, if they really did go try killing a second-rank magical beast, who knew how many of them would die. And secondly, he had to increase his cultivation base. His fight with Marquis Ying had made him realize that he was still lacking. In front of a tendon transformation expert, he was powerless to resist. Such a feeling was not one he wanted to feel a second time. Ah, so much stuff. Xiaohua finally managed to open the spatial ring and saw what was inside. Inside was a space over 10 meters wide. There was a mountain of golden coins along with many weapons that shined coldly. It was the first time she had seen such fine weapons. And as for the gold coins, she didn't have any shock towards them because she didn't even recognize what they were. They would only ever send anyone out of the village once every now and then. That journey required half a month to reach a distant town. They would exchange crystal cores and hides for the metal instruments, food and other provisions they needed. They never actually touched money. As for the coldly shining weapons, only they were truly interesting to Xiaohua, who was a huntress. She almost fainted from joy when she saw those excellent weapons. Spiritual qi is required to open the ring. If you want to take things out or put things in, then you need to use your spiritual strength. Try it. Long Chen laughed at her excitement. Okay. Xiaohua tried using her spiritual strength several times without succeeding. One reason was because her spiritual strength was too weak. Not all people had such vigorous spiritual strength like alchemists. And for another, Xiaohua was a complete amateur at using spiritual strength. Trying to use it was an exceptionally laborious task. That had long since been expected by Long Chen, and he didn't rush her. He continuously encouraged her. If she could use the spatial ring properly, then the weapons inside would allow the entire village's strength to rise to another level. It would definitely reduce the casualties of the hunters. Plus, they would find it much more convenient whenever they had to go out of the village. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua finally managed to use her spiritual strength to take a weapon out of the spatial ring. But due to her lack of control, she was unable to control where it appeared and it fell to the ground. Wow, excellent, I can use this divine ring. Xiaohua picked up the sword with one hand and hugged Long Chen with the other excitedly. Hey, be careful, you almost ran me through with your sword. Long Chen laughed bitterly. She was unable to control her excitement, and she chopped the new sword in her hand at a tree around the thickness of an arm. With a clean sound, the sword effortlessly chopped through the tree. Its sharpness caused Xiaohua to exclaim in excitement. The weapons, which they exchanged for in the town where they went to, were unable to compare to such a fine weapon. Seeing that she had learned the initial ways to use it, Long Chen helped her to take out a spear. To hunters, spears were definitely more useful than swords. The two of them continued traveling forward when they suddenly ran into a wild boar. It looked to be over a ton. Perhaps the two of them had walked into its territory since it was now attacking them. Xiaohua stabbed at it with her spear. The sharpness of the spear made it seem like the boar was made of tofu. Her spear punctured right through the boar's tough hide, pierced its heart, and came out through the other side of its body. Xiaohua was incomparably excited. She had been able to bring down a matured wild boar in just a single blow. That was an incredibly great accomplishment to her. The two of them hurried along their journey. On the midday of the next day, the two of them finally arrived beside a certain pond with an enormous tree beside it. Chapter 87 Spirit World. The enormous tree reached high into the sky, and its treetop spanned several miles. It practically covered the entire mountain top. In front of the huge tree, whose trunk was hundreds of meters wide, was a small pond with incredibly clear water. There was also a stone platform that had been created by man. It was obviously a sacrificial altar constructed by the village's ancestors. When he looked at that immense tree, Long Chen sensed an incredibly strong vitality as well as a majestic and boundless natural energy. It seemed as if this huge tree contained the entire natural will of the world. It was extremely stunning. "This is your forest god?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, this is our forest god. You should pay your respects with me. It is the one who really saved your life." After saying that, Xiaohua reverently kneeled down and kowtowed. Long Chen looked at this huge tree. It was this tree which had saved him. Since no one had given him any medicinal pills after he had fainted, he probably would have burnt up all his energy and eventually have died. To pay respects to the one who had saved him was acceptable. Just as Long Chen was about to get on his knees, a soft voice rang over, a voice that made them feel like they were being cleansed by spring wind. "Please, don't be like this. I'm unable to accept such a thing." Suddenly, a figure appeared atop the sacrificial altar. It was a female figure in a white dress. Her black hair fell to her waist, giving people a fluttering immortal feeling. However, her figure was extremely fuzzy and her features couldn't be seen clearly. Forest god. Xiaohua, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up in shock. She had once heard the forest god's voice before, but she had never seen it take form. Not only her, but even in all the village's history, there was not a single person who had ever seen the forest god take form. But as soon as Long Chen arrived and before he even knelt, it immediately appeared before him. And furthermore, it even implied it was not worthy of Long Chen's reverence. Xiaohua became dizzy. Even a god was unworthy of Long Chen's worship. Long Chen was filled with astonishment as he looked at that figure. He knew that this figure wasn't human, but a soul. That was something that could only form when one's spiritual strength reached a kind of pinnacle. Long Chen was extremely proud of his powerful soul, but in front of the forest god, he was just like a small stream in front of a huge ocean. This was the first time he had ever felt himself to be so minute. "You are the forest god?" Long Chen asked probingly. That woman smiled slightly and didn't reply. Looking at the kneeling Xiaohua, she gently said, "Sleep for a while." Xiaohua immediately rolled over to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Long Chen was startled. What a powerful technique. Even without using spiritual energy, just her will was able to make people fall asleep. Only then did she turn to Long Chen. "The words we speak between us aren't suitable for her to hear, so I could only let her sleep for a while. I am no god. That was simply what they called me. The truth is that I am not from this world." "Not from this world?" Long Chen was greatly startled. "I come from the distant spirit world. To the current you, that is still extremely far. But I know that with your talent, it won't be long before you reach it," said that woman. Her words caused Long Chen's heart to pound wildly. He knew this forest god was definitely a frighteningly powerful existence, but she actually refused to explain just what this spirit world was. Spirit world, that was a term that Long Chen was completely unfamiliar with. But when he heard it, he had a kind of déjà vu feeling. That was an extremely vague and profound feeling. Seeing that she didn't continue explaining, Long Chen didn't interrogate her. He cupped his fists. "Long Chen will engrave the favor of saving my life into my memory. Actually, you don't need to thank me. You should thank those villagers. According to our agreement, no matter what they needed, I would need to meet their demands. At the same time, I also have to put out an equivalent price. This was our agreement, so you don't need to thank me." She shook her head. "I wonder whether I can ask why you would make such an agreement with ordinary villagers?" asked Long Chen. This was a question Long Chen had wondered for a long time. This was like a huge elephant making an agreement with a group of ants. It didn't make sense. She was silent for a while before replying, "Because I need their help." Their help? Long Chen didn't understand. A terrifyingly powerful existence like this actually required the help of ordinary villagers. I said that I am not of this world. Due to an intense battle, a crack appeared in time and space, sweeping me away. Originally, I should have died. Although I just managed to survive by luck, my body suffered extremely heavy wounds. After a long time of recovery, my body gradually healed. But if I want to return to my world, I need to sacrifice a great deal of blood. I need to accumulate enough fleshly power in order to open a space-time channel and return to my original world. You must be curious as to why I don't personally hunt myself and rely on their hands, she said. Long Chen nodded. That was the most obvious inconsistency. It seemed needless for her to rely on the villagers. That's because my spirit race has its own restrictions. We can't go kill others for our own needs. We can't personally end lives. Why is that? This has to do with the secret cultivation technique of my spirit race. If I personally kill anything, absorbing its flesh will cause me to also absorb its resentment at being killed. That is a kind of unresolvable poison to us, she explained. Although Long Chen felt a bit out of his depths when talking to this white-dressed woman, he supposed he now understood a bit of why she would make such an agreement with Xiaohua's ancestors. You are someone with limitless potential. This time, your meridians were extremely injured. I didn't only heal them, I also expanded them a bit. I also used my core energy to increase your meridians' toughness. So your medical expenses were a bit higher. Long Chen was surprised. After awakening, he had sensed that his body seemed to have changed a bit, but he hadn't figured out just what kind of change it was. Now that she brought it up, he quickly examined his meridians and went wild with joy. His meridians had actually become over twice as wide as they had been before. And most importantly, his meridians which were like glass tubes before had changed to become like flexible tubing. Such meridians could endure a much greater amount of spiritual energy without bursting. That was a huge surprise. If the current him fought with Marquis Ying once more, his meridians would definitely not crack again. At that time, he would definitely be able to kill him. Many thanks. Long Chen was completely sincere. Thinking back to how angry he had been when he had first heard of this sacrificial offer, he couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself. She shook her head. As someone from the spirit race, I was only following the agreement. So you don't need to thank me. Long Chen laughed. Let me ask you this. If I were to slip away after you cured me, what would you do? That female figure seemed to laugh and shook her head. You wouldn't. Members of my spirit race are extremely sensitive when it comes to other people's hearts. If you were a wicked person, I would have been able to sense it immediately and absolutely wouldn't have saved you. And even if you left, there would be others to pay back the debt. But in that case, I would forgive that debt and the previous agreement would be void. Then wouldn't you suffer a loss? Smiled Long Chen. It can be considered so. But it would be of no matter. This is the rule of my spirit race. The agreement must be followed according to that initial premise. Like with the village's ancestors. Long Chen suddenly thought of the story Xiao Hua had told him. Yes, that is our custom. Such a custom was definitely a good one, but within the world of the royal capital, such a thing would guarantee that you would suffer great losses. Long Chen sighed inside. This was an agreement based on good faith, an agreement based on the heart. It was definitely much more effective than any signed contract. The most assured agreement was one that was on the spiritual level. Long Chen began to feel profound respect for this woman from the so-called spirit world. She was a pure and innocent soul that had yet to be contaminated by the mundane world. Right, how much more magical beast flesh do you still require here? Long Chen took out the burst bear's corpse and threw it onto the ground. Suddenly, countless roots tore out of the ground and dug their way into the burst bear's corpse. In less than a breath's time, the corpse was sucked dry. Even its bones were sucked away, leaving behind only a couple pieces of skin. After that burst bear was sucked dry, Long Chen was startled to sense that the huge tree's vitality grew even stronger, and its leaves seemed to have become much more spiritual. In order to heal you, I injured my core. I need 10 first-rank magical beasts and 1 second-rank magical beast before being able to heal, replied the white-robed woman. Then wouldn't you have made no profit? Long Chen was a bit flabbergasted. She lightly replied, it's still the same as what I said before. That was the agreement set up at the beginning. I understand, but I, Long Chen, am not someone who likes owing others. Having received such a great favor from you, I will definitely remember it, nodded Long Chen. He didn't want to owe others favors. But if someone did help him, he would repay that favor back 10 times. Just like how Fatty Yu and the others had only helped him out at the beginning by lending him a bit of money, but Long Chen would remember that favor forever. His meridians had been broadened now, and whether it was to his future cultivation or his use of battle skills, it was an enormous benefit. Such a favor was incredibly enormous. After talking to the forest god, Long Chen gently woke up Xiaohua. They left the area of the forest god and returned to the village. After arriving, Xiaohua excitedly gathered everyone and showed them the wild boar she had killed, as well as telling them about how Long Chen had easily killed a burst bear and how the forest god had taken form in front of them. Everyone stared at her with wide eyes. The most shocking thing was that the forest god had taken shape in front of them. After hearing that, all the villagers knelt down towards the distant direction of the forest divinity. Because of the agreement between Long Chen and the forest divinity had given them an allowance on their debt. That very night, everyone celebrated with a large serving of wild boar meat. Xiaohua then showed everyone her new spatial ring. She took out the weapons within it one by one, causing everyone in the village to become incomparably excited. After eating, Long Chen disappeared into the night alone. There was one thing that he absolutely had to do. Chapter 88 Heavenly Punishment. Covered by the darkness of night, Long Chen climbed to the peak of a mountain. The bright moon hung high above, lighting up his surroundings so that he could see the scenery hundreds of miles around. At this time, Long Chen no longer had to be as worried as he had been while being chased by Marquis Ying. This was an exceptionally good spot for him to cultivate. Within this primal forest, the spiritual qi in the air was several times greater than in the capital. He needed to borrow that advantage to advance to another level. Ever since he had run into Marquis Ying after killing Sha Changfeng, he had repeatedly fought on the brink of death. Long Chen's resolution had actually greatly advanced from that. He could feel that a certain bottleneck was starting to weaken. This was his best opportunity to attack the next realm. The peak of the mountain top could only be reached by climbing up extremely steep cliffs, so he had no need to fear any beasts disturbing him. Sitting cross-legged atop a boulder, his 12 cyclones began to revolve. Space trembled and 12 huge vortexes appeared behind his body, growing to a terrifying size of 300 meters. This was the first time Long Chen had fully summoned his cyclones outside his body since arriving past the 10th heaven stage. That was because he had been afraid that this oddity would have alarmed his opponents. It was unheard of for someone to possess 10 or more cyclones in qi condensation. But in this place, he finally had free rein to use his full power to absorb heaven and earth's spiritual qi. Those 12 huge cyclones were like 12 gaping maws, like whales drinking in water, greedily absorbing spiritual qi and sending it to Long Chen's Feng Fu star. Space started to warp as all the spiritual qi within hundreds of miles began to gather towards Long Chen, practically so dense that it could be seen with the physical eye. In just 6 hours, Long Chen's Feng Fu star emitted an explosive sound. That was because his spiritual qi had reached a critical boundary, a sign that he was about to enter the next realm. But Long Chen still wasn't the slightest bit excited because he knew that this was just the start. There was still a long process which he had to work his hardest to get through. Back when he had condensed his 10th cyclone, he had experienced the trouble of being close to advancing. He was already used to how unorthodox the 9-star hegemon body art was. For most martial artists, advancing would only require breaking past a single barrier, which was often thought of as breaking out from a single pair of shackles. Extremely talented people might have to break through multiple shackles. But no matter how talented someone was, to break through out of qi condensation would definitely never require breaking out of more than 9 shackles. However, when Long Chen had broken through to the 10th heaven stage, although he hadn't been counting, he was sure that he had long since surpassed 1,000 shackles. The next 2 times he had broken through, Long Chen hadn't even bothered remembering how many barriers he had had to break through of. In any case, it was just a continuous charge by him until he finally broke through. So when his Feng Fu star emitted this first sound, Long Chen wasn't excited at all. He simply continued absorbing energy. More and more energy began to pour into his Feng Fu star. It began to quickly circulate, at the same time, emitting continuous explosions. Long Chen didn't bother with that. He simply did his best to absorb more and more energy. Clouds and winds gathered around him. All the energy in the vicinity charged towards him. Hundreds of miles away from Long Chen was an enormous tree. At the top of the tree was the forest god's white-dressed figure which was now watching him. What a powerful foundational aura. It looks like the human race will gain another astounding figure. After muttering that, her figure faded away. Long Chen's Feng Fu star was incessantly trembling. This wasn't out of Long Chen's expectations. This continued for 3 full days. Long Chen's Feng Fu star was beginning to circulate slower, and in the end, it completely paused. Long Chen couldn't help but celebrate. This was the true sign he was about to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. The 12 cyclones behind Long Chen slowly separated, revealing a 13th cyclone amongst them. When this 13th cyclone appeared, the originally sunny and cloudless sky immediately turned dark with pitch-black clouds. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Everything within thousands of miles went completely dark. What's going on? Long Chen was completely horrified. He realized that all those black clouds were like a huge whirlpool, and the whirlpool's center was right above himself. It looked nothing more than a huge demonic eye focusing expressionlessly on him. At the same time, a terrifying destructive will pushed down upon him. Long Chen immediately realized that he was unable to move an inch. He was unable to even bat his eyes. He wildly cursed inside as he saw more and more black clouds gather in the sky. The lightning within the sky gradually converged at the center of the black clouds. Is it going to strike me? Even if Long Chen was stupid, he would still be able to predict what was about to happen. He madly struggled, but it was as if his whole body was being pressed by a huge mountain. Despite his best efforts, his body merely trembled continuously. The huge boulder beneath his foot cracked. Such a sturdy boulder was actually unable to bear the pressure. Long Chen couldn't help but tremble in fear. He tried running, but he felt as if a whole mountain was crushing him from every direction. He was only able to make very limited movements and was simply unable to flee. This is heavenly punishment. You are unable to flee. Gather your full strength to resist. As Long Chen was wildly cursing inside and was incredibly anxious, a voice suddenly rang in Long Chen's ears. Forest God. Long Chen immediately recognized that voice. But heavenly punishment. He was infuriated. How many evil people existed in the world, and yet the heavens decided to punish him? Hearing that voice, it seemed the forest god knew the origin of this terrifying heavenly punishment. Since she had given him a warning, she definitely wasn't trying to hurt him. Putting away his anger, he rubbed his ring and his broadsword appeared in his hands. He pushed his power to its peak. The 13 cyclones revolved around Long Chen as a halo of light enveloped him. It was as if a god from the heavens had reincarnated within him and was disdainfully looking up at the sky. The forest god saw the 13 cyclones and the halo of light from the distance. She was deep in thought. Long Chen pushed his 13 cyclones to the max. Energy from heaven and earth was continuously streaming into his body. Now that his meridians had been transformed by the forest god, he was able to control an even greater amount of energy. The black clouds in the sky were becoming increasingly thick, and the lightning was becoming more and more concentrated. Suddenly, the sky became completely silent. A bolt of lightning several feet wide shot straight down from the center of the black clouds towards Long Chen, its power seeming to want to destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. Long Chen watched as the terrifying lightning bolt descended. He felt an endless destructive will coming from it. Raising his broadsword with both hands, a strange light appeared over his sword. The mountain peak, which was hundreds of meters tall, was destroyed. Rocks crumbled as that one lightning bolt completely flattened the mountain. Long Chen vomited 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood. His body was charred all over, and he could even smell his own flesh roasting. His full force blow was like an ant waving its antenna in front of an elephant. He was unable to shake that lightning bolt in the slightest. He had been essentially powerless. This made him feel completely dispirited. In front of that lightning, he felt that he was completely insignificant. His joy from advancing to the 13th heaven stage was immediately extinguished. You did very well. The sky once more returned to its sunny state as the black clouds scattered. It was as if everything before had been just an illusion. The white-robed woman appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was about to say something when he once more vomited more blood. That thunderbolt had greatly shaken his internal organs. The forest god waved her hand and a drop of green liquid came from her body and fell into Long Chen's mouth. Long Chen only managed to sense that it tasted sweet before it quickly slid down his throat and rapidly spread throughout his body. His wounds began to quickly heal. The black burnt parts of his skin slowly fell off. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his body had recovered 80 to 90%. This was much more miraculous than any healing pills. No need to be surprised. The first heavenly punishment is mostly focused on destroying your will. If your will wasn't sturdy enough, your mind and soul would have been exterminated by the heavenly punishment, explained the forest god. What is this heavenly punishment? Asked Long Chen. It is the will of the heavenly Taos. Anyone that can threaten the heavenly Taos will attract its punishment when advancing. Threaten the heavenly Taos? Could that be pointing to the 9-star hegemon body art? There are some things that I can't tell you too much about, or it wouldn't be beneficial to you. Rest a while and consolidate your cultivation base. I will be returning. Without waiting for Long Chen's response, her figure turned into a wisp of mist, slowly disappearing in front of Long Chen's eyes. Seeing her disappear, then looking at the flattened mountain peak, and then looking towards the completely cloudless sky, Long Chen felt as if he had been dreaming. Thinking back to that bolt of lightning, Long Chen shivered. That lightning bolt was something he had been completely unable to resist. Why hadn't it killed him? Then was it really as that woman had said, and the first heavenly punishment only tested his will? If his will had broken down, he would have been destroyed beneath that heavenly punishment. That heavenly punishment had released an unstoppable aura. He had been trying to flee originally, and it was only with the forest god's warning that he had dared to face the heavenly punishment head-on. Without her warning, perhaps he would have already been exterminated in both body and soul. Lingering fear filled him. At the same time, he also understood just how important a powerful will was for martial cultivators. Cultivation was fundamentally a path of no retreat. He took a deep breath. With the forest god's warning, it seemed as if he was seeing an even vaster world unfurling before him. Space trembled as Long Chen returned his 13 cyclones into his body. He wanted to clearly test whether his cyclones had changed. Long Chen noticed that they hadn't grown any larger. But what amazed him was that after the heavenly punishment, there was now a link between all 13 cyclones. They were completely tied together. Now the 13 cyclones had a ring of light connecting them. They were no longer independent but had formed a single entity. Spiritual chi flowed throughout it. Under Long Chen's control, the ring of light, which was really his 13 cyclones, lightly trembled and began to quickly revolve. The ring of light spun around, forming a huge whirlpool that madly absorbed heaven and earth's spiritual chi. The absorption speed was at least 10 times greater than before. Even if Long Chen fought a powerful enemy again, he would not have to worry about running out of spiritual chi like before. Back when he had fought alongside Wild against Marquis Ying, it was precisely because the consumption had been too great that he had run out of spiritual chi, making it so he was unable to continue fighting. Now that his 13 cyclones had linked together, he would basically never have to worry about that problem again. Furthermore, he also noticed that when the mysterious ring had connected his 13 cyclones, another thing had appeared in his body which was filling him with strength. Slowly closing his eyes and examining his body, Long Chen suddenly shook and went crazy with joy. Chapter 89 3-Style Parting Wind. When he slowly closed his eyes and examined his body, he realized that spiritual chi had appeared within his blood. Although it was very faint, he was sure that it was present. I've entered the blood condensation realm. So after reaching the 13th heaven stage of chi condensation by using the 9-star hegemon body art, you will automatically enter blood condensation. The blood condensation realm was the point where the spiritual chi in the body had been condensed to a pinnacle. Spiritual chi would be scattered throughout the blood, purifying the blood of its impurities, returning it to its true essence. With such pure blood nourishing the body, the physical body would become much stronger and one's strength would multiply. Having entered the blood condensation realm, Long Chen was so excited that he almost cried. Although, at this point, he still didn't feel his body immediately becoming stronger. But as long as the impurities in his blood were incessantly purified by his spiritual chi, his strength would quickly rise. And in any case, what the 9-star hegemon body art cultivated was the physical body. Now that he had entered the blood condensation realm, he would even be able to pose a threat to Marquis Ying, who was at the tendon transformation realm. Blood condensation was something that couldn't be rushed. Since Long Chen had 13 enormous cyclones, he didn't need to deliberately focus on it to purify his blood. That meant his cultivation speed would be a dozen times faster than ordinary people. What Long Chen wanted to do now wasn't to condense his blood, but to increase his actual strength. A battle skill appeared in his hand. Long Chen smiled. It was time to see just how powerful an Earth-class battle skill was. This was the first Earth-class battle skill Long Chen had ever obtained. Thinking back to the terrifying moves Marquis Ying had displayed, he was filled with a burning passion. To Long Chen, who lacked battle skills, this particular battle skill had come at an extremely opportune time. Speaking of which, he should really thank Sha Changfeng. He opened the battle skill and carefully read over it. His expression became a bit strange. He originally thought that the 3-style parting wind had 3 different moves. But as he read, he realized that it was just one move which had 3 variations. They were split into the parting wind slash, parting wind slice, and parting wind stab. The principles behind them were the exact same. It was just the final use of it that was different, making it 3 styles. It truly was deceptive. Thinking back to how Yao Niqian had sold it back then and how she had acted as if it was completely unique and amazing, he was completely speechless and felt cheated. According to this model, this 3-style parting wind could easily become 9 styles. Parting wind chop, parting wind thrust, even parting wind swat, there could be as many styles as you wanted. Although he was a bit disappointed, Long Chen wasn't a person who didn't know how to be content with what he had. After all, he had obtained it without spending a single cent. The person who should be depressed about it should have been Sha Changfeng. Reading through the 3-style parting wind's usage of spiritual qi, Long Chen found out that it only used 6 acupuncture points. That was much inferior to the 9 points required by Split the Heavens. Each time the spiritual qi passed through an acupuncture point, it would require even greater control. It would be much more difficult with each point, but the power would also multiply drastically. Originally, Long Chen had thought that Split the Heavens was a low-grade Earth-class battle skill, but now that he compared it to the 3-style parting wind, its difficulty was clearly much greater. Wouldn't that mean that Split the Heavens was at least in the mid-grade Earth class, and perhaps even high-grade Earth class? No wonder Split the Heavens was so terrifying that he had been unable to control it. He had used Split the Heavens against Marquis Ying before, but Long Chen knew that his usage was not the complete form. He did not dare use its full strength because his meridians weren't able to endure it. He also felt that even if he activated his Feng Fu star to its peak, he would still be unable to fulfill Split the Heavens' true requirements. Split the Heavens was just like a bottomless pit. He was still far from being able to use its true power. Perhaps he had accidentally picked up a true treasure. Long Chen's sword whistled through the air and a wave of qi shot out, slashing apart a shrub 10 meters away. It actually contains the wind's force. Is this sword qi? Long Chen finally understood why this Earth-class battle skill was called the 3-style parting wind. It actually was a wind attribute battle skill. Most battle skills use the superposition of multiple acupuncture points to increase the physical body's strength, similar to how Marquis Ying had used his battle skill. Although that was powerful, it didn't have any attribute. The human body was just like a treasure trove of hidden treasures. Through continuous excavation, one could find endless hidden potential. For example, Meng Qi used her powerful spiritual strength to control magical beasts. She could use her spiritual strength to open up space just like a spatial ring to store her housepets. For example, pill cultivators use the physical body's strength to condense a pill flame. Their flame's potential was endless, capable of destruction and also of merging heaven and earth's various treasures into medicinal pills. For example, martial artists condensed qi and blood, tempered their muscles and bones, forging their originally frail bodies into bodies that were even more powerful than magical beasts. All of these stemmed from the human body. The human body was filled with unknown mysteries. By following the methods that former generations left behind, people could strive to unlock their own hidden potential. As for the 3-style parting wind, by running spiritual qi through 6 specific acupuncture points, it could actually release spiritual qi outside the body to form an astral wind. The fact that Long Chen could summon an astral wind to blow apart a shrub 10 meters away with just his initial comprehension of the battle skill was definitely a pleasant surprise to him. Long Chen's pill god memories contained the exact routes of his meridians and locations of his acupuncture points, making it so that he was basically able to use a battle skill as soon as he learned it. However, this didn't mean he would be a master at it immediately. Using various battle skills required constant adaptation to find the best tempo and rhythm. Only then could he display its peak strength. That required constant testing and practice in order to do. But even so, Long Chen's cultivation speed was absolutely shocking. Even a tendon transformation expert like Marquis Ying would require several months of comprehension and practice just to be able to use an Earth-class battle skill, and if he wanted to have a complete mastery of it, that would require years. Although Long Chen couldn't master it immediately, he was still able to gain an initial mastery in the three-style parting wind due to his complete understanding of the meridians. With his experience in cultivating split the heavens which required 9 acupuncture points, the three-style parting wind was much easier. Furthermore, after obtaining the forest god's help, his meridians had doubled in width and were much tougher. He was absolutely able to control an earth-class battle skill that normally only tendon transformation experts were capable of using. The three-style parting wind was actually just one move with 3 variations, split into a slash, slice, and stab. The method of circulating spiritual chi in the body was the same for all 3 variations. It was only when the spiritual chi left the body that the method from which it entered the weapon was different. That was why Long Chen felt he would be able to change it into the 9-style parting wind and perhaps sell it for an even higher price. After testing it several times and becoming familiar with the meridians used, Long Chen paused his training of it and returned to the village. He had truly advanced a great deal this time. He had broken through to the blood condensation realm, and his 13 cyclones had joined together to form a divine ring. In the future, he would be able to summon it out and fight with his full strength. He had been unable to do that when he had 10 to 12 cyclones for fear of others being shocked by his anomaly. But the new divine ring was something that no one would guess was made of 13 cyclones. They would only be able to assume that it was some supplementary battle skill. The world of cultivation was boundless and there were countless Daos. Cultivation techniques and battle skills were as numerous as grains of sand. All kinds of rare and strange battle skills existed. As long as you didn't ostentatiously show it off, rare battle skills wouldn't cause too much of a ripple. With the assistance of that divine ring, he would not only be capable of rising to another level when fighting, but he would have tremendous vitality. With it continuously absorbing spiritual chi and adding on how much spiritual chi could be stored in his Feng Fu star, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of spiritual chi again. Now Long Chen couldn't wait to fight against Marquis Ying again. Back then he had been forced into despair by Marquis Ying. If Xiaohua hadn't saved him, he would already be food for a magical beast. At the same time, Long Chen felt even more anxious. He didn't know just what was happening within the capital. He also didn't know whether his father had set any plans into motion after receiving his letter. Although he was extremely worried, Long Chen still had something he had to do first. That was to repay his debt to the forest god. After meeting the forest god who had come from the spirit world, Long Chen felt as if he had managed to peek into a new, vaster world. At the same time, that also ignited his passions. The world was so marvelous. The current him who was stuck in a small place like the Phoenix Cry Empire was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. He was now even more impatient to resolve the matters of the capital. He wanted to bring Chu Yao out to see the world. He wanted to see Bai Ling's Huayan sect, Meng Qi's Wind Spirit Pavilion, and Grandmaster Yun Qi's Pill Valley, which was a divine, holy land in the hearts of pill cultivators. The world was just too big. He had to go out to see it. But before that, he had to resolve his matters. The enmity of stealing his spirit blood, spirit bone, and spirit root still had to be revenged. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivation? He had already placed most of his suspicions on Marquis Ying. However, he still wasn't completely sure it was him, and he also didn't know why he would do such a thing. Was it because someone had ordered him to? And if so, who? The fourth prince was only in his 20s at this time, so he would still have been a child at the time when his ability to cultivate had been stolen. So it probably wasn't the fourth prince who had ordered Marquis Ying to do this. He shook his head and placed those thoughts aside. Wondering about such things was useless. The fact that Marquis Ying had come to kill him this time meant that whatever plot they had been brewing for so long was finally ready and they no longer had any misgivings. A huge event was about to explode, and the truth would quickly become evident. What Long Chen needed to do was to increase his strength as much as possible before that final, critical moment. Only then could he protect his family. He had sent medicinal pills to help his father, but if the people beside him were only of ordinary talent, the chance of them breaking through was not high. The main target of the hidden scheme against the Long family was Long Tianxiao. Long Chen was just a minor character. Just to handle a minor character like him, they had sent a powerful figure like Marquis Ying. Then in order to handle his father, they would definitely use an even more overbearing method. And so, he didn't hope for any help from his father's side. All he hoped for was that those pills he had sent could help his father survive the approaching danger. As for the capital, he would have to rely on himself. So he was extremely pressed and couldn't waste even the slightest bit of time. He rushed back quickly towards the village. In order not to alarm the villagers, he had run out quite far. He needed to talk to Xiaohua about the village's surroundings. It would be best if there were a couple of strong magical beasts around. He trusted that the people who had lived here for hundreds of years would have the best understanding of the area. Despite rushing for over 4 hours, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest fatigue. Instead, he was feeling stronger and stronger, the gradual result of advancing into blood condensation. His speed only continued to increase, and he was like a wisp of smoke that shot to the village, leaving behind a long trail of dust and leaves. As Long Chen approached the village, he gradually slowed down. As soon as he walked into the village, he suddenly heard an angry roar. Chapter 90 Little Snow's Return. All the villagers had gathered together, most of them carrying spears. They were all nervously on guard against a certain thing in front of them. That was a meter-long small wolf. It looked just like an ordinary ferocious dog, but its whole body was emitting a vicious aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Its eyes were especially filled with a cold, bloodthirsty light that caused those hunters who even often killed magical beasts to feel extremely terrified. Originally, everyone had just been resting when all the babies suddenly began to let out terrified cries that drew everyone's attention. When they looked around and saw this small wolf, they were all given a fright. Their village walls were covered in poisonous thorns. Magical beasts had an innate fear of such things and they wouldn't force their way in. But this magical beast had charged through, raising everyone's guard. They were all ready to attack it. Long Chen was like a gale of wind as he suddenly burst on the scene and actually hugged that incomparably vicious magical beast. He couldn't believe his own eyes. It was Little Snow. Little Snow was covered in blood and mud. Dozens of wounds covered all over his body, and some of them were still bleeding while some areas had even been cut all the way down to the bone. Woo woo! When Little Snow saw Long Chen, the vicious aura around him immediately disappeared without a trace, instead becoming tender and warm. He rubbed his head over Long Chen's face over and over. But as for the villagers, when they saw him suddenly hug a dangerous magical beast, they all turned pale with fright. That was a magical beast. To be wild and vicious was in their nature. Even a young magical beast was many times more powerful than an ordinary wild beast. Now they were all dumbstruck as they watched this. How was that a magical beast? It seemed more like a puppy. Little Snow, you've suffered. Long Chen couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw all the wounds on Little Snow. Perhaps Wild had forgotten Little Snow, or perhaps Little Snow had secretly run out on his own. In any case, he had relied on his wolf nose to find his trail. But his trail was 1,000 miles away in a remote area with countless wild beasts roving around. Little Snow had clearly run into dangerous situations many times. Little Snow was now 3 times larger than he was before. By relying on himself to hunt wild beasts, he had managed to grow stronger. Woo woo! Little Snow continuously rubbed against Long Chen, actually trying to comfort him. Long Chen knew this because of the slight connection between their souls. That made him feel even more guilty. He picked up Little Snow and introduced him to everyone as his housepet, and only then did everyone calm down. Long Chen carried Little Snow into his room and carefully examined Little Snow's wounds. Some were teeth injuries from where he had been bitten by wild beasts. One of his feet was swollen greatly and there was a scent of rot coming from it. Long Chen looked at it and saw that there were 2 small pricks. He suspected that it was from some sort of poisonous bite. Luckily, Little Snow's physique was strong and able to block that poison. An ordinary wild beast would probably have long since let out its final death cry. Long Chen brought Little Snow over to a basin of clean drinking water. He dissolved a medicinal pill within the water first before washing Little Snow's wounds. There were simply too many open wounds and some places had become inflamed. Even more importantly, there was a part of his flesh at the bottom of his foot that had rotted and needed to be cut off. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel her skin crawl when she saw Long Chen cleaning Little Snow's wounds. That was especially the case when she saw him actually bring a knife to cut off some parts of his foot. Little Snow's head was perfectly placed right against Long Chen's neck. As long as he opened his mouth, Long Chen's neck would immediately be bitten open. But whether it was while his wounds were being cleaned or when his rotten flesh was cut off, Little Snow merely trembled without making a single noise. An hour later, Long Chen had finished placing medicinal ointments all over Little Snow's body and wrapped up his wounds. Looking at Xiaohua, who seemed as if she had finally been relieved of a heavy burden, Long Chen smiled and placed Little Snow on his bed. Gently rubbing Little Snow's head, he explained, "He's my companion. You don't need to be so worried." Looking at the peacefully sleeping Little Snow, Xiaohua shook her head. "That really almost frightened me to death. So humans can actually become companions with magical beasts." Long Chen smiled. "Sometimes, people are even more terrifying than magical beasts. Otherwise, your ancestors also wouldn't have brought you guys to such a place. At least there are warning signs when magical beasts are about to attack you. But when humans are planning on attacking you, there aren't any signs, and you won't be on guard. By the time you sense the danger, you'll already be dead. So your ancestors were actually very intelligent people. They understood that the danger you can see isn't the true danger. The truly dangerous things are those that you cannot see." Xiaohua was bewildered by what Long Chen was saying. She clearly didn't really comprehend what he was saying, but hearing him praise her ancestors still made her happy. "Hopefully, our kids will also be as smart and brave as you. Then, I'll become the person who has contributed the most to the village." Xiaohua excitedly laughed. Long Chen's expression stiffened. Looking at her open and innocent expression, he bitterly smiled. He supposed this girl didn't know just how complicated having children was. Xiaohua was a naive child. Although Long Chen was fond of her, he had no romantic feelings for her. He thought this matter over. In the end, he came up with a plan to leave the village in secret. Although that would be very hurtful to Xiaohua, that was something that could not be avoided. But before he left, Long Chen still had to complete a couple of tasks. First, he had to repay his hunting debt to the forest divinity, and then he had to tell Xiaohua what those gold coins were used for. There were at least several millions of gold coins. He had to warn her to be careful with their usage and not to let any greedy eyes fall on her. As long as she learned how to use those gold coins, then with the spatial ring, the amount they could procure from each trip would be enough to last the village for a whole year. Little Snow's arrival had caused all the villagers to become nervous. After all, in the past hundreds of years, that was the first time a magical beast had intruded on their village. The next day, when Little Snow awoke and became active, all the villagers once more became anxious. But Little Snow only obediently followed alongside Long Chen, not even looking at the others, appearing very cute. That caused the villagers to let their guards down slightly. There were even some curious children that stealthily approached Little Snow despite others berating them. At the beginning Little Snow just ignored them. When that group of small children was around 3 meters away from him, he suddenly glanced at them. Just that one glance terrified all those children. They all thought Little Snow was about to attack and fled for their lives, crying for someone to save their lives. One of those kids even tripped and fell to the ground. He just laid there crying, even wetting his pants. The adults watched as this happened. They saw that Long Chen merely smiled the whole time without doing anything. Due to their trust in Long Chen, they hadn't said anything up until this point. Seeing Little Snow actually send the group of children fleeing away with just a glance, they actually ended up laughing. This was the first time a magical beast had entered their village, so even the adults were extremely curious. "Long Chen, what magical beast is this?" None of the villagers were able to recognize Little Snow. "A scarlet flame snow wolf. When matured, it is a third-rank magical beast," replied Long Chen. Third rank. They had only ever heard of second-rank magical beasts. And that was only from listening to their elders who told a story from over 100 years ago. One of their ancestors had once come to a halt at a mountain stream while hunting and ended up running into a second-rank magical beast. The encounter would end up becoming a disaster for the village. Back then, over 30 hunters had worked together in an attempt to hunt it, the result of which was that only a dozen of them had returned alive. From that point onwards, they no longer dared to cross that mountain stream. Moreover, the villagers who ended up committing grave crimes were forever forced over that mountain stream. In reality, the first thing that had popped into the villagers' minds when the forest god had requested a second-rank magical beast was that disaster. At that time, everyone's expressions had been extremely unsightly. But Xiaohua had been determined to save Long Chen. She said that after Long Chen was healed, they would definitely be able to work together and kill a second-rank magical beast. And so just a second-rank magical beast was already a nightmare in their eyes. But as for this little wolf in front of them, it was an even more frightening third-rank magical beast. Everyone assembled for luncheon afterwards. Long Chen spoke to the village chief. "Chief, are there any second-rank magical beasts around?" His expression changed slightly. "You're thinking of..." "Yes, I'm thinking of going to hunt second-rank magical beasts to return the forest god's favor as early as possible. The feeling of owing others is truly uncomfortable." Everyone in the village shivered in trepidation, but Long Chen noticed that some of them were actually eager to give it a try. "Child, I do know of the location of a second-rank magical beast. However, it is extremely hard to handle." The elder was hesitant. "Don't worry, village chief, I'm already fully recovered, and an ordinary second-rank magical beast is not a problem," laughed Long Chen. Long Chen was actually being modest. Even before he had broken through to blood condensation, ordinary second-rank magical beasts had already not been his match. And now that he had advanced, even though he was still only at that initial advancement and had yet to even reach the first heaven stage, his blood was already being purified with each breath, and his blood and strength continued to grow stronger. Long Chen wanted to find a second-rank magical beast and test his strength. He also wanted to see just how many styles of parting wind he could use. Since Long Chen was so determined, the elder sighed, "Fine. All our village's fighters will bring the best equipment to help you slaughter that brute." All the hunters let out a cheer of agreement and they returned to their houses to get their weapons and everything else they needed. Long Chen looked at those fervent people and immediately realized there had been a misunderstanding. "Senior village chief, you don't need to rouse everyone for this matter. Just tell me where it is. I alone am enough," said Long Chen lightly. Chapter 91 King Kong Fury Ape. Within the undulating mountain range, huge trees with thick vines covering them reached for the sky, and the occasional roar of wild beasts would shake the land. A 10-meter-tall King Kong Fury Ape emitted an angry roar that shook the forest, causing streams of leaves to tumble to the ground. Facing the King Kong Fury Ape was a human who wasn't even comparable to it in size. That person was Long Chen, who was currently emitting intense fluctuations that made him seem like a celestial emperor. This particular location was originally a forest, however, now all the huge trees within hundreds of meters had collapsed. The vegetation and rocks had been sent tumbling away, blowing open an empty land. Long Chen had received a map from the village chief which marked the dangerous areas. This particular spot was the location of a second-rank magical beast. That would be King Kong Fury Ape in front of him. Back then, the ancestors of the villagers had accidentally charged into its territory, resulting in disastrous casualties. The villagers both hated and feared this King Kong Fury Ape. When they heard Long Chen was planning on hunting a second-rank magical beast, it was the first thing they had thought of. However, Long Chen had refused to have any others come with him. Even Xiao Hua wasn't an exception. He had followed the map by himself, easily finding this place. As expected, the King Kong Fury Ape's awareness of its territory was extremely great. As soon as Long Chen had stepped into this region of the forest, he was found and attacked. Roar! The King Kong Fury Ape heavily beat its own chest with its huge fists. The next instant, it charged at Long Chen. The King Kong Fury Ape was a magical beast that specialized in power. But compared to the burst bear, it was much more terrifying since it had reached the second rank. Its enormous body was practically a small mountain. Its speed was also shocking, and it arrived in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. Long Chen formed a fist, and the instant he did, he actually disappeared, leaving behind a wild gale. He had already been fighting with the King Kong Fury Ape for a full hour. It truly was worthy of being a second-rank magical beast. Its power was extremely great. According to Long Chen's estimates, the burst bear he had killed before would probably not even be able to take a single blow from this King Kong Fury Ape. Just a random blow from it had tens of tons of force behind it. If Long Chen hadn't advanced to blood condensation, then just relying on his physical body, he also wouldn't have been able to beat it. Having fought on equal grounds for so long, now Long Chen was planning on not wasting any more time. Breaking Wind Fist. Wild gales unfurled and a faint layer of light appeared on Long Chen's fist. His fist heavily smashed onto the King Kong Fury Ape's arm. With a muffled bang, the mountain-like King Kong Fury Ape was actually sent flying dozens of meters away, slamming into and breaking over 10 huge trees behind it. As expected, his physical body had greatly improved after advancing to blood condensation. Even his control of battle skills had improved. The power of the Breaking Wind Fist was much greater than when he had been in the Qi condensation realm. Adding on to his physical strength, it was able to force back a second-rank magical beast. Long Chen himself hadn't expected to grow so much stronger after entering the blood condensation realm. The King Kong Fury Ape was on its last legs. It emitted a loud roar and angrily glared at him. It had been the overlord of this region for hundreds of years. This was the first time it had been provoked by a small human, and it was completely unable to accept this. It smashed the land, and suddenly its black fur stood completely on end. A frightening aura came from it. Long Chen was startled, immediately sensing the change. He hadn't expected that this magical beast actually had power hidden in reserve. It raised its fangs at Long Chen and stamped on the ground, immediately charging over like a meteorite. Long Chen suddenly felt an intense pressure. He didn't dare be careless. His power exploded out and he once more used the breaking wind fist. But this time Long Chen felt his body shake and he was sent flying when his fist smashed into the King Kong Fury Ape. He only managed to stabilize himself after being blown 60 meters away. It was actually able to attack on the same level as a tendon transformation expert. As expected, the body of a magical beast truly is frightening. Long Chen shook his slightly numb arm. That attack had been extraordinary just now. If he hadn't advanced to blood condensation, there would have even been a chance his arm would have broken. Although that attack hadn't been on the same level as Marquis Ying's attacks, it was only one level weaker. It really was true that humans on the same level as magical beasts were not able to fight against them. Obviously, this King Kong Fury Ape had its own hidden trump cards. Only this was its strongest state. It roared angrily once more and charged at Long Chen. But before Long Chen even made a move, a ray of light suddenly shot past and struck it head-on. That ray of light had been extremely fast, and it had struck the King Kong Fury Ape before it could even react. But that light didn't even manage to cut through its skin before being broken. Long Chen was slightly surprised. At some unknown time, Little Snow, who had been hiding in the distance, had come up and his mouth was currently open. A wind blade. Long Chen had heard before that third rank and higher magical beasts had their own inherited battle skills. So it was actually true. But the wind blade Little Snow had spat out had been pitifully weak. Of course, just how old was Little Snow? Little Snow hadn't even truly reached the first rank yet, but was still able to launch long-distance attacks, which was shocking. Seeing that his attack hadn't had any effect, Little Snow prepared to attack again. But suddenly he felt himself being sent flying. Don't make trouble. Long Chen had thrown Little Snow further away. That little fellow must have thought he had been in danger and wanted to help. But Little Snow's little bit of attack power couldn't even tickle the King Kong Fury Ape. He was afraid Little Snow would be hurt, so he directly threw him somewhere safer. Looking at the King Kong Fury Ape charging at him, Long Chen coldly shouted, "Divine Ring." Suddenly a ring of light appeared behind Long Chen. It grew to a diameter of 300 meters. The original cyclones could no longer be seen. The 13 cyclones had merged into one, and looking from a distance, it appeared to be a rainbow. After the divine ring appeared, heaven and earth trembled slightly. The spiritual chi within an area of hundreds of miles flowed towards Long Chen, causing him to immediately feel invigorated, his whole body full of strength. Long Chen had realized that after his 13 cyclones had merged together, the effect was just like when he used to inject some of his Feng Fu Star's spiritual chi into his cyclones. However, now it was constant. Their efficiency had reached a terrifying level. At this point, the King Kong Fury Ape had already arrived in front of Long Chen. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen punched out. Bang! An explosion shook the sky as terrifying waves of chi radiated out. Long Chen's long hair danced and his clothes fluttered. The divine ring behind him contrasted and complemented him, making him appear like a celestial emperor disdainfully looking down on the 9 heavens. The King Kong Fury Ape's terrifying attack was actually blocked by Long Chen completely. At this time, Long Chen felt an unprecedented strength within him. It appeared he had still underestimated this divine ring. The divine ring formed from the superimposition of 13 cyclones caused his strength to explode by an enormous amount. It was so great that even he felt some disbelief. He didn't have much understanding of the 9-star hegemon body art. It truly was a technique that was endlessly profound and would require continuous exploration. This combination of the 13 cyclones was even more effective than when he had used his Feng Fu Star's spiritual chi to empower his cyclones. Long Chen let out an earth-shaking roar. That enormous King Kong Fury Ape was shockingly, directly thrown into the air by him. His broadsword then arced through the air, releasing a sword light that cut straight through its body, causing blood to fill the air. The 2 pieces of its corpse fell to the ground. It really is worthy of being an Earth-class battle skill. What a terrifying killing strength. Even such a powerful being like the King Kong Fury Ape was cleanly cut in 2 by the parting wind slash. It seemed he had been looking down on the technique. In reality, Long Chen was still unaware that not all Earth-class battle skills could launch ranged attack. On the contrary, most battle skills worked by being applied on top of weapons. It was only by chance that the 3-style parting wind was a battle skill that used the body's wind attribute energy to release sword chi that could be used for ranged attacks. Such battle skills were actually quite rare. It also required that the martial artist have wind attribute spiritual chi in order to train in it. It wasn't like ordinary Earth-class battle skills that were attributeless that only required spiritual chi to be injected into the weapon. Although such techniques were rare, it also had its own flaws. The main one was that those without the wind attribute spiritual chi in their body were unable to use it. As for Long Chen, he was just a beginner to the cultivation world and didn't know what this attribute meant. Just a careless test had allowed him to successfully train in it, but he had no idea about why he could use it. If such a situation was known by Sha Changfeng, wouldn't he be angered enough to die a second time? Ow! Long Chen was interrupted from his thoughts by Little Snow running up to the King Kong Fury Ape's corpse. He actually started to wildly tear at its flesh. The King Kong Fury Ape's physical body was extremely powerful and tough. Yet, Little Snow was still able to tear off a piece of its flesh for himself. But chewing it was extremely strenuous. Little Snow seemed to be similar to Wild in that meat was the source of their strength and could allow them to get stronger. As soon as either of them saw meat, they had to eat it. Long Chen took out a knife and cut off a few pieces for Little Snow. But Little Snow ignored that, focusing completely on tearing the King Kong Fury Ape's thigh muscles. Long Chen helplessly cut a few strips of that part off. This corpse was to be offered to the forest divinity, but Long Chen presumed that a gentle woman like her wouldn't be so stingy as to bicker about a bit of flesh. Little Snow had traveled hundreds of miles for him. Who knew just how much he had suffered? If he didn't let that little fellow eat his full, Long Chen would feel even more guilty. Once the little fellow had eaten his full and his stomach was bulging out, he finally stopped and Long Chen tidied up the corpse, preparing to drag it along. That was because its corpse was too big and was unable to fit in the spatial ring. The other reason was that Long Chen wanted to keep the scent of its blood outside. He continued deeper into the depths of the forest. Chapter 92 World-Binding Blood Sacrifice. A 6-meter-long bright-colored tiger fell to the ground with a 7-foot-long broadsword stabbed into its head. The broadsword was yanked out of its head, bringing with it a spray of blood. Long Chen wiped off some sweat. Looking at the several magical beast corpses behind him, he relaxed a great deal. Over the past 2 days, Long Chen had dragged along magical beast corpses behind him, and as he had expected, the scent of their blood had drawn over other beasts. Those beasts had exceptionally keen senses when it came to the scent of that blood. That scent meant a magical beast was injured. Magical beasts were extremely ferocious, and oftentimes there would be intense battles over territory. Deep within this thick forest, being injured signified that death was near. Those beasts that wouldn't dare provoke magical beasts in normal times would all leap at this chance. This tiger was already his 8th magical beast. Now there was a long string of magical beast corpses behind him. There were tigers, leopards, and even huge lizards. They were all neatly strung together firmly by beast tendons. Little Snow leisurely padded along those corpses and would take frantic bites until he was completely full, then fall asleep. After a nap, he would immediately start eating again. This long train of magical beasts had become a luxurious carriage with a free buffet for him. Long Chen checked over his spoils. He currently had 3 second-rank magical beasts and 6 peak first-rank magical beasts. That should be enough to repay the forest god of her favor. A single second-rank magical beast's flesh definitely contained more energy than even 10 first-rank magical beasts. Long Chen's spoils had long since exceeded the forest god's demands. Long Chen remembered her benevolence and didn't want to owe too much. Furthermore, when he had been resisting the heavenly punishment, it was the forest god who had helped him. He had actually been hoping to get a bit more, but even after walking for a whole extra day, there were no more magical beasts that came. There didn't seem to be any more second-rank magical beasts in the vicinity. As for weaker first-rank magical beasts, they were attracted by the blood, but they didn't approach. Even a wounded second-rank magical beast could easily kill them, so despite roaming around for a whole day, he no longer made any more harvests. He switched directions to go directly to the mountain peak of the forest god. When Long Chen arrived at that huge tree, the white-robed woman reappeared. But when she saw the long train of huge magical beast corpses behind him, she didn't have too great of a reaction. "You've come." "Yes, I've come to settle my debt," smiled Long Chen. "The remuneration you brought has exceeded our initial pledge. That's not exactly fair to you. In this world, there was never any real fairness. I'm just doing this to make myself feel better. I don't like owing people," said Long Chen. She nodded. "Then I'll thank you. The flesh you've brought should be enough for me to fully activate the world-binding blood sacrifice and break out of this space back to the spirit world." That huge tree trembled slightly, and those huge corpses all disappeared in just a moment. Ow! Little Snow, who was originally sleeping on those corpses, was suddenly awoken. He couldn't help but go into a wild panic when he saw all those corpses had disappeared. He wanted to get one last bite in, but he only bit down on empty air. He actually started roaring at the woman angrily. "Don't make a fuss, Little Snow." Long Chen shouted laughingly at that little fellow to calm him down. "Haha, you think I stole your meat?" She laughed. "It's true you need meat to grow stronger. But I can give you something much better than meat." She waved her hand and a bright ray of light poured into Little Snow's forehead. Shockingly, Little Snow began to slowly grow larger after being enveloped by that light. He actually grew from being just 1 meter long to being close to 3 meters long. Little Snow now almost reached Long Chen's shoulders. Furthermore, Long Chen could sense a powerful aura that was only becoming stronger coming from Little Snow. Second rank. The current aura coming from Little Snow was the aura of a second-rank magical beast. "I took your meat, so I'll give you the energy to mature so that we're even." The woman laughed and rubbed Little Snow's head. That really startled Long Chen. Other than himself, Little Snow had never allowed anyone else to touch him. If Little Snow were to attack, that would definitely sour the situation. But Little Snow was unusually calm. He seemed to actually enjoy her rubbing. Afterwards he lay on the ground and took a nap. "I've completely awakened its spirit. It can count as me compensating it," she said to Long Chen. "Doesn't it seem like I owe you another favor now?" Long Chen couldn't help but shake his head, smiling bitterly. He had thought he could completely repay his favors this time. But in the end, he owed another favor right now. However, that favor was definitely worth it. Little Snow was a third-rank magical beast, a scarlet flame snow wolf. His battle strength was extremely great. Now that he had already advanced to the second rank, even if he couldn't defeat a tendon transformation expert, he would still be able to fight against them for a while. Such a powerful companion could definitely provide a measure of safety for someone like him who was surrounded by danger. "You're too gracious. My spirit race also doesn't like owing favors. Originally, it probably would have taken me at least a couple of 100 years before being able to return to the spirit world. But you've allowed me to return home much earlier. The one who should be saying thanks is me," she politely said. "Now I'll be beginning the world-binding blood sacrifice. You should back up a bit." Hearing that, Long Chen hastily woke Little Snow up and rushed further away. With how solemn she was, he didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, he was also extremely curious as to what that so-called world-binding blood sacrifice was. Rumble. Long Chen was several miles away when the rumbling began. He hastily turned to look back and jumped in shock. The huge tree which stretched several miles into the sky had suddenly begun to explosively grow. Its enormous treetop spread, piercing through the clouds and covering half the sky. The countless leaves completely hid the mountain peak with countless symbols shining on top of them. Divine light overflowed from them and covered the sky. Long Chen watched with his mouth wide open. What kind of existence was this? Was it really a god? Did this world really have divinities? If it wasn't a god, what else could cover up the entire sky? What else had an aura that was so ancient? In front of that intimidating aura, Long Chen felt as if he wasn't even an ant, as if he was just a speck of dust. "It's the forest god." The village chief was also shocked, but the villagers recognized it to be the forest god. Looking at the scene, all those villagers knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves towards that direction. The forest god appeared in the sky above. She formed a strange hand seal. "Respected ancestors, please hear your people's call. With blood as the guide, open a path home for your people, world-binding blood sacrifice." Following her devout shout, an image made of blood appeared in the sky. By carefully looking at it, you could tell that that was the image of a leaf. Long Chen guessed that the blood was the essence blood of the magical beast she had collected over the years. But he still didn't truly comprehend why someone as amazingly powerful as her would use human hunters to collect that blood. With her terrifying cultivation base, no matter how strong the magical beast was, they would all be blown to bits just by a single breath. Was that well of resentment she had mentioned actually so terrifying? Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, causing Long Chen to almost fall to the ground. Raising his head, he saw that the blood image in the sky had begun to twist. Following space's slow warping, a huge gate 50 miles high formed. As soon as it fully formed, it began to slowly open. The instant that door opened, Long Chen saw the world within it. That was also a world of endless trees. But each huge tree was so tall as to prop up the heavens. There were also countless powerful beasts roaming within, each of them so large that they were comparable to mountains. A spiritual chi that was so dense it had almost turned solid also came out of that huge door. Just taking a slight breath, Long Chen felt his cultivation base quickly rising. It truly was too shocking. I'm about to leave, so thank you for your help, expert. My spirit race looks forward to your arrival. I know that that day will not be too far off. The woman waved her hand to Long Chen, and the huge heaven-reaching tree slowly shrunk and entered the gate. This is my gift to you. The previous agreement is over, so treat it as a new promise. She extended a hand and a small drop of dark green blood fell towards Long Chen. Long Chen hastily reached out to receive it. That droplet emitted an extremely dense vitality. Long Chen could sense the terrifying life energy within it. That woman's entire figure dimmed greatly after sending that drop out. Obviously, that drop was an extremely important thing to her. I can sense that you will become a peak expert in the future. My spirit race needs your help. Your body actually has awe. Before she got halfway, she suddenly let out a terrified scream, and without even the time to say goodbye to Long Chen, she disappeared behind the huge door. 7-colored lightning abruptly appeared in the sky and smashed that huge door to pieces. That had happened too fast, and before Long Chen could even react, the huge door had already faded away. The world on the opposite side could no longer be seen. It was as though everything had been a dream. But that mountain the forest god had been on was now a crater. Now the forest god had left, but this place still had some remnant dense spiritual chi in the air. Long Chen quickly sat down and began to cultivate with Little Snow standing guard. It went without saying that Long Chen's decision was extremely smart. In just a short 6 hours, an explosive sound came from his body. That explosive sound came from Long Chen's blood. He had finally entered the first heaven stage of blood condensation, becoming a true blood condensation expert. Since the leftover spiritual chi from that huge door had already dissipated at this point, Long Chen no longer wasted any more time. He directly returned to the village. It was time to say farewell. But there was still one big question that kept repeating in his mind at this time. What had the forest god meant at that last point? What had she been meaning to say before leaving in a panic? She said his body had something on it. What could possibly cause someone as strong as her to feel so afraid? As those questions churned in his head, he ended up getting quite close to the village when suddenly a faint scent of blood floated past his nose. Long Chen's expression changed and he pressed down on the ground, shooting forward like an arrow towards the village. Chapter 93 Painful Farewell. The village was now completely surrounded by hundreds of elite, armored guards. Sharp arrows were pointed at the villagers, Xiaohua amongst them. Their faces were pale with fright. There were already 3 people lying on the ground with arrows stuck in them, their blood dyeing the ground beneath them. Speak, have you seen this person? One of the middle-aged soldiers in golden armor shouted coldly, showing off a piece of paper with a drawing of a handsome youth with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Who else could it be but Long Chen? We've already said, we've never seen anyone called Long Chen and we don't know what you're talking about. Why did you have to recklessly kill our villagers? Xiaohua's face was deathly pale as she retorted angrily. They had no idea where this group of men had come from. But they had immediately surrounded the village, and the 3 hunters which had just gone out were directly shot to death. This both shocked and infuriated them. But in front of hundreds of pointed arrows, they didn't dare make any reckless moves. Some of them were grinding their teeth, wishing to charge forward. HMPH, looks like you won't cry until you see your coffins. Go slaughter those children first. Let me see if they'll tell the truth. That middle-aged man snorted and ordered some of his subordinates forward. They immediately pointed their arrows at the dozen children. Bastards, do you dare? The village chief roared angrily and threw those children behind him. Kill them. That middle-aged man's expression was icy cold, and he didn't even bat his eye at the elder. In his eyes, these villagers were just a bunch of weeds. Fine, kill us, we're not afraid. Brother Long Chen will definitely come to kill you as revenge for us. One of the children suddenly struggled free from one of the adults, guard, and angrily pointed at that man. Little kid, what nonsense are you saying? The village chief hastily shouted at the child to stop, but it was already too late. That middle-aged man's eyes brightened and he coldly sneered, as expected, Long Chen really did come here. Kill them all. We'll keep searching, he can't have run far. Receiving that order, those troops all emotionlessly released their arrows, shooting out a rain of arrows at the villagers. A harsh shout suddenly shook their eardrums and a figure rushed over like a wild gale, arriving in front of Xiao Hua and the others. With a shake of his sword, a terrifying sword chief ferociously fell. The majority of those arrows were all shaken away by Long Chen. But there were still around a dozen of them that managed to slip through and hit the villagers. Pained cries rang out intermingled with the weeping of the children. Looking at Long Chen, who had suddenly descended from the sky, those elite guards were all stupefied. Even the middle-aged commander was greatly shocked. Zhou Weiqing, you damn bastard, all of you can go to hell. Long Chen's killing intent overflowed. He recognized that middle-aged man as Zhou Weiqing, the savage marquis. That bastard actually wanted to kill unarmed villagers, including the children. He was truly a bastard amongst bastards, especially in the eyes of Long Chen, who had been saved by these villagers. Parting wind slice. Long Chen's broadsword cut across the air in front of him, and a sword chi invisible to the naked eye shot out like a crescent moon, immediately cutting through those stupefied troops. That ferocious sword chi surged over before those troops had even reacted, immediately cutting them into pieces. Blood filled the air. Hundreds of elite troops were killed with a single slash of Long Chen's sword. The current Long Chen truly was just like a death god. Unending killing intent overflowed from his body. Only the savage marquis managed to escape that calamity. As soon as he had seen an uninjured Long Chen appear, he knew the situation had turned sour. The reports had stated that Long Chen was already on his last breaths. Even if he had managed to survive, he should still be heavily injured to the point where he might die at any time. But the fourth prince had stated that if he was dead, then he wanted to see his corpse, and if he was alive, then he wanted him captured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to set his heart at ease. He had sent warriors accustomed to pursuing and tracking as well as hunting dogs. After half a month's chase, they had finally found this village. They were certain Long Chen had either passed through here or was currently hiding within the village, recuperating from his wounds. So the savage marquis had wanted to directly kill these villagers who were hiding his existence. And he had truly guessed right. Long Chen had shown himself. But unfortunately, the result was not what he had presumed. When a perfectly healthy Long Chen had appeared, the savage marquis had been scared witless. Even back then during the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival, Long Chen had still managed to kill Huang Chong, his name shaking the empire. On the other hand, the savage marquis was only at the early stage of blood condensation. How could he possibly be a match for Long Chen? He had thought he would be able to capture a tiger on its deathbed, but he had miscalculated. The instant he had seen Long Chen strike, he had quickly retreated without even thinking about it. At the same time, he also took out a shield to protect himself. By the time Long Chen's sword chi had reached him, he had already fled to the edge of the attack. But even so, the shield in his hand was still broken and he spat out blood. However, the savage marquis truly was an expert. He was someone who had already seen blood before. Resisting the intense pain from his stomach, he used his full strength to flee deep into the forest. You want to run? A sinister ruthlessness appeared on Long Chen's face. Kicking up an arrow from the ground, he flung it forward. The arrow shot through the air like lightning. The savage marquis, who was fleeing for his life, didn't realize that an arrow which could take his life was right behind him. The arrow pierced right through his armor. The great force behind it had been so great that the golden armor was unable to pose even the slightest bit of resistance. The savage marquis's body was shaken by that force, and he was sent tumbling through the air into a huge tree dozens of meters away. He violently spat out blood. That arrow had violently shaken his inner organs. Don't kill him, little Snow. Long Chen suddenly noticed a white light dash towards Zhou Weiqing and hastily shouted out. He was leaving Zhou Weiqing alive because he still had some use for him. Little Snow stopped when he heard Long Chen's call. He had already arrived right at that huge tree and was motionlessly staring at the savage marquis. Seeing that the savage marquis was under control, Long Chen quickly ran over to the villagers, bending over to examine their arrow wounds. There were 3 people who had been struck through the vitals and had already died. Amongst them was even a 7-year-old child. This made Long Chen feel as though it was his own heart that was being pierced. This had been brought on by him. He was filled with hate, however, he didn't know whether that hatred was for Marquis Ying, the 4th prince, Zhou Weiqing, or himself. He quickly gave the injured people some medicinal pills. As long as they hadn't died immediately, Long Chen's medicinal pills would ensure that they would completely recover. The other villagers also rushed to help the wounded. They also gathered up their dead, and the entire village mourned. "I'm sorry, village chief." Seeing the old man's tears streaming down his face, Long Chen was filled with regret. This was his own mistake. "Child, this isn't your fault. Don't feel guilty." The old man shook his head. But the more he was like this, the worse Long Chen felt. If it hadn't been for him, such a calamity would definitely not have befallen the village. "Long Chen, your heart is something we all understand. We're all a family, so don't be like this." Xiao Hua's comforting voice came from the side. Long Chen took a deep breath and said to her, "Xiao Hua, I'm about to leave." Her body shook and she was overwhelmed with shock. You want to leave us?" Looking at her desolate expression and her uncontrollable tears, Long Chen could only quietly reply, "I'm sorry, but I must leave. You've also seen that I have enemies. If I don't leave, a huge disaster will befall the village." Brushing back her hair lightly, he gently continued, "The village has already paid too high a price for me. I don't dare to stay with you. I hope you can forgive me." Xiao Hua hid away Long Chen's hand and miserably cursed, "You bastard, you liar, I hate you." After saying that, she ran off to her own room and slammed the door shut. Long Chen sighed. Looking at that tightly closed door, he didn't say any more. Thinking back to when he had just awoken, he recalled Xiao Hua's sweet and satisfied smile when she said he was her man. "Child, don't feel too bad. If you want to leave, then leave. Remember, if you don't like the outside world, you can always return. This place is also your home," said the old man sincerely as he patted Long Chen's shoulders. "Thank you, village chief." The village chief's approval did make him feel a bit better. As for Xiao Hua, "I'll console her. Don't worry, she is a sensible child. She'll slowly come to understand this." Long Chen nodded. He took out a few medicinal pills from his spatial ring. These medicinal pills were varied in quality, but even the worst ones would still be miraculous medicines in the eyes of these hunters. Now that the forest god had left, the village no longer had her support. They would only be able to rely on themselves in the future. Long Chen left behind large quantities of healing medicines as well as a recipe for a medicinal liquid that they could make on their own. The village already had a couple of such recipes, but they were incomparable to Long Chen's. Other than medicinal pills, Long Chen also wrote several experiences and insights that pertained to the Qi condensation realm's cultivation. He also left behind the breaking wind fist, wind chasing steps, and other techniques of that level for them. That was in the hopes that the village would be able to nurture some experts. If the village had a couple of blood condensation experts, they would definitely be much safer. He also left behind a dozen blood-breaking pills. As long as someone advanced to the 9th heaven stage of Qi condensation, they would immediately advance to blood condensation after taking one of them. Using a medicinal pill to break through was likely to cause your foundation to be flawed. But even so, to these people, that was not something to complain about. Without Long Chen's assistance, most of them would be unable to step into blood condensation in their whole life. Only by doing all of these could he feel at ease. Long Chen trusted that from today onwards, the village would only continue growing stronger. Now they had medicinal pills, battle skills, and weapons. In the future, even if they didn't have the forest god, they would still be able to survive very well. When they arrived at the village gate to send him off, the entire village gathered over to reluctantly say goodbye to Long Chen. There were even some children who tightly hugged his leg, not letting him leave. This scene truly did cause Long Chen to feel sad inside, but he had to leave. The only thing he regretted was that Xiao Hua continued to stay locked in her room. It seemed she really did hate him now. After saying goodbye, Long Chen was just about to leave. Wait. Long Chen paused and slowly turned back. Xiaohua opened her door and ran right up next to him. Her originally bright eyes were now red and filled with pain. Long Chen, I know I can't keep you. I made this just now. I hope you can forever wear it on your body. After saying that, Xiaohua took out a necklace that was made from some multicolored rocks. Haha, perhaps this gift is too poor and will be laughed at. Xiaohua laughed mockingly at herself. But although she smiled, tears kept falling from her eyes. I'll properly keep it in my care. But how about you come with me? Long Chen couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he looked at Xiaohua. Her eyes brightened for a moment, but they quickly dulled again. She shook her head. We are people who live in different worlds. I can't leave my family. I just hope that when you look upon this necklace in the future, you'll remember that there was once a girl, whose heart yearned to go hunting with you, and make babies. Towards the end, Xiaohua's voice ended up becoming choked with emotion. After forcing out those last words, she fell into Long Chen's embrace and began to weep and bawl. Long Chen didn't know how he managed to leave in the end. He felt his own heart shattering. This was the first time he experienced being so helpless. This was a helplessness that a higher cultivation base could not resolve. Dragging the half-dead savage marquis, Long Chen disappeared into the depths of the forest. Xiaohua's tears continued to flow as she watched that figure disappear from her view. A light breeze blew by, bringing with it the tumbling of dried leaves. The autumn wind was cold. Chapter 94 Extreme Urgency. Once Long Chen had dragged the savage marquis dozens of miles away, he threw him to the ground. Zhou Weiqing was already so heavily wounded that just this little impact caused him to spit out more blood. Having been hit by the arrow which Long Chen had thrown so powerfully, his organs had already been shaken into pieces. But as a blood condensation expert, the blood in his body contained a great deal of life energy, so he wouldn't die immediately. Zhou Weiqing, tell me, how should I kill you? Long Chen looked down at this man who was once a powerful expert in his eyes, his voice filled with bone-chilling coldness. If it had just been a personal enmity between the two of them, Long Chen wouldn't have minded giving him a quick death. But thinking back to the corpses of those villagers and their sorrowful expressions, his hatred of this bastard exploded. He didn't know just what manner he could kill Zhou Weiqing that would relieve his anger. He only coldly contemplated this, thinking of a suitable method. Long Chen, don't kill me. I'll tell you all my secrets. I was also forced, so I was also helpless. Zhou Weiqing was as pale as a sheet of paper. He could feel his life force quickly fading. Right now, the only one that could save him was Long Chen, who was a pill cultivator. In order to save his own life, this proud and arrogant noble no longer cared about anything and even begged Long Chen for mercy. Does saying that have any meaning at this time? I already know that everything was planned by the fourth prince. As long as I return to the capital, everything will be revealed. There is no need for you to talk, snorted Long Chen coldly. No, Long Chen, the situation is definitely not as simple as you think. As long as you promise to let me go, I'll tell you something extremely urgent. It definitely won't disappoint you, said Zhou Weiqing hastily. Long Chen coldly said, speak. If it really is helpful to me, I won't mind leaving you alive. Zhou Weiqing celebrated and hastily said, your household has already been captured and placed into prison. They're currently waiting to be executed. Long Chen's expression changed and he harshly shouted, bastard, you dare try to trick me? No, I definitely don't dare trick you. Once Wild returned to the capital, he should have immediately gone to protect my family. How could they possibly be captured? Furthermore, even if Wild didn't inform him, how could Grandmaster Yunqi just watch without lifting a finger? Long Chen raged. Wild truly did rush to your family as soon as possible, but he wasn't able to protect your household. Why not? Even with Long Chen's calm, he was still panicking now. Cough. Zhou Weiqing wanted to speak but an intense bout of coughing overcame him. Long Chen coldly snorted. Zhou Weiqing was getting smart and resorting to petty tricks. He threw down a medicinal pill. Take it, it'll heal your wounds. Thank you, young master. Zhou Weiqing hastily swallowed. He had always kept an eye on Long Chen for years, and he knew that he was just like his father and would take his promises seriously. But so far he had only agreed to let him go and hadn't promised to heal his wounds. If Long Chen left, he wouldn't even be able to support himself for more than a couple of hours before the spiritual qi in his blood was exhausted. And within those few hours, he would be completely unable to walk out of this forest to find help, so he would definitely die. For him to be able to force Long Chen into giving him a medicinal pill in his state, there was no choice but to admit that Zhou Weiqing truly did have a cunning side. If I tell you everything, you have to keep your promise and not make things hard for me. After taking that medicinal pill, Zhou Weiqing was surprised to see that his damaged organs were slowly healing back, meaning Long Chen's medicinal pill truly was very effective. But he once more repeated himself in order to be cautious. If Long Chen were to back out from his promise, it would be impossible for him to survive. Don't worry, I will use the Long family's reputation to guarantee it, snorted Long Chen coldly. Hearing that, Zhou Weiqing was relieved. With Long Chen's pride, the chance of him reneging on his promise was low. Once Wild returned to your home, he immediately alerted your mother. But they were unable to leave the Long household. Why not? Because they had all been poisoned, answered Zhou Weiqing. Long Chen's expression became incredibly unsightly. Who did that? You mother's family did it. They're actually spies of the fourth prince. They had always been secretly controlling the Long household. When Wild returned, he was too weak and also too hungry to fight back. As soon as he warned the Long household, they were all poisoned with an extremely undetectable poison. Normally it will conceal itself in the body. With your experience, you should also have heard of the soul-scattering powder. Probed Zhou Weiqing carefully. Long Chen's expression became even gloomier. The fact that Zhou Weiqing had said the soul-scattering powder meant that he was telling the truth. Soul-scattering powder was an extremely rarely seen medicinal ingredient. Its poisonous nature wasn't actually strong, but it could confuse a person's spirit, causing them to enter a suspended animation state of fake death. Other than some people with strong spiritual strength, there were few that could block it. And this kind of medicinal ingredient was colorless and odorless. Ordinary people were unable to recognize it. As soon as they smelt the soul-scattering powder, they would immediately sink into a deep sleep. Long Chen had never thought that the fourth prince's schemes would be so profound. His hatred of his mother's family also grew as he recalled their hypocritical faces. At this time, they had landed a fatal blow against his family. Thinking of his mother, who had been captured, a burning urgency filled him. He needed to rush back to the capital immediately to save his mother. What happened with Grandmaster Yunqi? Long Chen suddenly felt that something was strange. Was Grandmaster Yunqi being obstructed? At that time, Grandmaster Yunqi was in seclusion to refine pills. Furthermore, this matter was done extremely covertly. Grandmaster Yunqi didn't know of it, and once he knew, your family had already been imprisoned. At that time, he personally went to the imperial palace to demand that they release them, but the Empress Dowager showed him the photographic jade evidence of you killing the Grand Shah's prince, and thus, Grandmaster Yunqi was also helpless, explained Zhou Weiqing. He had truly been too careless. Long Chen regretted his own stupidity. Obviously, that photographic jade had been brought back by Marquis Ying. Him killing Sha Changfeng had entirely been part of the fourth prince's plans. Despite Grandmaster Yunqi's illustrious status, his position was not one that could directly participate in the matters of the empire. And so he could only watch powerlessly. Chu Sha, Long Chen ground his teeth angrily. It was as though he could see the fourth prince's mocking face, and killing intent overflowed from him. What else is there? Long Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Well, furthermore, they plan on executing them, said Zhou Weiqing carefully. Seeing Long Chen's frighteningly sinister expression, he was afraid he might forget himself in his anger and kill him. Since they haven't captured me, they're using my household to make up for it. Long Chen tightly clenched his fists. The flames of fury within his eyes almost took physical shape. That's most likely correct. HMPH, then their goal is to draw out my father, correct? Long Chen snorted. Although he was incredibly angry, Long Chen was still able to figure out the fourth prince's intentions. To the fourth prince, Long Chen was just a single chess piece. All the circumstances he had forced him into were just to draw out Long Tianxiao. He naturally also knew that the capital was filled with crouching dragons and hidden tigers waiting for Long Tianxiao to take the bait. Being treated as a chess piece by others was definitely a dislikable feeling. But for Chu Yao, Long Chen had been willing to play his part as a chess piece. He hadn't expected the fourth prince to be so ruthless. Not only had his plans involved Long Chen, but he had also implicated Long Chen's entire household. That was something which no one would be able to endure. Chu Sha, wait for me. If I don't chop off your head this time, then I wouldn't be Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly thought of something and he asked, what's the date of the execution? Zhou Weiqing was startled and replied, counting the days, it should the day after tomorrow. Hearing that, Long Chen no longer bothered with Zhou Weiqing. He called over Little Snow and started to wildly rush over to the capital. Ow! Little Snow suddenly howled as they rushed. Long Chen was slightly startled. You want me to ride you? Little Snow let out a quiet roar. Not caring whether or not Long Chen wanted to, he flipped Long Chen up with his head, and Long Chen immediately felt his body become light as he was lifted up onto Little Snow's back. Now that the forest god had awakened Little Snow's spirit, he was now even larger than a horse. His body was over 3 meters long. He was no longer that adorable little fellow anymore. Roar! Long Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, once I'm steadied, I won't fall, Aiya. Little Snow had already charged forward before he had finished speaking. Being caught by surprise, Long Chen was almost thrown off. He hurriedly grabbed onto Little Snow's fur. Only now did Long Chen experience just how terrifying the speed of a second-rank magical beast was. The trees to either side blew by. The wild wind that whistled around made it difficult for him to even keep his eyes open. Good job, Little Snow. Long Chen praised Little Snow. Originally, he had been worried that he wouldn't be able to rush back to the capital in time. But with Little Snow's current speed, that didn't seem to be that much of a problem anymore. His worries also dissipated slightly. Looking at the quickly retreating trees, Long Chen's eyes flashed with a harsh intent. I'm coming. Zhou Weiqing watched as Long Chen left. He was relieved that he had managed to keep his life. At the same time though, he was also filled with hatred. When he was young, he had been struck by Long Tianxiao's palm and his dantian had been shaken, causing his cultivation base to forever stop at the early stage of blood condensation. Over 10 years had passed, and now he had been suppressed under his son. Furthermore, he had been suppressed even more miserably. If he hadn't begged for mercy, even his life would have been lost. Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but grind his teeth. But then a sinister smile appeared on his mouth. Long Chen should just give up any thoughts of surviving now that he had gone to the capital. But before he followed Long Chen back to the capital, he still had one thing he had to do. That was to completely slaughter those villagers. Long Chen had definitely left behind some medicinal pills for them. Zhou Weiqing screamed suddenly. An intense pain came from his arm. He looked over and saw that without realizing it, a red-colored ant had crawled up his arm and was now biting down on him. Heart-devouring ant. Zhou Weiqing was terrified. As soon as he recognized that small ant, it was as though he had seen a demon. That was a terrifying poisonous ant. It was said that this kind of ant wasn't that strong. It only had a slight poisonous nature that wasn't life-threatening. But when they bit you, it would be incomparably painful, as if your heart and insides were being devoured. Zhou Weiqing swatted that ant, killing it in a single blow. Just as he was about to move, his eyes were suddenly filled with terror. He didn't know at what time, but now all the surrounding trees were covered with heart-devouring ants. He suddenly thought of the medicinal pill Long Chen had thrown to him. He remembered seeing a twinkle of ridicule in his eyes when he had given that to him. Just at this moment, thousands upon thousands of heart-devouring ants smelled a special smell coming from Zhou Weiqing's body and charged over. They went all out to devour as much of him as they could. In their eyes, his body was a huge delicacy. His miserable screams continued endlessly. The heart-devouring ant's poison wasn't strong and wouldn't kill him, but the intense pain would rack his body so much that he would be unable to move. In this world, the most painful way to die was to clearly sense endless pain and want to faint, only to have losing consciousness become a luxury that wasn't given to you, and to have that pain continue until you were nothing more than a pile of bones. Chapter 95 Execution Ground. The Phoenix Cry Imperial capital stood there as majestic as ever, emitting an ancient air. That was something that could not be concealed despite the several wars it had experienced in the past 1,000 years. But today, the imperial capital was no longer as bustling and filled with traffic as it normally was. It was filled with a foreboding air, and not a single shop opened its doors. In just a single month's time, the capital had completely changed. First, the news of Sha Changfeng being murdered shook the entire Phoenix Cry Empire. But even more shocking was that the person who had killed the Grand Shah's prince was the most famous person in the capital, the junior generation's strongest member who had risen like a shooting star, Long Chen. When the photographic Jade's images had spread throughout the capital, everyone had been completely shocked. The image of Long Chen killing Sha Changfeng was forever stuck in their minds. Long Chen, who was originally high-spirited and full of endless prospects, had now become the entire empire's #1 wanted criminal. The Long household's people had all been imprisoned in just one night. After another few days, large quantities of soldiers began to flow towards the capital. Before anyone could even understand what was happening, 400,000 elite troops from the Grand Shah had encircled the city. Everyone had been incomparably nervous, waiting for the spark of a huge war to ignite the capital in flames. That thought caused all these people, who were used to living in peace and security, to be filled with fright. But the lucky thing was that the battle never occurred. The fourth prince had appeared to mediate both parties. Saying that he had already captured the killer and had investigated the whole matter, he gave the Grand Shah an acceptable account. Only then did the elite troops withdraw their siege of the capital. But they didn't go far. They pitched camps 40 miles away from the capital. If the Phoenix Cry Empire didn't hand over acceptable terms, they definitely wouldn't mind starting a huge war. That foreboding air enveloped the entire capital. Although the capital had Marquis Ying and Marquis Wu leading the majority of the strongest troops in the empire, this situation had arisen so suddenly that they had been unable to collect the rest of their forces. If a battle really did start, whether they could win or not, the capital itself would definitely become the scene of disaster. At the same time, there were also people who secretly wondered what was going on. Weren't the Phoenix Cry Empire and the Grand Shah Empire supposed to be allies? How did they suddenly end up on opposite sides of the battlefield now? What kind of satirical situation was this? It was always the enemies you never thought about who did the most damage. Otherwise, there was no way they would have been able to encircle their capital so easily. Following the Long household's capture, huge waves erupted in the empire. The first thing people thought of was the border suppression Marquis, who was defending the border against the barbarian tribes. The border suppression Marquis had guarded the border for over 10 years. He had control of 50,000 elite troops that had fought with the barbarian tribes over and over. It could be said that his army was a true elite force. As for the elite troops, currently residing in the capital who lived peaceful, satisfied lives the entire time and had only completed some drilling, the difference was immense, completely incomparable. The border suppression Marquis's elite troops would definitely be able to fight enemies 10 times their number. After the Empress Dowager had imperially arrested the Long household, everyone wondered just how Long Xianxia would react. 10 days ago, sudden news had leaked that Long Chen's murder of Sha Changfeng had been incited by the Crown Prince, and so even the Crown Prince had been arrested. There had also been several henchmen that had been taken in with him. Today was the day for all these murderers to face their execution. Outside the city walls, the martial stage, that had often been used for fights, had been torn down to be replaced with a huge execution stage. On one side of the execution stage was the Phoenix Cry Empire's elite troops, while to the other side was the Grand Shah's elite troops. They both watched each other from a distance, with the atmosphere being incredibly tense. The commoners of the Phoenix Cry Empire were also watching from far away. This was the most controversial and shocking matter that had occurred in the Phoenix Cry Empire in the last dozens of years. Not only was a noble family about to be eradicated, but the Crown Prince was also to be executed. There were also tens of members of the imperial court who had been implicated. There were 2 lines of people on the execution grounds, one lined up in the back and one lined up in the front. There were dozens of people in the front row, all wearing imperial robes. They were completely bound, lying there on the ground. Although everyone had already been prepared to see that, they were still greatly shaken. Those were the most senior ministers of the empire. Normally, just getting a glance of them was almost impossible, but today they had become prisoners. However, the most shocking thing for everyone was the sight of the person who was bound front at the execution platform. It was Crown Prince Chu Yong. The current Chu Yong had long since lost his majestic and graceful poise. His hair was a mess and his eyes darted around. He was mumbling something that couldn't be heard as he incessantly fiddled. Behind this group of people was another group of over 20 people. This group included maids and servants. They were actually the Long household's people. Mrs. Long was shackled by iron fetters. Her expression was haggard as she looked into the distance. Who knew what she was thinking? Other than Mrs. Long, the rest of the Long household's members couldn't help but weep. They knew that today would be the last day of their lives. Looking at the executioners beside them, they were filled with despair. Ah, my Long family has truly let you down. If there is a next life, my Long family will definitely make it up to you. Looking at the weeping people surrounding her, Mrs. Long couldn't help but sigh. They were all innocent, but they had been implicated by being part of the Long household. Madam, don't say that. We are members of the Long household, and we will be part of the Long household even in death. We don't regret anything, said Bao firmly. HMPH, you want a next life. Just keep on dreaming. Your Long household really is just a group of idiots, said a man with a long blade in his hand coldly. Mrs. Long glared hatefully at that man, her eyes filled with poison. She wished she could tear that man apart. Li Feng, you bastard, even as a ghost I won't forgive you. Mrs. Long ground her teeth. That person was one of the officers in charge of the execution and was her older sister's son. Looking at him caused Mrs. Long to feel needle-like pain in her heart. Back when her family had been ignoring her, she had been completely dejected. But then recently, when they had warmed back up to her, her mood had completely reversed. She knew they were just currying favor, but they were her family after all. She still forgave them, but who would have thought that it would be her closest family that would force her Long household into the depths of despair? That had truly caused her to feel endless resentment. She remembered back when Wild had returned to the Long household. Seeing her, the first thing he had said was, quickly go ask for Grandmaster Yunqi's help. He had then fainted straight away. When Marquis Ying had gone to chase after Long Chen into the forest, Wild had already been completely exhausted. After just resting for a moment, he had suddenly remembered what Long Chen had told him and rushed back to the capital. Who knew whether it was Wild's luck that was great or whether Marquis Ying's subordinates were incompetent, but Wild managed to return without any resistance. However, he hadn't dared to stop to eat. He had relied only on his willpower to sustain himself until he had reached the Long household. After saying a single line, he had been overcome by his exhaustion and fainted. Wild hadn't noticed that at that time, Mrs. Long was in the midst of chatting with her older sister's family. Perhaps even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have done anything differently. When Wild had fainted, Mrs. Long had hastily shouted for people to help. Her older sister had immediately comforted her and called over two people who weren't that far away. Wild had fainted due to hunger. In order to awaken, they had brought over several bowls of water, but Wild still hadn't shown any signs of awakening. Just when Mrs. Long had felt that something wasn't right, she suddenly smelled a certain thing and immediately lost consciousness. But right before her eyes had completely closed, she had seen her older sister's smile that was full of ridicule. By the time she awakened once more, the entire Long household had been thrown into a dark prison. That caused Mrs. Long to be filled with regret and hatred as well as a deep sense of self-blame. Li Feng smiled coldly when he looked at her. Even as a ghost, you'll hate me. HMPH, even as ghosts you'd just be a group of idiot ghosts not worth interacting with. 10 years ago you were all also this stupid. At that time, we had already decided to split worlds with you in order to avoid being implicated. And now it seems you've become even dumber. After just saying a few random words, you actually ended up completely trusting us. If such an idiot didn't die, then it really would be a defiance of the heavens. Mrs. Long trembled in anger. Tears flowed down her face, but she didn't say anything. This was her family, you don't need to cry. As my relative, I'll help to end your sorrow by speeding things up a bit. You won't feel any pain. Li Feng gently shook his blade and continued, but Aunt, I really do need to thank you. Once I chop off your head, my career will quickly advance. Now that so many people are about to die in high positions, there are many openings for some lucrative posts. One of those spots will definitely be mine. Once I'm rich I definitely won't forget Aunt's favor. During the new year, I will definitely burn some paper money for you, haha. 1. Li Feng, you definitely won't die a good death. Bao cursed him to the side when she saw his satisfied smile. She really couldn't stand seeing this despicable bastard. Thinking back to when he had acted so well behaved in front of them, his current expression made her nauseous. Not a good death. Hee, that'll be you guys. Soon your heads will fall to the ground. Li Feng sinisterly laughed at Bao. Bao was just about to retort when a heavy figure was thrown to the ground beside her. Wild. Mrs. Long let out a sorrowful cry. Wild currently looked like a hedgehog with long iron needles stabbing all over his body. Those were torture tools called bone-eroding needles. There was a painful poison coated on them that could erode a person's bones, causing the person to feel intense pain deep in their marrow. That kind of pain was something no one could resist. Most people were unable to even bear having one of the needles being pierced into them. Even cultivators would be unable to endure more than 5 of them. That kind of pain was enough to kill someone. But Wild's body was completely covered with that kind of needle. Wild's ability to resist pain was absolutely shocking. Originally, Wild had been unconscious, but when he had been thrown on the ground, those needles had once more pricked his bones, causing him to awaken. "Mom, you don't need to be worried. Wild doesn't feel any pain." Seeing Mrs. Long crying, Wild tried to comfort her, even forcing out a slight smile. But the current Wild had lost so much weight that he was now practically skin and bones. His smile was actually extremely ugly now. Back when Long Chen had brought Wild back home for the first time, Long Chen had told Mrs. Long about his circumstances. He had hoped that his mother would accept him as her adopted son. Wild had called Mrs. Long Mom the whole time, but Mrs. Long had always felt that the appellation was a bit strange and hadn't replied to it. But now when Wild called her that, she couldn't help but feel sour inside. "Wild, Mom has let you down." Chapter 96 Crisis. "Wild, Mom has let you down." Mrs. Long was truly agonized. Wild was a good child, and even at such a time, he still didn't have the slightest bit of resentment against her. He was actually consoling her instead. That made her feel even more forlorn. If it weren't for her family's schemes, she wouldn't have implicated everyone. Looking at Wild, who was on his last breaths but still acted as though he were fine, she felt as if a knife was stabbing into her heart. "Mom, don't be afraid. Long Chen will definitely come and save us," comforted Wild. He did his best to sit up. That way he could alleviate some of the pressure from the needles and he could feel a bit more comfortable. "Child, it's been hard on you." Each bone-eroding needle was a horrifying torturing object, and seeing them cover his body so densely caused her to cry even harder. Just how much pain had this child suffered? "Mom, I'm fine. That bastard Marquis Ying interrogated me, but I didn't even know what he was talking about. In any case, I didn't say a word," infuriating the old bastard, laughed Wild. Once Marquis Ying had recovered from his wounds, he had heard that Wild had been captured. He had immediately gone to interrogate him alone. He was extremely curious about Wild's physical body. He was still in disbelief that a novice like him, who hadn't even reached blood condensation, had been able to block his sword. He wanted to know how Wild cultivated. However, he didn't have Long Chen's powerful soul. He was unable to see through the situation with Wild's cells. Although he did find that Wild's body was extremely strange with only 4 meridians, he had assumed that it was the result of training in some sort of mysterious cultivation technique since childhood. Marquis Ying naturally wouldn't give up a chance to obtain such a mysterious cultivation technique. Even if he couldn't cultivate it, it would definitely be a priceless treasure if he could obtain it. But he hadn't expected for a kid like Wild to be so tough. He didn't say a single word, and no matter how he hit him, he didn't make a single sound. He had tried all sorts of torture, in the end even using the cruelest bone-eroding needles all over his body. But he still didn't say a single word. Later, Marquis Ying gradually realized that Wild's body's strangeness was most likely due to his constitution. Perhaps Wild's cultivation technique was something that others would be incapable of cultivating even if they had the technique. Forcefully cultivating in it would only result in death. The real question was just what kind of existence could block the pain of the bone-eroding needle. Even if you could resist 1 needle, who could possibly take 10 of them without dying? Even a tendon transformation expert would go crazy from the pain of 10 bone-eroding needles. Having understood that point, Marquis Ying no longer bothered with Wild's cultivation technique. He was more interested in Wild's physical body. He wanted to see just how many bone-eroding needles a person's body could take. And that was how Wild had turned into a human-shaped hedgehog. That was absolutely shocking to Marquis Ying. Even being covered by the bone-eroding needles, he still didn't die. His physical body was too terrifying. It was at that time that he had been ordered to send Wild to the execution ground, and only then did he stop his torture of Wild. "HMPH, I guess you are pretty difficult to deal with since you could survive that many bone-eroding needles. I wonder if your neck will be able to stop my blade." "I truly am curious," Li Feng said to Wild coldly. "You bastard, just wait. Brother Long will definitely come to save us." Wild retorted angrily. "Just keep dreaming. No matter who comes, no one will be able to save you, not even God himself. Just quietly become a ghost, sneered Li Feng coldly. He no longer bothered with them. A disturbance arose as a party from both the Phoenix Cry Empire and the Grand Sha Empire walked out. On the side of the Phoenix Cry Empire was the Empress Dowager along with the princes, princesses, as well as the powerful chancellors. On the side of the Grand Sha Empire was a large, tower-like man wearing yellow robes. Behind him were 3 armed soldiers closely following him. Those 4 all emitted a terrifying pressure. Their reserved auras seemed like volcanoes that might erupt at any moment. The person at the front was the Grand Sha's emperor, Sha Yuyu. The 3 people behind him were the Grand Sha's peak experts. This time Sha Yuyu had truly brought his entire empire's top forces here. The 2 groups stopped when they were a few dozen steps from each other. The 4th prince was the first to walk out. Behind him were 2 people, one of which was Marquis Ying. The other one was a slightly short, bearded man with a warhammer on his back. That was the equally famous Wu Yi, who was known as Marquis Wu. Ever since the eldest prince had been removed from his position, the Empress Dowager had supported the 4th prince to become the inheritor of the empire, making him become the new crown prince. And once the 4th prince had become the crown prince, in a thunderous strike, he had immediately captured the eldest prince's henchmen. He also quickly ordered Marquis Wu to recall his army back to the capital to defend. They had only just managed to return when the Grand Sha's army had arrived and encircled the capital. The 4th prince had gone out in front of the capital and faced hundreds of thousands of the Grand Sha's elite troops as calm as ever in order to negotiate, causing the Grand Sha's army to pause outside the city gates, allowing the commoners to escape, having their blades wreak havoc on the city. When the commoners inside the city saw the 4th prince's suave and elegant manner, there were none who didn't feel admiration. That was the kind of boldness a ruler of an empire should have. As for Brother Changfeng's misfortune, Chu Sha is deeply apologetic. But luckily the heavens have blessed us and the criminals have already been arrested. I hope the blood of these people can comfort Brother Changfeng's soul. The 4th prince, regretfully, apologized to Sha Yuyu. Sha Yuyu's expression was a bit complicated. This man should be his sister's son, and he was truly a bit unwilling inside. He knew his son had died a wrongful death under the hands of this 4th prince Chu Sha. But he was unable to take revenge. That was because there had been someone who had ordered him not to harm even a single hair on his body. The reason he had brought these troops was also because of that person's order. This was all just a play written by Chu Sha. Seeing Your Majesty Yuyu's manner, which has yet to recover from the loss of your son, Chu Sha has truly sensed His Majesty's strong paternal love for Brother Changfeng. The loss of Brother Changfeng at such a young age truly does cause one to sigh. The 4th prince shook his head. Sha Yuyu narrowed his eyes, wishing he could slap this fake hypocrite. Even after killing his son, he now put on such an act. That was truly intolerable, but he didn't dare make a move. He knew that if he killed Chu Sha, he would definitely not have a good ending. He could only endure. Crown Prince Chu Sha is too courteous. As long as I can kill my son's murderer, I believe Changfeng will be able to truly rest contentedly. Sha Yuyu looked profoundly at Chu Sha. When he said, "Murderer," a cold light flashed in his eyes. The 4th prince ignored that gaze, lightly saying, "Rest at ease, Your Majesty. The killers have been captured and can't run. But in order to maintain our 2 empires' friendship, a couple of sacrifices are unavoidable. Only by giving up a few prejudices and misunderstandings can 2 empires' people enjoy peace." Thinking back to the Grand Sha and Phoenix Cry's friendship, I must say that Your Majesty's vision truly is great. What do you say? Sha Yuyu finally understood that this chess piece he had set up all those years ago had already escaped his chessboard and was beginning to control him instead. The 4th prince's killing of Sha Changfeng was to tell him that this Chu Sha was no longer the old Chu Sha. If he wanted to continue controlling him, that would be a grave mistake. Even just the slightest carelessness might even bring about his own fall. The 4th prince's words immediately caused him to awaken from his grief. He nodded. Correct, peace is the dream of the people. That's entirely true, but peace must be built on a foundation of trust and equality. Those who would attempt to break our empire's peace must die. He coldly smiled and looked towards the eldest prince and his people. His smile suddenly disappeared and he harshly shouted, "Chu Yong, do you admit your crimes?" Chu Yong, who was originally just lying there, was jolted suddenly and looked up into the sky, terrified. It seemed as if he was seeing some terrifying image, and he incessantly kowtowed. "Guilty, I'm guilty," he repeated. He was guilty over and over as he kowtowed, seeming to be full of remorse. But not a single person noticed that within the hair on the back of his head were 3 extremely thin needles. He wasn't the only one with needles in his head. The calm and slightly lifeless Empress Dowager also had such thin needles on the back of her head, but her hair blocked it so that no one could see. The 4th prince looked over everyone and coldly shouted, "Our Phoenix Cry's eldest prince tried in vain to destroy the peace between our 2 nations. He threatened to throw our people into an abyss of torture. Death without pardon, kill." Following his cold order, the head executioner's blade fell. Blood flew everywhere. Over 10 heads fell to the ground and dyed the earth red. Of the members of the Long household in the row behind them, over half of them fainted directly. The commoners watching from a distance closed their eyes in fright. It wasn't that they hadn't seen executions before, but they had never seen so many people executed for some heinous crimes. Furthermore, those people were all the highest officials of the empire, causing many of them to not be able to bear the sight. At the same time, their respect of the 4th prince only grew. Seeing all those people be executed, the 4th prince took a deep breath. He was too excited. He loved this feeling of control. Just a single thought on his part controlled the life and death of the people around him. That was the fascination of power. He looked towards the pale faces of the princes, princesses, and nobilities. The fear in their eyes was exactly what he had wanted to see. He would borrow this chance to clear out any other parties and make everyone acknowledge allegiance to him while making it so that they didn't dare rebel against him. He would become a king who ruled through complete power. Follow me and prosper, oppose me and die. This is the result of disloyalty. The 4th prince coldly looked up from those corpses and looked at the terrified expression of Mrs. Long. Her entire body was trembling now and she was filled with terror. She didn't faint, but just watched woodenly instead. "Mrs. Long, I'm sorry. Long Chen committed such a huge offense that even I am unable to protect you. Don't blame me." After saying that, he regretfully waved his hand, causing a dozen executioners' blades to be pressed against their necks. "Bastards, you better stop for this, master." Suddenly, a wild shout rang out and a group of people began to charge over to the execution stage. Chapter 97 Brothers. That was a group of 7 people, and they were all holding weapons tightly. The person in the front was extremely large and wielding a sword in one of his hands. Behind him was one fat person and one thin person. The fat one was so big that people couldn't even tell if he was walking or rolling. As for the thin one, he was skin and bones, looking just like a chimp. They were both tightly holding the swords and following behind that person at the front. Everyone was completely shocked to see this group appear. Looking carefully, some people couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that Shi Feng who won the competition during the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival? It really is him." There's also the other 2 right behind him who I recall being very close to Long Chen. Could they be thinking of stopping the execution? Said some people in disbelief. It was true that Shi Feng was a genius, most likely only second to Long Chen. But even so, he was only someone who had just advanced to the 5th heaven stage of blood condensation, and he was only leading a group of insignificant chi condensation brats. This was no different than sending themselves off to die. This is true brotherhood. I heard that Long Chen has given them many favors. They're probably doing this to repay him. Only such people are true men. Some people couldn't help but sigh regretfully about their deaths, but at the same time, they were filled with respect and admiration for them. This was basically a path of death they were walking. For them to do such a thing required more than just sheer courage. Looking at this group of people that had suddenly appeared, Chu Sha frowned. He knew that Shi Feng and them were extremely close to Long Chen. But he also knew that Shi Feng would be his generation's peak expert. He had hoped that he could pull him in and groom him as one of his subordinates. That was why they hadn't been implicated at all this time. However, he hadn't expected Shi Feng to be so bold and actually dare try to stop the execution with the top experts of both Phoenix Cry and the Grand Shah present. Before the 4th prince even said anything, there was already a group of soldiers which blocked their path. "Those who try to block me will die." Shi Feng shouted angrily and raised his sword. He charged forward valiantly. "Charge! Save Brother Long's household." Fatty Yu also followed closely behind Shi Feng. With Shi Feng in the lead, their small group charged a squad of over 100 elite soldiers. "If you dare keep coming forward, all of you will die," shouted the leader of the squad coldly when he saw that Shi Feng still didn't stop. In truth, he was actually being kind. He hoped Shi Feng would stop while he still could. In front of this many experts, there was not even the slightest chance of them succeeding, and so he tried to give Shi Feng and the others a path to survival. At the same time, he was also influenced by Shi Feng's loyalty that was unbending even in the face of death. His troops, which had seen blood before, admired such a brotherly camaraderie even more than the commoners. Unfortunately, he was disappointed to see that Shi Feng didn't stop at all, instead advancing even faster. Shi Feng raised his sword and heavily slashed it at that leader's spear. His power exploded and that squad leader, who was also at the mid-stage of blood condensation, was forced back a dozen steps. That was definitely surprising. No one had expected Shi Feng to be so strong at such a young age. The squad leader quickly stabilized himself and pierced his spear at Shi Feng. Suddenly, blood qi exploded from Shi Feng's body. His mid-blood condensation aura immediately erupted and his sword slashed down once more. That squad leader's arm turned numb and his hand split open. His spear was sent flying out dozens of meters away, and it continued to tremble incessantly even as it pierced the ground. He was completely astonished. Seeing Shi Feng continuing forward, he realized that he would be unable to resist in the slightest and he helplessly closed his eyes in the face of death. However, that expected sword blow never fell. Instead, he felt himself being kicked tumbling into the distant. Although he appeared like a miserable figure, he wasn't really harmed. In just 2 moves, Shi Feng had defeated their strongest member. Those troops behind him couldn't help but become panicked. Seeing Shi Feng charging forward, they hastily raised their spears to block him. But those soldiers were only ordinary troops. Some of the weaker ones had even yet to enter qi condensation. It was impossible for them to block Shi Feng, and they were all sent flying. When Chu Sha saw that Shi Feng was so shockingly powerful, he frowned and waved his hand. "Stop them, remember to capture Shi Feng alive." The 4th prince's order caused 3 small squadrons to completely surround Shi Feng's group. 3 mid-blood condensation advanced forward to block him together. Shi Feng seemed possessed by a god of war. His sword danced through the air, and even 1 against 3, he still didn't fall into a disadvantage. However, he was unable to advance any further. Fatty Yu and the others had been surrounded by the troops. They did not possess Shi Feng's combat abilities, and the strongest amongst them was only at the 6th heaven stage of qi condensation. Most importantly, they had all been advancing by relying on their passion. In reality, their combat experience was essentially 0. As soon as they made contact, one of them was immediately heavily injured by a spear. Fatty Yu had only just blocked a spear when a second already reached his armpit, giving him a great fright. But that spear was sliced in 2 by Shi Feng, who had been keeping an eye on them. Pushing back his opponents, he had returned to save Fatty Yu's life. However, because he had been distracted, one of the squad leader's spear brushed across his shoulder, and blood slowly flowed out. "Brothers, don't be afraid. Even if we die, 20 years from now, we'll still be remembered as heroes. Long Chen treats us as his brothers, and we can't let his household die in front of our eyes. Today, we choose death. If there is a next life, let us continue being brothers." Shi Feng knew that today was already hopeless. This result was something he had long since known would happen. Originally, they were a group of 9 people that followed Long Chen. They had already obtained favors from Long Chen, going from unwanted characters in the background to their family's most important members. All of that had been given to them by Long Chen. It was Long Chen that had changed their destinies. So, when the Long household ended up in a crisis, even though they knew their deaths would be doubtless, they had still come. They would use their passion as evidence of their camaraderie. 2 of their original group of 9 had fled when seeing those troops. Their eyes were filled with shame and remorse. They had once been a member of them, but they hadn't had the courage to come. When Shi Feng had brought up going to stop the execution, they had chosen to remain silent. But Shi Feng hadn't become angry and he didn't resent them. Instead, he told them to remember their brothers, and when they had time, to come to their graves to burn some incense and pour some alcohol for them. Sha Yuyu saw that Shi Feng possessed a great potential and lightly said, "Just now there was a person who said that those who would destroy the peace between our 2 empires could not be pardoned. It seems Prince Chu Sha is still a bit soft-hearted. I'll help you out. Ha Chi, go kill those troublemakers." "Yes, Your Majesty." One of the people behind him immediately floated over to Shi Feng like a wisp of smoke. Chu Sha's expression changed slightly. He knew Sha Yuyu had seen through his intentions of recruiting Shi Feng. He was doing this as a revenge for his son. However, Chu Sha didn't move to stop this. He now realized that Shifeng was an extremely unbending person. The odds of Chu Sha being able to convert him into one of his subordinates was not great. And so he didn't say a single thing in objection. Ha Chi's speed was extremely great, practically inconceivable. He traversed a distance of hundreds of meters in just a couple of blinks. Arriving beside Shifeng, he sent a palm forward. Shifeng, who was originally fighting 3 squad leaders, suddenly felt a shiver run through his body. A terrifying aura completely locked onto him. The 4 of them were astonished and stopped fighting immediately. A terrifying palm wind descended, and they quickly blocked it. Shifeng had been the first to realize something was wrong. He wasn't like those 3 who stupidly stood still to block it, but instead quickly retreated. However, he was still scraped by that palm wind and he became like a kite whose string had been cut, tumbling back dozens of meters and spitting out blood. Now looking back to that spot, those 3 squad leaders, who had been fighting with him, were now unrecognizable as their corpses lay on the ground. Their bones had all been shattered and their auras had disappeared. Ah, I'm sorry, I guess that was a bit too strong. Ha Chi smiled slightly. However, that apology of his was not the least bit apologetic. The battle completely stopped. All of them were stupefied by this sudden change. Looking at those corpses that didn't even have human form anymore, everyone was silent for a long time. Those were their squad leaders at the mid-blood condensation realm. All 3 of them had been killed by a single palm. How could that not be appalling? A tendon transformation expert. Finally, someone let out an alarmed cry. Only a tendon transformation expert could so easily kill the 3 of them. Chu Sha's expression sunk. How could he possibly not realize that Sha Yuyu had done this on purpose to embarrass him? Ah, what an unexpected mishap. After all, a tendon transformation expert is also human, and fists do not have eyes. No one can guarantee anything in the midst of battle. I think that Prince Chu Sha should be able to understand this. What do you think? Smiled Sha Yuyu. He had purposely told Ha Chi to do this. He wanted to tell this nephew of his that although he had that person's support, he wouldn't be able to support him for a lifetime. So he should be more reserved and not so excessive. How could the 4th prince not understand Sha Yuyu's meaning? He was full of fury, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he was recording this hatred in his heart. After Shifeng spat out a mouthful of blood, he slowly stood back up. Even in the face of a tendon transformation expert, he didn't have the slightest intention of retreat. Shifeng, quickly run. Don't sacrifice your life in vain. Mrs. Long couldn't bear to see him send himself to die for nothing. Shifeng didn't reply. In fact, none of the others replied either. Other than one person that was too heavily wounded, the others all stood behind Shifeng, facing against Ha Chi together. A cruel smile appeared on Ha Chi's face. Excellent, you guys really are smart. Dying one by one really is worse than dying altogether. I'll help finish all of you off quickly. Ha Chi laughed coldly and stamped his foot. Veins appeared on his fist as though vines were under his skin. He smashed his fist into Shifeng. Many of the Phoenix Cry Empire's people, whether it was soldiers or commoners, couldn't watch as Shifeng and the rest were smashed into pulp, and so they all closed their eyes. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang through the air. A cold light flashed in the air as a sword slashed down upon Ha Chi. Chapter 98 Chu Yao takes action. Ha Chi's fist had just been about to smash them into pulp when he felt his heart tighten. With his experience, a grave sense of danger filled him. He forcibly changed the direction of his fist to punch to the left. Bang! Ha Chi's fist blocked the sword, but the powerful force behind the sword still forced him back several steps, shocking him. Hastily stabilizing himself, he saw a young woman in long robes. Her hair was in a high bun, her phoenix eyes contained true power, and the edge of her sword rippled like water. She possessed an unspeakable grandeur. 3rd Princess, Shifeng and the others let out a startled cry. That sword-bearing woman was Phoenix Cry's 3rd Princess, Chu Yao. You guys be careful and don't be reckless. We have to stall until Long Chen returns, whispered Chu Yao to them quietly. Shifeng slowly nodded. 2 of them bent down to help their companion who had been heavily wounded. The right side of his stomach had been impaled by a spear, and he was already on his last breaths. Shifeng quickly took out a medicinal pill and gave it to him. Although this wouldn't let him recover, it would be able to keep him alive for a while longer so that he wouldn't immediately die. Although everyone had already made their resolve regarding their deaths, naturally if they didn't have to die, they wouldn't want to. Seeing that Chu Yao was actually able to force back a tendon transformation expert, a slight hope ignited inside them. Chu Yao's appearance shocked everyone, including Sha Yuyu and Chu Sha. They were all looking at her in disbelief. Sha Yuyu immediately thought of something and said with complete shock, "You've broken the 9-dragon sealing field." Chu Yao tightened her grip on her sword and pointed it at Sha Yuyu. "You contemptible bastards, today I'll make you pay for your sins." Although she didn't know what the 9-dragon sealing field was, it was obvious that he was talking about the 9 foreign spiritual chi seeds that had been in her dantian. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, her life would have become incomparably tragic. She would have become a tool used by others without even her knowledge. Thinking of that, her fury blazed. "HMPH, looking at your aura, you've only just broken through to tendon transformation. You probably can't even properly control your own strength, yet you dare make such wild ravings." "Ha Chi, capture her," ordered Sha Yuyu with a sneer. The 4th prince was also looking at Chu Yao in shock. Her appearance caused his confidence to be shaken slightly. He was starting to feel a bit uneasy. Long Chen's face appeared in his mind. Even up until this day, he had yet to receive any further news of Long Chen. He was just like a permanent thorn in his side, and now that Chu Yao had appeared, that thorn became even bigger. "HMPH, let me test Phoenix Cry's princess." Ha Chi laughed. Veins popped up all over his body, and his terrifying aura advanced another level as he punched out. Before he had even arrived, just the wind from his fist caused her hair and clothes to blow back. Ha Chi had now clearly exploded with his true tendon transformation power. Chu Yao didn't face Ha Chi's fist head-on. Instead, she was sliding her feet to dodge and stabbing her sword towards his throat. Ha Chi laughed coldly and didn't dodge. A light yellow light appeared on his other hand and he swatted away Chu Yao's sword. Chu Yao felt a huge force send her flying, and she also felt intense pain from her hand. Sha Yuyu was completely correct. Chu Yao had only just advanced into the tendon transformation realm, and furthermore, her advancement had been done in secret since she hadn't dared to let anyone else find out. And she was also helpless that after advancing, she hadn't had any chance to test her strength. So her control over her own power was limited. Now that she was facing a tendon transformation expert who had already experienced hundreds of battles, she immediately fell into a disadvantage. That was especially true since she had almost zero combat experience. "HMPH, an empty realm is all you have. Give me your life." Ha Chi sneered. Without giving any damns about her gender, he sent a punch smashing at her. Just as Chu Yao was preparing to forcefully block it, a red ball of light suddenly flew over and collided with his punch. Boom! Ha Chi felt as if his fist had been enveloped by lava and was immediately forced back. "Being so ruthless to a young woman, don't you feel ashamed?" An aged voice rang out as a figure appeared in front of everyone. Grandmaster Yun Qi. Chu Yao couldn't help but celebrate that Grandmaster Yun Qi had finally come out at this critical moment. Yun Qi, as an alchemist guild chairman, in compliance with the alchemist treaty, you cannot meddle in secular matters. "Are you not afraid of the guild's punishment?" shouted Sha Yuyu coldly. "You are correct. A guild chairman cannot participate in worldly matters." Grandmaster Yun Qi laughed slightly and suddenly turned his head. Sun Nian, present. In a distant crowd was a middle-aged man in pill apprentice robes who hastily walked out and respectfully bowed. Grandmaster Yun Qi waved his hand, sending something flying over. When Sun Nian saw what that was, his expression immediately changed. "Sun Nian, I hand the guild signboard to you. You are the new guild chairman," said Grandmaster Yun Qi. "Guild chairman?" Sun Nian was completely shocked. Grandmaster Yun Qi cut him off. "I am no longer the guild chairman. Our guild's rules cannot be ignored. If you still think of me as the guild chairman, then you cannot stop me from removing myself as guild chairman." Sun Nian looked at the guild signboard in his hand and didn't know what to do. But he realized that a major event was about to occur. "Now I am no longer a member of the Alchemist Guild and have the qualifications to participate in secular matters," said Grandmaster Yun Qi lightly. No one would have imagined that Grandmaster Yun Qi would actually remove himself from the guild for the Long household. Without his status as a guild chairman, then even if someone killed him, no one would be able to investigate it. "That is true. I've waited a long time for this day. Yun Qi, as expected, you haven't let me down." Two people walked out from the crowd, and when people saw one of them in particular, many let out startled cries. Wei Kang. That was Grandmaster Wei Kang, who was equally famous as Grandmaster Yun Qi. Everyone could tell that there was intense hatred between the two of them from the time they had exchanged blows at the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. But both of them had kept things in reserve back then. It was practically just a symbolic fight without any display of their true strength. Now hearing what Grandmaster Wei Kang said, it seemed Grandmaster Yunqi's appearance today was entirely in his expectations. Perhaps a truly great battle would be fought today. Who's the other old guy? I know. That's Wang Luyong, another pill master. That was a person who had attended the Huayan Pavilion's auction, and so he recognized him. During the auction, Wang Luyong had been low-key all the way until the final flesh-bone restoration pills appeared. Only then did he shock everyone, leaving behind a deep impression. The fact that he was standing together with Wei Kang today was rather interesting. Despite seeing Wei Kang appear, no change appeared on Grandmaster Yunqi's face. He glanced at Wang Luyong. Have you thought this through? Wang Luyong smiled slightly. Actually, I don't want to become enemies with Grandmaster Yunqi, but I couldn't help but accept Brother Wei's kindness. So, I can only offend you. Stop with the crap, Yunqi. Hand over that thing, otherwise, I'll send you to hell right now, said Wei Kang icily. Now that you've separated from the Alchemist Guild, you no longer have a support to rely on. I don't need to have any misgivings about killing you. Grandmaster Yunqi looked at the fourth prince with a complicated expression. Fourth prince truly is a dragon amongst men. Your scheming truly causes me to admire you. The fourth prince smiled slightly. Grandmaster's praise makes this youngster blush. Since fourth prince is so proficient in scheming, I wonder if he has heard of a certain expression. Grandmaster Yunqi asked lightly. What expression? Please give me some pointers, senior. Man proposes but God disposes. Grandmaster Yunqi smiled slightly. The fourth prince narrowed his eyes. He didn't know why, but hearing that caused his heart to jump a bit. What do you mean by that? Fourth prince is smart, so how could you not even understand such a common proverb? Or are you afraid to admit that you know what it means? Asked Yunqi. The fourth prince's expression changed slightly. His scheme had definitely been completely flawless, but unforeseen incidents continued to pop up. The first mishap was that Marquis Ying had failed to kill Long Chen. Although Marquis Ying had said that Long Chen was already heavily wounded and was most likely unable to survive, he still continued to feel that Long Chen wouldn't die so easily, and so he had sent the savage Marquis to search for him. The second mishap was that Chu Yao had managed to silently resolve the 9-dragon sealing field in her body and broken through to the tendon transformation realm. Although she had only just broken through and wasn't worth fearing yet, it was still something unexpected. That caused him to feel as if the situation wasn't as sure as he had thought. And now Grandmaster Yunqi was still as calm as ever despite knowing he had stepped in a death trap. That caused him to feel even more uneasy, and he even felt a bit of fear. He had been born to be just a chess piece. Then finally, he managed to escape that chess board. Now that it was his turn to control the board, he definitely didn't want his own chess pieces to be escaping from him. Your plans are laughable. Just for some resources, you wasted so much time. So stupid. Grandmaster Yunqi shook his head. That truly made the fourth prince's expression change greatly. He looked at Grandmaster Yunqi in disbelief. You actually knew. Grandmaster Yunqi smiled slightly, but he didn't respond. The fourth prince glanced over at the distant crowds and immediately calmed himself down. He coldly laughed. In the face of death, it seems you've taken to spouting nonsense. Grandmaster Wei Kang, what are you still waiting for? Wei Kang smiled. Well, he's an old friend I've kept up with for dozens of years. Before I send this friend on his way, I have to give him some time to say his final words first. Well, it looks like he's finished anyway, so I'll get going. Flames completely wrapped around Wei Kang's body. A blazing spear appeared in his hands, and he was practically just a human-shaped blaze as he charged at Yunqi, bringing with him a terrifyingly high temperature. Wang Luyong also summoned flame armor and a sword. They pincered Yunqi on both sides. That terrifyingly high temperature caused space to distort. The heat made the air ripple around them, making them practically illusionary. Suddenly, Yunqi's eyes brightened and he actually smiled. The person who he had been waiting for had finally arrived. It was time to resolve his grudges. Boom! Yunqi's arms shook and a terrifying red blaze arose. Rolling waves of heat spread in every direction, roasting Wei Kang. Wei Kang, give me your life. Chapter 99 Phoenix Cries Strongest Man. The always calm and indifferent Grandmaster Yunqi suddenly erupted. A blazing flame spear 3 meters long appeared in his hands. It contained an endless destructive will that wished to exterminate the land and slash apart the heavens. The weapons in their hands weren't really weapons, but pill flame that had been compressed to the peak and taken shape outside of their body. They were also called flame weapons. That was a pill cultivator's life flame. It was the condensation of all their lifetime's effort. Its destructive power was unparalleled. It was said that if it was refined to the absolute highest realm, then it would be able to burn the heavens and vaporize the seas. The first reaction of Wei Kang and Wang Luyong was a complete shock. Their blazing weapons hastily went to block the attack. When their three flame weapons collided, everyone saw a bright light explode in front of them that made them blind. Only then did they hear an incredible explosion, and waves of heat caused them to feel as if they were in a furnace. Shi Feng and the others' expressions greatly changed. They were the closest to this battle, just 30 or so meters away. Even just the aftershocks from that battle would be able to completely roast them. But even though they wanted to retreat, it was already too late. It was at that time that a sword stabbed into the ground in front of them. Shi Feng and the others immediately saw the sky darken and a wave of earth completely covered them. When Shi Feng finally managed to dig his way out of that boiling earth, he noticed that everything in a radius of 300 meters had already turned into scorched land that was emitting scalding steam as well as an unpleasant smell. "You guys retreat. Don't get involved anymore." Chu Yao's voice rang in their ears. It was she who had saved them just now. She was unable to block that kind of heat, and so she had quick-wittedly raised the earth to protect Shi Feng and them. With a heavy layer of earth covering them, they had managed to survive that first attack. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would still have been heavily injured. Shi Feng's group quickly retreated. Just a few hundred meters behind them was the execution stage. But they didn't dare go over there right now. That was because there were executioners there, and they were afraid the fourth prince would suddenly order the executions of the entire Long household if they were hasty. No matter how fast they would be unable to save them from those executioners or even flee themselves. And so they couldn't blindly rush over there. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive ringing continued as waves of blazing heat spread. Ordinary people could only see a sky full of flames and were unable to see what was happening within that blaze. Only blood condensation experts with their powerful eyesight could see those three human-shaped flames that were continuously colliding. "So last time you were hiding your true strength." After exchanging several blows, Wei Kang and Wang Luyong had been repeatedly forced back. Wei Kang's expression sunk as he finally realized the truth. "No need for useless words. Today, the worthless lives of you two will completely end," shouted Yunqi coldly. His entire spiritual chi was pushed to the max as his attacks became even more ruthless and sharper, forcing the two of them to repeatedly retreat. Everyone was completely stupefied. This was a fight between pill masters. It was practically a battle between flame gods. Other experts were unable to even approach, let alone participate in the fight. Before they would even be able to attack, they would already be roasted into coal. Pill cultivators truly were terrifying and completely unstoppable. Grandmaster Yunqi was able to force them back repeatedly while fighting one-on-two. Although Wang Luyong and Wei Kang were both pill masters, in terms of their pill flame, they were obviously inferior to Grandmaster Yunqi and not just by a bit. Both of them couldn't help but be alarmed. At the same time as he was filled with shock, Wei Kang also couldn't help but thank his luck. He hadn't expected Yunqi to have hidden himself so deeply. If it had been one-on-one, the results would have been disastrous for himself. The power of their three pill flames was extremely great. Despite exchanging over 30 consecutive blows, their auras didn't show the slightest signs of becoming exhausted. Although Wei Kang and Wang Luyong were at a disadvantage, the fight was still at a stalemate for a while. "Little girl, this time there will be no one to save you. Die." Ha Chi suddenly laughed sinisterly and charged at Chu Yao, who was watching the fight from a distance. If Yunqi had not interfered before, he would have already killed her. Now seeing that there was no one else in his way, he immediately charged at her. But he had only just moved when he sensed a strange stream of air. Relying on his life and death experiences, he immediately stopped. A cold light shot past him with a splash of blood. That was an arrow that had brushed against his nose. If Ha Chi had been even the slightest bit slower in reacting, his head would have been pierced. "Can my Long family's daughter-in-law be bullied by the likes of you?" A deep and resounding voice spread throughout the entire battlefield. It shook everyone's hearts, as the voice contained an extreme contempt and killing intent. Everyone was completely shocked. They had been completely focused on Yunqi's battle, but at some point, 3 more figures had appeared on the battlefield. The person at the front was a tall man with a lion's nose, a wide mouth, and sword-like eyebrows. He appeared incredibly powerful. His cheeks were so sharp that they seemed to have been carved with a knife, and an icy killing intent soared from him. Long Tianxiao, that was one of 3 top experts of the empire, the border suppression Marquis Long Tianxiao, who was praised as the strongest man in all of Phoenix Cry. Whether it was the troops on the side of Phoenix Cry or the Grand Shah, everyone's hearts were jumping wildly. They were completely pressured by just his imposing manner. He had almost killed a tendon transformation expert with just a single arrow. Just what kind of strength was that? His title of military god was definitely not meaningless. Only after people exclaimed did Chu Yao realize that this was Long Chen's father. But for Long Tianxiao to address her as daughter-in-law made her face completely red. However, a warm feeling filled her heart as well. He drew back his bow again, and another arrow shot out like lightning straight towards the execution stage. The arrow reached them practically as soon as it left the string. What awed everyone was that after that one arrow was shot out, all the executioners standing behind misses. Long and the others all toppled to the ground. Only then did people realize that a small hole had appeared on each of their foreheads. The entire field was deathly silent. Long Tianxiao's archery skill was too amazing for them to even comprehend. With just a single arrow, he killed over 20 people who were all standing in different places. He truly is worthy of being called the strongest man of Phoenix Cry. That explosive arrow technique has practically reached the realm of perfection, praised Sha Yuyu. Only tendon transformation experts were able to see through the profundities of Long Tianxiao's arrow just now. In reality, Long Tianxiao had used his spiritual qi to break down the arrow the moment it left the bowstring. Once the arrow was shot forward, it scattered into pieces to become over 20 thinner arrows that killed those executioners. But although they could comprehend this, there was no one else that was capable of such a thing other than Long Tianxiao. His arrows were enough to strike fear in the hearts of the barbarian tribes. Who knew just how many of their experts had fallen to him? It was rumored that this archery skill had been created by Long Tianxiao. Today, everyone learned the terror behind that one arrow. Since Long Tianxiao's arrow had killed all the executioners, Chu Yao, Shi Feng, and the others all rushed over to Mrs. Long and the rest of the Long household sighed. They untied their bindings and brought them to stand behind Long Tianxiao. Long Tianxiao slowly turned around and looked at his haggard wife. He quietly whispered, "Sorry, I've caused you to suffer." Mrs. Long shook her head. "It's us who have burdened you. It's just that I don't know, Chen she couldn't continue. If even they had ended up like this, then Long Chen's situation was probably even worse. Don't worry, Chen will be fine. How could my, Long Tianxiao's, son be defeated so easily?" He comforted his wife. He then turned to look at Chu Yao and nodded in satisfaction. "But that kid really does have good eyesight. He brought such a good daughter-in-law back to my Long family." Chu Yao immediately blushed and her voice was minute as she said, "Chu Yao greets Uncle Long." Long Tianxiao laughed heartily. Then turning to Shi Feng, he patted him on the shoulders. "Well done." Being praised by the strongest person in Phoenix Cry filled Shi Feng with excitement. Just what kind of honor was that? Fatty Yu and the others also looked up to Long Tianxiao with worship. Even in front of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers from both empires, Long Tianxiao still acted normally, as if not even placing them in his eyes. He took action to kill without the slightest misgivings. Just what kind of boldness was that? But when Long Tianxiao looked at the half-unconscious Wild, his expression sunk. "Husband, are Wild's wounds urgent?" Mrs. Long trembled. Long Tianxiao didn't reply. Instead, he told Chu Yao and the others to take care of everyone. He then turned to Yunqi, who was fighting fiercely, and nodded. Within Long Chen's letters was a detailed description of the current situation in the capital. It was even more detailed than his own reports. "Long Tianxiao, your son Long Chen committed a capital offense, and for both empires." Long Tianxiao waved his hand to cut off the fourth prince. "You don't need to make your fake hypocritical speech. I, Long Tianxiao, don't like plotting, but that doesn't mean I am a fool. So what if you set up some traps? I've still come. If you want to kill my Long household's people, then just come. Let me see just how many of your lives will remain afterwards." Long Tianxiao's words were said extremely emotionlessly, but they still somehow seemed to drip with blood. His meaning was clear. He wasn't suicidal in coming here to their trap, but if he did die, he would bring them down with him. As for exactly who would be brought down with him and how many people, that was something people could only wonder. Every person there felt a cold chill run down their backs. Even the heat coming from that battle far away was unable to stop that chilliness. Long Tianxiao stood alone against layers of troops, giving off a feeling that he could not be shaken. Mrs. Long was filled with warmth when she looked upon that familiar back. 20 years ago, she was precisely attracted by his imposing manner that looked down upon the whole world. Looking at him, she also thought of a slim figure. Although he wasn't so muscular, he had once also said that he would become like his father, a true hero. Seeing that Long Tianxiao was able to rely just on his imposing manner to completely pressure everyone, Marquis Ying's eyes were filled with jealousy and hate. Unsheathing his sword, Marquis Ying charged over, his sword pointed at Long Tianxiao. Long Tianxiao, today my sword will repay that grudge of my finger from all those years ago. Long Tianxiao cast a glance at Marquis Ying and indifferently said, "Who are you again?" Chapter 100 Everything hanging by a thread. Who are you again? Marquis Ying almost burst from anger. Long Tianxiao actually acted as if he didn't recognize him. That was the greatest possible insult and humiliation for him. He had challenged Long Tianxiao several times back in the day, all of them which resulted in his loss. In the last one, Long Tianxiao had severed one of his fingers, which was the greatest disgrace of his entire life. At this time, Marquis Ying had already obtained the flesh-bone restoration pill and grown back that finger. That had returned his tendons to a perfect state, and he had advanced from the 6th heaven stage to the 7th heaven stage of tendon transformation, stepping into the late stage. Although it was just one heaven stage's difference, that was also the large step between the mid and late stage. Now that he had advanced to the late stage, his combat ability had soared, and he was now completely confident and prepared to challenge Long Tianxiao again. Before he had had the chance to challenge him, he had received the order to go kill Long Chen on that day. The result of which was that he had been continuously thwarted by Long Chen, almost losing his life in the end. That had greatly shaken his confidence. And now from just one sentence from Long Tianxiao, his anger completely burst and he was unable to endure it any longer. With an angry roar, he charged at Long Tianxiao. The two of them had been separated by almost 300 meters, but Marquis Ying closed the gap in just 3 steps. On his first step, veins popped up all over his body and terrifying energy exploded from him. On the second step, he raised his sword up high, his chi pouring into the sword and the wind whistling around it. On his third step, he suddenly sped up. His mind, spirit, and chi all merged together as his sword fell, perfectly raising his power to its absolute pinnacle. It could be said that although Marquis Ying was infuriated, it went without saying that he was a true expert. That was something that even the tendon transformation experts of the Grand Shah had to admit. Seeing Marquis Ying charge over, Long Tianxiao merely shook his head. Even after 10 years, you still haven't grown the slightest bit. You want to defeat me with just yourself. A saber had appeared in Long Tianxiao's hand all of a sudden. When he unsheathed it, its cold light shined everywhere. But just when everyone thought Long Tianxiao would send a slash out to block, he instead took a single step back. That one step placed him 3 meters away. Marquis Ying almost spat out blood. His striking point was originally perfect. But now his full force blow had nowhere to release its power. It was as though he had used his full power in an attempt to cut apart a rock, only to have that rock become a soft piece of tofu. That kind of feeling of using the wrong amount of power was extremely uncomfortable. Marquis Ying's sword landed on nothing but air. Knowing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, he was about to switch moves when Long Tianxiao stepped in, slashing with his saber. Saber images appeared throughout the air. Boom! But Marquis Ying was still a tendon transformation expert. In that extremely unfavorable position, he was still able to forcibly use his chi to take on Long Tianxiao's blade. Marquis Ying was like a skipping stone as he tumbled dozens of meters away before stopping. As soon as he stabilized, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. That sudden blow and block had shaken his inner organs, causing him to be injured. Everyone was astonished. Marquis Ying, who was also one of the 3 peak experts of Phoenix Cry, was unable to completely block even a single slash of Long Tianxiao's. Sha Yuyu and the others might also be surprised, but they weren't too shocked. Long Tianxiao's attack just now had been set up almost perfectly. He had exquisitely found the perfect moment between the moment when Marquis Ying had used up his force on nothing but had yet to gather his energy again. Attacking at that moment had caused Marquis Ying to suffer a loss. That didn't mean that Marquis Ying's cultivation base was inferior to Long Tianxiao's, but that Marquis Ying's combat ability was far too lacking in comparison. Marquis Ying had stayed in seclusion training for the last couple of years. Whenever he met anyone, it would always be someone weaker and he would forcibly suppress them. He would first lock his enemies in place before sending out a powerful blow. But today he had been enraged and forgotten that Long Tianxiao was also a late tendon transformation expert. His realm was actually greater than his own, so how could it be possible for him to lock him in place? And so that was why he had suffered so greatly. Ying Zhao, you're going to use only this level of strength to fight against me. Long Tianxiao shook his head indifferently. Marquis Ying's face turned ashen from rage. He had been careless and caught unprepared. Although the injury wasn't anything major, it definitely had impacted his confidence and spirit. For a moment, all he could do was grind his teeth in anger. The border suppression Marquis Long Tianxiao has rebelled. All troops are ordered to work together to capture this rebel. The fourth prince ordered coldly. Following the fourth prince's cry, there were immediately dozens of squads that charged over. Those people were obviously his trusted agents who listened to his orders without the slightest hesitation. As for the other officers who were still shaken by the situation, when they saw that there were already people charging over, they also stopped hesitating. One by one, they all began to charge over at Long Tianxiao. Phoenix Cry brothers, we all grew up together on this land. I don't want to see my brother's blood. Don't force me. Long Tianxiao's shout rang out. His shout was backed up with his spiritual qi and shook the entire sky. There were immediately several people who paused. They were all army men, and Long Tianxiao was their idol. Just how many people wanted to be like him and be called a military god, but now they were supposed to point their weapons at this idol. That caused many soldiers to be at a loss. Don't listen to his misleading lies. As long as you kill a single traitor, no matter their status, you will immediately receive 1 million gold coins and be promoted 3 nobility ranks. Cried the fourth prince. Hearing that, some of those hesitating soldiers immediately gave up their internal struggle and charged forward, brandishing their weapons. Ever since the day they had joined the army, they had been repeatedly taught that soldiers didn't need to think. All they needed to do was to follow orders. And with such a huge enticement, those people all followed their instincts. But they didn't have any intentions of attacking Long Tianxiao. After all, that was an impossible to complete mission. Luckily, other than Long Tianxiao, there were also over 20 random members of his household. Killing one of them would be too simple. 1 million gold coins and a 3-rank promotion in nobility rank were temptations only few could resist. Seeing the tide-like army rushing over, Long Tianxiao sighed. Have free rein to kill them. The other 2 people who had come with Long Tianxiao nodded. Placing Mrs. Long and the others between the two, they raised their swords towards the charging army. Sword light flashed, limbs flew everywhere, and a rain of blood fell. They're tendon transformation experts. The fourth prince's expression changed. The 2 people that Long Tianxiao had brought were also tendon transformation experts. That was completely out of his expectations. He had long since investigated Long Tianxiao's bottom line strength perfectly. How could there suddenly be 2 new tendon transformation experts? But what he didn't know was that that was Long Chen's contribution. The breaking barrier pills, which Long Chen had sent back with Chen Fei, had resulted in 3 people successfully advancing to the tendon transformation realm. The remaining people hadn't broken through, but they could already sense the barrier much clearer now. It shouldn't be long before they could also break through. That had absolutely delighted Long Tianxiao. From Long Chen's letter, he learned that the undercurrents in the imperial capital were about to reach a critical moment at any time and that he should make his preparations. After just considering it for a moment, Long Tianxiao collected his whole force stealthily and approached the barbarian tribes. But he had been surprised to see that the barbarians' tribes had also been collecting in order to prepare for a huge battle. However, since he had noticed this, he had immediately brought those 3 tendon transformation experts to the huge barbarian army that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. With 4 tendon transformation experts attacking, plus the fact they were launching a sneak attack, the barbarian army suffered a huge loss. The majority of their army was killed, and the rest fled deep into the mountains. Although there was no way to chase, it was enough to intimidate them from ever coming back again. That was the greatest victory ever gained over the barbarian army. Having massacred hundreds of thousands of barbarians, everyone was fired up. As soon as he had won this victory, he had received news from the capital that the Long household was to be executed. After thinking it over for a moment, Long Tianxiao still decided to leave behind one tendon transformation expert as a guard and brought the other two rushing back to the capital in order to save them. If he ended up bringing away all the experts, then on the off chance that the barbarian tribes once more gathered together, the border might really not be able to defend without a single tendon transformation expert guarding it. That was why Long Tianxiao had only brought two of them. Although the two had only just broken through to the tendon transformation realm, they were people who had fought alongside Long Tianxiao for many years and their battle experience was extremely great. Their combat strength was such that those so-called elite troops of the capital were just a bunch of slow-moving ants that could be swatted away with their eyes closed. Those two tendon transformation experts took the vanguard, slaughtering the charging army. Chu Yao and Shi Feng guarded the rear. If any fish managed to slip through their net, they would be able to easily kill them. As for Fatty Yu, Shou Wu, and the others, they were standing right alongside Mrs. Long and the others as guards. However, there was basically no chance for them to do anything as of yet. As for Long Tianxiao, he was now surrounded by three tendon transformation experts. They were Marquis Ying, Marquis Wu, and a tendon transformation expert from the Grand Shah. The first tendon transformation expert, who had been shot through the nose by Long Tianxiao's arrow, had returned to his own camp in order to recuperate. That was because without his nose, his senses were greatly affected. It was not just his sense of smell, the distraction of the loss of his nose slowed down all his other senses as well. On the battlefield, that handicap could easily result in Long Tianxiao killing him in a single blow. Tendon transformation experts were an extremely precious military strength that no one would easily sacrifice. But no one had expected just how overwhelming Long Tianxiao was. Even 1 against 3, he was still beating them. That Grand Shah expert was almost cut in half by his blade. He had only been saved luckily by Marquis Wu. Even 1 against 3, he was still as valiant as ever, forcing back his opponents and making them fear for their lives. That caused everyone to recognize that the only one worthy of being Phoenix Cry's strongest man was Long Tianxiao. As for Grandmaster Yun Qi's battle with Wei Kang and Wang Luyong, that was also nearing its climax. It was becoming more and more intense and dangerous. But they were far away from this battlefield, and their ripples didn't reach that far. The most dangerous spot still had to be Mrs. Long's side. The imperial capital's soldiers seemed to have become insane. They charged forward, unafraid of death, for that reward. They were hopeful that as long as they managed to kill a single person from the Long household, their careers would soar higher than ever. Despite the two tendon transformation experts fighting as hard as they could, despite the mountains of corpses that littered the ground, the locust-like army was still unstoppable. Fatty Yu and the others also had to start fighting with their lives on the lines. Danger sprung up from all sides, and they were gradually becoming unable to hang on. As for Marquis Ying's group of 3, no matter how hard they fought, they were still powerless to deal with Long Tianxiao. Marquis Ying couldn't help being shaken, and a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. That spear was shot out just like a shooting star towards Mrs. Long's group, its power completely unblockable. Long Tianxiao, first I'll kill your wife and let you also taste the flavor of resentment. Hatred and resentment twisted Marquis Ying's face. Long Tianxiao hadn't expected Marquis Ying to suddenly make such a dirty attack. Those two tendon transformation experts were completely caught up with trying to block the huge army, and the others were all surrounded. No one else had noticed that spear yet, and even if someone did notice it, it would be useless. In front of a tendon transformation expert's attack, there was basically no one who could block it in the blood condensation realm. Chu Yao was the first member on that side to notice the spear. Her expression greatly changed. It was already too late to push Mrs. Long aside. She directly rushed in front of her, actually using her own body to take that spear. No, Long Tianxiao roared. That spear contained a tendon transformation expert's full force. It was something that the physical body could not possibly block. The both of them would be killed. A ray of black light flashed. That spear was turned into powder by a terrifying force. When the smoke and ashes scattered, a pitch-black broadsword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That black broadsword was in the hands of a youth. His robes fluttered and his long hair danced. I guess this counts as making it on time. Chapter 101. Looking down disdainfully. Seeing that figure, everyone's heart madly pounded. Long Chen had actually managed to make it back at this critical moment. Originally, Chu Yao had already closed her eyes, waiting for death. But opening her eyes and seeing that familiar figure she had been longing to see, her tears began to flow out of her control. Sorry I'm late. Long Chen hugged Chu Yao and gently patted her back. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out. The soldiers, who had been tightly encircling the Long household's people, let out frightened cries. Without realizing it, a huge snow-white wolf had appeared in front of them. Opening its mouth, a wind blade shot out. That wind blade was like a rapidly whirling crescent moon. As soon as it left Little Snow's mouth, it immediately multiplied in size and mercilessly cut down the soldiers in front. That terrifying wind blade cut them down like a sickle going through grass. Over 100 soldiers that had been in its path were all cut to pieces, blood filling the sky. Good job, Little Snow. Do your best to kill them for me, shouted Long Chen. He was filled with killing intent for these people which were surrounding his household. Whether it was voluntary or not, he would definitely never forgive people who hurt those he was close to. If he had been late just a single step just now, Chu Yao and his mother would have definitely died. That was the thing that frightened him the most, so he wouldn't show any mercy. Roar! Little Snow shot out a wind blade once more. The space in front of him immediately became empty of living enemies. Those soldiers were all terrified by the appearance of such a powerful magical beast and ran away. Little Snow's 2 attacks immediately relieved the pressure on them. The 2 tendon transformation experts Long Tianxiao had brought along worked together with Shifeng and the others to drive back the attackers. Mom, your son has been unfilial and made you suffer. Long Chen couldn't help but feel ashamed when he looked at his mother's haggard face. Foolish child, what suffering has your mom endured? You are the one who has had to endure pain. Although she didn't know exactly what had been happening with Long Chen during this time, she definitely knew his days had not been better off. Looking at the travel-weary Long Chen, her heart hurt for him. Long Chen was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He had just noticed Wild and quickly rushed over to him. Wild's face was now a sickly yellow color. His eyes were sunk in, and his aura was incredibly weak. His life force was like a flickering candle that might be extinguished at any moment. After all, no matter how powerful a person was, they would never be able to forever endure that many bone-eroding needles. Wild, who was on his deathbed, slowly opened his eyes when he heard Long Chen's voice. He spoke as if he had been relieved of a great burden. Sorry Brother Long, Wild is too stupid and useless. I failed the mission you entrusted me and hurt Mom so greatly. No, you did very well. But now I'll handle everything. Long Chen cut him off. Wild was covered in bone-eroding needles and was on his last breath. Killing intent soared within him. The pain of a bone-eroding needle was something that a pill cultivator like him was completely aware of. Having tormented an originally sturdy man into such a state, Long Chen's anger was almost enough to make him explode. Brother Long, I might not be able to go on. Wild was a bit ashamed. Nonsense. With me here, you definitely won't die. You still have to fight alongside me in the future. Long Chen took out a pearl from his ring. That was something which that expert from the spirit world had given him right as she was leaving. That wasn't really a true pearl, but a sphere of liquid. But it was so dense that it seemed just like a pearl. An extremely powerful life essence was contained within it. Long Chen pressed down on the pearl with his finger and a sparkling droplet of liquid floated out of it and went into Wild's mouth. As soon as that drop entered Wild's body, he actually gradually began to awaken from his almost dead state. Bear with the pain. I'll remove those needles. Seeing that it had been effective, Long Chen began to use his spiritual strength. Those dozens of bone-eroding needles were all carefully extracted by his spiritual strength. Wild let out a pained groan and fainted. Long Chen gave Wild a quick examination. He realized Wild's body had entered a state of suspended animation in order to protect itself. The strong life essence he had given him was currently slowly spreading throughout his body and he wouldn't be in any danger. But he would be unable to fight for a while. After telling Bao and the others to look after Wild, Long Chen looked around. With the addition of Little Snow, those soldiers that were still continuously pouring over from every direction were now unable to break through their defensive ring. Long Chen's arrival had impacted Shifeng and the others greatly. They felt themselves become filled with strength and they fought on even more valiantly. Only at this moment did Long Chen have the time to carefully examine the battlefield. A couple of miles away were huge blazes that were continuously colliding. That was the place where Grandmaster Yun Qi was fighting Wei Kang and Wang Luyong. In another place was a tall and muscular man. The saber in his hands danced as he valiantly fought against 3 tendon transformation experts. Seeing that figure, Long Chen's heart warmed. That was his father that he had not seen in many years. But that impression of him from his childhood was still as clear as ever. Long Chen smiled. Waving his hand over the ground, he collected those bone-eroding needles. Raising and placing his broadsword on his shoulder, he began to walk out. When he arrived at where Shifeng was fighting against the invading soldiers, he slashed out his sword and over a dozen soldiers at the front were immediately blown back. "You're a good brother." Long Chen patted Shifeng's shoulders. To stand by his Long household's side even at this time, he was definitely a true life and death brother. "I'll let you guys handle this place. I'll go over there and settle an old grudge with Marquis Ying." Long Chen didn't wait for Shifeng to say anything before walking out just like that. Long Chen had managed to block an attack from Marquis Ying as soon as he had arrived, shocking everyone. Seeing him slowly walk out now, those soldiers couldn't help but tremble and slowly fell back a couple of steps. "What are you afraid of? It's just one person." Everyone attacked together. "As long as we kill Long Chen, our families will live in riches for generations to come." A loud shout immediately stirred up everyone's passions. No matter how strong Long Chen was, he wouldn't be able to block their huge army of hundreds of thousands of men. They would definitely be able to tire him to death. The soldiers roared and raised their weapons, charging over at Long Chen like a powerful tide. But Long Chen seemed to have not even seen them, merely looking over to the distant Marquis Ying. "Careful," Shifeng shouted in alarm. Seeing that Long Chen ignored those soldiers, he nervously called out a warning. Long Chen still seemed to act like he hadn't heard him. Still walking in his original direction, he was immediately submerged by the huge army. Pill flame wave. Suddenly, a huge wave of fire roared and immediately spread hundreds of meters, the rolling waves of heat swallowing up the surrounding soldiers. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as the terrifying flame turned them into fire people. The people closest to Long Chen didn't even have the chance to shout out before being directly turned to ashes. As for the ones that were further away, only they had had the opportunity to scream to their heart's content. However, those screams were all cut short, and in just a breath's time, everything became eerily silent. The soldiers were all completely horrified and hastily fled. They now realized that Long Chen was also a pill cultivator with a terrifyingly powerful pill flame. Flames surged all over Long Chen's body. It was impossible to see him clearly, but they could tell his huge sword was still hung over his shoulder as he was slowly walking forward. From the start, Long Chen hadn't paused his steps. Those people that had blocked him were treated as just dust on his path. As he slowly walked, his pill flame scorched the land and filled the soldiers with fear. It was as if a flame god had descended down and was filled with disdain for everything and everyone. No one dared to go block Long Chen again. Instead, they all began to retreat, and an open path appeared in front of Long Chen. Chu Yao was filled with emotion as she looked upon that godlike back. He was always so reliable, never disappointing anyone. Shifeng, Fatty Yu, and the others had their passions ignited even further as they watched Long Chen's back. He walked right through an army of hundreds of thousands, his enemies were nothing to him and none dared to block him. Just how imposing was that? Having been impacted by that scene, those soldiers that were originally full of spirit became sluggish, their morale plummeting. That relieved a great deal of pressure on Shifeng and them. After all, their goal wasn't to exterminate their enemies, but just to defend. Otherwise, with Chu Yao and those 2 tendon transformation experts, killing a path out of the army would have been extremely easy. However, they had to properly protect Mrs. Long and the others. If a soldier managed to charge through their blockade because they were busy attacking, that would be a complete disaster. And so they were unable to truly fight freely. Luckily, Little Snow had now joined them. A second-rank magical beast was even more intimidating than a tendon transformation expert in their eyes. Although Little Snow's wind blades could only be used after saving up energy for a while, his actual physical body was so tough that their spears were completely unable to pierce his skin. Just like that, Long Chen walked out of their encirclement. He rushed over to his father's side. As for those soldiers, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. His mother had many guards, and those ordinary soldiers were completely unable to approach her. Right now there was something more important for him to do. His true enemy was right in front of him. As for the 4th prince, he had immediately felt uneasy when Long Chen had appeared. Seeing Long Chen's current display of strength and confidence, it seemed the present was starting to deviate far from his original plan. If he didn't have misgivings about that person, he might even have had an urge to run. The fourth prince suddenly turned to Sha Yuyu. My army has already gone out. It's time for your side to also start moving. Sha Yuyu mockingly smiled. Are you ordering me? Or begging me? The fourth prince was speechless for a moment. He cursed every single member of his maternal family inside, knowing that this bastard truly was incomparably sinister. He had only sent out a single tendon transformation expert from his side to maintain appearances. But he was just purposely watching as the Phoenix Cry Empire fought irreconcilably against the Long household. That was to lower Phoenix Cry's military might. After Chu Sha obtained the Phoenix Cry Empire, if its strength was already greatly lowered, they would have to rely on the Grand Shah in order to survive. We are working together. It'd be best for you to understand that. The fourth prince ground his teeth. I'm not working with you. Since the person I'm working with hasn't said anything, I don't need to make any move. Sha Yuyu laughed mockingly. The fourth prince's expression immediately became ugly. Turning his head back, he saw a white-robed man sitting in a chair amongst a crowd of people, silently drinking tea. At the same time as anxiety filled the fourth prince's heart, Long Chen arrived at Long Tianxiao's battlefield. Looking at the familiar figure, Long Chen smiled slightly. Can you give one to me? Chapter 102 Shocking everyone. Long Tianxiao's blade sharply sped up, and with a cold shout, he collided with the three others. He took a few steps back and looked at Long Chen, gratified. Excellent, as expected of my Long Tianxiao's son. This is how men should be. Everything Long Chen had done since arriving had been seen by him. That sniffling child that always followed behind him had already become a true man. Back when he had left, Long Chen had just been a child who only knew how to cry. But in the blink of an eye, he had grown up. He felt both gratified and as if he had lost something. His greatest regret was that he hadn't been able to accompany Long Chen as he grew up. The bitterness Long Chen had had to suffer over these years was something he was extremely aware of. It was also precisely because of that suffering that Long Chen, who should still be an immature teen, had matured earlier and become a man capable of supporting heaven and earth, someone who could be relied on to block the wind and rain of life. Seeing that Long Chen had arrived, Marquis Ying and the others paused. Marquis Ying's face was especially ugly. Last time he had only managed to return half dead. That was all because of Long Chen. Seeing him standing there as healthy as ever, he was filled with resentment. Long Chen, last time you were lucky. Do you still think you can flee again? Flee, but it seems that the person who fled at the end last time wasn't me, was it? Long Chen coldly laughed. Marquis Ying's face immediately turned purple from rage. Long Chen's words were no different than giving him an open slap on the face. Back then, he had chased Long Chen only to be sent fleeing from Long Chen's sword. A tendon transformation expert had been sent fleeing from a chi condensation novice. Was there anything else in the world that could be so ridiculous? The other three people, including Long Tianxiao, were all shocked. Marquis Wu, who had known that Marquis Ying had been severely injured, had once asked him about his injuries, but Marquis Ying had refused to say the slightest. But now from what the two of them were saying and then adding on Marquis Ying's expression, they could all infer some clues. And it was precisely because they managed to guess what had happened that they were so shocked. Ha ha ha, this is how my Long Tianxiao's son should be. Excellent, today his father and son will join hands and let them see the grandness of our Long family's men. Long Tianxiao's laughed heartily. He had already learned from Chen Fei that Long Chen's growth had been extremely rapid. Chen Fei himself, a peak blood condensation expert, had been completely under Long Chen's control. But Long Tianxiao knew that that had just been luck. Long Chen had relied on alchemy to take advantage of him, and Chen Fei also wasn't truly trying to fight against him. So when he had heard Chen Fei's praise, he had merely smiled slightly. However, seeing Long Chen appear on the battlefield like this, crushing Marquis Ying's spear, advancing through a huge army like it was nothing, displaying his imposingness, he knew that that was no fake. That kind of level was something only someone who had been tempered by repeatedly narrowly escaping death was capable of reaching. And now from their exchange of words, Long Tianxiao saw the domineering side of Long Chen. The current Long Chen possessed the air of a true expert. The situation was still as desperate as ever. But now that Long Chen had arrived, Long Tianxiao celebrated. He also wanted to see just how strong his son had grown. I'll go first. You focus on safety, don't try to show off. Long Tianxiao quietly warned him and then dashed forward, many saber images appearing around him. The saber light was like a wave as it immediately engulfed the three of them. Obviously, Long Tianxiao was someone who cared deeply about his child. Even now, he was still afraid to put Long Chen in danger. After all, Long Chen was still too young. This kind of life and death battle was too dangerous. Looking at Long Tianxiao's back, Long Chen recalled how when he was young, his father would secretly bring him into the mountains for some adventures behind his mother's back. One time, Long Chen had been wielding a sword against a small wild boar. His father had taken the front while he assisted to the side, and the two had worked together to bring it down. Now over 10 years had passed. That back still hadn't changed and was still as large and as imposing as ever. But the slight whitening of his hair caused Long Chen to feel wistful. "Father, I've already grown up. Let me take the vanguard this time." Taking a look over their three opponents, Long Chen charged forward explosively, slashing at Marquis Ying. Marquis Ying had long since been on guard. If the question was who had the greatest understanding of Long Chen here, it would definitely have to be him. He was the only one who knew how powerful Long Chen was. If anyone underestimated him due to his youth, they would definitely be just asking for death. Seeing Long Chen charging over, Marquis Ying laughed coldly. Taking a single step back, he retreated from Long Tianxiao's attack radius. Seeing that strange smile on Marquis Ying's face, Long Tianxiao couldn't help but feel alarmed. He had a profound understanding of this old opponent of his. Although his combat ability was inferior to his own by a level, his sinister schemes were definitely terrifying. Although he didn't know just what his plan was, he instinctively sped up over in that direction, wanting to lock him in a battle with him. But Marquis Wu and that expert from the Grand Shah had seen through Long Tianxiao's intentions. They exploded out with their full force, forcibly blocking him. Veins popped out on Marquis Ying's forehead and an unprecedentedly powerful aura sword. His sword shook and immediately a powerful explosive sound that sent chi waves surging rang out. "Careful, it's an Earth-class battle skill." Long Tianxiao was greatly startled. He hadn't expected Marquis Ying to use an Earth-class battle skill at this time. Even a tendon transformation expert would only be able to use such a thing twice in one battle. Earth-class battle skills were frighteningly terrifying, but the exhaustion rate was also accordingly great. It would quickly use up all your spiritual chi, and unless you were forced to, you would rarely ever use one. And so during their battle up until this point, the four of them had yet to use any Earth-class battle skills. That was because if they didn't manage to kill someone with it, then the situation would become extremely dangerous. Long Tianxiao had yet to use one because he was never certain of being able to kill the three in front of him. There were also three other tendon transformation experts watching him from the side like tigers stalking their prey. And so they had all kept their trump cards in reserve. But now Marquis Ying decided to use one of those trump cards on just Long Chen. That was definitely out of Long Tianxiao's expectations. That just wasn't common sense. Of course, if Long Tianxiao had known that Marquis Ying had almost died under Long Chen's hands, he definitely wouldn't be thinking like that. Long Chen looked at Marquis Ying's smile and thought to himself, "You're smiling. I hope you can still smile afterwards." His Feng Fu star activated, and his body's qi began to wildly circulate. Waves of qi shot out from his body. Even Long Tianxiao and the other two were startled by that. But by the time they sensed a change in his aura, Long Chen had already charged over in front of Marquis Ying. Parting wind slash, breaking void slash, boom. The explosive sound from their collision shook the entire battlefield, suppressing all the other sounds. The earth trembled, making it so everyone was stumbling, the aftershocks horrifying them. People only managed to see the two of them collide before a cloud of dust filled the sky. Even Long Tianxiao and the other two were shaken back and retreated, looking on in shock. One figure was blown out of the dust and tumbled across the ground several times. The powerful force that had blown him back had left behind a long scar on the hard ground. That person vomited blood. There were also some broken pieces of his inner organs in there. The white-robed man, who had been indifferently sipping tea in the back of the crowd, accidentally tightened his grip in shock, causing the tea to splash over his body. Slowly taking out a handkerchief and wiping up the tea, he muttered to himself. "He's comparable to a top talent. How unfortunate." When the dust settled, a huge crater appeared in everyone's eyes. Long Chen was still standing in front of that crater, his black hair dancing in the wind, and his broadsword still maintaining his downward slash posture. On the other side of the crater, Marquis Ying was a complete mess. He looked at Long Chen in complete shock and horror. Blood, condensation, a faint blood chi was coming out from Long Chen's body, causing the surrounding space to twist. That clearly told everyone he had stepped into the blood condensation realm. Long Chen's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he once more emerged, he was already at Marquis Ying's side. His speed was so fast that people couldn't believe their own eyes. Long Chen didn't waste the slightest bit of time on useless words. After advancing into the blood condensation realm, his speed and power had both sharply risen. His usage of the wind-chasing steps had reached the pinnacle, and as soon as he arrived, his sword sliced sideways. Parting wind slice. Marquis Ying's expression changed, not expecting Long Chen to follow up so quickly with another move like this. Normally, tendon transformation experts would all need to store up energy in order to use Earth-class battle skills, but Long Chen seemed to be able to consecutively use them without pause. Their last exchange had heavily injured Marquis Ying, and the current move Long Chen was using didn't seem the slightest bit weaker in terms of aura. He was scared witless. His sword had been shattered into pieces during their last exchange. After all, longswords were never suited to clashing through using force. Now he was weaponless as Long Chen's sword sliced over. Marquis Ying hastily took out 5 thick shields and lined them up between him and Long Chen. At the same time, he forced down the pain and quickly jumped back. He didn't have the slightest hope that those shields would be able to block Long Chen's attack. He only hoped to gain enough time to flee from Long Chen's attack range. Boom! Those huge shields that had been made from the finest steel essence were like paper in front of Long Chen's attack, immediately blown apart by his terrifying astral wind. Although Marquis Ying had quickly retreated, he had no idea that Long Chen's Earth-class battle skill was actually capable of long-distance attacks. Marquis Ying was struck mid-air and was like a kite whose string had been cut, falling from the sky. Parting wind stab. A cold shout that sounded as if it had come from the god of death from the depths of the underworld rang in Marquis Ying's ears. Marquis Ying's body, which had been falling, suddenly stopped mid-air. A broadsword had pierced his stomach. The other end of the broadsword was in Long Chen's hand. Everyone was deathly silent. Other than Grandmaster Yun Qi's battlefield, which couldn't see what had happened, everyone paused. They all looked over at Long Chen in shock. Marquis Ying looked in disbelief at his stomach. He couldn't even feel any pain. All he felt was his body growing colder and colder. Slowly raising his head, he followed along the broadsword's length to look upon its master. A pair of emotionless eyes stared back at him. Ying Zhao, back when you tried to kill me, I already said that since my father was able to sever your finger, I will sever your head. He pulled his broadsword out of Marquis Ying's stomach and slashed it across the air. A head flew up and tumbled to the ground. When the men of the Long family say we'll do something, we do it. Now you believe it, right? Chapter 103 Fierce Battle. Everything was deathly silent. Only Long Chen's voice echoed throughout the field. His domineering words were like a huge hammer that smashed into the core of people's hearts. Leaning on his broadsword which was stabbed into the ground, it was as if he were the only person in the world. Even as he just motionlessly stood there, his imposing manner caused people to be awed. Suddenly he swung his sword, flinging the blood upon it off. In front of everyone's gazes, he began to walk over to the 4th prince. His broadsword dragged along the ground as he walked. Its terrifying weight left a deep scar on the ground. That soft sound as it cut across the ground sounded incredibly loud in people's ears. The 4th prince's expression changed. His first reaction when Long Chen looked at him was terror. He felt as if a god of death had locked onto him. Go kill Long Chen. At this moment, the white-robed man who hadn't spoken up until this point put down his teacup. Thinking for a moment, he then added, if you can't kill him, you guys also don't need to live anymore. Sha Yuyu's expression changed, but he didn't dare retort. Coldly glancing at the 4th prince, he told the 2 people behind him, go. Long Chen was in the midst of walking forward when 3 people charged over at him. They were Sha Yuyu and the 2 other tendon transformation experts. One of them, the one who no longer had a nose, had almost been killed by Long Tianxiao at the beginning. Die. Those 3 weren't the slightest bit careless after having seen Long Chen defeat Marquis Ying, a veteran tendon transformation expert, in just 3 moves. They exploded out with their full force as they attacked Long Chen. Sha Yuyu held a steel spear in his hands with a black light shining over it. He was the first to attack, and an ear-piercing sonic boom rang out. In the distance, Long Tianxiao was completely shocked. Although Sha Yuyu was the Grand Sha's emperor, his cultivation base was extremely high. Back when the two empires had been waging war against each other, he had once fought against him. But back then, the two of them had been completely evenly matched without either able to gain an advantage. Later, Sha Yuyu ascended the throne and the two empires' relationship improved. No other conflicts like that occurred again. Seeing his attack today, Long Tianxiao noticed that despite being emperor, Sha Yuyu's cultivation base hadn't fallen at all. In fact, his cultivation base was even more refined than before. His dedication to cultivating was also why Sha Yuyu only had 2 sons. The imperial palace had countless concubines, but he was not at all absorbed with their female charm. That kind of willpower shocked others. Long Tianxiao cared deeply about his beloved son and was afraid he would be unable to survive. He decided to quickly kill his 2 opponents and go help him. Although Long Chen had revealed a completely shocking battle strength, using 3 Earth-class battle skills consecutively, he was still too young. He was just in the blood condensation realm. Long Tianxiao didn't even know how he had managed to use Earth-class battle skills consecutively. But no matter what, 3 Earth-class battle skills would greatly exhaust one's spiritual qi. Even tendon transformation experts would have run out of spiritual qi. That was what Long Tianxiao was most worried about. Boom! Marquis Wu and the other expert worked together to block one of Long Tianxiao's attacks, but their inner organs were greatly shaken. The 2 of them shivered. Only when 3 of them had worked together had they managed to just barely draw a tie against Long Tianxiao. Now that Marquis Ying had died, they were immediately unable to endure and became strained. Unfortunately, they couldn't retreat at this point. Both sides had become like water and fire without any possibility of reconciliation. Retreat only meant death. The only option was to continue resisting. They weren't hoping to kill Long Tianxiao. They were merely hoping the others could quickly kill Long Chen and then come to help them. Seeing Sha Yuyu's thrust, Long Chen didn't dare be overconfident. His broadsword hacked in front of him. Boom! When the sword and spear collided, both parties had to retreat several steps. They both looked at the other in shock. Long Chen hadn't expected this luxuriously dressed man to be so strong. In terms of pure power, he was an even match for him. Once Long Chen had advanced to blood condensation, his qi and blood had merged, and his strength had explosively grown. Despite Marquis Ying being a tendon transformation expert, he could already completely ignore him. But Sha Yuyu had surprisingly blocked his sword. Although neither of them had used their full strength, Long Chen could tell that this person was much stronger than Marquis Ying. Excellent. In all these years, other than Long Tianxiao, you are the only one who could receive a blow from me. Sha Yuyu shook out his slightly numb hand. Although Sha Yuyu was the emperor of the Grand Sha Empire, he was absolutely obsessed with battle. Furthermore, due to his extraordinary strength, his combat ability was unmatched. In his entire life, when fighting against the same realm, other than Long Tianxiao, no one had ever been a match for him. In fact, he had managed to become emperor because of his powerful fists. Having his hand turn slightly numb because of one of Long Chen's attack, he was absolutely shocked. But since he absolutely could not show weakness, he ended up boasting confidently. That doesn't mean you're strong. All it means is that you're a frog in a well who hasn't seen the world. Long Chen coldly snorted. He disliked these kinds of fakers the most, especially those who boasted so confidently without any true strength. Bastard, let me see just what qualifications you have to be so insolent. Sha Yuyu was infuriated by Long Chen's words. As an emperor, being insulted like this by a teenager was a complete humiliation. His spear shot out. A lotus blossomed on the speared IP as it thrust towards Long Chen. The previous attack had just been a probing attack. He had seen Long Chen kill Marquis Ying in just 3 moves. And while he was sure that he could also defeat Marquis Ying, he definitely could not kill him within 3 moves. A 7th heaven stage of tendon transformation expert was not a simple opponent. So he was actually filled with dread towards Long Chen. Inside he was far from as relaxed as he appeared on the outside. In their previous exchange that had focused on brute strength, he hadn't been able to gain even the slightest advantage. So this new attack was based on skill and technique. Within 1,000 spear images that formed a lotus, his true attack was perfectly hidden. If an opponent guessed wrongly, he would have obtained a chance to kill them in a single blow. That was one of his best moves. The instant Sha Yuyu sent this spear attack, the other 2 experts also attacked. One held a scimitar while the other held a sickle, completely sealing off any of his possible escape paths. Seeing those three tendon transformation experts attack him at the same time, Long Chen's eyes brightened with excitement. Tightly gripping his broadsword in both hands, he coldly shouted, "Whirlwind slash!" Following his shout, his broadsword slashed in a circle. Waves of chi rolled off from Long Chen into the sky just like a hurricane. People were unable to see just what was happening inside that pillar-like hurricane. Suddenly, explosive ringing came from within. It sounded like just one sound, but at the same time, it sounded like multiple collisions. 3 sorry figures flew out after that ringing. People were shocked to see that it was Sha Yuyu's group of 3. Sha Yuyu stabbed his spear into the ground but was still blown back over 30 meters despite doing his best to stop. An unhealthy red color rose onto his face. He had clearly suffered an injury. As for the other 2, they were not as powerful as Sha Yuyu. They were sent tumbling back over 100 meters before stopping. One of them slowly stood up and directly vomited blood. As for the other, that was the man whose nose had been removed by Long Tianxiao. He vomited out mouthful after mouthful of blood, in the end fainting directly. The hurricane finally came to a pause, slowly revealing Long Chen. Some people almost forgot to breath when they saw him. First, he managed to defeat a tendon transformation expert in just 3 blows. And now he had used one attack to completely force back 3 experts. This Long Chen was basically a freak. The white-robed man in the distance finally revealed a shocked expression. Long Chen's combat strength caused him to think of those monsters from his sect. He was just an outer disciple in the sect. This time he had managed to obtain an enormous fortune. As long as he completed the sect's mission, he could be promoted to become an inner disciple. Then he would also obtain the sect elder's personal nurturing. And above the inner disciples were the even higher-ranked core disciple monsters. Those people were all known to be unrivaled within their realm. Their terrifying talent and strength could cause anyone to go mad from envy. As for Long Chen's current display of strength, while it wasn't enough for the white-robed man to become afraid, he knew that Long Chen was still just at the blood condensation realm. With his talent, he could easily stand side by side with those monster-class geniuses. At the same time as he was shocked, he also felt another uncomfortable feeling. That was perhaps jealousy, an intense, uncontrollable jealousy. Becoming an inner disciple was his life's goal. As for a core disciple, that was something he didn't even dare to think about. But if the sect were to learn of Long Chen, they would definitely do everything they could no matter the price to have him join the sect, and they would make him a core disciple immediately. A cold light flashed in the white-robed man's eyes. Long Chen had to die. It wasn't only just because he was his chess piece, but also because he didn't want another monster-class genius to emerge. Long Chen let out a turbid breath. The whirlwind slash was as powerful as he had expected, but the exhaustion was also too terrifying. This move was something Long Chen had personally come up with. It was based on the 3-style parting wind's various styles. So rather than saying he had come up with it himself, it would be more accurate to say that he had improved upon the 3-style parting wind. After familiarizing himself with the 3-style parting wind, he had noticed that its principles were quite excellent and not as rigid as other moves. There was a great deal of room for freedom. He had improved upon the principle of the parting wind slice, increasing the speed and power, and then adding on the spinning of a martial weapon to form a tornado astral wind attack that created an area attack that blocked everything around him. Previously, Long Chen had only tested it a bit and found the effect to be quite good. Being attacked by 3 experts, Long Chen had been a bit afraid that its power wouldn't be enough, and so he had used his full force to attack without holding anything back. The result was that its power was absolutely shocking. But the price was also very great as well. After just that one attack, he felt that he had used up over half of his spiritual chi. Long Chen stamped on the ground and charged over. The whirlwind slash's power was a pleasant surprise, but the battle hadn't ended yet. His broadsword came slashing down at Sha Yuyu. Sha Yuyu still hadn't recovered from that previous attack, and seeing him attack again, he couldn't help being horrified. Long Chen was practically a never-tiring monster. He took a deep breath. He knew that if he still didn't use his full force, he really would be done for. His entire body's spiritual chi surged out and madly flowed into his spear. Crack! The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and the shock in his eyes was replaced with confidence. He thrust his spear forward to meet Long Chen, its power causing the air around it to tremble. Cliff destruction thrust, an earth-shattering thrust. This was Sha Yuyu's most powerful attack. It swiftly reached Long Chen. Long Chen was immediately locked in place by that terrifying aura. Although he had never underestimated Sha Yuyu, he had never expected him to possess such a powerful attack. This was definitely something that could threaten his life. His Feng Fu star circulated and spiritual qi immediately passed through his acupuncture points. A strange light appeared over his broadsword. Then let's decide victory in one final move. Chapter 104 White-Robed Man. A faint red light appeared over Long Chen's broadsword. As soon as that red light appeared, it explosively grew, enveloping the broadsword in blazing flames. A twisting fire dragon appeared over his broadsword. It was hardly different at all to the flame weapons condensed by Grandmaster Yunqi and the two other pill masters. It likewise emitted an absolutely terrifyingly high temperature. After advancing to the blood condensation realm and having his meridians widen, the beast flame that had been nourished inside also grew along with them, becoming increasingly stronger. Although there was no way for him to condense true flame weapons like Grandmaster Yunqi, he was still able to have his pill flame adhere to his weapon. This was a trick that came from Long Chen's memories. According to what he remembered, this move should be able to greatly increase his attack strength, but it was the first time he was using it in this life. Boom! The twisting flame dragon on his sword slammed into Sha Yuyu's spear, and a terrifying blaze engulfed the two of them. A miserable scream rang out and a figure hastily flew out of the ring of fire. That figure had already become completely covered in fire and was doing his best to pat out the flames. Long Chen had been struck by Sha Yuyu's retaliatory force and was forced back step after step, his qi and blood quivering. Sha Yuyu truly was strong. But Long Chen's own attack had even frightened himself. Originally, he had thought that adding the pill flame to the weapon was just a way of amplifying his strength. He had never thought it was practically a joke move. The pill flame he had condensed on his broadsword had immediately flowed into Sha Yuyu's weapon automatically and released itself. It was the complete opposite of what Long Chen had thought it was. It didn't adhere to the weapon to increase its strength. Instead, it used the spiritual qi inside the weapon to increase its own flame strength and explode out. During their collision just now, the pill flame on his broadsword had leapt out, immediately engulfing Sha Yuyu. This was practically a scoundrel technique. As long as your opponent went to block you, your pill flame would explode out and envelop them. This was a technique that would play your opponents to death. Sha Yuyu was doing his best to pat out the flames all over his body. But that was pill flame, not normal fire. Even if he used his spiritual qi to resist it, he would still be burnt all over. What no one had expected was that Sha Yuyu suddenly jumped into the air and dived straight into the ground feet first. Only his head stayed above the ground. Long Chen was slightly surprised. Thinking about it, that was probably the only method for him to extinguish those flames at this time. Although pill flame was a terrifying existence, Sha Yuyu was a tendon transformation expert. The flames would only give him slight wounds and wouldn't pose any threat to his life. But while he could resist it, his clothes were unable to do the same. Despite his clothes being made from the highest quality materials and also possessing their own defensive strength, in front of pill flame, they were unable to endure for long. Once they were burnt away, he would only be able to face everyone in his most primitive skin. A generation's emperor, a grand tendon transformation expert, to have to stand there buck naked in front of everyone's eyes, that was probably a worse feeling than being killed. Seeing Sha Yuyu bore into the ground, Long Chen paused, distracted for a moment. Then without even thinking about, he slammed his broadsword down. His terrifying strength created a long ditch that extended across the land with countless cracks spreading from it. The earth shook and Sha Yuyu was sent flying out miserably. He immediately vomited out blood as soon as he was forced out. This time, Sha Yuyu had made a fatal mistake. Having gone into the ground, there was no way for him to dodge Long Chen's next attack. Then adding on the restriction of the earth, he ended up receiving a heavy injury. Sha Yuyu had only just come out of the earth when an arrow shot through his chest like lightning, bringing with it a mist of blood as it passed out his body. Long Chen was startled and turned his head. In the distance, Long Tianxiao was holding a bow, its string still quivering. Not far from him were Marquis Wu and the other tendon transformation expert. They were already collapsed on the ground, their surroundings a complete mess. All fights are life and death battles. You can't give up even the slightest opportunity. Killing your enemy with the least effort is the right path. Long Tianxiao was slightly out of breath and his face was somewhat pale. He had ended his battle as fast as possible since he had been worried about Long Chen. After using his full strength to defeat the two of them, even he was out of spiritual qi and felt overdrawn. But when he saw Long Chen's sword smash into the ground, he had immediately predicted what would happen and had taken out his bow, waiting for his opportunity. When it came to combat experience, the difference between Long Chen and Long Tianxiao, who had experienced hundreds of battles, was not just a bit. Sha Yuyu difficultly looked down at his own chest. Long Tianxiao's arrow had destroyed his heart. The berserk energy had severed his life force. How could this happen? Sha Yuyu collapsed to the ground, dead. His unfocused eyes were bewildered and unwilling. An emperor died just like that. After Sha Yuyu died, the Grand Shah's army could no longer be controlled. Hundreds of thousands of troops immediately fled for their lives. Today, they had been completely filled with terror. This kind of battle was something that they were simply unable to participate in. They had already seen the Phoenix Cry Empire's grand army greedily attack the Long household. That tide-like army had been unable to break through their defenses from the very beginning. Instead, it was their corpses that were piled up like mountains, and their blood that dyed the earth red. It wasn't that they hadn't seen blood before, but this kind of slaughter was something that provoked their most primal feelings of fear. Now that the Grand Shah's tendon transformation experts were toppling one after another and their empire's ruler had been killed, how could they possibly wish to continue sending themselves to their deaths? Disregarding all the office's warnings, they all fled. The Grand Shah's elite troops all fled like stray dogs. The Phoenix Cry Empire's troops only watched them foolishly. The current situation of the battlefield had been completely reversed. The Long family's father and son were completely shocking. They had killed tendon transformation experts consecutively, none able to stop them. Those troops, who had still been vainly trying to kill the Long household's people, turned completely stupid at this time. They also wanted to run, but they were unable to. Even if they ran, their families couldn't. They were filled with regret and all withdrew to watch from a distance. In any case, the only thing they could do at this time was watch. But before the battle reached its conclusion, they wouldn't dare easily make any moves again. This wasn't just something that involved their lives, but it could also implicate their families. Long Chen smiled slightly towards Long Tianxiao. He felt that no matter how much stronger he became, he would still be that snotty-nosed child in front of Long Tianxiao. Looking at the current battle situation, other than Grandmaster Yunqi's side, the entire battlefield had already become still. Chu Yao and the others who were protecting the Long household were now completely safe. Swinging his sword back up, he slowly began walking towards the appalled fourth prince. Chu Sha, in all your great scheming, did you ever think that this would be the conclusion? Long Chen asked icily. The fourth prince looked back at Long Chen with complicated expression. His voice was somewhat rough as he said, I really did never calculate that this would happen. Or perhaps this is what it means by man proposes, but God disposes. At this point, he remembered what Grandmaster Yunqi had told him. What a true saying. His plan had been absolutely flawless, but it had turned up like this. Who could have possibly predicted this? His plans were originally focused on Long Tianxiao, but what should have been a simple chess piece, Long Chen, ended up growing so much stronger that he completely overturned the chessboard. Now he had lost greatly. Now that it's come to this, I also won't make it hard on you. Tell me, who was it who stole my spirit root, dug out my spirit bone, and took my spirit blood? Tell me and I can give you a painless death. Long Chen closely glared at the fourth prince. Even with his self-control, Long Chen still found himself breathing harder than usual. The truth about this matter was finally about to come to light. Even he couldn't keep his calm. He had to know who had been so malicious to turn him from a talented genius to a crippled piece of trash. Just why had someone done this? The distant Long Tianxiao's expression changed. He looked at Long Chen distractedly, and a complicated expression appeared on his face as he sighed. The fourth prince, however, was startled. What are you talking about? Long Chen's heart was greatly shaken. He had been closely monitoring the fourth prince with his spiritual strength. With his powerful soul, the fourth prince would definitely not be able to lie in front of him. But then, that meant the fourth prince really knew nothing about it. Just what was going on. So he wasn't the same as Chu Yao and Chu Feng. The scheme against his body wasn't done by Marquis Ying. Long Chen paused distractedly. If it wasn't Marquis Ying, then who could it possibly be? He took a deep breath. Although he was greatly disappointed, He knew that the fourth prince did not have the ability to trick him now. Since it's like that, there's nothing else from me. Is there still something you want to say at this point? Long Chen looked at the fourth prince. Obviously, Long Chen was already completely prepared to kill the fourth prince. He hadn't figured out the whole story yet, but the person who had targeted his Long family like this, no matter who it was or why they were doing it, definitely couldn't be forgiven. The fourth prince sighed. He looked at Long Chen complicatedly. I really never thought that after carefully planning for so many years, the final result is such a loss. Although I'm a bit confused about this loss, I truly am unable to feel even the slightest doubt. Long Chen, you are the first person I have ever admired. To die under the hands of someone you admire, I guess you should be able to die contented. Long Chen nodded. Ha ha ha, kill me, ha ha ha. The fourth prince laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you think you've already won? You're wrong. Even if I die, you will also die in front of me. Long Chen no longer wasted any time on words. Carrying his broadsword, he charged at the fourth prince. A dozen blood condensation experts rushed in front of him. Those people were all death warriors who the fourth prince had groomed. Despite facing off against someone they couldn't possibly win against, they didn't show any fear as they attacked him with their weapons. With a single slash of his sword chi completely swept them away. In front of Long Chen, those people didn't possess the slightest ability to resist. Having removed all the barriers with a single slash, he stamped on the ground, rushing straight at the fourth prince while slashing down his sword. Suddenly, another person appeared in front of the fourth prince. He lightly grabbed the broadsword's tip with a single hand. That sword that weighed several tons was actually easily stopped. Chapter 105 Terrifying White-Robed Man. Long Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked upon this white-robed man. However, he didn't show any great astonishment. As soon as he had arrived, he had immediately sensed a pair of eyes focused on him. Originally, there wasn't much hostility in them, but as he killed the tendon transformation experts one after another, that hostility became increasingly dense. In the end, Long Chen could clearly sense that this person was behind the fourth prince. But for that person to be able to so easily receive one of his blows was definitely surprising. The white-robed man's appearance shocked everyone. Long Tianxiao hastily rushed to Long Chen's side, gravely keeping an eye on the white-robed man. You're the mastermind behind the scenes? Long Chen asked icily. I suppose. Were you the one who messed with my body? He shook his head. I don't know just what exactly you're talking about, but in any case, don't think so highly of yourself. I don't need to scheme against a little ant. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light suddenly appeared over his hand. Bending a single finger and flicking it on his sword, Long Chen felt the entire broadsword shake and he was sent flying back dozens of meters before stabilizing. Now Long Chen was greatly alarmed. That white-robed man hadn't revealed the slightest bit of his cultivation base. By just using a single finger's strength, his attack was on the same level as a full-force blow from a tendon transformation expert. You're from a sect? Long Tianxiao was completely bewildered. Someone about to die doesn't need to know that much, replied the white-robed man indifferently. Long Tianxiao gravely looked at him. He quietly whispered to Long Chen, I'll go block him. You run as far as you can. Seeing that Long Chen didn't understand, he quietly continued, the strength of people from the sects is far from what you can imagine. Us ordinary people are completely unable to compete against them. Their combat ability is incomparably terrifying. Long Chen shook his head. Sorry, I can't do that. Seeing Long Tianxiao's face sink, Long Chen didn't wait for him to say anything before continuing, I've already grown up. I have the right to make my own decisions. I don't want to be a coward living a life worse than death. Long Tianxiao had been about to argue, but hearing Long Chen put it that way and looking at his unwavering determination, his words got stuck midway and he swallowed them back down. Looking at his son, he was filled with admiration. Smiling slightly, he patted Long Chen on the shoulders. Okay, then as father and son will fight side by side. The white-robed man merely watched icily without the slightest bit of impatience as the two whispered to each other. He turned to the fourth prince, take your people and get lost. Your life still has some value. So don't get caught up in this and die. Although his words were a bit hurtful, in the fourth prince's eyes, they rang out like heavenly salvation. He hastily retreated. This huge matter had been completely messed up by him. He had thought that he would already be unable to live any longer, not expecting the white-robed man to let him off. But the white-robed man also knew that this matter wasn't the fourth prince's fault. The fourth prince had done everything extremely meticulously. Even he deeply admired the fourth prince's schemes. The fourth prince's failure this time was entirely due to luck. Their luck had been too lacking for them to run into Long Chen. But in any case, no one else could have done a better job than the fourth prince. Although he was a bit unwilling, the white-robed man still maintained his calm. Because of Long Chen, the plans would have to change a bit. However, as long as he killed this father-son duo, the plan could still continue. He would just need to delay for a bit longer. It wasn't a big deal. Your goodbye time is up. You lowly insects can go die now. The white-robed man's body teleported almost immediately to the two of them. He sent a palm crashing down upon them. There was a faint light on top of the hollow of his palm that caused space to tremble. Long Chen's heart shook. That was clearly an Earth-class battle skill. But there had been no sign at all that he had been about to use it. Experts like Sha Yu all needed to collect some energy before using an Earth-class battle skill, otherwise, there was no way to use that much energy. But this person was the same as Long Chen and didn't need to accumulate any energy at all. That was completely shocking. Long Chen quickly slashed out with his broadsword. Long Tianxiao had long since been storing up energy for this, and he slashed out with his saber at the same time, causing his saber chi to soar. Boom! Chi waves erupted explosively. Long Chen felt an enormous force striking him and sent him flying back. Long Tianxiao was the same, but although he was also forced back, he was much better off and didn't get thrown back so far. Circulate 100% of your force, but only use 80%. That way you have room to maneuver, reminded Long Tianxiao. The reason he wasn't forced back as far wasn't because Long Chen's strength was inferior to his. Instead, it was actually because Long Tianxiao had reserved some of his strength during that exchange, giving him greater freedom to advance or retreat, attack or defend. By reserving some of your strength, you would have an extra margin of relief. If you were fighting against an enemy of the same level or perhaps an even stronger level than yourself, that little reserve might be enough to save your life. Long Chen nodded in agreement. Having merged with a pill god's memories, he understand that reasoning. However, he didn't like that kind of combat. Battle should be a process with no return. If you always kept thinking about keeping yourself alive, how would you arouse your hidden potential? The human body was just like a treasure trove with endless possibilities. As for how much each person could open up, that would depend on how determined and ruthless they were. That kind of ruthlessness included a ruthlessness to yourself in the face of death. So it wasn't that he didn't understand that principle, but that he had even greater ambitions. After seeing the forest god open that spatial door, Long Chen had seen a vision of a vaster world. His heart was already floating into that distance. He had to continue getting stronger. Only by becoming strong enough could he ensure his own dignity and life, and only then could he chase after the things he desired. None of your preparations will be of any use. The white-robed man snorted coldly as he looked icily at the two of them. He was just like an emperor disdainfully looking down on ants. Killing you should be useful enough. Long Chen stood and pointed his broadsword at him. Torrential battle intent soared from him. He knew that this white-robed man was extremely terrifying. He was the most powerful opponent he had met up until now. But the stronger his opponent was, the calmer Long Chen became. He really had to be thankful for his previous life and death battles. Otherwise, in this battle, as soon as he became afraid, his combat ability would sharply drop. Someone who was afraid couldn't even release 80% of their combat potential. They would only become the prey and mercilessly slaughtered. In front of this incredibly powerful enemy, Long Chen was still filled with battle intent. It seemed that his self-confidence hadn't been shaken in the slightest because of the enemy's strength. Long Tianxiao was filled with pride and gratification. At the same time, he was also filled with guilt and regret. The greatest regret in his life was that he hadn't been able to accompany his child as he grew up. Even an ant dares to boast. You little brat who hasn't seen the real world. Today, I'll let you see what it means to be separated by a true difference in level. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded from the white-robed man's body. The violent energy swept out in every direction, directly engulfing Long Chen and Long Tianxiao. They immediately felt as if a huge mountain was crushing them, and even breathing became difficult. What a powerful spiritual pressure! Long Chen's heart shook. This was the pressure formed by releasing one's spiritual chi into the surrounding space. In other words, it meant the white-robed man's spiritual chi had already been compressed to a certain peak. Compared to other people's spiritual chi, their spiritual chi was sloppy mud while his was heavy rock. But the most shocking thing to Long Chen was that the white-robed man's aura was still at the late tendon transformation realm. But even those who were at the same tendon transformation realm as him, whether it was Marquis Ying or Sha Yuyu, were all nothing in front of that boundless aura. Did you think that just by killing a few degenerate weaklings, you could truly battle across realms? Today I'll let you see that the barrier between realms is not something a couple of ants like you can even imagine. He coldly laughed and a sword appeared in his hand. As soon as that sword appeared, sword chi fell from the heavens. A powerful torrent came slashing down on Long Chen and Long Tianxiao. Long Chen knew that this was the true battle. No longer holding anything in reserve, he raised his broadsword and flame leapt on top of it. When Long Chen's broadsword collided with the white-robed man's sword, an intense ringing exploded out. Long Chen felt his insides quivering as he was sent flying back. But just before that, Long Chen saw that the pill flame, which had been on his broadsword, had rushed directly towards that white-robed man. Just as everyone thought that he would become just like Sha Yuyu and be engulfed in a raging inferno. He coldly smiled and raised his left hand. A transparent white curtain appeared in front of his body like a shield and completely stopped that pill flame which could melt even iron. What? Long Chen's expression changed. That white-robed man's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Plus, his control over spiritual chi was absolutely terrifying. He knew that this should be a special technique he had cultivated. Was that how profound sect disciples were? That was an absolutely amazing technique. In comparison to the white-robed man, Long Chen's techniques and battle skills were far too crude. Long Chen had just attacked when 3 saber images appeared in the sky. Those saber images were several meters long and combined into one, releasing an incomparable killing intent. Try Saber Soul Reap. That's rumored to be Long Tianxiao's strongest attack. I haven't heard of a single person being able to block it. I wonder if he can win. The commoners of the capital were all watching from a distance. Due to the distance being too great, they weren't able to see everything. But that white-robed man's incredible strength was extremely eye-catching. Such huge matters that shook the Phoenix Cry Empire couldn't possibly be kept private from their eyes. The fourth prince not only didn't bother trying to block them, he purposely left some open spaces for the commoners to watch from. He wanted to borrow this opportunity to intimidate everyone. And so these commoners had seen everything. Martial arts were in their golden age in the Phoenix Cry Empire, and the strong were worshipped. Now that they were watching Long Chen and Long Tianxiao's fight so valiantly against the odds, they couldn't help but feel admiration for them. That was especially true for Long Chen, who had consecutively killed tendon transformation experts, one of them the ruler of an empire. Just what kind of awe-inspiring might was that? Many people hoped for the father-son duo to obtain victory in the end. Having such a hero run the empire would allow the empire to quickly grow stronger. But seeing Long Tianxiao's attack, the white-robed man sneered in ridicule. I dislike having ants bare their claws at me. The longsword in his hand slowly rose. A booming ringing came from the longsword. Dazzling rays of light shot into the sky like bolts of lightning, blinding people's eyes. Terrifying light slashed down at Long Tianxiao. Chapter 106 Divine Ring Shocks. When the sword and saber images collided, space raged torrentially. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye exploded out, shaking the land. Boom. Only after a moment did an ear-ringing boom sound out. It was followed with the sound of a weapon shattering into pieces. A figure was sent flying back, blood splashing everywhere. Father! Long Chen cried out in fright. The saber in Long Tianxiao's hand was completely shattered, and countless shards of it were piercing his body, causing his blood to flow out rapidly. Oh, you didn't die, not bad. The white-robed man was a bit astonished to see that Long Tianxiao was still alive. He should have been easily crushed by his previous attack. Oh, I see. The white-robed man came to a sudden realization. Even despite using your full strength to attack, you still kept some energy in reserve. You retreated by borrowing the explosive force and used that energy to defend. That was precisely the advice Long Tianxiao had told Long Chen before. Circulate 100% of your energy, but only use 80% in your attack. That would allow you to retreat more freely and give you a path to survival when on the back foot. Otherwise, Long Tianxiao would already be a corpse. However, despite that, Long Tianxiao's current situation was definitely extremely terrible. Having been fighting for so long, That previous attack of his had used up all his remaining spiritual chi. Furthermore, he was bleeding intensely, and there were even quite a few weapon shards that had pierced his organs. At this time, he had already lost over half of his combat strength. But all of this is futile. Ants are only just ants. Don't try to resist the plans fate has for you. That will only make your deaths all the more painful. The white-robed man apathetically shook his head. His sword once more cut across the space, slashing down at Long Tianxiao. His movement techniques were extremely strange. It was as if he had no weight at all. Wherever his sword was pointed, he would immediately appear there. He had already reached Long Tianxiao as soon as he raised his sword. Long Tianxiao took a deep breath. As soon as he had realized this person was a sect disciple, he had already foreseen this conclusion. He glanced at Long Chen and then also at his wife. He smiled slightly. Dying together with his family was also a kind of happiness. Together in the afterlife, they would no longer ever have to part again. His right hand was incessantly collecting qi. He squeezed out all the remaining spiritual qi in his dantian. He would fight until the end, but the chances of him bringing his opponent down together with him was extremely remote. Boom! Long Chen angrily roared and appeared in front of his father, sending his sword to block the white-robed man's attack. You guys retreat, Long Chen urged Chu Yao and the others. They half-carried Long Tianxiao further away. Long Chen also gave Chu Yao a healing pill for his father. Long Tianxiao looked at Long Chen's back. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he decided to keep his mouth shut. The white-robed man let them support Long Tianxiao away, only watching them indifferently, his eyes filled with contempt. Everything you do is useless. I really can't understand you weaklings. How are you so stupid? Even now you still don't realize your destinies. Long Chen glared at him. Don't act like you're some amazing god. You're just a pile of dog crap. In your world, you can only pad the bottom levels, so now you've come to this place to abuse your pathetic power. You're just a useless piece of trash. The white-robed man's expression sunk. A suicidal brat like you is about to have your insignificant life ended. In the face of absolute power, try to learn how you should act. Resistance will only increase your sins. Fuck off. According to your reasoning, you should just kill yourself right here, trash. Good. Then I'll let you see what is absolute power. Hopefully you can recognize your error in a bit. The white-robed man crushed a seal in his left hand, causing a sudden wave of qi to explode out. Long Chen was actually forced back just from those explosive qi waves. A rhombus appeared on the white-robed man's forehead. As soon as that rhombus appeared, his aura explosively grew. His aura was now so powerful that the pressure alone made it hard to breathe. This is how terrifying sect disciples are, Long Tianxiao muttered to himself. Tianxiao, can Chen win? Mrs. Long was extremely worried. She tightly clenched Long Tianxiao's hand. All she hoped for with all her heart was for him to reply that he could. Looking at his wife, Long Tianxiao seemed to recall a scene from their youth and softly said, "Don't worry. Our family will never part again." Hearing him say that, she was greatly relieved. In her nervousness, she clearly hadn't understood his true meaning. In front of the white-robed man whose aura had explosively risen, even Long Chen felt it was hard to breathe. This was what a sect disciple was. Their cultivation techniques were completely different. This method of explosively increasing one's aura was also completely foreign to him. His combat strength was far too strong. In front of the white-robed man, Marquis Ying, Marquis Wu, and Xia Yuyu had all been far too weak. They were practically just children in comparison. The fourth prince watched in shock as his aura erupted. Even the space around the white-robed man was being distorted. He remembered back when he had asked about how Marquis Ying was and the white-robed man had indifferently replied that he was not bad. Now looking at this, that evaluation had definitely been an overpraise of Marquis Ying. The difference between them was far too great. The white-robed man's aura finally began to stabilize, a sign that he had reached his highest realm. The current him could now display his true power. Are you ready? Prepare to receive this. The white-robed man smiled indifferently and let out a random slash. That light slash seemed to cut through space, emitting a sound like the sky was splitting apart. A ray of light shot towards Long Chen. Parting wind slash. Long Chen didn't dare underestimate it. His Feng Fu star was circulating at its fastest speed as he slashed out. Boom! Long Chen felt both his hands being intensely shaken as he was sent flying back. The webbing of his hand had been slightly torn and blood slowly flowed out. Not bad. See if you can take this one. The white-robed man once more waved his sword gracefully and shockingly fast. A ray of sword chi extended dozens of meters into the air, slashing down fiercely. This attack was several times more powerful than the previous one. Even space revolved around it. Boom! Long Chen slashed out to meet the attack again and was sent flying once more. He spat out a mouthful of blood. That last attack had shaken his inner organs. It was clearly a kind of battle skill. At the same time, Long Chen also noticed that his broadsword now had a thumb-sized nick in it because it was unable to endure such terrifying force. As for the white-robed man's sword, it wasn't the slightest bit damaged. That sword clearly had to have been made from special materials for its hardness to be so out of the ordinary. Looking at the shocked Long Chen, the white-robed man smiled. Now do you finally understand how insignificant you are in the face of absolute power? That's why I said, ants shouldn't resist the plans fate has for you. Don't struggle, you can die now. His sword pointed towards the heavens. Heaven and earth shook as a cold ray of sword chi shot up. Even the distant people could sense a terrifying pressure coming from it. That sword was incomparably horrifying. In front of countless people's appalled gazes, the sword turned in the sky. Its light enveloped the entire sky as it mercilessly shot down at Long Chen. No, Chu Yao cried sorrowfully. She wanted to charge over, but she was too far. She couldn't even die together with Long Chen. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see that painful sight. Boom! Waves of chi surged over the land, while smoke and dust covered the sky. The terrifying sword chi had cut a huge ditch dozens of meters long. The distant people watched dumbstruck, their expressions lifeless. That kind of scene was already something that had far exceeded anything in their imaginations. It was too horrifying, but when the dust finally scattered, they were practically unable to believe their own eyes. That was because they saw a certain figure. That figure was somewhat miserable but was standing there as steadily as ever. It seemed as if no one could possibly knock him down. An incomparably determined will came from him. It was a will that could shake even the blue dome of the heavens. Oh, the white-robed man had thought that his previous attack would have ended everything. He had even been about to put his sword back into its sheath. Within that dust was a man carrying a broadsword who slowly walked forward. Behind him was a ring of light. With each step that he took, the ring became increasingly distinct and larger. In the beginning, it only had a diameter of 3 meters. But by the time he walked out of the dust, the ring of light had already reached a size of 300 meters, appearing like a giant rainbow arc in the sky. At the same time, an endless violent aura surged out from Long Chen's body. His robes fluttered and his black hair danced. His starry eyes were filled with icy intent. Receive this ant's attack, Long Chen suddenly shouted. His shout was like a dragon's roar, capable of breaking mountains and incredibly domineering. The white-robed man was actually given a frightful shock. He realized that Long Chen's aura had completely changed. It was like an angry sea that was incessantly sending waves to attack heaven and earth. Its power was incredibly frightening. Long Chen took a single step. When that foot touched the land, the surrounding people could all feel the earth shaking as if a huge monstrous magical beast was bounding across it. The ground completely cracked from that single step. But Long Chen had already shot forward and was slashing at the white-robed man. The white-robed man coldly snorted and slashed out with his sword. Just an ant also dares, what? Boom! Long Chen's attack hadn't looked to be anything special. But when his sword touched Long Chen's broadsword, the force from the broadsword exploded like a volcano. The white-robed man felt an irresistible force send him flying. The power within that caused his chi and blood to violently turn. This was the first time the white-robed man was astonished. He could clearly sense that that terrifying energy hadn't been from a battle skill, but simply from Long Chen's body. As soon as the white-robed man had stabilized himself, an explosive shout rang out. By the time he reacted, Long Chen's attack had essentially already reached him. He was horrified. Long Chen's attack speed was far too quick. He was like a wild tempest that didn't give people the slightest chance to catch their breath. Bang! Being forced into such a dangerous situation, the white-robed man shouted and slashed his sword out to meet Long Chen's sword. He was blown back once more. But when he finally stabilized himself, everyone who was watching let out a burst of startled cries. Chapter 107 Split the Heavens reappears. Although the white-robed man had managed to avoid Long Chen's strike, the terrifying astral wind had cut apart his headband. His black hair scattered, touched with a trace of blood that slowly flowed down his forehead. He had actually been injured. Looking at how boastful and amazing you were talking just now, acting like you were some god, I really am regretfully sorry to see that you are unable to bear even the power of an ant, taunted Long Chen icily, pointing his sword at the white-robed man. After summoning out his divine ring, his strength had exploded. At the same time, he also madly absorbed heaven and earth's spiritual qi, immediately filling up his originally almost exhausted energy back to 80%. Unfortunately, the surrounding spiritual qi was limited, otherwise, he could have immediately absorbed enough to reach 100%. But even so, Long Chen was still extremely satisfied. Now that his divine ring had formed, he felt inexhaustible energy overflowing within him, and his battle-intent sword. He didn't understand much about his divine ring, but he knew that after summoning it out, his combat ability would multiply by several times. Having summoned his divine ring, he entered his strongest state. Normally, he wouldn't summon it out due to how shocking its appearance was, but with how desperate the situation had turned out, holding back any further would only result in death. His father's heavy injury caused him to immediately put away any of his misgivings towards its shocking appearance. The large ring of light behind him went high into the sky, and his current god-like figure awed everyone. The white-robed man's combat abilities had already been seen by everyone. Even someone as strong as Long Xianxia was unable to receive even a single attack from him, but now Long Chen had sent the white-robed man flying back with his sword, even injuring his head. Such a situation was too shocking. Brother Long is too strong. Fatty Yu gulped in awe. The injuries all over his body were completely forgotten by him. Long Tianxiao also looked at Long Chen in shock. Long Chen's current strength didn't seem to be inferior to that sect disciple. Chu Yao gently bit her lip and her eyes blurred. Long Chen was an undefeatable battle god in her heart. What's going on? What kind of technique is that? The white-robed man completely forgot about his head injury in his shock. He sensed an unprecedented pressure coming from Long Chen's body. That was absolutely impossible. How could there be such a genius outside the cultivation world, living in this ordinary, secular world? Someone, who was only at the insignificant blood condensation realm and had yet to completely refine and temper his physical body, could not possibly possess such a strength. What? Are you interested in an ant's technique? Long Chen laughed icily. The white-robed man coldly snorted. You bottom-dwelling frog, even if you have a secret technique, so what? How long can you use it for? You are unable to escape your miserable fate. His sword shook and countless sword images appeared everywhere, crashing down on Long Chen. Long Chen raised his broadsword and crazily exchanged blows with the white-robed man. Explosions shook the heavens and caused the earth to continuously tremble. Small stone fragments shot out from their collisions, some flying hundreds of meters away. One unlucky fellow was struck despite being over half a mile away. Even so, that flying stone pierced right through his thigh. Everyone cried out in alarm and quickly withdrew further away. No one wanted to become the next unlucky fellow. Other than their fight, within several miles, the only other battle was Grandmaster Yun Qi fight against Wei Kang and Wang Luyong. Flames continuously soared and waves of heat rolled. That was the first time people had ever seen how terrifying a pill cultivator was. Their pill flames were far too powerful. Having fought for this long, their flame's strengths had yet to decline the slightest bit. After all, when they refined medicinal pills, they had to continuously use their pill flame for long periods of time. That was especially true for high-tier medicinal pills that required longer times to refine, sometimes even several days. So a pill cultivator's pill flame was their essential foundation, and their fights would often stretch out for the longest periods of time. As for the other side, Long Chen and the white-robed man's fight caused people to tremble in fright. Sword chi collided continuously. Long Chen is so strong, it really is a defiance of the heavens. Some people couldn't help but exclaim their wonder. A cripple had basically shot up meteorically in the past few months. Starting from his victory against Li Hao on the martial stage, Long Chen had grown by leaps and bounds. Now the current him was able to consecutively kill tendon transformation experts who were the peak of the empire and was even able to fight against this terrifying monster which had exceeded their understanding. Some of those youths, who viewed Long Chen as an idol, were now tightly clenching their fists, swearing to themselves that they would also become a powerful expert like him. Boom! After another intense collision, both of them withdrew 30 meters away. Everything within several miles of their fight was a complete mess. Huge scars and ditches covered the land. How is the strength of an ant? Mocked Long Chen. The two of them had now already exchanged over 1,000 blows. Long Chen could clearly sense that his strength was declining. His spiritual qi was starting to run out despite the support of his divine ring. That didn't mean his divine ring wasn't powerful, but simply that the surrounding spiritual qi was too sparse, unable to keep up with the divine ring's absorption. And so Long Chen's speed of replenishing his spiritual qi was limited. Bastard! The white-robed man's calm expression had long since disappeared. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined a freak like Long Chen could have existed in the secular world. Even though he was merely in the blood condensation realm, he was able to fight against a late-stage tendon transformation sect disciple like him. That filled him with fury as well as intense jealousy. Seeing a youth younger than even himself with endless potential, killing intent soared from him. The white-robed man harshly shouted, an array of light shot from his forehead to shine on his longsword. That longsword seemed to come alive, emitting continuous ringing and overflowing with light. A ray of sword light shot out and cruelly slashed down on Long Chen. Light flow sword. A ray of light reached Long Chen almost as soon as the white-robed man had moved. Its speed was inconceivable. By the time Long Chen had sensed it, it had already reached his body. He couldn't help being filled with horror. That was the first time he had ever encountered an attack that was so fast. Boom! The sword light that was dozens of meters long slashed onto his body, causing everyone to let out startled cries. Everything had happened too quickly. By the time people had realized the white-robed man was attacking, it was already over. The ray of light completely enveloped Long Chen. They had previously been evenly matched. But had he been killed with just one move now? Everyone was stupefied. The white-robed man's face turned pale after sending out that sword blow. As that was one of his killing blows, its might was beyond compare. That sword blow's most formidable feature was its speed. By the time the enemy noticed him moving, it would already be too late to block. That was just how terrifying its speed was. It was something that couldn't be guarded against. It was his most powerful move. By relying on that one single move, he was able to defeat quite a few of the inner sect disciples. However, the amount of energy which that move used up was also terrifying. Even he was somewhat unable to bear it, but as long as he was able to kill Long Chen, it would be worth it. A huge ditch had appeared where Long Chen was standing. The white-robed man had just been about to relax when his pupils suddenly shrunk. The earth split open, and a figure flew out from within the earth. Long Chen's body was covered in dirt, and there was a huge bloodstain on his chest, making him appear extremely miserable. However, he was still alive. How is this possible? The white-robed man looked at Long Chen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Long Chen could receive his most powerful attack. Long Chen patted the dirt off his body. He was secretly filled with horror inside. That attack had been too frightening. That kind of speed was simply unblockable. If at that critical moment, he hadn't instinctively brought his sword to block in front of his body and sent his spiritual qi to protect himself, he would already be a corpse. His keen spiritual perception had saved his life once more. But even though he had forcibly blocked it, its force still had blown him into the ground and he vomited out 3 mouthfuls of blood. It's not my style to not reciprocate. Long Chen took a deep breath. He slowly raised his broadsword so that it pointed towards the sky. Along with Long Chen's movements, the world became completely silent. Having lost all sound, the only thing within heaven and earth seemed to be just Long Chen. Strange lines appeared over his broadsword. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled and space incessantly trembled. Endless foreboding qi soared into the clouds. The white-robed man's expression greatly changed. Looking at that scene, he was horrified to realize that he had been locked in place by a terrifying aura. Long Chen was just at the blood condensation realm. It should be impossible for him to lock a tendon transformation expert in place. The only explanation was that he had been locked by the battle skill Long Chen was using. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the white-robed man cried out frantically. To allow a blood condensation cultivator to lock a tendon transformation expert, that would require the battle skill to be at least at the mid-grade Earth class or higher. But the Earth class battle skills that circulated in the secular world were all things which couldn't enter the eyes of those sects, the absolute lowest tier trash. As for the sects, their battle skills were all the finest possible. Although they might also be at the Earth class, their power levels were far from equal. That was also why the white-robed man's battle skill was so frightening in comparison to the other Earth class battle skills that had been used here. But even a sect disciple like him didn't have the qualifications to learn a mid-grade Earth-class battle skill. How could a weakling from the secular world use such a battle skill? Despite knowing that it was simply impossible, that terrifying aura firmly locked down his body, so he couldn't possibly be wrong. He was practically about to go crazy. He violently circulated his spiritual chi in an attempt to receive this attack. That was because since he was locked in place, there was no way that he could dodge it. Trying to do something so futile would only speed up his defeat. A large tortoiseshell now appeared in his hand. The tortoiseshell was snow white, looking just like jade. There were extremely strange lines carved into it that possessed a terrifying aura. Long Tianxiao's heart beat wildly when he sensed the terrifying power coming from Long Chen's body. What a terrifying aura! Everyone was watching Long Chen. Heaven and earth was completely silent. Within their eyes, there was only one person and one sword. Long Chen's sword suddenly began to buzz. A will that desired to slash the heavens and split the earth exploded out, radiating hundreds of miles. In front of that will, people felt as if they were facing heavenly punishment. They were completely terrified. It felt as if the end of the world was coming. Long Chen's sword slashed down thunderously. Chapter 108. One blow shocks the world. His broadsword whistled like thunder as it slashed down on the white-robed man, bringing with it a will that wished to destroy the very heavens. That sword blow no longer seemed like a battle skill. Instead, it seemed like it was a kind of Tao that wished to defy the heavens and overturn the earth. Seeing Long Chen's attack slashing down on him, the white-robed man's tortoiseshell flew out. What shocked everyone was that the originally palm-sized tortoiseshell quickly enlarged, reaching 3 meters in width as it protected him behind it. Sword chi heavily slashed down upon that tortoiseshell. The strange lines on top of it lit up, and a bizarre reaction occurred. Long Chen's sword chi seemed to be like light hitting a mirror, and the majority of it was reflected out. The tortoiseshell managed to block that attack, but in the end, it finally cracked and exploded from the terrifying force. Its pieces scattered to the ground. As for the white-robed man, he also wasn't that well off and repeatedly vomited out blood. Obviously, that tortoiseshell had been unable to completely block all of Split the Heavens' force, and as the tortoiseshell's master, the white-robed man also received a heavy impact. The strange lines on top of the tortoiseshell had dispersed most of the force. However, he was still heavily wounded. Looking at the tortoiseshell pieces and the wildly vomiting blood white-robed man, people became a bit sluggish. They were filled with reverence towards Long Chen. Crack! Suddenly, people noticed that Long Chen's broadsword was covered in growing cracks. The broadsword finally exploded, its fragments littering the ground. Looking at those fragments, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Even this broadsword's quality was too inferior to endure Split the Heavens' force. Bursts of pain came from Long Chen's meridians at this time. It felt as if they were on fire, an aftermath of using Split the Heavens. Despite advancing to the blood condensation realm and having his meridians grow wider by a great deal, and even despite the expert from the spirit world transforming them, Long Chen's meridians were still unable to completely endure the impact. But of course, this was many times better than the last time. His meridians were only slightly damaged and hadn't cracked. They would recover quickly. The most important thing was that this was his most powerful application of Split the Heavens, but his meridians had still been able to take it. That was definitely something to celebrate. And another surprise for him was that despite using his full strength, he was still far from being able to bring out the full potential of Split the Heavens. It seemed just like it was much more profound than he had thought, and he had only just begun to scratch its surface. He was a bit regretful that he hadn't managed to kill the white-robed man. Who would have thought he would have such a strange life-saving measure? That tortoiseshell definitely wasn't an ordinary item. It was practically unheard of within the secular world. He couldn't compare to sect disciples when it came to the treasures they possessed. All of his spiritual chi was now exhausted. Even the divine ring behind him faded away. He was now deathly tired, entering an extremely weak state. But Long Chen knew that the white-robed man wasn't that much better off. Looking at him vomiting blood, his internal injury must be severe. Both of them were still relatively even. However, Long Chen's side held a definite advantage since he had 2 tendon transformation experts who weren't injured at all. Furthermore, he also had Little Snow and Chu Yao. The white-robed man would definitely die. Crack! More cracking sounds rang out, startling the crowd. But when they looked carefully at Long Chen and the white-robed man, nothing strange seemed to be happening. This time people managed to hear that this sound wasn't coming from them. The city gates. People hastily turned to see that the huge, imposing city gates had become covered in cracks. Long Chen's attack caused the city gates to crack. People suddenly noticed that a deep ditch had been dug in front of the city gates. That ditch led straight up to the white-robed man. Only then did people realize that the tortoiseshell had deflected the majority of Long Chen's attack onto the city gates. Although it didn't completely break the gates, they were still badly damaged, causing people an endless shock. Just what level of strength was that? Was that a strength that humans could really possess? Furthermore, that had been caused by only a part of the force that had been reflected by the tortoiseshell. If it had been a direct hit, the entire city gates would have probably been completely destroyed, right? Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked on in horror. Crack. The city gates continued cracking. And in front of everyone's appalled eyes, they began to completely collapse. What was completely unbelievable for everyone was the scene of the white-robed man looking at the city gates in fright. He even let out a heart-rending cry. Boom! Countless pieces of rubble shot out as the city gates tumbled to the ground. Suddenly, a 3-meter-thick pillar of light shot from the ruins of the city gates into the sky. An extremely dense spiritual chi was blown out along with it. Everyone only watched dumbfounded by these events that completely overturned their comprehension of the world. Long Tianxiao suddenly realized something after seeing that pillar of light. Years of suspicions and doubt were completely resolved at this moment. It's a spirit stone mine. There's a spirit stone mine below the city gates. Some people had managed to see through what it was. Spirit stones were special spiritual items formed naturally from heaven and earth. They were condensed underground for millions and millions of years, absorbing endless spiritual chi to form a kind of ore. That kind of ore was viewed as a lifeblood for cultivators. It was said this kind of vein of ore was extremely rare, and most of them had already been occupied by the various large sects. Only with the support of spirit stones could sect disciples cultivate so quickly. It was the greatest support of the sects. Long Tianxiao had a complicated expression as he shook his head at the distant fourth prince. Just for a vein of ore, you wanted to kill and silence me. The fourth prince's expression was ashen. He knew that his judgment day had finally arrived. In front of Long Tianxiao's words, there was not even the slightest he could say in return. Years ago when we were drinking, His Majesty once told me that there was a vein of ore near the capital. He said if it was excavated, it would allow the Phoenix Cry Empire to rise high above other empires. Back then I thought he was talking about some rare iron ores that could be forged into weapons, so I only laughed and didn't pay it any mind. I really never thought that it was because of something like this that you thought I had learned your secret. You wanted to exterminate me for something like that. It really is a joke. Long Tianxiao sighed and shook his head. What? The fourth prince was shocked. He had always thought that Long Tianxiao had known all about the spirit stone mine. Over 20 years ago, the Grand Shah had married off their most beautiful princess to Phoenix Cry in order to prevent further conflicts and form an alliance between the two empires. But the Grand Shah's princess's mission hadn't been to make peace. She had a greater mission. That mission was to take control of Phoenix Cry so that it could be swallowed by the Grand Shah. That had been shrewdly hidden by the princess extremely deeply. Once she had arrived at Phoenix Cry, she put in her full effort to wait upon the emperor, and with her skillful techniques in bed, she began to receive a heavy pampering from the emperor. Not long after, she gave birth to a prince, the fourth prince. The Grand Shah's princess had always maintained a low profile, never entering the conflicts between concubines, patiently enduring and eventually become a good sister to the empress. Originally, the Grand Shah's plan had been to overturn Phoenix Cry, but during that process, the fourth prince's mother found a shocking secret. That secret had been told to her by the emperor after he had gotten drunk. He had told her that Phoenix Cry was about to become the most powerful empire in all of history. Being put on guard from that, the princess had used all her skills in bed to make the emperor a slave to her skirts, and he finally told her the secret that he had found a spirit stone mine. Originally, the emperor had been planning on building a secret tunnel to be used to escape from assassinations or other dangers. If an enemy managed to enter the city, he could manage to slip away without anyone noticing. But halfway through the excavation of the secret tunnel, they had found that the stones were becoming increasingly harder, and even cobalt started to appear. Cobalt was a partner substance that was formed along with spirit stones. Where there was cobalt, there would be spirit stones. That discovery caused the emperor to go wild with joy. He directly exterminated everyone who had known about the secret tunnel to keep the whole matter secret. However, the emperor had never been a tight-lipped person. A short while after telling her this, he died of natural causes. The emperor had been within the empress's palace when he had died. Moreover, He had died on their bed while being intimate with each other. The Empress had been frightened out of her mind, but luckily, the fourth prince's mother had, just happened, to be walking by. And in her panic, she had taken her good sister's advice, faking that the emperor had entered seclusion. The plan was that they would eventually say he had died in seclusion, limiting the amount of panic that would occur. They just had to find a suitable moment. In the end, under her scheming, the Empress smoothly gained all the authority over the empire. Lured by the power, she decided to just leave the emperor in seclusion forever. As for the spirit stone mine, she never learned anything about it. Whenever she would have any tough problems, she would always go to her good sister for help. Her sister became her most trusted aide. The fourth prince's mother leaked the information of the spirit stone mine to her father. The matter had become too huge, so she didn't dare do too much without his advice. This occurred right at the moment while an expert from the Shah family was at a sect. But that expert wasn't even good enough to become a disciple. He was only a worker. But by using this information, it was possible for him to enter the sect as a disciple. Everything went extremely smoothly. The sect secretly sent people to investigate the terrain, confirming the existence of a spirit stone mine. But rushing into mine, it would release spiritual chi, alarming the surrounding powers. They sent orders down to take control of Phoenix Cry as fast as possible and also built a hidden spirit formation to completely conceal the aura from the spirit stone mine. That hidden spirit formation had precisely been the city gate tower. Normally, the aura from the spirit stone mine was completely isolated from the rest of the world. That way they could secretly mine it in the future. However, members from the sects couldn't reveal themselves in the secular world without other powers noticing. And so they could only rely on the power of cultivators from the secular world. In order to not cause too many waves, they could only rely on the Grand Shah slowly infiltrating Phoenix Cry. But their only worry was Long Tianxiao, who also knew about this. He had become their biggest problem, and that was what had led to all of this. But now Long Tianxiao said he hadn't known about the spirit stone mine. Just what kind of joke was this? They had been more than capable of silently mining the spirit stone mine the entire time. "Ah, I'll kill you all," a bitter voice screamed out. The white-robed man was like a beast as he looked at Long Chen and the others, his eyes filled with wild killing intent. Chapter 109 Core Flame. The white-robed man went crazy as he looked at that pillar of light. "I'll kill you all," he roared. Long Chen icily said, "I find that you guys really are just a bunch of idiots. Despite it being obviously your own mistake, you now want to blame others." Although Long Chen didn't know the whole history, hearing his father's words, it wasn't hard for him to imagine what had happened. Frankly speaking, the Long family was the true victim in this case. It didn't make any sense for the white-robed man to blame them. "You damned ants, why do you have to struggle? If you didn't resist, how could it end up like this? All of you will die in recompense," snarled the white-robed man. "You idiot, are you mentally retarded?" Long Chen ridiculed. This white-robed man was no longer acting like a person anymore. He was acting more like an insane dog. "Sorry to trouble you too, but could you go kill this crazy dog?" Long Chen turned to the two tendon transformation experts. At this time, those two possessed the highest battle strength present. Having them kill the white-robed man in his current state wasn't difficult. "We'll handle it," the two of them nodded. They had yet to have an opportunity to reveal their true strength, causing them to also feel a bit vexed. Now was the best time for them to show off a bit. "Ha ha ha ha," the white-robed man crazily laughed, bitterness filling his eyes. "You miserable ants, you ruined everything. All my effort was wasted. You can all go to hell." After saying that, he took out a black medicinal pill. He immediately swallowed that medicinal pill. The two experts Long Tianxiao had brought along reached him at almost the same time. HMPH, eating medicine now is too late. The two of them raised their weapons and slashed them down upon him. But when Long Chen saw that black medicinal pill, he couldn't help being surprised. Suddenly, his expression changed as he realized just what that medicinal pill was. But he was too late. The white-robed man sinisterly smiled and punched out with both of his hands. Two explosions of bloody mist dyed the sky red. Everyone looked on stupefied. How is this possible? Long Tianxiao and the others were absolutely appalled. Two powerful tendon transformation experts had been killed just like that, not even their bones remaining. Life-devouring blood explosion pill. It's actually a life-devouring blood explosion pill. Long Chen was greatly shaken. He had recognized that to be a self-destructive medicinal pill. Who would have thought that the white-robed man would possess one and that he would even consume it now? The life-devouring blood explosion pill was a medicinal pill that converted life into power. By igniting your remaining vitality, you could release over double your normal strength. That was an extremely terrifying medicinal pill. But its repercussions were also extremely cruel. There was only one result after consuming it: death. From the moment he had consumed the life-devouring blood explosion pill, the white-robed man's remaining moments were on a countdown. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all his life force would run dry and he would die. The white-robed man's entire body turned bloody. His face was malevolent and evil. He clenched his teeth as he looked at Long Chen and the others as if he were a beast deciding which one to eat first. Originally, this mission hadn't been his. It had been the mission of a worker within the sect who would be promoted to become an outer disciple after completing it. But the white-robed man had used his own means to force that worker into an accident, and then with other people's help, he managed to gain what should have been an extremely easy mission. As long as he finished it, he would be promoted to become an inner sect disciple. There was even an extremely remote hope that the sect might promote him to a core disciple. He originally hadn't been worried after the fourth prince's plan had failed. As long as he personally killed them, the plan could continue as usual. He would just have to quickly cover it up and not let anyone from the sect find out. As long as he waited patiently and used the fourth prince properly, he could secretly build a tunnel and set up several larger spirit-concealing grand formations, allowing him to begin mining the spirit stones. Although that would take a great deal of time, it was the safest and most dependable method. This plan had already been in works for over 10 years. As for the white-robed man, he had only taken over 2 years ago. Everything had already been set up, and he was just waiting to collect the profits. But now the hidden spirit formation had been broken and the spirit chi of the spirit stone mine had been released. Such a huge movement would definitely attract members from the various large sects. His mission had completely failed. Not only would he not get a reward, but he would have to face the sect's most ruthless punishments. Thinking of that, he had become filled with hatred and resentment. He wouldn't be able to obtain anything. He had thus descended into madness and swallowed the life-devouring blood explosion pill. He was only in his 20s, but as soon as he had consumed that medicinal pill, he immediately transformed to look like a middle-aged man. That was how terrifying the life-devouring blood explosion pill was. It would crazily absorb his life force, turning it into strength. With each breath he was taking now, another year came off his vitality. All you ants can die now. The white-robed man roared and punched out. The terrifying wind from that punch shot out over hundreds of meters, turning into a whistling beast head that charged towards them. The terrifying pressure from it caused people to be unable to even breath. They felt as if even their organs were being squeezed to death. If they were hit by that wild gale, they would undoubtedly die. Long Tianxiao took a deep breath. Although he knew he would definitely die, he still got up, just about to charge out to block. But Long Chen was even faster than him. As that wild gale was en route, he punched out. Long Chen had just punched when a huge wind blade shot out from behind him. That was Little Snow's attack. Little Snow had realized that it was a desperate situation, and his attack was shot out at the perfect time. Chi waves exploded out. Long Tianxiao and the others felt as if a wild bull had rammed into them, and they were sent flying. Everyone ached. Fatty Yu and the others, whose cultivation bases weren't high enough, fainted directly. Long Tianxiao hastily looked back. Dust filled the air and a huge crater had appeared in the ground. Little Snow was currently digging into the ground. Suddenly, he stopped and used his teeth to drag out Long Chen from the ground and then charged forward to face the white-robed man. Long Chen was gasping for breath. That attack had used up all his remaining strength. He was now completely exhausted. Intense pains racked his body. He felt that perhaps every single one of his bones had broken. Ants, you dare struggle? Die. Seeing that Long Chen was actually able to receive one of his strikes, the white-robed man became even more infuriated. He was just about to punch again when he suddenly saw that tuft of red hair on Little Snow's head. The third-ranked Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't really been paying any attention to Little Snow before. The Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was an excellent companion amongst third-rank magical beasts. Once they were matured, their battle strength would grow even further. His heart shook, and his first thought was that he should take this Snow Wolf as his own housepet. But he then immediately remembered that he had already consumed the life-devouring blood explosion pill, so looking at Little Snow made him even more furious. Even you dare mock me? Die, he punched out once more. Run, Little Snow, Long Chen hoarsely cried out with his last bit of energy, not wanting Little Snow to sacrifice himself for nothing. But Little Snow didn't listen to Long Chen's cry at all. He once more spat out a wind blade that struck the wind from the white-robed man's fist, but the wind force was too great, and so it easily broke past his wind blade and struck him. With Little Snow's speed, he should have been able to dodge. But Little Snow didn't move. He forcefully took the attack head-on, resisting it with just his body. Bang! Little Snow's body was blown away by that wild wind gale. At the same time, the sound of his bones breaking and shattering rang out. He was sent tumbling away, only stopping coincidentally right beside Long Chen. Looking at the blood covering Little Snow's body, Long Chen couldn't help but feel anguish. Woo! Little Snow managed to turn his head with great difficulty to look at Long Chen, his eyes filled with dense love. You bastards, you can both die. The white-robed man sinisterly charged over at the two of them. 3 figures shot over to block him. They were Long Tianxiao, Chu Yao, and Shi Feng. They all knew that they were completely unable to block this white-robed man, however, they refused to just watch as Long Chen died in front of them. Fuck off! The white-robed man angrily swatted at them, and the 3 of them were immediately sent flying, vomiting blood. In front of the white-robed man, they were unable to resist in the slightest. After sending the 3 of them flying, he raised his leg to stamp down on Long Chen. You repulsive ants can die now. If that leg truly did strike Long Chen with its terrifying power, in his weak state, Long Chen would definitely die. But he did not even have the slightest bit of spiritual chi or energy remaining in him, and it was impossible for him to dodge. Bang! Waves of chi shot out. Long Tianxiao and the others suddenly saw that a flaming figure had appeared there. It's Grandmaster Yun Qi. Shi Feng immediately recognized him. But the current Grandmaster Yun Qi no longer looked the same as usual. His entire body was covered in flames that had become as red as blood. Looking into the distance, everyone saw Wei Kang and Wang Luyong had already been burned to a crisp, no longer possessing the slightest aura. You old stick who won't die, even you have come to block me. The white-robed man had been hit by a powerful force just now, causing him to miss. He angrily raged at Grandmaster Yun Qi. Grandmaster Yun Qi, you, Long Chen couldn't help being distraught when he saw Yun Qi's current state. Others weren't able to tell, but Long Chen could see that Grandmaster Yun Qi had already begun to ignite his core flame. That was the life flame of an alchemist. Igniting one's life flame was equivalent to burning away one's soul. Child, I've already lived for many years. I've already seen many things. And now I've also avenged my one great enmity. I have nothing to regret. You are the most talented genius I've ever seen when it comes to pill refining. How can I just let you die in front of me? Haha, even my weary old bones can have some use in the end. Grandmaster Yun Qi laughed. He was not filled with anger, but instead a calm easiness. He slowly formed a seal with both hands. His thumb and middle finger touched while the rest of his fingers folded over each other. Flames exploded out. Chapter 110 Long Chen, Transform. After Grandmaster Yun Qi finished speaking, the flames surrounding his body suddenly burned intensely. Countless flame chains shot out from his hands and completely wrapped around the white-robed man. Flame prison. Its speed was incomparable, and the white-robed man had yet to even react before he was completely caught. Countless chains wrapped him tight perfectly. The white-robed man was completely bound by those flame chains. Those flames were Grandmaster Yun Qi's core flame. Even pill masters like Wei Kang and Wang Luyong had been unable to endure it and had immediately been defeated. Although Grandmaster Yun Qi had been busy fighting, he had always been keeping an eye over Long Chen's battlefield. Seeing that he had sunk into a crisis, he had finally exploded out. Pill masters could fight for a long time with their pill flames. Although Grandmaster Yun Qi had kept the upper hand, it was impossible for him to achieve victory in a short time using ordinary methods. But seeing that Long Chen had been about to perish, he had no longer kept anything in reserve and summoned out his core flame. That was an ability which he had only managed to comprehend in the last few years. By refining a flame into one's core flame and using his life energy to nourish the flame, once it grew strong enough, he would have been able to step into the next level, becoming a pill king. Now that his core flame had been summoned out of his body, his battle strength was without equal. But the cost was that it also used up his life energy. The white-robed man wildly struggled from within those flame chains. But no matter how he struggled, he was unable to escape and emitted a mournful cry. However, what shocked people the most was that although even Wei Kang and Wang Luyong were unable to resist the core flame, it was unable to immediately kill the white-robed man. Grandmaster Yun Qi sighed and shook his head. "Ah, I really am old. Long Chen, I'm sorry." People were shocked to realize that Grandmaster Yun Qi's body was slowly disappearing from the feet up. His last words hung in the air. His body scattered with the wind. Grandmaster Yun Qi, Long Chen couldn't hold back his tears. Ever since he had met Grandmaster Yun Qi, he had always protected and encouraged him. He was a true senior worthy of respect. And now for him, he had died and even his body had disappeared. Long Chen was filled with hatred and resentment. Following Grandmaster Yun Qi's disappearance, the flame chains binding the white-robed man also faded away. However, the current white-robed man was no longer able to be called white-robed. His whole body was burnt black, making him look like a human-shaped piece of charcoal. But the aura coming from his body was still absolutely terrifying. "Bastards, the suffering you gave me will be returned 10 times to you." The white-robed man actually stopped attacking Long Chen and waved his hand. The distant Long Tianxiao suddenly shook and he was pulled over by a terrifying force. The white-robed man's charred hand tightly clenched Long Tianxiao's neck and he sinisterly looked at Long Chen. "Kid, you've truly infuriated me. I won't let you die first. As payback, I'll let you see everyone around you die one by one, ha ha ha. Bastard, release my father." Long Chen wanted to rush over, but his body refused to listen to his orders. He was unable to move. "Haha, is it painful? Excellent, that's good. This is still just the start. Let's take it slow." The white-robed man crazily laughed, filled with insane joy. "Chen men have no need to worry about life and death if they have lived their life without regret or guilt. You don't need to feel bad." Long Tianxiao might have his neck in his hand and have no way to resist, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Long Chen's anger soared and endless killing intent spread from him. But he was still helpless. What he didn't know was that the moment that the killing intent in his heart became the densest, his Feng Fu star on the bottom of his foot began to crazily revolve. The angrier he got, the more violently his Feng Fu star revolved. When his anger reached its peak, his Feng Fu star suddenly paused. "You're not afraid of death? Good, then we'll start with you. You can die now." The white-robed man coldly laughed and began to apply some force on Long Tianxiao's neck. "Fucking go to hell." An angry roar rang out like a thunderclap, sounding as if it had come from above the very heavens. Everyone present heard that booming roar shake their ears. The white-robed man was the closest and received it head-on. His head buzzed and he felt as if his brain had turned to mush. Suddenly, he felt intense pain as he was sent flying. Only when he landed on the ground did he awaken from his stupor and look forward in shock. At this very instant, the originally sunny sky became covered by black clouds and countless thunderbolts flashed within them. The clouds spread thousands of miles. The scene appeared as if the end of the world had come. At the same time, he saw that lonely figure. A faint halo of light appeared over his body and a terrifying aura continuously dashed against heaven and earth. "What is this?" The white-robed man was completely astonished. He could clearly see that that figure was Long Chen, but the current Long Chen seemed like an awakened demon king or a descended divine god. A terrifying pressure was constantly emitted from his body, causing people to tremble. The Feng Fu star on the bottom of Long Chen's foot began to crack. The outer layer completely shed off like a mud-covered pearl. The light from within was finally being released. After the outer layer fell, a bright, true star appeared from within. Inside that star were some indistinct mountains, plains, rivers, and even expansive oceans. After that star appeared, Long Chen's dried-up spiritual qi was completely replenished. With that, he had sent the white-robed man flying with a single punch, saving Long Tianxiao. He sent his father into a further location from their battlefield. That was something he did instinctively because he could sense that a terrifying thing was most likely about to occur. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes. As if talking in his sleep, he said a single sentence. First of the 9 stars, Feng Fu battle armor, appear. When he opened his eyes once more, a star had appeared in his eyes. When that star appeared, all of heaven and earth raged. An earthquake shook the land, causing those spectators who were several miles away to fall to the ground and flee in fear. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was breaking apart. An endlessly violent aura was constantly charging out of Long Chen's body. The heavens shook as countless pieces of crushed rocks began to float around him. Those broken stone pieces which had begun to hover around him all turned to dust under some incredible pressure. Long Tianxiao and the others all looked at Long Chen in shock. Was this the same Long Chen that they knew? The current him appeared just like a demon king yet also like a divine god. All things would be forced to acknowledge their allegiance to him. Long Chen suddenly disappeared from his original location, appearing in front of the white-robed man in a single blink, punching out. Although the white-robed man was watching Long Chen in complete shock, seeing him disappear so suddenly, he also punched forward instinctively. The sounds of bones breaking rang out. After colliding with Long Chen's punch, the white-robed man's entire arm was crushed. With just a single punch, Long Chen could shatter the white-robed man's arm. Without a single pause, he spun and viciously kicked with his right leg. Long Chen's leg ruthlessly slammed into his nose, causing many of his facial bones to break. He was sent flying back. But as soon as that white-robed man was sent flying, Long Chen had already appeared in midair like some phantom. Raising his right hand, he viciously smashed it down. The white-robed man's body was like a shooting star as he smashed into the ground. The hard surface of the ground became like water, and a huge wave spread out. A 300-meter crater had been smashed into the ground. Within that crater was a charred figure who no longer resembled a human. All his bones had been broken and crushed. He was practically in a U shape now. But most horrifying of all was that he still hadn't died and was still frantically gasping for breath. Ants shouldn't struggle. Then why are you still struggling? Ants should suffer and die. Okay, I'll help you with that. Long Chen walked to the front of the huge hole. Looking at the white-robed man lying at the bottom, a pile of needles appeared in his hands. Feel what suffering is. Long Chen threw over a dozen needles straight at him. The needles went straight through his skin. The white-robed man's eyes almost shot out of his head. Ah! His miserable scream was so loud that even those miles away could hear it. It was a cry filled with pain, causing people to shudder with fear. You're the real ant. My brother received these bone-eroding needles without letting out a single cry. You're just a piece of trash. Long Chen looked at the white-robed man icily. His miserable cries never ended. Long Chen's eyes were filled with iciness, but at the same time, he felt the thrill of revenge filling him. He hated being powerless, he hated others standing high above him, and he hated being used. He swore to himself that he would become stronger so that he wouldn't let anyone else ever humiliate him like this again. Suddenly, that star in Long Chen's eye began to fade slowly, and Long Chen immediately felt his exhaustion return to him. He fell down. Long Chen didn't fall onto the cold ground, but into a soft embrace. A faint, delicate fragrance caused him to feel incomparably warm. Long Chen. Chu Yao hugged the extremely weak Long Chen. Joyful tears filled her eyes. After all the twists and turns, the rain had finally cleared, leaving them with a new beginning. Lying in your embrace is really comfortable. Maybe I'll take a nap. Long Chen closed his eyes wearily. Chu Yao's pretty face turned red, and Long Chen felt that something was a bit strange. Opening his eyes to glance around, he saw that his father, mother, Shifeng, and all the others were looking at him strangely. Chu Yao's face turned even redder. Long Chen awkwardly laughed and did his best to stand up. If he wanted to take advantage of Chu Yao in front of this many people, he probably would have to thicken his face some more. The white-robed man at the bottom of the hole was no longer screaming. Even a tendon transformation expert was unable to endure the pain of the bone-eroding needles, and he had now died. Looking at his needle-covered, charred corpse, everyone relaxed. This monstrously powerful person had finally died. It was just at this moment that a disturbance occurred at where Long Tianxiao was. An officer had run over to Long Tianxiao and bowed. Reporting to Marquis, we had captured the Grand Shah's spies, but they seized the 7th prince. We beg Marquis to make a decision. That officer was extremely bright, knowing when to be flexible and take advantage of the situation. Now that Long Chen's battlefield had finally reached a conclusion, he immediately ran over. Chu Yao's expression changed. Her little brother. Long Chen said, let's go over. The layers of soldiers parted. Ways to let them through. Long Chen saw two familiar people and couldn't help but have a cold smile appear on his lips. Those two were precisely Zhou Yaoyong and Sha Baiqi. Zhou Yaoyong held a longsword in his hand and closely held it against Chu Feng's neck. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, Sha Baiqi nervously said, Long Chen, if you don't want there to be any problems, then hurry up and let us leave, otherwise. Go ahead and kill. Long Chen smiled slightly. Chapter 111 Dreamland. Long Chen's words gave everyone a shock. Chu Yao's face was the palest. However, only Chu Feng's expression didn't change from the start as he calmly looked at Long Chen. Sha Baiqi couldn't believe her eyes. You want me to kill Hai? A longsword stabbed through a body and blood slowly trickled out. Sha Baiqi hadn't even finished speaking. Looking down in disbelief, she saw a longsword had appeared through her stomach. She was at a complete loss. What? Why? Sha Baiqi collapsed onto the ground, dead. Even in her last moments, she still didn't comprehend why he would kill her. Zhou Yaoyong was staring ahead blankly. The longsword in his hand was still stuck in Sha Baiqi's corpse. Long Chen smiled slightly. His vision truly had been far-reaching in this case. Back then, Long Chen had played a trick on Zhou Yaoyong and made it so that he couldn't sleep soundly at night and he was tormented into a life worse than death while he was awake. In the end, Zhou Yaoyong had apologized and knelt to Long Chen to beg for his forgiveness. Long Chen truly had been thinking of letting him off, but the resentment that was hidden deep in Zhou Yaoyong's eyes hadn't escaped his senses. And so he had given him a special medicinal pill. The medicinal pill which he had given Zhou Yaoyong's father also had something special which Long Chen had applied on it, and that was why countless heart-devouring ants had appeared and eaten him alive. As for the medicinal pill which he had given Zhou Yaoyong, Long Chen had added soul-bewitching grass into it. The effect would normally hide inside the body, but just by drawing out a strand of his spiritual strength, he was able to turn him into a puppet that could only follow his orders. Finish yourself off too, ordered Long Chen indifferently. Zhou Yaoyong didn't even pause. The longsword in his hand directly cut across his neck. Blood splattered everywhere as he immediately died. Every single person present felt a chill run through them. That was too bizarre, too frightening. With just a single sentence, he could force someone to suicide without hesitation. That was practically demonic sorcery. Long Chen didn't pay the slightest attention to those soldiers' fear. Ordering some of the officials, 2 stretchers were quickly built to carry Little Snow and Wild back to their estate. Little Snow's injuries were extremely heavy. Many of his internal organs had ruptured. But as long as he was alive, it wouldn't cause any troubles for Long Chen. Furthermore, Little Snow was a magical beast, so his recovery rate was already shocking on its own. After giving Little Snow some medicinal pills, he then examined Wild again. He noticed that Wild's cells were still in their suspended animation state. It appeared that the bone-eroding needles had truly harmed Wild's body. Despite the great amount of life energy that was nourishing his body, his cells still needed to be awoken slowly. It would require a bit more time before he could heal. As for the many wounds covering Shifeng and the others, the lucky thing was that none of them were too severe. Even the one who had been the most injured still managed to stay alive. After putting everything in order, Long Chen was finally unable to continue enduring and entered a deep slumber. The battle this time had been the most intense battle in his life. If his willpower wasn't so strong, he would have long since fainted. Now that everything had ended, he finally relaxed. He was so deeply asleep that it was practically like he was in a coma. Long Chen began to dream that his body was floating upwards. He didn't know how long or how far he had floated, but when he finally opened his eyes, he saw that he was in an endless void filled with millions upon millions of twinkling stars. Boom! The void suddenly exploded open. A fist caused the entire void to collapse. That world around him shattered like a mirror. Long Chen was astonished. Looking along the fist, he followed it up to see its owner. Seeing that figure, Long Chen almost cried out in shock. That was because that figure had a divine ring behind his back just like him. But that divine ring was far greater than his own. Long Chen's divine ring could only grow up to 300 meters, but the divine ring here was basically endless, filling the entire universe. Suddenly, an angry roar caused all the stars in the distance to flicker. A huge, ferocious beast that was even larger than a mountain appeared. It had 3 heads and 9 tails. It was a mythical beast that was covered completely in black fur. The pressure being emitted from it caused the heavens to tremble and made even Long Chen feel as if he were about to be crushed. A black light shot out of that ferocious beast. Any of the stars in its path exploded and faded away. It was shooting straight towards that person with the divine ring. The person's divine ring trembled, and a palm shot out to meet with the black light. Long Chen only managed to see a wave of ripples fill the void. When the ripples faded, the void shook and countless stars exploded into nothingness, appearing like fireworks. That scene appeared like nothing more than the apocalypse. Long Chen could only watch on stupefied as that man with the divine ring fought with that huge, ferocious beast. The void collapsed wherever they collided. That kind of power was enough to destroy the entire world. Long Chen was scared stupid by this fight. With just a wave of a hand, they were able to destroy countless stars, collapse the heavens, and shatter the land. Just what kind of monsters could fight on this level? From a small gap in the space, Long Chen suddenly saw that there was someone else behind the man, but he was unable to see clearly. Long Chen was unable to change his vantage point, so he couldn't tell just who that figure was. He couldn't tell if it was even a man or woman, but he could sense that that figure was familiar and amiable with him. Long Chen tried his utmost to gaze into the distance to see who it was. But suddenly, the man who was fighting turned his head. Long Chen's gaze blurred, and he couldn't tell any of that man's features except his eyes. That pair of eyes were exceedingly deep. Within the pupils were 9 flickering stars that possessed great vicissitudes. Long Chen's heart jumped wildly. The divine ring and those stars, weren't those things that could only be formed with the 9-star hegemon body art? Time is running out. A divine voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. The void world around him completely disappeared. Long Chen suddenly sat up, his whole body covered in sweat, gasping for breath. He could clearly remember everything from that dream, down to the smallest detail. For it to be so clearly imprinted in his mind, it was definitely no ordinary dream. Time's running out. What does that mean? Is it his time that's running out, or my time? Just who was that? The void was destroyed with a single blow, tearing apart countless stars. Just what kind of realm has he reached? And that mysterious beast, what was it? The aura was so strange, and seems to be filled with death. But it was clearly alive. And just who was that figure behind the man? Why do I feel like it was a friend I know? Questions ran amok in his head. Back when Xiaohua had saved him and he had been unconscious, he had clearly heard a voice. Those 3 lines continued to run through Long Chen's mind. Those sentences seemed to be closely related to the scene he had just seen in his dream. But this was clearly an incomplete jigsaw puzzle. It was impossible to get any of the pieces to fit up, let alone figure out what the full picture was. Long Chen rubbed his head, feeling as if his head was about to explode. There was no way for him to comprehend it, so he just directly gave up on trying to figure it out. But there was one thing he was sure of. Those memories, which had suddenly appeared in his head back then, were definitely no coincidence. His spirit root had been stolen, turning his dantian into an empty wasteland. But the 9-star hegemon body art specifically did not require a dantian. Back when Long Chen had condensed the 10th cyclone in his dantian, he had begun to suspect that the 9-star hegemon body art had been specifically tailor-made for him. When that 10th cyclone had been condensed, he had noticed that spiritual chi had raged and dashed around his dantian. If his dantian had already possessed spiritual chi, it would have been like lighting a fuse, and those 10 cyclones would have all exploded. Perhaps even he himself would have exploded, leaving him dead without a corpse. Long Chen wasn't a big believer in coincidences or luck. After all, he had never been lucky while growing up. Only by putting in much more effort than others could he achieve his goals. Furthermore, the voice that had rung in his head twice now made it even more unlikely that it was a coincidence. It seemed that it was more like a meticulous plan. Awaken to complete my mission. Become stronger to slaughter enemies. Destined to topple heaven and earth. It was completely inconceivable. Long Chen thought about it and suddenly laughed bitterly. That kind of goal didn't seem to concern a small blood condensation amateur like him. But when he thought of that man, his heart beat wildly. The divine ring and stars make it likely that he was using the 9-star hegemon body art as well. So does it mean I will become like that one day? Long Chen finally reached the crux of the matter. He could feel his own heart beating in disappointment over his current level. Well, I still have to walk this path no matter what. Perhaps there really will be a day where I can reach such heights. Long Chen consoled himself. Although he felt that it would be a lie to say that he felt that he could reach such a level, it was best to at least have a goal. After all, what if he did manage to achieve it? Only at this moment did he have time to examine his foot's Feng Fu star. The current Feng Fu star had completely changed from before. It was like a real star, seeming to possess its own vitality, releasing endless energy. Long Chen recalled how he had summoned out an extremely terrifying Feng Fu battle armor back during the fight. So the meaning of the 9-star transformations is referring to 9 evolutions of each star, having them eventually becoming a real star and reach the perfect state. Long Chen finally understood why he had only completed the 9th transformation during the fight. Before that, his Feng Fu star had only undergone 8 transformations, and he had been unable to reach the 9th transformation. But that day, Long Chen's fury had soared and his killing intent had exploded, triggering the last transformation, letting his Feng Fu star reach perfection. At the same time, he also understood that, while the Feng Fu star could be used as an energy source during normal times, it could, more importantly, summon the Feng Fu battle armor. The current him was unable to summon out the Feng Fu battle armor for a long time. At most he could only keep it up for a couple of breaths' time. But Long Chen was still extremely pleased to have understood another secret of the 9-star hegemon body art. That would be of great assistance to him in the future. The Feng Fu battle armor's power was practically unstoppable. So what if its time limit was so short? As long as he could defeat his enemy within that time, it would be fine. Suddenly, Long Chen thought of another matter. Back when that mysterious scene had faded away, a piece of information had also appeared in his mind. Long Chen closed his eyes and recalled that information. When he finally recalled the contents of that information, he opened his eyes, filled with disbelief. Chapter 112 Aliyth Star. What Long Chen had never expected was that final bit of information was the pill formula for the Aliyth Pill 1. That naturally made him wild with joy. The Aliyth Star was the 2nd star of the 9-star hegemon body art. It was located in the center of the right palm, the opposite location of the Feng Fu star in the left foot. In other words, Long Chen could now cultivate the 9-star hegemon body art's 2nd level. His Feng Fu star had reached perfection now, giving Long Chen great confidence in himself. If he could open up a 2nd star, that would be equivalent to having 2 dantians, allowing him to increase his cultivation speed even further. Just the single Feng Fu star had already allowed Long Chen's combat ability to soar. If he could also succeed in condensing the Aliyth star, then with the superposition of both stars, just how terrifying would his power become? Thinking back to his dream and that powerful man who possessed the huge divine ring and the 9 stars in his eyes, Long Chen's heart beat wildly. Perhaps there would really come a day when he would also be that strong. Wait, what? Long Chen couldn't help but jump in shock when he looked over the pill formula. Flame lizard horn, ice cold python essence blood, Qilin fruit, 9 flavor Kuding 2 immortal chrysanthemum. Long Chen was shocked to find that the Aliyth pill's formula required over 30 rare and precious medicinal ingredients. Amongst them, the Qilin fruit medicinal ingredient was the most difficult to find. It had practically become extinct in this world. Even if he had somehow managed to luckily obtain a few Qilin fruits, that would still be nothing in comparison to the total amount which he needed if he assumed an accordingly high consumption as he had required with the Feng Fu star. The flame of his excitement was immediately doused by icy water. This was something that was impossible to accomplish. He then thought of something that absolutely chilled him. The 9-star hegemon body art was a technique that had circulated down from ancient times. That meant that its pill formulas were based on medicinal ingredients from that time. But in the current era, many of those ingredients had already become extinct. Just how was he supposed to find them? Not only did he have to find them, but he also needed to collect an absolutely massive quantity of them. That was practically as difficult as ascending the heavens. It was too discouraging, enough to cause him to despair. After just running into the 2nd star, he had already run into this huge problem. Then what about the 3rd or 4th star? But then thinking about it, Long Chen laughed, telling himself that he had been too pessimistic. So what if Phoenix Cry didn't have them? That didn't mean that there weren't other places where they did exist. Although he didn't want to admit it, both the Huayan pavilions Bai Ling and that white-robed man had considered this to be an uncivilized land, the latter even considering him to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Then why shouldn't he go out to take a look into that vaster space? Furthermore, he also had to go see his future wife. After all, if too much time passed, perhaps she would forget about him. That would be tragic. He also remembered the Pill Valley tablet which Grandmaster Yunqi had given him. He truly wanted to know what that place, which was considered a holy land in the hearts of pill cultivators, was like. If he could enter that holy land, then wouldn't it be possible for him to easily obtain even more precious treasures that would make cultivating in the 9-star hegemon body art more doable? Then wouldn't all his problems be easily resolved? Thinking of all this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel as if the clouds were finally parting and he could now see the clear, blue sky. His mood immediately became much more relaxed. At this moment, the door to his room was slowly opened, and a young woman quietly brought in a basin of fresh water for him. There was also a towel soaking in the water. "Are you being this quiet to not wake me?" Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. That graceful, pretty woman's long hair flowed past her shoulders. She had clear, limpid eyes, and eyebrows like crescent moons. She was Phoenix Cry's third princess, Chu Yao. She shook and looked at Long Chen's bed. Seeing the laughing and teasing Long Chen, her pretty face turned completely red. "You're up, I'll wash your face." Setting down the basin, she picked up the towel and twisted it a couple of times before lightly walking over to Long Chen. Blushing, she gently and carefully wiped Long Chen's face. Smelling her faint fragrance and feeling her heartbeat, Long Chen felt a burst of warmth. He reached out his hands and tightly embraced her slender waist. Chu Yao was immediately pulled in Long Chen's embrace. Resting her head against his chest comfortably, her heart beat affectionately. Feeling her lying in his embrace, Long Chen felt an unprecedented level of peace. Neither of them said anything, simply silently sensing the other's heartbeat. All words were simply superfluous. After an unknown time, Chu Yao reached out her hand and stroked Long Chen's cheek. Roving her gaze over his face, she faintly said, "Long Chen, how about we stay like this for the rest of our lives? We'll never have to part again." His heart jumped. Those words immediately caused him to think of a certain maiden. Although she wasn't too beautiful, her bright eyes were filled with love. "I just hope that when you look upon this necklace in the future, you'll remember that there was once a girl, whose heart yearned to go hunting with you, and make babies." Rubbing the necklace on his neck, Long Chen couldn't stop himself from sighing. His thoughts landed on that small village. Just how was she now? What's wrong? Chu Yao sensed Long Chen was thinking about something else. Long Chen told her everything from beginning to end. The chase from Marquis Ying, almost dying near some isolated cliffs, being saved by Xiao Hua. "Long Chen, that Xiao Hua is just a kind and honest girl. Why would you reject her?" A feeling of intense pity filled Chu Yao's heart when she heard the story of Xiao Hua. She might be a princess, but she also knew that in this world where the strong were revered, men dominated most of the world. Having multiple wives and concubines was more common than not. She had never thought to monopolize Long Chen's love for herself. She couldn't help but feel pity when hearing of his bitter encounter with Xiao Hua. But at the same time, she also began to feel some fear that the miserable situation with Xiao Hua would repeat itself with her. Seeing Chu Yao's expression change to become that of a frightened rabbit, he lightly kissed her on the forehead. "Have you forgotten our promise to each other?" Chu Yao's eyes blurred as she remembered the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival once more. She softly said, "The dragon swims across the 4 oceans, the phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands. Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and phoenix will both live to old age. Long Chen, can we really grow old together?" Chu Yao didn't know why, but she was filled with grief and distress after repeating their promise to each other. "Of course, we will forever be together." Long Chen gently rubbed Chu Yao's cheek. But, I'm afraid I'll end up the same as Xiao Hua." A tear streaked across her face, making Long Chen feel heartbroken. It won't be the same. Xiao Hua had many things she wanted to protect. She couldn't let go of her feelings towards the village. "I am also the same, I also have something I must protect." "That thing is you," smiled Long Chen. "Hey, who is a thing?" Chu Yao's face reddened and she hit him lightly. Despite knowing Long Chen was joking, her face still reddened. Long Chen laughed mischievously. Chu Yao's feigned anger was extremely cute, letting him forget his melancholy. The current Chu Yao was like a fairy freed from a curse. She no longer had to pretend to be someone other than who she was. Her tenderness completely entranced Long Chen. Hugging her waist, Long Chen wished time would freeze forever at this moment. But he knew that although the Long family's crisis had finally been resolved, that didn't mean everything was over. There were still many more things to do. "Long Chen, who is Meng Qi?" Chu Yao asked suddenly. Long Chen stumbled, not knowing how to reply for a moment. I don't have any other meaning, I just want to know a little bit about big sister Meng Qi. I hope that in the future, we can get along well," Chu Yao hastily explained when she saw that Long Chen was speechless. Long Chen thought about it for a moment and immediately realized his mother had carelessly leaked this gossip, otherwise, Chu Yao wouldn't know about Meng Qi. Thank you. Long Chen suddenly thanked her. Why are you thanking me? Chu Yao was puzzled. As an empire's princess, I really have made it hard on you. Long Chen knew that for Chu Yao to call Meng Qi, big sister, meant she was willing to not be the first, main wife. For a woman, that was definitely an extremely great sacrifice. Chu Yao shook her head. I don't feel wronged. Actually, I feel quite blessed. I've always felt like I was under a curse to forever be a trapped little bird. It was you who changed everything for me. I don't know why, but the very first time I saw you, I immediately felt a strange feeling. Now when I think back to it, I feel like it was perhaps simply fate. Yes, it was fate. That was also the first time I was trussed up like a fish in a net and almost turned to paste. Long Chen laughed. Didn't you also hit me back then? Scoundrel. Chu Yao gently gave him a pinch, her face as red as a ripened apple. Thinking back to the first time they had met, they looked at each other and suddenly laughed, tightly snuggling against each other. Long Chen told Chu Yao everything that had happened with Meng Qi. He also told her about the matter of Meng Qi sending him a scarlet flame snow wolf. Long Chen, you're a good person. After hearing him speak, Chu Yao gently caressed Long Chen's cheek. Since meeting Long Chen, Chu Yao had learned all about his past. She knew Long Chen had suffered much pain, much more than she ever had. But even so, Long Chen still didn't harbor the slightest grudge against Meng Qi for breaking off their engagement. He even went out of his way to consider what she wanted. In Chu Yao's eyes, Long Chen was truly too kind-hearted. But no matter how thick Long Chen felt his face was, he couldn't help but turn flushed from that. That kindness hadn't exactly been pure. Back then, he had only done it like that in hopes that Meng Qi would think better of him. Frankly speaking, that was just a high-level technique to pick up girls. It was a perfect technique he had only used because he had realized Meng Qi was a truly kind-hearted woman. A beauty was now in his arms praising him because of his technique to pick up girls. Long Chen was too embarrassed to show his face. But while everything was perfect with Chu Yao, he didn't know just what he should do about Meng Qi. He had no idea whether it would be easy or difficult for her to fall for his charms. Although Meng Qi was kind-hearted, that didn't mean she would accept having to share his love with another woman. There were some women who were highly opposed to that. Furthermore, even Long Chen himself wasn't sure whether their relationship truly had any love or romance to it. That was because even up to this point, it had always been a one-sided love on his part. Thinking of that, Long Chen once more felt a headache coming on. Having just resolved the Long family's crisis, even more matters came up like a flood. Suddenly, footsteps rang outside, scaring Chu Yao from Long Chen's embrace. Chapter 113 Secret. The door to Long Chen's room was pushed open. Long Chen's mother and father walked in. Seeing that Long Chen was already able to sit up, they were extremely overjoyed. How's your recovery? Long Tianxiao walked up to Long Chen and examined his complexion. I'm pretty much healed. Long Chen shrugged. After his Feng Fu star had advanced to become a true star, his recovery rate had grown to a shocking level. His body had already healed itself by the time he had woken up. Right, Dad, how are your wounds? Long Chen asked, concerned. Although Long Chen had experienced the most intense battle, his injuries weren't that severe. On the other hand, it was Long Tianxiao whose injuries were the most worrisome. Long Tianxiao smiled slightly. They're already nothing to worry about. The Alchemist Guild sent me quite a few medicinal pills. The new guild chairman even treated my wounds personally. I should be fully recovered in just a few days. Saying that, Long Tianxiao was filled with pride. For an existence like the Alchemist Guild to treat the Long family so well was all because of Long Chen. Mom was worried to death these past few days. Let Mom see if you've become thinner. Mrs. Long only had an opportunity to butt in now, and she came up to rub Long Chen's cheeks. Long Chen didn't quite know how to react to that. His father also had a strange expression. Long Chen laughed. Mom, if you want to know if I've lost weight, you'll probably have to lift me to tell. Long Tianxiao and Chu Yao both laughed heartily. Mrs. Long indignantly said, this child, when did you get so cheeky? You dare play jokes on your mom. You're no longer a baby. How is Mom supposed to pick you up? Their small group laughed and conversed harmoniously. Long Tianxiao saw that Long Chen's complexion was excellent, not at all like someone who had just experienced a great battle and was injured. While he was gratified by that, he was also shocked inside. That recovery ability was too astonishing, practically comparable to magical beasts. Right, how are Little Snow and Wild? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Wild, that child, is practically a freak. Even after having endured that many bone-eroding needles, he only slept for a single night before waking up. And as soon as he woke up, he was ravenously hungry and ate everything that could be eaten in our home. We already had to send him out to the pasture outside to get more food, said Mrs. Long. After this great crisis, Mrs. Long now already considered Wild as her own child. Long Chen smiled slightly. He knew it was because of the effect of the liquid given to him by the spirit world expert. That liquid possessed extremely dense life energy and was exceedingly precious. If Long Chen's guess wasn't wrong, that was most likely a trace of that expert's life essence. That kind of gift was definitely not a light one. With Wild's unique constitution, recovering that fast was only within reason since his body had been given such powerful nourishment. But although his body was recovering, he definitely needed to replenish a great deal of energy after being tortured for so long. He was probably crazily devouring meat right now. As for Little Snow, we don't know how he's recovering. We set him up in a room and he won't let anyone near him, explained Mrs. Long. Haha, let's go take a look. Long Chen tidied up his clothes and arrived at an outer room of the Long estate. One of the room's walls was torn down. That was because Little Snow's body was too big and he couldn't fit through the door. They could see Little Snow lying there even from a distance. Woo! Long Chen had yet to even get too close when the dozing Little Snow blinked his eyes and charged over. Mrs. Long was given a fright and almost screamed. Facing such a huge beast, everyone would instinctively feel fear. Even Long Tianxiao felt a powerful pressure. Long Chen laughed and hugged Little Snow's head. Looks like you've also recovered. His powerful spiritual strength swept out and entered Little Snow's body. Little Snow's broken bones had already mended back together. But there were still places where it hadn't fully grown back and so there were many cracks. But Long Chen's medicinal pills were all high quality, and so they were very effective. Adding on Little Snow's powerful recovery ability, there was already not much to worry about. Your major wounds have only just healed. You have to take it easy and not make any intense movements, understood? Long Chen affectionately rubbed Little Snow's head. Woo woo. Little Snow rubbed his head against Long Chen's chest. Mrs. Long looked at that obedient and cute Little Snow that was practically acting like a puppy and couldn't help but curiously ask, Chen, can he understand what you're saying? Yup, pretty much. He grew up with me from the size of a hand, so he understands my intentions, explained Long Chen. In reality, Little Snow was unable to understand Long Chen's speech. But due to their spiritual connection, he could sense and understand Long Chen's thoughts. At the same time, Long Chen could also sense Little Snow's emotions. But this communication wasn't through words and so it wasn't that precise. Where did you get him? How come I didn't know about it? Mrs. Long was startled. Haha, he was sent to support me by Meng Qi. Long Chen replied without thinking, but as soon as he said that, he saw his mother doing her best to signal him with his eyes. Obviously, she was warning him not to mention Meng Qi in front of Chu Yao. Mrs. Long already regretted her big mouth. Mom, big sister Meng Qi sent such a precious magical beast to Long Chen. That is enough to prove that big sister Meng Qi has deep emotions for Long Chen. This is a good thing, said Chu Yao. Mom, you've changed the honorific so fast. Long Chen felt it was inconceivable. But as soon as he said that, Chu Yao's face turned completely red and Mrs. Long pulled her over to her side and fiercely told Long Chen, Child, let me tell you, Chu Yao is the first daughter-in-law. If you make her feel wronged, I will not forgive you. Mrs. Long's words were extremely clever. That first daughter-in-law was used remarkably well, causing Chu Yao to feel much more comfortable. Long Chen definitely admired his mother's skill in this area. Long Chen looked from his mother to Chu Yao and didn't say anything, only laughing foolishly. He laughed so much that Chu Yao wished she could find somewhere to hide herself. Okay, now that the crisis has passed and everything's fine, let's properly eat a meal. After all, we're finally all together, proposed Long Tianxiao. To Long Tianxiao, who spent his days fighting, being able to eat a meal with his family was an extremely rare and precious opportunity. Their servants quickly prepared a sumptuous feast for them. But Long Chen noticed that the majority of them were all new faces, so he couldn't help but feel astonished. Your father switched them all out, explained Mrs. Long. Child, normally you're so smart, so how did you become so dumb now? They followed our Long family for so many years, always loyal and devoted. Having been implicated into such a terror, they almost lost their lives. Our Long family owes them far too much. Your father already gave each of them a huge fortune, enough to provide for them for a lifetime. That can count as compensation for them. But there was still a portion of them who didn't want to leave, and so they're still working for us. In any case, we must remember this favor in our hearts, sighed Mrs. Long. Those people had been unrelated to their Long family, but when the Long family had been down and out, they hadn't abandoned them. In comparison, his mother's family, which were clearly her blood sisters, had decided to hurt her as they had. Looking at his mother's sullen expression, Long Chen and Long Tianxiao exchanged a glance and quickly changed the topic to something happier, quickly bringing her out of her sadness. Dad, your son toasts you. Long Chen raised a large cup of alcohol to Long Tianxiao. To our family's reunion. Long Tianxiao laughed heartily and also raised his cup, clinking their glasses. Chu Yao and Mrs. Long also raised their wine glasses. The four of them were all smiling happily. Long Chen and Long Tianxiao directly emptied their cups in one go. As for Chu Yao and Mrs. Long, they obviously didn't have such a high tolerance for alcohol. Chu Yao only drank one gulp before her face flushed, making her appear even cuter. That child Wild still hasn't returned in 2 days. Mrs. Long felt a bit uneasy that they were missing Wild in their group. Haha, Wild's probably still busy eating. Don't worry, laughed Long Chen. Pouring another cup for his father, he asked, Dad, how's the situation in the capital? It's somewhat tranquil. Phoenix Cry's biggest competitor was the Grand Shah, but now the Grand Shah has become a complete mess. The other prince was assassinated and now all the officials are busy greedily fighting for the position of emperor. Even if one of them eventually becomes the new emperor, their empire's power will have dropped greatly. It'll be impossible for them to threaten Phoenix Cry. As for Phoenix Cry, the other princes have already withdrawn from the power struggle. The 7th prince was recommended as the crown prince and is now in charge of the imperial court. Long Tianxiao drank a mouthful of alcohol. The other princes might be greedy, they weren't stupid. They knew that none of them were able to compete with the 7th prince. That was because behind him stood a tendon transformation expert, his sister. Furthermore, who didn't know of Chu Yao's relationship with Long Chen? With the backing of the Long family, no one would dare compete against him. And since they couldn't compete, the next best thing was to curry favor. The other princes all loudly acclaimed their praise for Chu Feng's ascension, acting as if it was only to be expected. Long Chen glanced at Chu Yao and suddenly laughed naughtily. Haha, the sister of the emperor. Come, a toast for you. Being the husband of the emperor's sister really is exciting. You bad man. Chu Yao glared at Long Chen prettily, causing the three of them to laugh. Child, you're not allowed to bully Chu Yao. Mrs. Long resisted laughing and lightly scolded him. In order to not miff Chu Yao, Mrs. Long revealed some embarrassing stories of Long Chen from when he was young. This time it was Long Chen's turn to be helpless as Chu Yao laughed endlessly. Their family ate together in peaceful happiness. After eating, Long Chen hesitated for a while before summoning up the courage to say, Dad, Mom, I want to go take a look at the outside world. Mrs. Long's smile immediately disappeared. Chu Yao was also startled. Only Long Tianxiao had seemed to have long since expected that, his expression completely calm. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Long's trembling voice asked, Chen you really want to leave home? Long Chen lowered his head, not able to look his mother in the eyes. Their family had only just reunited. It was cruel to separate them again. But Long Chen truly did want to see the outside world. His lover was still in that outer world. The spirit world, Hill Valley, and that figure from his dreams with the power to destroy the very world, those things all told him that he had to leave Phoenix Cry. I'm preparing to leave with Chu Yao and Wild. Long Chen's voice was so quiet that even he could barely hear it. His heart was filled with pain. Chu Yao clearly relaxed a breath when she heard that. But looking at Mrs. Long's heartbroken gaze, she immediately felt sad again. Our child has grown up. We should let him decide his own future. We have to learn to let go, said Long Tianxiao suddenly. He continued, Chen since you've decided, it's time for me to tell you a certain secret. Long Tianxiao, you, Mrs. Long suddenly stood up and angrily glared at Long Tianxiao, giving Long Chen a fright. As far as he could ever remember, his mother and father had always gotten along extremely well, never showing anger to each other like this. for his mother's reaction to be so huge caused him to be at a loss. He has the right to know the truth. Long Tianxiao firmly looked back at his wife. You, Long Tianxiao, I hate you. Mrs. Long suddenly began to cry and ran out. Chu Yao saw this situation and also left hastily, leaving behind only the two of them, father and son. Chapter 114 The Truth. There was a certain river that flowed completely straight with no end in sight. It was bordered by high cliffs whose sides were as smooth as if they had been cleaved by a sword. The river was hundreds of meters deep, and the racing water was like galloping horses, roaring into the distance, forming countless eddies. Two people, one old and one young, were standing right on the edge of a cliff, looking down on the swirling river. Dad, why have you brought me here? Long Chen was still confused. The two of them had flown on a flying magical beast for a full day to arrive here. The view was definitely amazing, but Long Tianxiao wouldn't waste that much effort just to bring him here for the scenery. Long Chen also sensed that this river was a bit odd, but as for what part of it was strange, he was unable to tell. We came here so I can tell you the truth about your past. Long Tianxiao looked down on the surging water, his expression complicated. The truth about my past. Long Chen couldn't believe his own ears. Long Tianxiao sighed and patted Long Chen's shoulders. You are not actually my birth child. You were adopted. What? How is that possible? Long Chen looked at Long Tianxiao in shock, his heart a complete mess. That is also why your mom went so out of control that day. She didn't want you to know this secret. Even in the face of life and death battles, Long Chen had never felt so lost. He couldn't accept this. His own father and mother weren't his birth parents. Long Chen's mind became empty and desolate as if he had lost his soul. Chen although you aren't my biological son, in the eyes of your mom and I, you are our true son. Long Tianxiao's eyes blurred as he looked at Long Chen. If I'm not your biological son, why was I a part of your marriage agreement that you made before either Mengqi or I were born? Asked Long Chen. Hearing that, a pained expression appeared on Long Tianxiao's face. Looking down on the surging water, he said, your mother and I were expecting a child. But in the 7th month of her pregnancy, an accident caused your mother to miscarry. We felt the painful loss of a child. At that time, your mother was in so much pain that she wished she were dead. Furthermore, at that time, I wasn't even home as I had gone hunting. Your mother almost committed suicide. Only after I returned did your mother tell me about this matter. Was it done by Marquis Ying? Long Chen ground his teeth. Long Tianxiao shook his head. No, at that time, I had yet to sever his finger and still didn't have that much of enmity with Marquis Ying. It really was just a careless mishap by your mother. That was also why she was filled with so much remorse and pain. I had just happened to find you as a baby and bring you back on my trip while I was still unaware of what had happened. You coincidentally filled the regret in your mother's heart. Speaking of which, we both have to thank you, otherwise, with your mother's constitution, that depression probably would have already taken her life. Long Chen continued to remain silent. Long Tianxiao patted him on the shoulder. Real men don't need to become a mess just because of some blood relations or not. Even if you aren't my birth son, I will forever spend my time trying to protect you from wind or rain. Even if I'm not your birth father, if I really do run into troubles, wouldn't you still risk your life for me? There's no need to worry about such senseless things like blood. Long Chen nodded. He also felt there was no need to split hairs over an insoluble issue. But still, for the parents he loved to not be his birth parents was still something that was difficult to accept. Your mother and I truly treat you as precious as our own lives. That is especially true for your mom. Having already lost a child, you are everything in her life, said Long Tianxiao. Long Chen shook. He finally understood why Long Tianxiao had told Chen Fei to protect Long Chen above everything else, even his mother, in the case of the worst-case scenario. Back then, he had thought that his father had given up on his mother. That he would protect him over his mother had caused him to feel some anger and disappointment. But now he finally understood his father's pain. His mother had already lost a child. She absolutely wouldn't be able to endure losing a second child. If his father did end up saving his mother while letting Long Chen die, she would hate him for the rest of her life. Thinking of how deep his mother and father's love for him was, Long Chen couldn't control his tears anymore and began to cry. A father's love was like a mountain, a mother's love was like an ocean. He would never be able to repay their love in his lifetime. And now he was about to leave them. He was really too heartless. Dad, Long Chen was about to say that he wouldn't go when his father interrupted him. Chen, men must aspire to travel afar and make their mark on the world. Don't give up your dream just for some familial love. If you do, your mother and I would feel guilty for the rest of our lives. I know your mom, although she can't really let you go like this, she truly wishes for you to be happy. Long Tianxiao had to stop for a moment before then continuing. You've also become aware that someone has done something to your body. I also don't know who did this. When I found you, you were barely over a month old. I have no idea who would do such a vicious thing to a baby, but when I found you, I realized your dantian and abdomen had 3 strange holes in them that had yet to heal. If I haven't guessed wrong, your dantian spirit root must have been removed with some specific instrument. As for what the other 2 holes were for, I'm still not sure. But I assume it was furthering what had happened to your spirit root. Long Chen's heart was racing. So what had happened to his body hadn't been done by Marquis Ying. There was some other reason. Long Tianxiao only knew that one hole had been facing his dantian and realized that his dantian was completely empty, his spirit root stolen. But after Long Chen had merged with a pill god's memories, he was able to tell that it wasn't just his spirit root. His spirit bone and his heart's spirit blood had also been taken away. Just how vicious would a person have to be in order to do such a thing to a baby only a month old? I knew then that you would perhaps never be able to cultivate. But I had thought that by relying on my capabilities, I could at least provide you with a basic, happy life. But unfortunately, I was drawn into a maelstrom and even implicated you and your mother, causing both of you to suffer much pain, sighed Long Tianxiao helplessly. Originally, your mother and I thought that with our assistance, you would be able to live a carefree life. But now your fate has completely reversed. Even now, your mother and I are still unable to protect you. So even before you brought up leaving, I was long since mentally prepared. Today I brought you here to tell you these things. After all, you have your own birth parents. Your mother and I know the pain of losing one's child, so I feel like you should know the truth. Who are my birth parents? Long Chen took a deep breath. Long Tianxiao shook his head. I don't know. Back when I found you, it was right at this place. 2 people were fighting intensely. The river you see here was formed by a slash of one of their swords. Long Chen was startled. He looked down at the river in disbelief, unable to say anything. If I hadn't personally seen it, I also wouldn't believe it. But it really is the truth. The 2 of them were fighting fiercely in the sky. Light shined from their bodies as they fought high up in the air. Sword chi from them pierced through mountains. Long Tianxiao's eyes became unfocused as he sunk back into his memories. Although over 10 years had passed since then, it was still as shocking as ever when he thought of it. Back then, I had gone out alone in order to hunt red-horned elks as something nutritious for your mother's pregnancy. That was how I ended up seeing such a shocking battle. I immediately hid myself in the distance. In the end, one of them used a secret art and their sword chi exploded out. Bizarre lines flew out and filled the sky, and he used a single final blow to kill the other. That sword blow resulted in this huge river. I was absolutely terrified back then, as I had never before seen someone cultivate to such a level. Only after that sword blow did I notice that that person was holding a baby. That person merely glanced at me, and I was immediately unable to move, and then the wind around me changed and I actually involuntarily floated over to that person. I thought that I was done for. But then that person actually just handed over the baby to me and told me to raise him into a fine adult. I was absolutely stupefied, not understanding why such a powerful person would hand me a baby. After that person said that, his expression suddenly changed. He sent me back with a wave of his hand. As for him, countless lines appeared over his body and he slowly dissipated. Reaching this point in his story, Long Tianxiao couldn't help but sigh. It was as if that had happened yesterday. That memory was still as vivid as ever. Chen, although I don't know who your birth parents are, I dare say that they are shockingly great figures. That is because the person who brought you called you young master. Such a powerful person called himself your servant. Long Chen's heart jumped. A true expert the likes of which he had never seen, one who was capable of cutting apart a mountain with a single blow, was just a servant. Then just how powerful would his parents be? Long Tianxiao continued. Later I was reading some ancient records that mentioned those strange lines. Those lines are called runes and are unimaginably powerful. As for that final technique, it's called Dao transformation. I didn't understand it much back then, but later I guessed it was a kind of secret technique to make any tracks disappear. He destroyed his own body in order to protect you. Once I brought you to the capital, I gradually forgot about these things. I always treated you as my true son. I thought that perhaps you would never leave us. But after the huge battle a couple of days ago, I can sense that this is perhaps fate." "What fate?" asked Long Chen. "Just before his death, that expert told me that if you were unable to cultivate in your lifetime, you could just be an ordinary person, living a happy life. But if you could cultivate, he told me to tell you all about this and let you make your own decision. Originally, I thought that you would forever not know the truth. But when I saw your intense fight with that white-robed man, I knew that you would leave. Your mom doesn't want you to leave mostly because she's afraid that once you learned all this, you'll go to find revenge." That person had been flying with Long Chen, meeting with enemies one after another, in the end even forced to use the Tao transformation to dissipate into the world, erasing his tracks. It went without saying that his enemies must be absolutely terrifying. If Long Chen did learn the truth, he would definitely choose to go take revenge. That was what his mother thought. He would have to face countless terrifying experts whose power none of them could imagine. Enmities definitely must be revenged. "But Dad, don't worry. I won't recklessly send myself to death," said Long Chen. The enmity of stealing his spirit blood, taking his spirit bone, and destroying his spirit root definitely had to be repaid in full. But now still wasn't the time for revenge. He had to quickly increase his strength, otherwise, he would just be throwing away his life. "I knew that you would make such a decision. Come over here, take a look at what your father and mother left you." Long Tianxiao swung his hand, crushing a boulder and revealing an object beneath it. Chapter 115. On the eve of departure. Shattered pieces of the boulder flew apart, revealing a small, wrapped package. Long Chen picked it up and saw a yellowed piece of paper on top of it. That piece of paper was extremely marvelous. It looked like paper yet felt like soft silk and was as tough as beast hide. Extremely astonishing lines were drawn on that paper. Those lines emitted a faint light. "That person told me these runes could isolate the aura of the thing inside. It could not be opened within 10 years or else it would attract more killers. Now over 10 years have passed. You should open it," said Long Tianxiao. Long Chen nodded and looked away from the runes. Opening the package, he revealed a jade pendant from inside. That jade pendant was only the size of a baby's hand and was a violet color. It had been carved into a mighty and ancient coiled dragon. On the surface, it didn't look like all that much, but when Long Chen picked it up in his hand, he immediately felt his heart calm. All the questions, shock, and anger he had been feeling immediately faded away. Long Chen was shocked to find that if he was holding this jade pendant, he could immediately enter a meditative state. The meditative state was a state that ignored all distracting thoughts. It was when the heavens and man could connect, when the heart and mind merged into one, an especially particular state. This kind of state would allow one's cultivation speed to multiply and form an incomparably solid foundation. Cultivators long to enter such a state. Due to all kinds of worries, disturbances, and even joy, the absolute majority of people found it extremely difficult to enter a meditative state. On average, a cultivator might only be able to enter such a meditative state once a month for perhaps only the time it took an incense stick to burn. Long Chen was normally able to enter his meditative state every single time, but it would require him to calm his heart for at least over 2 hours to eliminate all distracting thoughts before he could just barely manage to do so. Long Chen's spiritual strength was incomparably powerful, yet even he felt it was difficult to enter his meditative state, let alone others. But holding this jade pendant, he could now enter his meditative state at any time he wanted to. It was really too shocking. Other than this jade pendant, there was nothing else in the clothed package. Long Chen carefully examined this jade pendant and felt some grooves on the back of it. He quickly realized they were words. Hastily flipping it over, he saw there were 4 lines of small words. The dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. 1. Live peacefully and happily, never to be parted. These lines were written by 2 different people. The first 2 lines were written by one hand. The calligraphy was bold and vigorous. They were arrogant words that looked down upon the heavens. That was the writing style of a man. As for the next 2 lines, they were written gracefully and looked written by a woman. Those words were filled with warmth and tenderness. Looking at those 4 lines, Long Chen seemed to be able to see a scene of one man and one woman playing with a baby. The man wished for the baby to grow up to be someone who could arrogantly look down on everything in the world, becoming a hero capable of supporting both heaven and earth. The woman wished for the child to grow up healthy, safe, and sound. Their family of 3 would forever be together. Long Chen's eyes unconsciously became wet. Those 2 people in that scene were his birth father and mother. He could feel their feelings flowing within these words. They both loved him, but he didn't even know who or how they were. He didn't even know if they were even still alive. Long Chen suddenly looked up into the sky and let out a long roar. The sound of his roar soared into the clouds, shaking the mountain valley. Fate was like a huge hand toying with him mercilessly. Long Chen wanted to strike back, but he didn't have enough strength. This kind of vexing feeling truly was infuriating. His roar hung in the air for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Only then was his suppressed anger slightly relieved. At the same time, it firmed up his determination to become stronger. He would go find his birth parents. The dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly at the mortal world of dust. Live peacefully and happily, never to be parted. Long Tianxiao softly read the words and couldn't stop himself from sighing. Us father and son truly did have destiny between us. Back when your mother was pregnant, I fantasized that my child would one day become a hero that was even more powerful than me. As for your mother, she hoped her child could grow up carefree and without worries. She didn't want her child to be some hero doing troublesome things. Dad, did that person say anything else? Long Chen examined the jade pendant. I asked him back then how you were supposed to find your parents once you grew up. He said that as long as you became strong enough and stepped into the peak of cultivation, you would naturally know who your parents are. But if you were unable to reach the peak of cultivation, everything would be meaningless and it would be better for you to live a carefree life as a mortal, said Long Tianxiao. The peak of cultivation, just what level is the peak of cultivation? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. Long Tianxiao bitterly laughed, I also don't know. But you at least have to become stronger than that person. He pointed to the canyon. His meaning was obvious, even someone powerful enough to cut such a huge valley was just a servant. The rest would be up to Long Chen's imagination. Long Chen gently rubbed the jade pendant and nodded. Yes, that day won't be too far. I believe you are capable of this. Let's go back to the capital now. The current situation in the capital is still a bit messy. The capital truly was somewhat of a mess at this moment. Once the spirit stone mine had been revealed, countless experts had rushed over to Phoenix Cry like vultures that had found the scent of a corpse. Heavens, have you guys seen that leopard pulling that carriage? It's even bigger than a house. There was a magical beast pulling a luxurious carriage that caused everyone who saw it to let out startled cries. Look, there's another one. This time it's a flying magical beast. The sky darkened as a huge eagle flew over. Its terrifying pressure caused people to shiver. More and more experts are appearing in Phoenix Cry. Heavens, I've never seen these many terrifying experts in my life. Over the past few days, more and more experts had come. Even just their mounts were incredibly terrifying. But once those people arrived, they only examined the surroundings first and didn't immediately start mining. They were all waiting for something. The commoners of Phoenix Cry were all observing those experts curiously. On the 7th day, those foreign experts all congregated at the Alchemist Guild. It was rumored that the strongest powers were negotiating about gaining the rights over the Spirit Stone mine. As for the specific conclusion, outsiders weren't allowed to learn the details. Once Long Chen returned home, he saw his mother whose eyes had already turned red from crying. He comfortingly said, Mom, it doesn't matter if you aren't my birth mother. You are my mother. Don't feel so sad. Chen you still think of me as your mom. Mrs. Long asked happily. Long Tianxiao shook his head slightly. Women truly had crazy, bizarre thinking sometimes. Long Chen also didn't exactly know what to think about that. No matter what, you are my mom. My real mom. Only then did her tears turn into laughter. Mom was only worried that once you learned the truth, you wouldn't accept me as your mom anymore. How could that be possible? You raised me from the time I was still in my diapers. Even if I don't accept my dad, I will never not accept my mom, joked Long Chen. Kid, are you looking for a spanking? Long Tianxiao purposely put on a severe expression. Mrs. Long laughed and gently tapped Long Tianxiao. Chen is just joking. Why do you need to put on such a serious face to scare our child? Seeing his mother laughing, a weight finally lifted from Long Chen's heart. His mother had truly paid far too much for him. Both Long Tianxiao and Long Chen looked at each other and laughed. Long Tianxiao stealthily raised his thumb towards Long Chen, immediately shifting their attention. To the side, Chu Yao was laughing. Long Tianxiao praised his son inside. He had brought back a princess into the family so quickly. Mom, Brother Long, Dad, Princess, I've returned. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the gate. They immediately knew who it was. Wild's huge figure ran into the courtyard. Good brother, you've finally recovered. Long Chen laughed and warmly embraced Wild. But Wild's stature was too large, so it was somewhat comedic when they two hugged. Brother Long, that spirit immortal water you gave me to drink was too effective. I feel better than I ever have, and energy is just flowing out of my body. If I run into that bastard Marquis Ying again, I'll definitely be able to wring his neck. Wild brandished his arms. Long Chen examined Wild's body. Wild had grown much stronger. Over 30% of his cells had now awakened. As for the other cells, they were no longer deathly silent and were beginning to stir. Long Chen sighed inside. This time that spirit world expert had truly helped them. Wild's body was just too strange. For this many of his cells to awaken all at once was enough to prove how powerful that thing was. Okay, it's already noon. Let's get Bao to prepare some food. Chen and I didn't have anything to eat at all during our journey, said Long Tianxiao. Bao was already the Long family's highest-ranking housekeeper. Furthermore, she was extremely competent, handling everything extremely neat and tidily. Long Chen laughingly said that he wasn't willing to see Bao married off to another family. If she was willing, she should find a husband to marry into her family instead. That had caused the shy Bao to immediately blush and run off, causing everyone to laugh. Chu Yao had already started to treat the Long family as her own family. Other than occasionally going out to see her brother, the majority of her time was spent in their home. After eating, Chu Yao told Long Chen about the current situation in the capital. Hearing that so many terrifying experts had come to the capital, Long Chen's heart shook. Those people were most likely sect members who had come to negotiate about the distribution of the spirit stone mine. If he wanted to join a sect, this was definitely an excellent opportunity. Thinking of sect members, Long Chen naturally thought of that white-robed man. Just an ordinary outer disciple was already so powerful. Then inner disciples and core disciples must be absolutely frightening. If he could infiltrate such a sect, his growth would definitely speed up. Hearing that all those powerful figures were now at the Alchemist Guild, Long Chen decided to bring Chu Yao and Wild straight over to the guild. They could see the entrance to the Alchemist Guild in the distance when the gate was slammed open and an old man angrily stamped out. With just a single step, he almost reached Long Chen. His speed was shockingly fast as he rushed right past Long Chen. Long Chen hastily dodged to the side. A wild gust shot past him. That person had already sped along past him. Chu Yao was actually blown back by that wild wind and couldn't even stay standing, requiring Long Chen to keep her up. Who is that person? What terrifying speed! Chu Yao looked at that old man's back as he disappeared into the distance. With his age, he's probably worried about reincarnation. Otherwise, who would walk that fast? Don't bother with him, let's go. Long Chen had just taken a step when a cold shout suddenly rang out. Wait a moment, are you Long Chen? Chapter 116 Battle of Tongues. Long Chen turned back to see that that old man, who had shot by just now, had quickly returned. That old man's face was very wrinkled, appearing quite frightening. When he arrived right in front of the three of them, he was especially terrifying. When Long Chen didn't reply, the old man impatiently shouted. This old man asked whether or not you're Long Chen. Yes, I'm Long Chen. Do you have advice for me? Long Chen was a bit baffled, but he still replied. You're Long Chen. That old man ground his teeth. His eyes became bloodthirsty like those of a beast, appearing exceptionally terrifying. The three of them couldn't help but retreat a couple of steps. Long Chen's spiritual qi began to circulate. He was ready to fight at any moment. He could sense a horrifying aura from that old man's body. Does Senior need something? That old man looked at Long Chen, his eyes like blades as he coldly said, You're the junior generation. Do you not know to greet the senior generation when you meet? Long Chen was startled, but suddenly a terrifying aura locked him in place. He felt as if several tons of force were crashing down on him, making it so he couldn't breathe easily. Wild was still alright and was just barely able to withstand it. But Chu Yao's face immediately turned pale without the slightest trace of blood. She was shaking and about to fall. Long Chen immediately pulled Chu Yao closer to himself. He used his spiritual qi to resist that terrifying spiritual pressure. Have you fucking eaten the wrong medicine? Long Chen couldn't help but feel infuriated and start cursing. Did this old man have some mental disorder? Ignorant junior, this old man will teach you a lesson today about how to respect your seniors. Seeing Long Chen was trying to resist, he was a bit surprised and increased the spiritual pressure. Wild roared angrily and his body turned slightly red. He tenaciously resisted the spiritual pressure, giving the old man a shock. The spiritual pressure he was releasing was enough to make it so even tendon transformation experts were unable to endure. But this giant kid was able to resist it with just the power of his physical body. Despite being by Long Chen's side and having him counteracting the majority of the spiritual pressure, Chu Yao still suffered harm and spat out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. "You old bastard, go to hell!" Long Chen angrily roared. He was just about to summon out his divine ring when a calm voice rang out. That voice wasn't loud and was filled with calm without the slightest bit of anger. But that old man's face immediately turned pale. Although he was a bit unwilling, he withdrew his spiritual pressure. Long Chen immediately felt the pressure lighten. Chu Yao was finally relieved of that great pressure, but her face was still completely pale. Only then did Long Chen realize that at some point, several people had appeared around them. They were currently observing them with a bit of surprise. There were a total of 7 people. They were mostly old men with only one beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 30s. But her expression was completely icy cold. That voice had come from one of the old men. That old man's face was like an old plank, looking as if he had been carved by a knife. His expression was serious as he coldly looked at that old man which had attacked. "Long Chen, no wonder after all these years you have yet to make any progress. All your cultivation has gone to thickening your skin." The others all had odd expressions with a bit of ridicule in them. But within their gaze was clearly a delight in seeing his misfortune. That old man's face immediately turned red. He was furious, however, he didn't dare release that anger. However, he still forced out, "This kid was rude to a senior. So what if I teach him a lesson? For Elder Tu Fang to care about this is a bit too far. Zhao Changxing, don't bother trying to cover up anything. Isn't it only because you didn't manage to swallow up all the profit this time and end up wasting all your effort that you released your anger on a youth? Your Bloodknit sect's people must really not care about your face anymore," snorted another old man coldly. From that, Long Chen immediately understood why that the old man called Zhao Changxing would target him like this. So he was from the same sect as that white-robed man. If it weren't for him being too weak right now, he would have jumped up and immediately attacked this old man. A grand bone forging expert actually attacked a blood condensation junior. Your skin really is thick. If I peeled it off, it could even be used as a shield impervious to sword or spear, water or fire. Another person also coldly ridiculed him. That Zhao Changxing only held some fear for Tu Fang. He was completely unafraid of the others. Hearing them ridicule him, he sneered, "If you don't accept this, then let's settle things with our fists. There's no need to learn from your wives and fight with your tongues." Those 2 people, who had spoken out, were infuriated and were about to say something when Tu Fang waved his hand, stopping everyone's quarrel. "You're all from your various sects with your own prestige. Don't let the junior generation laugh at you. Let this matter stop here." No one continued to argue after that old man said that. But suddenly one of the elders looked approvingly at Long Chen and said, "Little fellow, you're really not bad. When I heard that you beat a sect disciple, I didn't even believe it. But seeing you easily resist a bone-forging expert's spiritual pressure, you really do possess the ability to kill an outer sect disciple. How about it, do you have the interest in joining my Clear Sea Gate? With your talent, you'll at least be an inner disciple. If you are favored by the seniors in the sect, even being promoted to core disciple wouldn't be difficult." Everyone's expression quickly changed, and they all one by one opened their mouths as well. "I'm from the Yuan returning school. I can guarantee that you'll definitely have the position of a core disciple." "How about it? A core disciple is nothing. Little fellow, let me tell you, not only will I guarantee you a core disciple status, but you will also have a high chance of obtaining our sect daughter who has been called the #1 beauty of our sect. Little fellow, don't disappoint my good opinion of you. Hey, you conman, your sect daughter is only 8 years old. Must you trick others like this? HMPH. As long as he cultivates for another 10 years, why would that matter? How is it conning?" Long Chen's group of 3 could only blankly stare at these sect people with high statuses and high cultivation bases that could stand shoulder to shoulder with that Zhao Changxing. Such strong people were actually fighting over Long Chen to pull him into their sects. That was completely out of Long Chen's expectations. Originally, he had thought he would have to beg and suck up in order to get accepted. HMPH, kid, you've caused a great deal of damage for our Bloodknight sect this time. But if you join my Bloodknight sect, I'll generously agree to forget about this and put all my effort to grooming you. Even Zhao Changxing's anger now disappeared as he thickened his face. Zhao Changxing had come here to represent the Bloodknight sect in the negotiations. After all, the vein of ore was noticed by them the earliest, so no matter what, they should at least get a portion. But after coming here, he was dejected to find that the Phoenix Cry Empire's territory had a total of 7 sects around it. According to the past agreement, if a vein appeared in this area, everyone would extract it together and split it equally. That way the best way to avoid any disputes. But the Bloodknight sect's actions were a grave violation of that agreement, the result being that they were kicked out from the consideration. They wouldn't even be able to obtain even a single piece of the Spirit Stone mine. That was why Zhao Changxing was so angry. He was helpless in the face of the other 6 sects' agreement. And especially since Tu Fang was present, he could only swallow his anger at that time. That was why his fury had exploded when he saw Long Chen. He could immediately tell that Long Chen was just at the blood condensation realm. But such a person was actually able to resist his powerful pressure without the slightest panic. As soon as he thought about it for a moment, he realized Long Chen must have been the main reason as to why their plan to obtain the entire Spirit Stone mine had failed, causing him to feel even more fury. But as part of their sect's agreement, they were unable to directly attack people from the secular world. He had had no choice but to offer a lame excuse as to why he had attacked him. Although he didn't dare kill Long Chen, he had to at least suppress him a bit to relieve some of his anger. And now seeing all those people try to rope in Long Chen, he immediately had to backtrack. He had already failed to obtain a single thing from the Spirit Stone mine. If he could pull in an extraordinary talented disciple back, that would make up for some of the failure. The sect wouldn't lose out too much. That was why he had opened his mouth. But when he opened his mouth, the others all became silent and looked at him strangely. There was ridicule, despise, and even some admiration in their looks. His thick skin is probably the thickest in all of history, people couldn't help but sigh inside. However, none of them said anything. Since he had offered such a choice, it was up to Long Chen to choose. What do you think? Do you want to return with me to the Bloodknight sect? Think about it properly, kid. Don't regret your decision. Zhao Changxing's gaze was tightly fixed on Long Chen. The threat within his words was obvious. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Long Chen laughed so hard that even tears started to come out, causing Zhao Changxing's face to become increasingly ugly. Kid, what are you laughing about? Zhao Changxing raged. Oh, nothing. I've just been moved by how you have no need for any face. I also want to say a single thing to you, laughed Long Chen. What thing? Zhao Changxing narrowed his eyes and icily asked Long Chen. Long Chen revealed a blessed smile and slowly enunciated each word. Fuck off however far you can think of. He spoke lightly and was smiling, but his words were extremely shocking and funny. You, Zhao Changxing raged, his hair standing on end from his anger. He looked just like a furious lion. He wanted to slap this kid to death with a single blow, but he didn't dare. Okay, just you wait. Zhao Changxing viciously threatened before turning and leaving. Who knew whether he was afraid that he would explode from his anger and he needed to vent a bit, but every single step he took formed more cracks on the stone road. Seeing that Zhao Changxing had stormed off in his anger, everyone laughed. They all wondered whether Long Chen had properly thought his actions through. Long Chen turned to look at Tu Fang, who had remained silent in the competition over him. Senior, I wonder what kind of treatment I could get if I joined your sect. Tu Fang slowly opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen, regretfully saying, It would be extremely difficult for you to join my sect. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.